According to Donner, Papadopoulos made no mention of Clinton emails or any specific approach by the Russian government to the Trump campaign team with an offer or suggestion of providing assistance. Rather, Donner's recollection was that Papadopoulos simply stated the Russians have information and that was all. But it looks like the other unnamed Australian diplomat kind of elaborated even further and said that the Russians made an offer to Trump, that they had that information they could release. But the other person that was there, the other diplomat, Donner, says, no, Papadopoulos just said that the Russians have information. As recounted to the FBI on August 2nd, 2016, the Australian diplomat won the substance. By the Australian diplomat won, the substance of paragraph 5 was written in a purposely vague way. This was done because Papadopoulos left a number of things unexplained and did not say he had direct contact with the Russians. The impressions he made on the Australian diplomats was wide-ranging. On one hand, he had an inflated sense of self. He was insecure and was trying to impress. On the other hand, he was a nice guy, not negative, and did not name drop. Donner noted that he was impressed. Papadopoulos acknowledged his lack of expertise and felt the response was uncommon for someone of Papadopoulos' age, political experience, and for someone thrust into the spotlight overnight. Many people in a similar situation would represent themselves differently, and Donner would have sniffed them out. If Donner believed Papadopoulos was a fraud, he would not have recorded and reported on the meeting he had with Papadopoulos. Donner also said that he did not get the same sense Papadopoulos was the middleman to coordinate with Russia. The Australian diplomats would later inform the FBI and subsequently the office that the impetus for passing the paragraph 5 information in late July was the public release by WikiLeaks on July 22, 2016, of email communications that had been hacked from the DNC servers. As far as the office's investigation was able to determine, Papadopoulos' comments did not undergo any additional analysis or scrutiny by Australian intelligence officials. The lack of intelligence information supporting the premise of Crossfire Hurricane. As an initial matter, there is no question that the FBI had an affirmative obligation to closely examine the paragraph 5 information. The information, however, was the sole basis cited by the FBI for opening a full investigation into individuals associated with the ongoing Trump campaign. Significantly, the FBI opened a full investigation before any preliminary discussions or interviews were undertaken with either the Australian diplomats or Papadopoulos. Further, the opening EC does not describe any collaboration or joint assessment of information with either friendly foreign intelligence services or other U.S. intelligence agencies. In effect, within 3 days of its receipt of the paragraph 5 reporting, the FBI determined without further analysis that the Australian information was an adequate basis for the opening of a full investigation into whether individuals associated with an ongoing presidential campaign were witting of and or coordinating activities with the government of Russia. And I highlighted this. They opened a full investigation before any preliminary discussions or interviews were undertaken, and they went over what it takes to open a full investigation earlier in this document, and they're not supposed to do that. So they are supposed to try to find these diplomats, do interviews, make sure the information is credible, but it looks like they didn't do that. In his interview with the office, Executive Assistant Director for National Security Michael Steinbach commented on the sufficiency of the information in the opening EC, stating that it was poorly written. Steinbach added that the EC should not be read to suggest that the FBI was investigating the Trump campaign, but only those potential subjects within the campaign whose activities justified inquiry. Steinbach was also questioned separately about the OIG on the amount of information that should normally be included in an EC opening a counterintelligence case. He stated that it should be a logical summary sufficient to justify the opening. Steinbach told the OIG, by way of an example, it's, hey, look, I have Mike Steinbach on this date, met with a Russian who we know is associated with this intelligence organization, and lay that out and open a preliminary investigation. Although not referenced in the opening EC, FBI officials have later pointed to the importance of the Australian information when viewed in conjunction with Russia's likely connection to the WikiLeaks disclosures and its efforts to interfere with the 2016 US elections. In addition, Trump had also stated in a recently televised campaign speech, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." That's funny. A widely reported statement that appears to have referred to emails stored on the personal server that Clinton used while Secretary of State. The evidence the office reviewed shows that there were internal discussions with FBI headquarters executives, including the deputy director, about the decision to open Crossfire Hurricane. The executives were unanimous in supporting the opening of the investigation, and there is no indication that these discussions contemplated anything short of an immediate full investigation, such as an assessment or preliminary investigation into the meaning, credibility, and underpinnings of the statements attributed to Papadopoulos. The personnel involved in the decision to open a full investigation have stated that they acted within the FBI's governing principles as set forth in the AGG-DOM and DIOG that required an authorized purpose and an articulable factual basis for the investigation that reasonably indicates that an activity constituting a federal crime or national security threat may be occurring, but notably the DIOG also explicitly cautions FBI employees to avoid reputational risk to those being investigated by, among other things, specifically different standards for opening an assessment, a preliminary investigation, and a full investigation with corresponding continuum of permissible investigative activities. That measured approach does not appear to have been followed with respect to Crossfire Hurricane. Instead, as described above, on a Sunday and just 3 days after receiving the unanalyzed information from Australia, Strazork authored and approved the Crossfire Hurricane opening EC. Thus, a full counterintelligence investigation into an SIM was triggered at the height of a political campaign before any dialogue with Australia or the intelligence community, and prior to any critical analysis of the information itself at the potential for the risk. It looks like this might be redacted, or maybe I'm just reading it wrong. Oh, here we go. For the risk of error or disinformation, issues that appropriately are addressed during assessments or preliminary investigations. So yeah, they're just saying that they didn't follow like proper protocol before they opened this full investigation, before they opened Crossfire Hurricane. The information from Papadopoulos was, in the words of one FBI executive, a tipping point. When interviewed by the OIG, FBI Deputy General Counsel Tricia Anderson stated that it would have been dereliction of duty had the FBI not opened Crossfire Hurricane. For his part, FBI General Counsel James Baker told the OIG that the opening of an investigation and doing it quickly is a good thing for oversight because it forces the institution of the FBI and eventually the Department of Justice to have appropriate management controls over what's going on. In this regard, the OIG review found that in early August 2016, after the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, NSD officials were briefed on at least 2 occasions about the investigation. FBI officials have acknowledged that they were aware that the information concerning Papadopoulos did not come from Australia's intelligence services, but rather from Australian diplomats who were previously unknown to the FBI personnel handling the Paragraph 5 information. In various interviews, several FBI officials have opined that the FBI was justified in opening Crossfire Hurricane as a full investigation because, in part, the information was given to the FBI from a trusted partner and therefore was deemed reliable. Although this sentiment is understandable, the FBI's well-placed trust in a foreign partner should not equate to confidence in the shared information itself. Australia could not and did not make any representation about the credibility of the information. Although the Counterintelligence Division did not eventually seek information about Papadopoulos, the office found no indications from witness testimony, electronic communications, emails, calendar entries, or other documentation that at the time the FBI gave any consideration to the actual trustworthiness of the information the diplomats received from Papadopoulos, an individual whom they described as, among other things, insecure and trying to impress them. The information from Papadopoulos was clearly raw and unevaluated. It was not the product of normal intelligence community collection and analysis, and it lacked the standard caveats accompanying uncorroborated information from an individual whose information was being seen for the first time. The information involving an ongoing presidential campaign was precisely the kind of unevaluated information that required rigorous analysis in order to assess its relevance and value. Nevertheless, the FBI predicated Crossfire Hurricane and its subsequent investigative activities, including the use of CHS's undercover operatives and FISA coverage, on the statements attributed to Papadopoulos. Thus, at the time of opening Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI had publicly available information concerning Papadopoulos' role in the campaign as a volunteer foreign policy advisor, information obtained from Papadopoulos by the Australian diplomats, information about Russia's likely election interference activities, Trump's public statements about Russia, and unvetted media reporting on possible ties between Trump and Russian businessmen. Significantly, beyond this, the FBI's counterintelligence division and its Crossfire Hurricane investigators did not process any intelligence or other vetted, corroborated information regarding Trump or his campaign staff colluding with the Russian government. The FBI OGC unit's chief, who advised on many Crossfire Hurricane matters and approved the case being opened as an SIM, noted that she lacked knowledge of alleged ties between the Trump campaign and Russia prior to Crossfire Hurricane investigation being formally opened. The FBI Inspection Division report describes similar statements by others. As noted in that FBI internal review, this total lack of intelligence did not appear to have been considered significant when opening a full investigation on persons associated with an active presidential campaign. As the record now reflects, at the time of the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI did not possess any intelligence showing that anyone associated with the Trump campaign was in contact with Russian intelligence officers at any point during the campaign. Moreover, the now more complete record of facts revealed that the opening of Crossfire Hurricane is illuminating. Indeed, at the time Crossfire Hurricane was opened, the FBI, albeit not the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, was in possession of some of the Steele reports. However, even if the Crossfire Hurricane investigators were in possession of the Steele reports earlier, they would not have been aware of the fact that the Russians were cognizant of Steele's election-related reporting. The SSCI Russia report notes that sensitive reporting from June 2017 indicated that a person affiliated to Russian oligarch 1 was possibly aware of Steele's election investigation as early as July 2016. Indeed, an early June 2017 USIC report indicated that 2 persons affiliated with Russia intelligence services were aware of Steele's election investigation in early July 2016. Put more pointedly, Russia intelligence knew of Steele's election investigation for the Clinton campaign by no later than early July 2016. Thus, as discussed in section IVD1A3, Steele's sources may have been compromised by the Russians at a time prior to the creation of the Steele reports and throughout the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Interview of the Australian diplomats. On August 2nd, 2016, 2 days after opening Crossfire Hurricane, Strzok and Supervisory Special Agent 1 met in London with the Australian diplomats to assess and clarify exactly what had been said by Papadopoulos in May and provided to the U.S. government in July. In preparation for the interview, they sought the assistance of the FBI's Assistant Legal Attaché in London, UK ALAT 1's, that's what they're calling him. Primary FBI responsibilities in London included, among other things, collaboration and information sharing with British intelligence services, In an interview with the office, he pointed out that the inherent importance of sharing information with the British intelligence service that related to potential Russian intelligence activities in the United Kingdom. Thus, he briefed the British intelligence service about Papadopoulos' alleged allegations involving possible Russian influence in the Trump campaign. Given the nature of the allegations and the speed at which Strzok and Supervisory Special Agent 1 needed his assistance, he assumed that the FBI's interview of the Australian diplomats was exceptionally critical. He also believed that the Crossfire Hurricane investigators likely were in possession of compelling facts beyond what he understood from the substance of Papadopoulos' claim in paragraph 5. Nevertheless, his independent impression of the predication for the investigation was echoed by Supervisory Special Agent 1 in a link exchange with him during which the predication was referred to as thin. He also recalled Strzok's making a comment in the taxi on the way to the Australian High Commission to the effect that there's nothing to this, but we have to run it to ground. These exchanges with Supervisory Special Agent 1 and Strzok resonated with him because, in sharing the Papadopoulos information with the British intelligence services counterparts at the time, they expressed real skepticism about the motivations and reliability of Papadopoulos. He told the office that British intelligence service did not assess the information about the Russians and Trump, attributed Papadopoulos to be particularly valuable intelligence. Indeed, he told the FBI's Inspection Division investigators that the British could not believe that Papadopoulos' bar conversation was all there was, and they were convinced the FBI must have had more information that it was holding back. As it relates to predication for opening Crossfire Hurricane as a full investigation, after Strzok and Supervisory Special Agent 1 had traveled to London and interviewed the Australian diplomats on August 2nd, 2016, the following exchange between the UK guy and the Supervisory Special Agent on August 11th, 2016 is instructive. So this UK ALAT guy is he's the FBI liaison that works at the British Embassy. He works, I think, at the US Embassy in the UK, but he is an FBI employee. And then this is a discussion between him and the Supervisory Special Agent 1. That's the person who works with Strzok, because they came to interview these Australian agents or Australian diplomats. So the UK FBI guy says, dude, are we telling them British Intelligence Service 1 everything we know, or is there more to this? Supervisory Special Agent, that's all we have, not holding back anything. The UK FBI guy says, damn, that's thin. Supervisory Special Agent says, I know. So yeah, they were aware that the information basically was thin. That's what they're referring to. Like, the case is thin. Because this UK FBI guy is asking him, like, hey, you have more information, right? The UK FBI guy went on to tell... Oh, there's one more message. So the Supervisory Special Agent says, I know it sucks. Like, the information that they have sucks. The UK FBI guy went on to tell the Inspection Division that in discussing the matter with the senior British Intelligence Service official, the official was openly skeptical, said the FBI's plan for an operation made no sense, and asked the UK FBI why the FBI did not just go to Papadopoulos and ask him what they wanted to know. A sentiment UK outlet 1 told investigators that he shared. Later in the fall of 2016, UK outlet 1 was at FBI headquarters with some of the British Intelligence Service 1 counterparts. While there, members of the Crossfire Hurricane team played the audio-visual recordings of CHS1's August 20th, 2016 meeting with Carter Page. UKLAT1 said the effect on the British Intelligence Service 1 personnel was not positive because of the lack of any evidence coming out of the conversation. He's told the OIG that after watching the video, one of his British colleagues said, for Christ's sake, man, you went through a lot of trouble to get him to say nothing. At a later point in time, after the Mueller special counsel team was in place, UKLAT1 said that the Brits finally had enough, and in response to a request for some assistance, a British Intelligence Service 1 person basically said there was no fucking way in hell they were going to do it. So that's fun. Basically what the FBI should have done, or like the FISA court should have done, is what the Britain intelligence services did. They kind of looked at the information, said this isn't credible, we're not going to like continue investigating it. But the FISA courts like didn't do that, and the FBI like didn't do that. From his vantage point, UK Outlet 1 saw that FBI executive management. Yeah, so we talk about the politics sometimes. We're mostly going, it's like a full source of this Durham report. So whenever there's like super spicy stuff, we'll give our takes on it. But we are reading through this whole thing. From his vantage point, UK Outlet 1 saw that FBI executive management was pushing the matter so hard that there was no stopping the train, or he told the OIG that, this thing was coming, so my job was to grease the skids for it, and that's what I did. And that's an FBI agent, keep that in mind, saying that. Had the Crossfire Hurricane investigators attempted to critically assess the information from Papadopoulos through FBI holdings and standard requests to other government agencies for information about Trump and Russian intelligence activities involving Trump, they would have learned Jonathan Moffa served as the chief of the FBI's counterintelligence analysis section throughout 2016. Moffa was a career FBI intelligence analyst who began working as a full-time FBI counterespionage analyst in 2004. And prior to being selected for the section chief position in January 2016, had been chief of the Russian analysis unit for approximately 4 years. Moffa advised investigators that he had heard nothing about Trump and Russia until events began to be reported in July 2016. The FBI intelligence analyst who had perhaps the most in-depth knowledge of particularly sensitive Russian intelligence information and FBI holdings during the relevant time period disclosed that she never saw anything regarding any Trump election campaign conspiracy with the Russians, nor did she see anything in FBI holdings regarding Carter Page, Michael Flynn, George Papadopoulos, or Paul Manafort engaging in any type of conspiracy with the Russians regarding the election. Similarly, DNI James Clapper testified before Congress on the subject of Trump and Russia, and he answered no when asked if he was aware of any such evidence. The former DNI reconfirmed this fact when he was interviewed by the office and advised that he knew of no direct evidence that would meet the legal standard or conspiracy or collusion on Trump's part. Admiral Mike Rogers served as the director of NSA during the relevant time period. When asked about any awareness he had of any evidence of collusion he asserted in the Steele reports, he stated that he did not recall any intelligence that supported the collusion assertions in that reporting, nor did he have any discussions during the summer of 2016 with his counterparts in the intelligence community about collusion between the Republicans and the Russians. Victoria Nuland served as Undersecretary for Political Affairs at the Department of State during the relevant time frame. A career employee of the Department of State and one of its most experienced Russian observers, she told our investigators that she never saw any U.S. government proof of the allegations contained in the Steele reporting regarding Trump and Russian officials, and further stated that to her recollection, no information regarding a well-coordinated conspiracy between Trump and the Russians had ever come across her desk, with one exception. Nolan advised that she had received a 2-page summary of the Steele allegations from Jonathan Weiner, who in 2016 was serving as Secretary of State Kerry's special envoy to Libya. Weiner told Nuland that he had prepared the summary from his review of the Steele reporting while he was at Steele's country house in the UK. Nuland thought he had passed the summary to her sometime in July 2016. CIA Director John Brennan and Deputy Director David Cohen were interviewed by the office and were asked about their knowledge of any actual evidence of members of the Trump campaign conspiring or colluding with Russian officials. When Brennan was provided with an overview of the origins of the Attorney General's review after Special Counsel Mueller finding a lack of evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russian authorities, Brennan offered that they found no conspiracy. In fact, Mueller's report explicitly states that ultimately his investigation did not establish that the Trump campaign coordinated or conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Relatably, however, shortly after Special Counsel Mueller delivered his report to the Attorney General, the Attorney General had issued a short summary of the report's findings. Brennan appeared on MSNBC's Morning Joe program where he stated that he suspected there was more than there actually was with regard to collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia, thus suggesting that he had no actual knowledge of such information. Moreover, Deputy Director Cohen advised that he had no recollection of knowing anything Trump was doing with Putin, as opposed to what Putin and the Russians were doing to interfere with the election. Cohen stated that if there were such knowledge, it would have been included in a formal referral to the FBI. In addition, if the CIA had become aware of any U.S. person being involved in a criminal conspiracy, they would have sent the information to the FBI. He advised that he was not aware of any referrals in this matter. In any event, within days after opening Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI learned from interviewing the Australian diplomats that there were reasons to be unsure about what to make of the information from Papadopoulos. Not only had Special Supervisory Agent 1 and Strzok told UK Outlet 1, and remember, this is the UK FBI agent. He's like a US citizen, but he works in the UK. That what they had was thin. But one of the Australian diplomats had told Strzok and Supervisory Special Agent 1 in their interview that the paragraph 5 information was written in an intentionally vague way because of what Papadopoulos did and did not say. Nonetheless, shortly thereafter, the FBI opened full investigations of Papadopoulos, Carter Page, Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort. All four were U.S. persons associated with the Trump campaign, and all of them had either ties to Russia or a history of travel to Russia, other than Papadopoulos. In July 2016, in addition to receiving the first several Steele reports, the FBI received a separate stream of information regarding Trump from a former FBI CHS, specifically an FBI supervisor from a New England field office. New England Supervisory Special Agent 1 was contacted unexpectedly by the CHS with whom the supervisor had worked many years earlier when assigned to a different field office on matters related to Russian organized crime. The New England agent agreed to meet his former CHS on July 21st, 2016. At that meeting, the CHS told the New England agent that she had been contacted by a colleague who owns an investigative firm and who was looking into Trump's various business contacts and ventures in Russia. The former CHS did not identify the investigative firm that day, except to say that the firm had been hired by the DNC and another unnamed individual. The former CHS then provided New England Special Agent with a list of approximately 45 individuals and entities who reportedly had surfaced in the firm's investigation of Trump's ties to Russia. The list was comprised mostly of Russian individuals and entities, and immediately raised red flags for the New England Special Agent, who believed it was necessary to get the information into the right hands as soon as possible. Following the July 21st meeting, New England Special Agent emailed a counterintelligence colleague about the meeting and forwarded the list of the names he had received. Within a few days, the New England Special Agent's email and the investigative firm's list of names made its way to FBI headquarters and to the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. The former CHS reached out to the New England special agent again on August 23rd, telling him that they had reviewed a large volume of material that the firm had compiled, and the former CHS passed on more information from that effort. The New England agent in turn passed the information directly to the agent on the Crossfire Hurricane team, Special Agent 2. Then 1 month later, on September 23rd, the former CHS reached out yet again, prompting the New England agent to email the Crossfire Hurricane investigators again to report that the CHS had more information on Trump's reported ties to Russia. Months later, on July 11, 2017, after the Steele dossier had been made public, the New England special agent asked Supervisory Special Agent 1 if anything was to be gleaned from the information he provided in July. It was at that time that Supervisory Special Agent 1 let the New England agent know that his team had received the same information through a separate reporting stream from a different source, in context being Steele. The Supervisory Special Agent 1 further advised that the second source was working with the same investigative firm that had given the information to the former CHS. Sometime later, the New England agent had learned that his former CHS had developed the information related to Trump while working with Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS. Thus, it appears that in July 2016, the FBI had not yet determined that the dual reporting it was receiving actually was coming from the same source, that is, Simpson and Fusion GPS. Further, it does not appear that the FBI was aware of the fact that essentially the same information the former CHS was providing to New England Supervisory Special Agent was being provided to the media by Simpson and Fusion GPS. This was a pattern similar to the later employed in the Alpha Bank matter, when the Alpha Bank allegations were provided to members of the media by Fusion GPS and then to the FBI through Michael Sussman. Other investigative activity prior to the receipt of the Steele reports. Between the time the FBI opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and when Crossfire Hurricane investigators first received the Steele reports in mid-September 2016, the FBI took the following investigative steps. As discussed above, Strzok and Special Agent 1 met with Australian officials to verify the information by Papadopoulos. Records and open source data were checked on the 4 Crossfire Hurricane subjects. Travel of the subjects was monitored. Some records were obtained from other federal agencies and a foreign government. FBI, CHSs, and UCEs were used to engage with some of the subjects. The OIG review provides the following summary of the FBI's investigative activity prior to the receipt of the Steele reports. By the date the Crossfire Hurricane team received the 6 Steele reports on September 19th, the investigation had been underway for approximately 6 weeks, and the team had opened investigations on 4 individuals: Carter Page, Papadopoulos, Paul Manafort, and Michael Flynn. In addition, during the prior 6 weeks, the team had used CHSs to conduct operations against Page, Papadopoulos, and a high-level Trump campaign official, although those operations had not resulted in the collection of any inculpatory information. FBI personnel told the OIG that the FBI did not use national security letters or compulsory process prior to obtaining the first FISA orders. FBI Deputy General Counsel Anderson said that early on the FBI managers took off the table any idea of legal process because the FBI was trying to move very quietly. Similarly, members of the Crossfire Hurricane team told the OIG that they avoided the use of compulsory legal process to obtain information at this time in order to prevent any public disclosure of the investigation's existence and to avoid any potential impact on the election. Notably absent from the list of investigative steps taken were the following non-public, non-compulsory options. Interviewing Page, particularly once the FBI's interest in him was publicly disclosed by the media. In fact, 2 days after the disclosure, Page wrote to Director Comey offering to be interviewed, but the FBI elected not to do so. Asking Page who volunteered to be interviewed and had spoken with the FBI when asked to do so on prior occasions, if he would consent to a polygraph or provide access to relevant electronic records. Using other standard investigative techniques not required a court order, interviewing Papadopoulos, the actual source on the paragraph 5 information. Another step the Crossfire Hurricane investigators could have taken but chose not to was the use of pen registers and trap and trace devices. Although FISA authorizes the government to obtain a pen register when the information likely to be obtained is relevant to an ongoing investigation to protect against clandestine intelligence activities, Case Agent 1 told the OIG that he saw pen registers as a criminal authority. FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 could not understand why investigators working on Crossfire Hurricane were not seeking authority to use pen registers and trap and trace devices. In terms of the analytical capabilities that were applied to Crossfire Hurricane, Lisa Page testified that the FBI used line-level analysts who were super experts on Russia. The FBI's Inspection Division report found, however, that the intelligence analysts selected for Crossfire Hurricane were uninformally experienced in that none of them were major subject matter experts. Aside from Auten, the most experienced analysts had less than 9 months of experience working in that capacity. 2 had less than 4 months, and 2 came straight from analyst training. The analyst done in Crossfire Hurricane was also limited by the Counterintelligence Division's failure to integrate the Directorate of Intelligence into the investigation as required by policy. In at least one instance, Assistant Director of the Counterintelligence Division, Bill Prystap, appears to have deliberately shut down the involvement of the Directorate of Intelligence in an enhanced validation review of Christopher Steele, a key source. The FBI's and the department's disparate treatment of candidates Clinton and Trump. In the course of the office's investigation, we learned of allegations involving possible attempted foreign election influence activities associated with entities related to Clinton. In addition to the allegations related to Trump, the office sought to determine, to the extent possible, if the actions taken by the FBI to address the allegations were consistent with those taken by the FBI related to the allegations of Russian foreign election interference attached to the Trump campaign. Comparing the respective investigative activity was significant to the investigation since it could support or undercut allegations of institutional bias against either candidate. As an initial matter, given the particular nature of the allegations related to each campaign, attempting to view the FBI's investigative activity in an apples-to-apples approach is undoubtedly an imperfect method to analyze whether the FBI engaged in disparate treatment of the campaigns. Nevertheless, the comparisons are instructive, and below we discuss our observations regarding the investigative approach to allegations of foreign election influence against each campaign. The threat of foreign election influence by Government 2. Beginning in late 2014, before Clinton formally declared her presidential candidacy, the FBI learned from a well-placed CHS called CHSA that a foreign government called Foreign Government 2 was planning to send an individual, non-U.S. person 1, to contribute to Clinton's anticipated presidential campaign as a way to gain influence with Clinton should she win the presidency. The FBI's independent corroboration of this information is discussed in the classified appendix. Upon receipts of this information and the predication it provided, Field Office 1 sought to have one of 2 other better positioned and higher resourced field offices open a counterintelligence or public corruption investigation into these allegations, but Counterintelligence Division Executive Management directed Field Office 1 to open a full counterintelligence investigation into this matter. Field Office 1 sought FISA coverage of non-U.S. person 1 almost immediately, in order to obtain access to their email accounts and conduct a search of them as soon as they arrived in the U.S. Although Field Office 1 attempted to obtain expedited approval for the FISA authorization, the certified copy of the application was sent by OI to the FBI headquarters for final approval, where it remained according to Field Office 1 SAC 1, in limbo for approximately 4 months. According to another agent, the application lingered because everyone was super more careful and scared with the big name Clinton involved. They were pretty tippy-toeing around the HRC because there was a chance she would be the next president. So they're saying that another FBI field office tried to open an investigation into someone in Hillary's campaign, and the FBI sat on it for 4 months because they didn't want to get involved with her campaign. But they don't have a problem getting involved with Trump's campaign. So it's kind of showing a bias here. Similarly, Field Office 1 SAC 1 told investigators that when she spoke with the Counterintelligence Division Assistant Director and Deputy Assistant Director, they alluded to the fact they did not want a presidential candidate on tape, even though Field Office 1 SAC 1 believed that was a very remote possibility. According to the records the office reviewed, it appears that the delays almost may have been partially attributable to a decision to await the confirmation of the incoming Attorney General. The FISA was ultimately conditioned on the requirement that the FBI give defensive briefings to the various public officials and candidates of both political parties, including Clinton, targeted by foreign government too. On December 16, 2014, FBI OGC Section Chief Rick McNally summarized his conversation with Stuart Evans, the Deputy Assistant Attorney General responsible for OI, about the proposed activities. I spoke to Stu Evans. He suggested that we can go back to him rather than calling the AAG, but the question was not about PC, no legal issue. It was about what was the FBI's thinking about this case, specifically whether or not we think that the politician's staff and the politician are complicit with the target, meaning that the politician and staff know that the target is working for a foreign government and has some bad intent. Or alternatively, do we think that the politician and staff are unwitting? And if they are unwitting, are we considering some sort of defensive brief to the politicians or staff to mitigate risk? Certain critical activity in the investigation was delayed for months due to, among other things, concerns that a politician, Clinton, was involved and that the investigation might interfere with the presidential campaign. In line with the directive, the FBI ultimately provided defensive briefings to the officials or their representatives though it took approximately 11 months for the receipt of the original allegations. Clinton elected to receive the defensive briefing through her personal attorneys. The use of defensive briefings in 2015 contrasts with the FBI's failure to provide a defensive briefing to the Trump campaign approximately 1 year later when Australia shared the information from Papadopoulos. So here they're saying, so there was a complaint that there was government influence on both sides of the election from Clinton and Trump. But when the complaint for Clinton was brought to the FBI, what they did is they looped her in. They told her, like, hey, they gave her a defensive briefing so that she was aware that someone in her campaign might be working for a government agency. But with Trump, they didn't do that. So they are showing a bias here. Significant to the question of whether a defensive briefing was appropriate here, it was determined to be just months earlier when a defensive briefing was given to Clinton via her lawyers, is the fact that Australia had specifically noted it was unclear whether Papadopoulos or the Russians were referring to material acquired publicly of SIC through other means. Further, the office's investigation revealed that the FBI engaged in what were likely very limited discussions as to whether any such briefing was appropriate. Deputy Director McCabe informed the OIG that he did not remember participating in any discussions about providing a defensive briefing as an alternative to opening the full investigation. McCabe noted that at the time Crossfire Hurricane was opening, the FBI had to do some work to have better understandings of what it had before taking a step as over as providing a defensive briefing, because the briefing could eliminate or reduce your ability to get to the bottom of the threat. On the other hand, Assistant Director for Counterintelligence Priestap said that he discussed the issue of defensive briefings with others. He explains that the FBI provides the briefings when we obtain information indicating a foreign advisory is trying or will try to influence a specific U.S. person and when there is no indication that the specific U.S. person could be working with the advisory. We had no indication as to which person in the Trump campaign allegedly received the offer from the Russians, because the possibility existed that someone on the Trump campaign could have taken the Russians up on this offer. I thought it was wise to open an investigation to look into that situation. How these observations can be reconciled with the defensive briefings previously provided to Clinton and others is unclear. The FBI's decision to conduct defensive briefings in the investigation of Foreign Government Two's foreign influence efforts is curious, given that defensive briefings could reduce the likelihood of success of any investigation into the foreign influence allegations, and that candidates and public officials might be less likely to interact with representatives of Foreign Government Two. The decision to provide defensive briefings to Clinton and others seemed to conflict directly with McCabe's notion that providing a defensive briefing to Trump could eliminate or reduce the ability to get to the bottom of the threat. Similarly, with respect to the Trump campaign, Prystapp's twofold concern that the FBI was unaware of which member of the Trump campaign allegedly received the offer from Russia, and the possibility existed that the campaign had ultimately taken Russia up on the purported offer is also unpersuasive when viewed in light of the planned activity of Foreign Government Two, given the unknowns that existed in the investigation. Nevertheless, the FBI went forward with defensive briefings in that investigation, an investigation predicated on the receipt of corroborated information, but failed to conduct defensive briefings to the Trump campaign, an investigation predicated on less certain information. The FBI's and the department's measured approach to these foreign influence allegations involving Clinton also stands in stark contrast to the speed with which the FBI undertook to include the Steele report's allegations in the FISA request it submitted to OI targeting Page. Indeed, as discussed below, the Crossfire Hurricane investigators received the initial Steele reports on September 19th, and within 2 days had included portions of those allegations on the draft Page FISA submission. As noted below, approximately 1 month later, the FISC signed the initial authorization. During the period between the drafting of the initial FISA request and the approval of the application by the Deputy Attorney General Evans, who was previously consulted regarding the allegation of Former Government Two's foreign influence effort directed at Clinton and others, raised concerns in a call with FBI Special Assistant Lisa Page about, among other things, Steele's personal bias, unknown sourcing, and that the use of FISA authorities was bad from a policy perspective, to which Page's notes appeared to indicate in response, "We accept info from biased people all the time. We would look terrible if we pull our punch due to political concern. We believe the info and sourcing is good. As leaks continue to trickle, is one of the only opportunities to see reflections." Despite the concerns raised by Evans, the FBI proceeded to obtain authority from the FISC to conduct surveillance of Page slightly more than 1 month after the Crossfire Hurricane investigators first received the Steele reports. The speed with which surveillance of a U.S. person associated with Trump's campaign was authorized in the face of the unverified Steele reports and the absence of a defensive briefing being provided to then-candidate Trump are difficult to explain compared to the FBI's actions nearly 2 years earlier when confronted with corroborated allegations of attempted foreign influence involving Clinton, who at the time was still an undeclared candidate for the presidency. Wow. The threat of foreign election influence by Government 3. Okay, so we got another government. So we got Russia, we got Foreign Government 2, which was suspected in possibly influencing Clinton's campaign or working with Clinton. So we have another government here, Government 3. The threat of foreign election influence by Foreign Government 3. In addition to advising the FBI of foreign influence efforts by Foreign Government 2, CHSA also provided information to the FBI about reported foreign election influence efforts targeting the Clinton campaign in November 2015 and possibly the Trump campaign in March 2016 by a different foreign country, Foreign Government 3. Foreign Government 3 insider, Insider 1, who is known to the FBI to have foreign intelligence and criminal connections, had solicited CHSA to set up a meeting with candidate Clinton because Insider 1 wanted to propose something that CHSA understood to be campaign contributions on behalf of Foreign Government 3 in exchange for the protection of Foreign Government 3's interests should Clinton become president. Although the information pertained to a foreign influence threat from a different country, the handling agent for CHSA continued to work this threat under the existing counterintelligence case for the threat CHSA reported regarding Foreign Government 2. The handling agent consulted with the FBI OGC and Counterintelligence Division at headquarters to seek to renew the otherwise illegal activity OIA authority. The CHS had to make introductions at a prior fundraising event scheduled for December 2014 that involved a representative of Foreign Government 2. According to CHSA, Insider 1 on behalf of Foreign Government 3 sought access through CHSA to a Clinton campaign fundraiser event in fall of 2015. Although CHSA was initially advised by an individual associated with the fundraising effort that Insider 1 could attend, the individual consulted with the campaign and disinvited Insider 1 to the event because of the perceived negative attention a foreign national might attract. According to CHSA, the fundraising contact suggested CHSA schedule a separate meeting for Insider 1. Field Office 1 renewed OIA from late 2014 for the CHS to attend the late November 2015 event and make introductions on behalf of Insider 1, but ultimately CHSA did not attend the event. CHSA, however, did attend a fundraiser in January 2016 after providing same-day notice and receiving the approval of his FBI handling agent. CHSA reported in an email that Insider 1 got cold feet and was not going to attend, but the source file report indicates Insider 1 was told by a representative of Clinton not to attend. When Insider 1 decided not to attend, she asked CHSA to deliver a message of support. CHSA provided the draft message to the handling agent who received same-day approval from FBI OGC for the CHS to deliver the message at the event, the event scheduled for later that day. However, without the knowledge or approval of the handling agent, CHSA had made a $2,700 campaign contribution, the max amount for an individual contribution, prior to the event, which CHSA indicated they made on credit card on behalf of Insider 1. If true, the campaign contribution on behalf of a foreign national would violate Title 15, contributions and donations by foreign nationals. However, despite CHSA's claim that the contribution was made in his or her personal name, the Federal Election Commission records reviewed did not reveal any contribution in CHS's name. Rather, Commission records corroborate a contribution paid by a credit card in the name of a close associate who was a U.S. person of CHSA. CHSA also told the handling agent that the campaign, were okay with it. Yes, they were fully aware from the start of the contribution made on behalf of a foreign interest, and CHSA offered to provide a copy of credit card charges. Despite this offer, the CHSA provided a copy of the credit card offer by the CHSA to provide a copy of the credit card charges. We did not find any indication that the handling agent asked for or otherwise secured a copy. So there's this foreign national that said they used a citizen's credit card to donate to the Clinton campaign, and they told their FBI handler that, but the FBI handler didn't say, give me a copy of the card charges. They didn't really look into it. But again, So, like, if you're a foreign person, you can't contribute to political campaigns. But what they did is they found someone that was like a US citizen and said, hey, contribute this for me, which could be illegal. And the FBI probably should have looked into it, but they didn't. When interviewed by the office about this contribution, one of CHSA's FBI handlers could not explain why this apparent illegal contribution was not documented in FBI records. Although the handling agent at the time asked CHSA about the payment, there is no indication that the agent documented the contribution in the CHS's source file. Moreover, despite the CHS telling the handling agent that the CHS was going to Insider One's house after the event to update him or her, there was no follow-up by the handling agent to document that in the source file. In fact, the handling agent subsequently told the CHS to stay away from all events relating to the Clinton campaign. The Counterintelligence Division Unit Chief, Headquarters Unit Chief 2, also did not recall the campaign contribution, despite being shown in FBI Net link LYNC chat dated at the time of the events between himself and Headquarters Supervisory Special Agent 4. In which Headquarters Unit Chief 2 wrote, just spoke with the Field Office 1 ASAC and asked Headquarters Supervisory Special Agent 4, do we know who made the $2,700 donation? CHS, CHS's boss, or CHS on behalf of Insider One? Well, I have to have an answer for that by the morning. In 2021, at the time of the office's interview of Headquarters Unit Chief 2, his SAC was the former ASAC of Field Office 1 with whom the links indicated Headquarters Unit Chief 2 had spoken about this matter at the time of the events in January 2016. Field Office 1 Supervisory Special Agent 1, who oversaw the investigation, also had no recollection about why this contribution was not documented on CHSA's source file, nor considered as reportable unauthorized illegal activity by CHSA. Also, Field Office 1 ASAC1 had no recollection of the payment by CHSA and did not know why it was not documented in the source file. Although Field Office 1 had documented reportings from the CHSA regarding the threat to the Clinton campaign and subsequently to the Trump campaign of Foreign Government 3's foreign election influence efforts, Field Office 1 did not open a separate investigation into this threat. Nor did Field Office 1 consider this information as to whether it would be a good idea to let Insider 1 get close to the HRC in an operation, or that Insider 1 might be a foreign influence threat to the presidential candidates worthy of continued scrutiny. Field Office 1 also did not document the unauthorized illegal activity by CHSA in connection with making a campaign contribution purportedly on behalf of Insider One. Instead, the FBI effectively removed their sole source of insight into this threat when the handling agent responding to direction admonished CHSA, do not attend any more campaign events, set up meetings, or anything else relating to Clinton's campaign. We need to keep you completely away from that situation. I don't know all the details, but it's for your own protection. Moreover, despite removing their source of insight into this threat, the DAD Archie's belief that the FBI protects the candidates by doing defensive briefings, the FBI did not provide the Clinton campaign or the Trump campaign a defensive briefing regarding Foreign Government 3's foreign election influence efforts. Contrasted with the FBI's rapid opening of Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI appears to have made no effort to investigate the possible illegal campaign contribution, which allegedly was a precursor to the contribution of a significant sum of money by Insider One on behalf of Foreign Government 3, or the Clinton campaign's purported acceptance of campaign contribution that was made by the FBI's own long-term CHS on behalf of Insider One and ultimately Foreign Government 3. Allegations involving the Clinton Foundation. Oh, this would be a good one. Beginning in January 2016, 3 different FBI field offices, the New York field office, the Washington field office, and the Little Rock field office opened investigations into possible criminal activity involving the Clinton Foundation. The LRFO, that's the Little Rock field office, case opening communication referred to an intelligence product and corroborating financial reporting that a particular commercial industry likely engaged a federal public official in a flow of benefits scheme, namely, large monetary contributions were made to a nonprofit under both direct and indirect control of the federal public official in exchange for favorable government action and or influence. The WFO investigation was opened as a preliminary investigation because the case agent wanted to determine if he could develop additional information to corroborate the allegations in a recently published book, Clinton Cash, by Peter Schweizer, before seeking to convert this matter to a full investigation. Additionally, the LRFO and NYFO investigations included predication based on source reporting that identified foreign governments that had made or offered to make contributions to the foundation in exchange for favorable or preferential treatment from Clinton. With 3 different FBI field offices having opened investigations related to the Clinton Foundation, there was a perceived need to conduct coordination meetings between the field offices, FBI headquarters, and appropriate United States attorneys' offices and components from the department. These meetings likely were deemed especially important given that the investigations were occurring in an election year in which Clinton was declared candidate for president. Several of those meetings are described in more detail below. On February 1st, 2016, a meeting was held to discuss the Foundation investigation. Present for the meeting from the FBI were, among others, Executive Assistant Director Randy Coleman, Criminal Investigative Division Assistant Director Joe Campbell, and Acting OGC Section Chief 1. Those present from the department included Criminal Division Assistant Attorney General Leslie Caldwell of Public Integrity Section and Public Integrity Section Chief Ray Holzer. When interviewed by the office, Holzer noted in sum that the FBI briefing was poorly presented and that there was insufficient predication for at least one of the investigations due to its reliance on allegations contained in a book. Holzer also downplayed the information provided by the NYFO CHS and recalled that the amount involved in the financial reporting was de minimis. Although Holzer declined prosecution on behalf of the Public Integrity Section, he told the office he made it clear, however, that his decision was not binding on the various U.S. attorneys' offices or FBI field divisions. Acting OGC Section Chief 1 recalled that this department's reaction to the Clinton Foundation briefing was hostile. 3 weeks later, on February 22nd, 2016, another meeting was convened at FBI headquarters to discuss the Foundation investigation. The meeting was chaired by McCabe. Present for the meeting from the FBI were, among others, Coleman, Campbell, and representatives from the affected field offices, including then WFO Assistant Director in Charge, ADIC, Paul Abate. Representatives from the department and the affected U.S. attorneys' offices were also present. At the meeting, McCabe initially directed its field offices to close their cases, but following objections agreed to reconsider the final disposition of the cases. In his interview with the office, Abate described McCabe as negative, annoyed, and angry. According to Abate, McCabe stated, "They, the department, say there's nothing here, and why are we even doing this?" At the close of the meeting, Campbell directed that for any overt investigative steps to be taken, the deputy director's approval would be required. This restriction on overt investigative activity essentially remained in place until August 2016. Abate recalled that FBI personnel from the field offices left the meeting frustrated with limitations placed on them by the deputy director. So the deputy director was saying, if you want to do any more Clinton investigation stuff, it has to go through me. It's kind of what it's talking about here. According to the New York field office assistant director in charge, Diego Rodriguez, Coleman called him on behalf of Director Comey around May and directed the New York field office to cease and desist from the Foundation investigation due to some undisclosed counterintelligence concern. Okay, so yeah, they told him So according to the New York field office, Assistant Director in Charge Diego Rodriguez Coleman called him on behalf of Director Comey around May and directed them to cease and desist the Clinton Foundation investigation due to some undisclosed counterintelligence concern. Coleman informed Rodriguez that Comey wanted to consult with Associate Deputy Attorney General David Margolis regarding the referenced counterintelligence matter. The office was not able to determine what the counterintelligence issue raised by Comey was. On August 1st, 2016, a video teleconference meeting, VTC, was held wherein the WFO and LRFO cases were directed to be closed and consolidated into the New York field office investigation. During this VTC, the New York field office was given authorization to seek subpoenas from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern and Eastern Districts of New York. However, both those districts declined to issue subpoenas to the field office despite previously expressing support for the investigation. Once again, the investigative actions taken by FBI headquarters in the Foundation matters contrast with those taken in Crossfire Hurricane. As an initial matter, the New York field office and WFO investigations appear to have been opened as preliminary investigations due to their political sensitivity and their reliance on unvetted hearsay information, the Clinton Cash Book, and CHS reporting. By contrast, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was immediately opened as a full investigation, despite the fact that it was similarly predicated on unvetted hearsay information. Furthermore, while the department appears to have had legitimate concerns about the Foundation investigation occurring so close to a presidential election, it does not appear that similar concerns were expressed by the department or FBI regarding Crossfire Hurricane. Indeed, in short order after opening the Crossfire Hurricane file in its 4 subfiles, the FBI was having one of its longtime CHSs meet not just with one Trump campaign associate, but meet and record conversations with 3 such insiders. In a little more than a month after opening the Crossfire Hurricane file on Page, a senior U.S. law enforcement official was publicly reported as confirming for Michael Isikoff on Yahoo News that the FBI had Page on its radar. In the end, the perceived difference between the approaches taken and mindsets of FBI personnel central to both the Clinton and Trump matters is well captured in a February 24, 2016 email between McCabe's special assistant Lisa Page and Strzok. Prior to the FBI's interview of Clinton and the investigation of her use of a private email server while she was serving as Secretary of State, the following exchange took place. So here we have Page in an email to Strzok saying, "One more thing. Clinton may be our next president. The last thing you need is going in there loaded for bear. You think she's going to remember or care that it was more DOJ than FBI?" And Strzok says, "Agreed." So, I mean, it's vague. It's a vague email, but I think what Page is saying is like, don't press the Clinton investigation too much, because if she wins, like, she'll remember it. And Strzok says, "Agreed." So it looks like it was coordinated by the FBI to kind of not look into Clinton, but with Trump, they don't care. They'll do it. Investigative referral of possible Clinton campaign plan. Factual background. The office also considers as part of its investigation the government's handling of certain intelligence that it received during the summer of 2016. That intelligence concerned the purported approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26, 2016 of a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by the Russian security services. We refer to that intelligence hereafter as the Clinton Plan intelligence. DNI John Ratcliffe declassified the following information about the Clinton plan intelligence in September 2020 and conveyed it to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Oh, this is going to be even more, like, they got some good juice in here. I'm really glad we're going over this. In late July 2016, U.S. intelligence agencies obtained insight into Russian intelligence analysis alleging that U.S. presidential candidate Hillary Clinton had approved a campaign plan to stir up a scandal against U.S. President candidate Donald Trump by tying him to Putin and the Russians' hacking of the DNC. The IC does not know the accuracy of this allegation or the extent to which Russian intelligence analysts may reflect exaggeration or fabrication. According to his handwritten notes, CIA Director John Brennan subsequently briefed President Obama and other senior national security officials on the intelligence, including the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26, 2016, as a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. On September 7, 2016, U.S. intelligence officials forwarded an investigative referral to FBI Director James Comey and Deputy Assistant Director of Counterintelligence Peter Strzok regarding U.S. presidential candidate Hillary Clinton's approval of a plan concerning U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump and Russian hackers hampered U.S. elections as a mean of distracting the public from her use of a private email server. So this is where Obama gets involved here. We got to go back to this. So it says CIA Director Brennan briefed President Obama of the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton to stir up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. So if that's true, and keep in mind, like, this is like a real, like, this is the Durham Report. It's like a real, like, the stuff in here is what the government goes off of. And so it says right here that Obama was aware that Hillary was going to stir up a scandal, the Russian collusion. So that's really, really fun, to be honest. I hope, we're probably not going to see anything come of it because, like, presidential immunity and all that, but I wish we would get to hear, that would be great if we got to see, like, Obama testify about what he knew, but that will probably never happen. The Clinton plan intelligence was relevant to the office's investigation for two reasons. First, the Clinton plan intelligence itself and on its face arguably suggested that private actors affiliated with the Clinton campaign were seeking in 2016 to promote a false narrative to the public and to the U.S. government agencies about Trump's possible ties to Russia. Given the significant quantity of materials the FBI and other government agencies did in fact received during the 2016 presidential election season and afterwards that originated with and or were funded by the Clinton campaign or affiliated persons, the Clinton plan intelligence prompted the office to consider whether there was in fact a plan by the Clinton campaign to tie Trump to Russia in order to stir up a scandal in advance of the 2016 presidential election, and if such plan existed, whether an aspect or component of that plan was to intentionally provide knowingly false and or misleading information to the FBI or other agencies in furtherance of such a plan. Second, the Clinton plan intelligence was also highly relevant to the office's review and investigation because it was part of a mosaic of information that became known to certain U.S. officials at or before the time they made critical decisions in the Crossfire Hurricane case in related law enforcement and counterintelligence efforts, because these officials relied, at least in part, on materials provided or funded by the Clinton campaign and or the DNC when seeking FISA warrants against a U.S. citizen and taking other investigative steps, the Clinton plan intelligence had potential bearing on the reliability and credibility of those materials. Put another way, this intelligence, taken at face value, was arguably highly relevant and exculpatory because it could be read in fuller context and in combination with other facts to suggest that the materials such as the Steele dossier, reports, and the Alpha Bank allegations discussed below and in greater detail in Section 4E1 were part of a political effort to smear a political opponent and to use the resource of the federal government's law enforcement and intelligence agencies in support of a political objective. The office therefore examined whether and precisely when the U.S. law enforcement and intelligence officials became aware of the Clinton plan intelligence, whether they vetted and analyzed information to understand its potential significance, and whether those officials in turn incorporated their intelligence into their decision-making regarding the investigation of individuals who were part of the Trump campaign and had possible ties to Russian election interference efforts. As was declassified and made public previously, the reported Clinton plan intelligence was derived from insight that U.S. intelligence agencies obtained into Russian intelligence analysis. Given the origins of the Clinton plan intelligence as the product of a foreign adversary, the office was cognizant of the statement that DNI Ratcliffe made to Senate Judiciary Chairman Lindsey Graham in a September 29, 2020 letter. The intelligence community does not know the accuracy of this allegation or the extent to which Russian intelligence analysis may reflect exaggeration or fabrication. Recognizing this uncertainty, the office nevertheless endeavored to investigate the basis for and credibility of this intelligence in order to assess its accuracy and its potential implications for the broader matters within our purview. Given the significance of the Clinton plan intelligence and the need to protect sources and methods of the intelligence community, we report the results of our investigation in bifurcated fashions. More specifically, this section describes in unclassified form the circumstances in which the U.S. officials received and acted on or failed to act upon the Clinton plan intelligence, as well as the nature and significance of their reactions to it. The classified appendix to this report provides further information, but we don't get to read that, unfortunately. Relevant facts. Before addressing the U.S. government's receipt and handling of the Clinton plan intelligence, we reiterate below the description of that intelligence as classified by the DNI in his September 29, 2020 letter to Chairman Graham. Ratcliffe's letter stated as part and follows. In July 2016, intelligence agencies obtained insight into Russian intelligence analysis alleging that U.S. presidential candidate Hillary Clinton had approved a campaign plan to stir up a scandal against U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump by tying him and Putin and the Russians hacking of the Democratic National Committee. As described herein and in the classified appendix, U.S. officials described the Clinton plan intelligence in various other ways in their official notes and documents. As described more fully in the classified appendix, there were specific indications and additional facts that heightened the potential relevance of this intelligence to the office's inquiry. Receipt of the Clinton plan intelligence. The Intelligence Committee received the plan intelligence in late July 2016. The official who initially received the information immediately recognized its importance, including its relevance to the U.S. presidential elected, and acted quickly to make CIA leadership aware. Materials obtained from former Director Brennan's office holdings reflect that he personally received a copy of it. When interviewed, Brennan generally recalled reviewing the materials, but stated he did not recall focusing specifically on its assertions regarding the Clinton campaign. Brennan recalled instead focusing on Russia's role in hacking the DNC. On July 28, 2016, Director Brennan met with President Obama and other White House personnel, during which Brennan and the president discussed intelligence relevant to the 2016 presidential election, as well as the potential creation of an interagency fusion cell to synthesize and analyze the intelligence about Russian malign influence on the election. Brennan's recollection was that he spoke with Comey on the morning of July 29th to brief him on his 28th meeting with the president. Brennan could not recall when he actually saw the Clinton plan intelligence but did not think he had the information when he spoke to Comey on that morning. Immediately after communicating with the president, Comey and DNI Clapper to discuss relevant intelligence, Director Brennan and other agency officials took steps to ensure that dissemination of intelligence related to Russia's election interference efforts, including the Clinton plan intelligence, would be limited to protect sensitive information and prevent leaks. Brennan stated that the Interagency Fusion Cell, a team to synthesize and analyze pertinent intelligence on Russian malign influence activities related to the presidential election, was put in motion after his meeting with President Obama on July 28th. Email traffic and witness interviews conducted by the office reflect that at least some CIA personnel believed that the Clinton plan intelligence led to the decision being made to set up the fusion cell. White House briefing. On August 3rd, 2016, within days of receiving the Clinton plan, Director Brennan met with the president, vice president, and other senior administration officials, including but not limited to Attorney General, who participated remotely, and the FBI director in the White House Situation Room to discuss Russian election interference efforts. According to Brennan's handwritten notes and his recollection from the meeting, he briefed on relevant intelligence known to date on Russian election interference, including the Clinton plan. Specifically, Director Brennan's declassified handwritten notes reflect that he briefed the meeting's participants regarding the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26 of a proposal from one of her campaign advisors to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. FBI awareness. The office was unable to determine precisely when the FBI first obtained any of the details, other than Director Comey, who attended the August 3rd, 2016 briefing. It appears that this occurred no later than August 22nd. On that date, an FBI cyber analyst, FBI Analyst 2, emailed a number of FBI employees, including Supervisory Intelligence Analyst Brian Auten and Section Chief Muffa, the most senior intelligence analyst on the Crossfire Hurricane team, to provide an update on Russian intelligence materials. The email included a summary of the contents of the Clinton plan intelligence. The office did not identify any replies or follow-up actions taken by FBI personnel as a result of this email. When interviewed by the office, Auten recalled that on September 2nd, 2016, approximately 10 days after Headquarters Analyst 2's email, the official responsible for overseeing the fusion cell briefed Auten, Muffa, and other FBI personnel at FBI headquarters regarding the Clinton plan intelligence. Auten did not recall any FBI operational personnel being present at that meeting, so personnel of Crossfire Hurricane. The official verbally briefed the individuals regarding information that the CIA planned to send the FBI in a written investigative referral, including the Clinton plan intelligence information. Auten recalled thinking at the meeting that he wanted to see the formal referral memo containing the Clinton plan intelligence. Separate and apart from this meeting, FBI directors reflect that by no later than that same day, September 2nd, then FBI Assistant Director for Counterintelligence Bill Priestap was also aware of the specifics of the Clinton plan, as evidenced by his handwritten notes from an early morning meeting with MOFA. DAD Dina Corsi, an acting AD for Cyber, Eric Spoor. The office was unable to determine the exact contours of Priestap's knowledge, however, in part because he declined to be interviewed. CIA referral and dissemination. 5 days later, on September 7th, the CIA completed its referral memo in response to an FBI request for information by the Fusion Cell. The CIA addressed the referral memo to the FBI director and to the attention of Deputy Assistant Director Peter Strzok. The referral memo, which mentioned the Clinton plan intelligence, stated, in part, per FBI verbal request, CIA provides the below examples of information the Crossfire Hurricane Fusion Cell has gleaned to date. An exchange, discussing U.S. presidential candidate Hillary Clinton's approval of a plan concerning U.S. presidential candidate Trump and Russian hackers hampering U.S. elections as a mean of distracting the public from her use of a private email server. According to OpenServe sources, Guccifier 2.0 is an individual or group of hackers whom U.S. officials believe is tied to Russian intelligence services. Also, per open sources, Guccifier 2.0 claimed credit for hacking the DNC this year. None of the FBI personnel who agreed to be interviewed could specifically recall receiving this referral memo, nor did anyone recall the FBI doing anything in response to it. Alton stated that it was possible he hand-delivered the memo to the FBI, as he had done with numerous other referral memos, and noted that he typically shared referral memos with the rest of the Crossfire Hurricane investigative team, although he did not recall if he did so in this instance. In late 2016, high-ranking U.S. national security officials, including Comey and Clapper, received an intelligence product on Russian interference in the 2016 election that included the Trump plan intelligence. The office did not identify any further actions that the CIA or FBI took in response. Awareness by the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. The office located no evidence that in conducting the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the FBI considered whether and how the Clinton plan intelligence might impact the investigation. No FBI personnel who were interviewed recalled Crossfire Hurricane personnel taking any action to vet the Clinton plan intelligence. For example, Brian Alton stated that he could not recall anything that the FBI did to analyze or otherwise consider the Clinton plan intelligence, stating it was just one data point. This stands in sharp contrast to its substantial reliance on the uncorroborated Steele reports, which at least some FBI personnel appeared to know was likely being funded or promoted by the Clinton campaign. For example, during a meeting in London on July 5, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. The agent's notes from the meeting reflect that HC was aware of his Brit firm seeking info. While Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection of Steele explicitly stating that HC referred to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no other individual in that context to whom HC could possibly refer. On September 23, 2016, Strzok sent a link message to Brian Alton regarding the Michael Isikoff article that stated, "Looking at the Yahoo article, I can definitely say at a minimum Steele's report should be viewed as intended to influence as well as to inform." On October 11, 2016, Strzok sent a link message to OGC attorney Kevin Kleinsmith, noting that Steele's unnamed clients were presumed to be connected to the Clinton campaign in some way. Nor did the office identify any evidence that the FBI disclosed the contents of the Clinton plan to the OI attorneys working on FISA matters related to Crossfire Hurricane. Similarly, the FBI did not disclose any of the Clinton plan materials to the FISC, despite relying on uncorroborated Steele reporting in its FISA applications concerning Carter Page, and we uncovered no evidence that anyone in the FBI considered doing so. The office showed portions of the Clinton plan to a number of individuals who were actively involved in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Most advised they had never seen the intelligence before, and some expressed surprise and dismay upon learning of it. For example, the original supervisory special agent on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, Supervisory Special Agent 1, reviewed the intelligence during one of his interviews with the office. After reading it, Supervisory Special Agent 1 became visibly upset and emotional, left the room with his counsel, and subsequently returned to state empathetically that he had never been apprised of the Clinton plan intelligence and had never seen the aforementioned referred memo. Supervisory Special Agent 1 expressed a sense of betrayal that no one had informed him of the intelligence. When the office cautioned Supervisory Special Agent 1 that we had not verified or corroborated the accuracy of the intelligence and its assertions regarding the Clinton campaign, Supervisory Special Agent 1 responded firmly that regardless of whether its contents were true, he should have been informed of it. Former FBI General Counsel Baker also reviewed the Clinton plan intelligence during one of his interviews with the office. Baker stated that he had never seen or heard of it, or the resulting referral memo prior to his interview with the office. He acknowledged the significance of the reporting and explained that had he known of it during the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, he would have viewed in a different and much more skeptical light the information the FBI received from Steele concerning Trump's reported ties to Russia, and information received from attorney Michael Sussman that purported to show a secret communication channel between Trump's organization and Alpha Bank. Other evidence obtained by the office that appears to be relevant to an analysis of the Clinton plan intelligence. As discussed above, according to the declassified Clinton plan, on July 26, 2016, Clinton allegedly approved a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to tie Trump to Russia as a means of distracting the public from the use of her private email server. The office interviewed a number of individuals connected with the campaign as part of its investigation into the Clinton plan intelligence. One Foreign Policy Advisor 1, stated that she did not specifically remember proposing a plan to Clinton or other campaign leadership to stir up a scandal by tying Trump to Putin or Russia. Foreign Policy Advisor 1 stated, however, that it was possible that she had proposed ideas on these topics to the campaign's leadership, who may have approved those ideas. Foreign Policy Advisor 1 recalled conversations with others in the campaign expressing their genuine concerns that the DNC hack was a threat to the electoral system, and that Trump and his advisors appeared to have troubling ties to Russia. Foreign Policy Advisor 1 said it was also possible someone proposed an idea of seeking to distract attention from the investigation into Clinton's use of private email server, but she did not specifically remember any such idea. She advised that she did not recall the FBI coming up in any campaign conversations she had. Records obtained from Foreign Policy Advisor 1 reflect that on July 27, 2016, the day following candidate Clinton's purported authorization of the plan, Foreign Policy Advisor 1 circulated a draft public statement to certain of her colleagues. In the email circulating the draft statement, Foreign Policy Advisor 1 urged her colleagues to sign the draft statement, which criticized Trump for his comments about the NATO alliance and asserting that Trump's public statements concerning NATO were too friendly towards Russia. In her cover email, Foreign Policy Advisor 1 wrote, in part, "We are writing to enlist your support for the attached public statement. Both of us are Hillary Clinton supporters and advisors, but hope that this statement could be signed by a bipartisan group. Donald Trump's repeated denigration of the NATO alliance, his refusal to support our Article 5 obligation to our European allies, and his kid-glove treatment of Russia and Putin are among the most reckless statements made by a presidential candidate in memory." During the same week, Clinton's campaign manager, Robbie Mook, stated in media interviews that the campaign believed that the Russian government had carried out the DNC hack to assist Trump's electoral chances, and that Trump had made troubling statements concerning Russia. During an interview of former Secretary Clinton, the office asked if she had reviewed the information declassified by DNI Ratcliffe regarding her alleged plan to stir up a scandal between Trump and Russia. Clinton stated, "It was really sad, but I get it. You have to go down every rabbit hole." She said that it looked like Russian disinformation to me. They're very good at it. Clinton advised that she had a lot of plans to win the campaign, and anything that came into the public domain was available to her. In addition, the office interviewed several other former members of the Clinton campaign using declassified materials regarding the purported plan approved by Clinton. The campaign chairperson, John Podesta, stated that he had not seen the material before, characterizing the information as ridiculous, and denied that the campaign was involved in any plan. Jake Sullivan, the campaign's senior policy advisor, stated that he had not seen the report before and had no reaction to it other than to say that's ridiculous. Also, although the campaign was broadly focused on Trump and Russia, Sullivan could not recall anyone articulating a strategy or plan to distract negative attention away from Clinton by tying Trump to Russia. but could not conclusively rule out the possibility. The campaign communications director, Jennifer Palmieri, who was shown the referral memo, stated that she had never seen this memorandum before, found its context to be ridiculous, and could not recall anything like this related to the campaign. She stated that Podesta, Mook, Sullivan, and herself were aware of a project involving ties between Trump and Russia being conducted by Perkins Coie, the campaign law firm, but she did not think Clinton was aware of it, nor did she receive any direction or instruction from Clinton about this project. Another foreign policy advisor, Foreign Policy Advisor 2, confirmed that the campaign was focused on Trump and Russia, but that focus was due to national security concerns and not designed to distract the public from Clinton's server issue. Foreign Policy Advisor 2 stated that she did not have a conversation with Clinton about a plan involving Trump and Russia during the Democratic convention, that she did not remember Clinton approving anything concrete, but that she would not necessarily have been involved in such strategy conversations. The office's review of certain communications involving Foreign Policy Advisor 1 and 2, however, arguably provides some support for the notion that the Clinton campaign was engaged in an effort to plan in late July 2016 to encourage scrutiny of Trump's potential ties to Russia, and that the campaign might have wanted or expected law enforcement or other agencies to aid in the effort, in part by concluding that the Russians were responsible for the hack. For example, on July 5th, Foreign Policy Advisor 2 sent an email to 3 other campaign advisors, Individual 1, 2, and 3, in which she wrote, "We're looking forward for ways to build on Franklin Forrest's great and scary piece on Trump and Russia. One thing I've heard from a few folks is that Russia desk at State has been tracking and sounding an internal alarm about parallels between rhetorics, words, methods that Trump uses in Putin-supported European right-wing candidates. I'm told it goes beyond just populist stuff. I'd love to get my hands on details of what they are seeing. Can any one of you help me run this down? I imagine INR or intelligence committee types might also have some insight. Obviously need to be a bit careful, but eager to get specifics or details." Foreign Policy Advisor 2 stated that she did not speak with anyone at the State Department regarding this issue. The information she mentioned in this email regarding the State Department's Russia hack or Russia desk came from an outside advisor who formerly worked at the State Department, Outside Advisor 1. In addition, on July 25th, Foreign Policy Advisor 1 had the following text message exchange with Foreign Policy Advisor 2. So Advisor 2, can you see if Special Assistant to the President and National Security Council member will tell you if there is a formal FBI or other investigation into the hack? Foreign Policy Advisor 1, she won't say anything more to me, sorry. Told me she went as far as she could. Okay, do you have others who might? Has Individual 2 tried her? Curious if she would react differently to Individual 2. I can also try Office of the Vice President. They might say more. Which would have been, I believe, Joe Biden at that point in time. I don't know if he has, but can ask. Would also be good to try OVP or anyone in intelligence community. Left messages for OVP, but Political just sent me a push notification stating that they are indeed investigating. FBI just put our SIC statement. Thanks. In sum, Foreign Policy Advisor 1's July 27th, 2016 email to her colleagues regarding Trump, Russia, and NATO the day after Clinton purportedly approved a plan to tie Trump to Russia is consistent with the substance of the purported plan. In addition, Foreign Policy Advisor's 1 text message exchange with Foreign Policy Advisor 2 supports the notion that at least some officials within the campaign were seeking information about the FBI's response to the DNC hack, which would be consistent with and a means of furthering the purported plan. Moreover, the campaign funding of the Steele reports and Alpha Bank allegations as described in greater detail here provides some additional support for the credibility to the information set forth in the Clinton plan intelligence. Other events occurring at the time of the purported approval of the Clinton plan intelligence. As set forth in Section 4D 1HI, Some of the significant Steele dossier reporting related to Carter Page and his alleged role as a conduit for passing Russian information between Paul Manafort and the Trump campaign. This uncorroborated allegation is significantly undercut by the evidence examined by the office that at the time was in possession of the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. As discussed below, the evidence was never presented to OI or the FISC at any time during the pendency of the Page FISA surveillance. Furthermore, the intelligence gathered by the offices revealed a concerted effort on the part of Fusion GPS in late July 2016, the same timeframe the Clinton plan intelligence was purportedly approved, to communicate with the press regarding the Page allegations in the Steele reporting. For example, on July 19, 2016, Peter Fritsch of Fusion GPS emailed Steve Levine, identified in his signature block as a Washington correspondent for Quartz, and asked of Levine, "Have you ever come across this cat Carter Page? He strikes me as a fraud." Mr. Levine responded that he knew Page. Levine was on vacation but would reach out when he returned. On July 22nd, Fritsch emailed Franklin Foyer of Slate stating, "Now we need to do the next level, which is in the works." Foyer responded, "Good deal. What's the next level? And is it a sex scandal?" Fritsch replied, "It's who Carter Page met in early July and what they talked about." On July 25th, 2016, Mark Hosenball of Reuters sent Glenn Simpson at Fusion GPS an email stating, "If you have stuff on the Carter Page guy, including his most recent Russian excursion, please send. Doing 2 Russian hacking stories today and might be able to do another as early as tomorrow." So this is just kind of showing here like how tied in like the DNC is with like mainstream media. On July 26, 2016, Fritsch emailed Jay Solomon of the Wall Street Journal and wrote, "OTR, the easy scoop waiting for confirmation that dude Carter Page met with Igor Sechin when he went to Moscow earlier this month. Sechin discussed energy details and possibly lifting of sanctions on himself et al. He also met with a senior Kremlin official called Devikin, who told Page they have good compromat on Hillary and offered help. He also warned Page they have good compromat on the Donald. I know of one person who is chasing this and has asked Kremlin read these meets. The response, there was no meeting between Shipin and Page at the Kremlin. Oh, well, okay. Maybe someone else? No comment. Needless to say, a senior Trump advisor meeting with the former KGB official close to Putin who was on the Treasury sanction list days before the Republican convention and a big Russian-backed WikiLeaks would be huge news. The same day, Solomon responded, "Page is neither confirming nor denying." Fitch replied, "Call Adam Schiff or Diffie, in context Senator Dianne Feinstein, for that matter. I bet they are concerned about what Page was doing other than giving a speech over 3 days in Moscow." Fitch later emailed Solomon that it's kind of hard to believe that the Wall Street Journal is ignoring the Russia stuff. Literally everyone is chasing this shit now. Like something like that. They cut it. It was a swear word. Also on July 26, 2016, the date of the purported approval of the Clinton plan intelligence, Fritsch reached back out to Steve Levine of Quartz and wrote, "So Carter Page is of some urgency now. Can you talk?" Levine replied that he could and asked if Fritsch wanted to talk by phone. On that same day, July 26, Glenn Simpson emailed Mayor of New Yorker magazine with the subject line Carter Page. Simpson wrote, "Jane, I understand that you are interested in him." 2 days later, Jane responded to Simpson advising him that her editor, among others, was interested in setting up an off-the-record meeting to discuss stories and learn more about your research. On July 28th, Simpson sent Jake Berkowitz, an employee at Fusion GPS, an email with the subject line Carter Page TLO clear. Simpson asked Berkowitz to send the Carter Page TLO clear to Tom Hamburger ASAP at the Washington Post. Later that same day, Berkowitz sent Hamburger a copy of the Carter Page clear information. Importantly, on the very next day, Hamburger emailed Simpson with subject line, FYI, we are getting kickback to the idea, and wrote that Page met with Sechin and Ivanov. It's expletive, so like it's shit or something. Impossible. It's fucking impossible. It's shit. Impossible, said one of our Moscow sources. Simpson responded to Hamburger's email and stated okay. Hamburger then emailed Simpson, FYI, passed on by another reporter who likely doesn't like this story, just letting you know. So this is Hamburger. So this is the Washington Post saying, hey, we looked into the story. It doesn't look credible. We're passing on it. He's saying that to, it's an unnamed person, but it's someone involved with the Clinton campaign. So a foreign person. Thus, in one day, after months before the Crossfire Hurricane, investigators used the alleged Page meeting in its initial and subsequent renewal FISA applications, a Moscow-based U.S. media source for the Washington Post appears to have been able to debunk to its satisfaction the Page meetings. Several weeks later, on September 16, 2016, Frisk emailed Michael Isikoff on Yahoo News. As discussed below, on September 23rd, Isikoff was the first journalist to publish an article about the alleged meetings between Page and Sechin. Fritz wrote, Glenn Simpson says you may soon break the Carter Page story. I ask because, if so, I'm going to stiff-arm someone else chasing. Isikoff replied, got it. I'm going to talk to Glenn Simpson on SIC a bit. Thereafter, on September 20th, Simpson sent Isikoff a Word document identified as a transcript of Page's July 7th speech in Moscow. The above-quoted emails from Fusion GPS to members of the media are a sampling of the correspondence regarding Carter Page that the Clinton DNC-funded Fusion GPS sent to various members of the media from late July 2016, the purported date of the Clinton plan being approved, through the fall of 2016. In addition, as relates to the Clinton plan intelligence and as discussed in detail below, on September 19, 2016, Michael Sussman, a lawyer at Perkins Coie, the firm that was serving as counsel to the Clinton campaign, met with James Baker, the FBI General Counsel, at FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. Sussman provided Baker with purported data on white papers that allegedly demonstrated a covert communications channel between the Trump Organization and a Russian-backed bank, Alpha Bank. Sussman's billing records reflect that he was regularly billing the Clinton campaign for his work on the Alpha Bank allegations. Importantly, on July 29, 2016, 3 days after the approval of the Clinton plan, Michael Sussman and Mark Elias, the general counsel to the Clinton campaign, met with Fusion GPS personnel at Perkins Coie. Sussman billed his time in the meeting to the Clinton campaign under the category General Political Advice. Thereafter, on July 31st, 2016, Sussman billed the Clinton campaign for 24 minutes with the billing description Communications with Mark Elias regarding server issue. In compiling and disseminating the Alpha Bank allegations, Sussman consistently met and communicated with Elias. On October 31st, 2016, a little over 1 week before the election, multiple media outlets reported that the FBI had received and was investigating allegations concerning a purported secret channel between the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. On that day, New York Times published an article entitled, Investigating Donald Trump, FBI Sees No Clear Link to Russia. And that article is still up. The article stated that the FBI possessed information concerning what cyber experts said appeared to be a mysterious back channel between Trump and Alpha Bank. Between the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. The article further reported that the FBI had spent weeks examining computer data showing an odd stream of activity to a Trump Organization server, and that the New York Times had been provided computer logs that evidenced this activity. The article also noted that the FBI had not found any conclusive or direct link between Trump and the Russian government, and that Hillary Clinton's supporters pushed for these investigations. On the same day, Slate published an article titled, "Was a Trump server communicating with Russia?" that likewise discussed at length the allegations that Sussman provided to the FBI. Notably, also on that day, Mother Jones published David Korn's article titled, "A Veteran Spy Has Given the FBI Information Alleging a Russian Operation to Cultivate Donald Trump. Has the Bureau investigated this material?" The Mother Jones piece referenced the Foyer Slate article on Alpha Bank and also disclosed that it had reviewed memos prepared by the former Western intelligence official. Korn included information on October 31st, 2016 on his October 31st, 2016 article that referenced the Isakov's earlier Yahoo News piece on Carter Page and the Russians. In addition, the Korn article contained allegations that were consistent with those contained in some of the Steele dossier reports that eventually were published in January 2017 by BuzzFeed. And BuzzFeed's not really a great source. In the months before the publication of these articles, Sussman had communicated with the media and provided them with the Alpha Bank data allegations. Sussman also kept Mark Elias apprised of his efforts, and Elias in turn communicated with the Clintons' campaign leadership about potential media coverage of these issues. On September 1st, 2016, Sussman met with the New York Times reporter who published an aforementioned article and billed his time to the Clinton campaign. Damn. On September 15th, 2016, Elias provided an update to the Clinton campaign regarding the Alpha Bank allegations and the not yet published New York Times article, sending an email to senior members of the Clinton campaign, which he billed for the campaign as Alpha Article. On the same day that these articles were published, the Clinton campaign posted a tweet through Clinton's Twitter account that stated, "Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-backed bank." The tweet included a statement from Clinton campaign advisor Jake Sullivan that made reference to the media coverage of the article and stated in relevant part that the allegations of the articles could be the most direct link yet between Trump and Moscow, that the secret hotline may be the key to unlocking the mystery of Trump's ties to Russia, and that we can only assume that federal authorities will now explore this direct connection between Trump and Russia as part of their existing probe into Russia's meddling in our elections. The fact that the Clinton campaign immediately issued a tweet concerning the articles after funding the Alpha Bank allegations and received foreknowledge of the articles from Sussman and Elias tends to support the notion that the Alpha Bank allegations were part of a Clinton plan to tie Trump to Russia. Next up, prosecution decisions. The aforementioned facts relate a rather startling and inexplicable failure to adequately consider and incorporate the Clinton plan intelligence into the FBI's investigative decision-making in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Indeed, had the FBI opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation as an assessment and in turn gathered and analyzed data in concert with the information from the Clinton plan, it is likely that the information received would have been examined with a more critical eye. A more deliberative examination would have increased the likelihood of alternative analytical hypothesis and reduced the risk of reputational damage both to the agents of the investigation as well as the FBI. The FBI thus failed to act on what should have been, when combined with other incontrovertible facts, a clear warning sign that the FBA may be the target of an effort to manipulate or influence the law enforcement process for political purposes during the 2016 election. Indeed, CIA Director Brennan and other intelligence officials recognized the significance of the intelligence by expeditiously briefing it to the President, Vice President, and Director of National Intelligence, the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI, and other senior administration officials. Whether or not the Clinton plan intelligence was based on reliable or unreliable information, or was ultimately true or false, it should have prompted FBI personnel to immediately undertake an analysis of the information and to act with far greater care and caution when receiving, analyzing, and relying upon materials of partisan origin such as the Steele reports and the Alpha Bank allegations. The FBI also should have disseminated the Clinton plan intelligence more widely among those responsible for the Crossfire Hurricane investigations so that they could effectively incorporate it to their analysis and decision making in their representations of the OI attorneys and ultimately the FISC. Whether these failures by U.S. officials amounted to criminal acts, however, is a different question. In order to the above described facts to give rise to criminal liability under federal civil rights statutes, the office would need to identify one or more persons who knew the Clinton campaign intended to falsely accuse its opponent with specific information, intentionally disregarded a particular civil right of a particular person, such as the right to be free of unreasonable search and seizures, and then intentionally aided that effort by taking investigative steps based on those allegations while knowing that they were false. In order to prove a criminal violation of the false statement and or obstruction statutes by a government official, the office would need to prove that the official willfully and intentionally failed to inform the FISC or caused another to fail to inform the FISC of the Clinton plan in order to conceal that information from the court. Similarly, to prove a criminal violation of perjury statutes, the office would need to prove that the official made a false statement to the court. Although the evidence we collected revealed a troubling disregard for the Clinton plan and potential confirmation bias in favor of continued investigative scrutiny of Trump and his associates, it did not yield evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any FBI or CIA officials intentionally furthered a Clinton campaign plan to frame or falsely accuse Trump of improper ties to Russia, nor did it reveal sufficient evidence to prove that the omission of the Clinton plan intelligence from applications to the FISC was a conscious or intentional decision, much less one intended to influence the court's view of the facts supporting probable cause. Moreover, any attempted prosecution premised on the Clinton plan intelligence would face what in all likelihood would be insurmountable classification issues given the highly sensitive nature of the information. In sum, the government's handling of the Clinton plan may have amounted to a significant intelligence failure in a troubling instance in which confirmation bias and a tunnel vision pursuit of investigative ends may have caused government personnel to fail to appreciate the extent to which uncorroborated reporting fueled by an opposing political campaign was intended to influence rather than inform the FBI. It did not, all things considered, however, amount to a provable criminal offense. So they're saying here, yeah, maybe the FBI was a little negligent, but there wasn't like a conspiracy that they could prove.
Well, they also just said that they purposely misled the FBI.
Yeah, and it was probably James Comey that withheld that memo from the Operation Hurricane.
Gasp.
But they can't prove it. So not going to be any criminal charges for this. The Carter Page FISA applications. On April 1st, 2016, Perkins Coie, a law firm acting as counsel to the Clinton campaign, Hillary for America, retained Fusion GPS, a Washington, D.C. based investigative firm to conduct opposition research on Trump and his associates. Shortly thereafter, Fusion GPS hired Christopher Steele and his UK-based firm Orbis Business Intelligence to investigate Trump's ties to Russia. At the time, Steele, who again has stated that he was formerly an intelligence professional for the British government, was an FBI CHS. Beginning in July 2016 and continuing through December, Steele and Fusion GPS prepared a series of reports containing derogatory information about purported ties between Trump and Russia. According to the reports, important connections between Trump and Russia ran through campaign manager Paul Manafort and foreign policy advisor Carter Page. Steele provided the reports to the department, the FBI, the State Department, Congress, multiple media outlets. Steele styled the reports company intelligence reports, and each report contained an identifying number. Collectively, these reports came to be known colloquially as the Steele dossier, and we refer to them in this report as the Steele dossier or the Steele reports. The reports played an important role in applications submitted to the FISC targeting Page, a U.S. person. The FBI relied substantially on the reports to assert probable cause that Page was knowingly engaged in clandestine intelligence activities on behalf of Russia or knowingly helped another person in such activities. As discussed in more detail below, the FBI was not able to corroborate a single substantive allegation contained in the Steele reports, despite protracted efforts to do so. The Steele reports themselves, however, were not the only issue that we considered in connection with the Page FISA applications. This section begins by discussing probable cause in the Page FISA applications. It then focuses on the Steele reports and the subsources that Steele allegedly used. The FBI's relationship with Steele in its handling, the prior counter-espionage investigation of Igor Danchenko, Steele's primary subsource for his reporting, Danchenko's relationship with Charles Dolan, the FBI's failure to investigate Dolan's role, Danchenko's purported contact with Sergei Milian. This section then turns to other aspects of the Page FISA applications. Information about Page's role as a source of another U.S. government agency, meetings between FBI CHSs and Papadopoulos, Page, and senior Trump campaign official, and Page, a senior Trump campaign official, other shortcomings in the Page FISA applications. This section concludes with a discussion of the factors that the office considered in its prosecution and declination decisions related to the Page FISA applications. A few additional aspects of the FISA applications are discussed in the classified appendix. Factual background, probable cause, and the FISA applications. Omission of material fact, the FISC has stated, were the most prevalent and among the most serious problems with the Page applications. The OIG, for its part, found in its review of the applications targeting Page at least 17 significant errors or omissions, so many basic and fundamental errors. These were made by 3 separate hand-picked teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations that was briefed to the highest levels within the FBI. The OIG review also found that FBI personnel did not give appropriate attention to facts that cut against probable cause. Also of concern, and the focus of this section, is that several Crossfire Hurricane investigators were skeptical of the information used in the Page FISA application and, particularly as time went on, believed that Page was not acting as an agent of Russia and was not a threat to national security. Nevertheless, despite the surveillance's lack of productivity, FBI management directed the Crossfire Hurricane investigators to renew the Page surveillance 3 times, the lead up to the initial Page FISA application.
And so that's what I was talking about
Earlier.
when I said that they lied 17 times.
Yeah.
Those were the 17, as this puff piece likes to call it, inaccuracies. 17 inaccuracies.
Yeah, 17.
They lied 17 times.
17 significant errors or omissions is what the Durham Durham Report says about it. Yeah.
That's a better term for it.
Also of concern, and the focus of this section, is that several investigators were skeptical of the information used in the Page FISA applications and the lead up to the initial Page FISA application. As has been noted by several individuals, including Deputy Director McCabe, the FISA on Page would not have been authorized without the Steele reporting. Indeed, prior to receipt of the Steele reports, the FBI had drafted a FISA application on Page that FBI OGC determined lacked sufficient probable cause. Within 2 days of their eventual receipt by Crossfire Hurricane investigators, however, information from 4 of the Steele reports was being used to buttress the probable cause in the initial draft FISA application targeting Page. Yet even prior to the initial application, the Page case agent 1, recognized that the FBI's reliance on the uncorroborated and unvetted Steele reports could be problematic. Indeed, on September 27th, Case Agent 1 exchanged the following FBI link messages with another employee assisting with Crossfire Hurricane, and they're calling him Support Operations Specialist 1. So Support Operations Specialist 1 sends a message to Case Agent 1. Hopefully, Steele can get more detailed info through. Case Agent 1 says, yeah, exactly. Dates, times, etc. would be key. The operations specialist, yeah, it just goes down to how confident we are in that reporting. There aren't a whole lot of details in it. Case Agent 1 says, haha, true. Operations specialist, which is just what worries me a bit. Hopefully the sources, sub-sources are legit. They seem legit based on past reporting. Case Agent 1, yeah, no kidding. What was strange was that British intelligence services don't seem to want to deal with this guy. Operations Specialist 1, but there aren't many specifics in this reporting that couldn't be expanded on from open source. Case Agent 1, not sure why. Special Operations Support, yeah, that's weird too. If he has the subsource network that he claims to have and the reporting suggests, you would think they'd be interested in him. Though maybe these are newly developed since he went to British intelligence services. Case Agent 1, yeah, that's the weird thing. Handling Agent 1 said it was the OC angle and that they're not too interested, but that still seems odd. Who knows? We may have to take a calculated risk with the reporting if we're pressed for time. This exchange between Case Agent 1 and Support Operations Specialist 1 underscores the fact that Case Agent 1, the principal contributor of the factual information contained in the request for the initial Page FISA application, had clearly recognized issues with using the Steele report information due to the uncorroborated nature of the allegations and the lack of insight into the reliability of Steele's subsources. Indeed, an experienced counterintelligence agent like Case Agent 1 was no doubt aware of the need to evaluate the credibility and reliability of human source information. The OI attorney who was responsible for preparing the initial FISA application, they're calling him OI Attorney 1, recalled being consistently pressured to advance the FISA and FBI executive management being invoked as the reason for the pressure. OI Attorney 1 advised the office that FBI OGC attorney Kevin Kleinsmith informed him that Director Comey wants to know what's going on, and that Director McCabe asked who the FBI needed to speak with at the DOJ to get this going. McCabe confirmed this basic push by the FBI and Comey when he was interviewed by the OIG investigators. McCabe told interviewers that there was a lot of back and forth between the Crossfire Hurricane investigators and OI regarding when are we going to get it, when are we going to get it, and that Comey repeatedly asked him, where's the FISA, where's the FISA, what's the status with the Page FISA. McCabe noted that the FISA was something McCabe definitely knew Comey wanted. This recollection also is consistent with email traffic and other FBI records in which the inclination on the part of department personnel to move cautiously and FBI executives to move quickly are clear. For example, on October 12, 2016, a meeting took place involving Ad Prestap Dad Strzok, FBI OGC Unit Chief 1, and the Deputy Director's Special Assistant Lisa Page. Page's notes from the meeting reflect that Deputy Assistant Attorney General Evans had spoken with Strzok the night before and raised concerns about the proposed FISA. Page's notes show the following. Lots of questions about the source's motivation, reliability, and bias. Hired to do opposition research, task network of subsources. Don't know who his subsource is, who their subsources are. FISA bad idea from policy perspective. Email out the unreadable, hacked email to Steele re-talking to the FBI. FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 notes from the same meeting reflect that Evans was concerned that Steele may have been hired by the Clinton campaign or DNC. That same day, At 7:13 p.m., FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 emailed OGC attorneys Tricia Anderson and Kleinsmith to advise them that we raised Stu's concerns to the director and deputy director at the 1:30, and they are supportive if SIC moving forward. Despite his concerns, I just talked to Lisa and she has reached out to Stu and will inform the deputy director. We're close to losing our operational window. Over the next few days, department and FBI personnel continued to exchange information on questions and needed clarification on in the draft application. On October 18th, Strazak emailed FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 and Kleinsmith and asked how significant were Baker's SIC charges back when he reviewed. If DAG and we investigative team are good with the current draft, we need to ram this through. Thanks. I hate these cases. FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 responded shortly thereafter. Just talked to Lisa. Baker had a bunch of FIC comments, but they were not directed to issue. Stu's now made a huge bug SIC deal about it. I think if the investigative team is good with the facts and the DAG is good with the PC, then Andy McCabe should push regardless of Baker's comments. The FIFC approved the surveillance 3 days later on October 21st. New York Field Office Case Agent 1, the counterintelligence agents who led the NYFO investigation of Page, was never contacted by Crossfire Hurricane's investigators prior to the submission of the initial FISA application. When interviewed by the office, NYFO Case Agent 1 noted that NYFO viewed Page as someone we needed to watch due to the Russians contacting Page, but she and others were never overly concerned about Page being an intelligence officer for the Russia. At no time during the course of her investigation did NYFO Case Agent 1 consider pursuing a FISA on Page. The case agent later read the Page FISA application and recalled seeing some aspects of her investigation referenced. NYFO Case Agent felt the language used to link Page to the Russians was a little strong. Nonetheless, they assumed the Crossfire Hurricane investigation had uncovered additional information linking Page to Russia. In fact, the additional information contained in the initial Page FISA application was largely taken from the Steele reports and carefully selected portions of consensual recordings with an FBI CHS as described below. In retrospect, the case agent viewed the Page investigation as a waste of money. The Page FISA application renewals. In late January 2017, Supervisory Special Agent 1 transferred back to WFO. The agent was replaced in that position by an experienced counterintelligence agent assigned to WFO, Supervisory Special Agent 3. In his interview with the office, he stated that upon arriving at FBI headquarters, DAD Jennifer Boone informed him that his primary task was to renew the Page FISA application. Despite this tasking, the agent stated that his investigators did not feel connected to the Page investigation and were excluded from the flow of information and decision-making process, an investigation that, according to Agent 3, was still managed by the triumvirate of control of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, namely Strazak, Atten, and Section Chief Maffa. For example, during the course of their time on Crossfire Hurricane, neither Supervisory Special Agent 3 nor Special Agent 1, an investigator working for Supervisory Special Agent 3, knew that Page had previously served as a source for another government agency. While Special Agent 1 eventually learned this information, he stated that he felt like a fool. Special Agent 1 also recalled that Supervisory Special Agent 3 would often rhetorically ask his investigators, "What are we even doing here?" Moreover, based on their review of the case file and lack of evidence obtained from the FISA surveillance, neither Supervisory Special Agent 3 nor his investigators believed that Page was a threat to national security or a witting agent of the Russian government. Special Agent 1 and another agent working for Supervisory Special Agent 3 Supervisory Special Agent 2 shared Supervisory Special Agent 3's conclusion that Page was not a witting agent of the Russian government. Special Agent 1 went as far to say that surveillance on Page was a dry hole. Nonetheless, Special Agent 1 assumed that somebody above them possessed important information unknown to the investigators that guided the Crossfire Hurricane decision-making. When Supervisory Special Agent 3 informed DAD Boone of his team's assessment, he was largely ignored and directed to continue the FISA renewal process. It was Supervisory Special Agent 3's opinion that Boone was being directed by FBI executive management to continue the FISA surveillance. When interviewed by the office, Boone did not recall Supervisory Special Agent 3's voicing concerns about the Page FISA and stated that if he had, she would have elevated those concerns to AD Bill Prystep. Boone did state, however, that it was not the normal course of business to have the 7th floor FBI executive management intimately involved in investigation and very unuseful to have investigation run from FBI headquarters. Boone did not know why the 7th floor was so involved in this case, nor did she know who from the 7th floor was the ultimate decision maker regarding Crossfire Hurricane. Boone did not have direct communication with Deputy Director McCabe, but she understood that McCabe was heavily involved in all aspects of the investigation. Her sense was that Prystep was not in charge and had to get approval from the 7th floor. On a few occasions, Boone ran ideas by Prystep and never heard back from him. Boone recalled occasions when during Crossfire Hurricane, Prystep would direct field offices to open cases on particular targets associated with the Trump campaign, and the field offices would push back due to insufficient predication. During one meeting, Boone and her investigators presented a rush strategy to Prystep. Boone could sense that Prystep was visibly upset by their strategy and walked out of the meeting. Supervisory Special Agent 2 signed all 3 renewals of the Page FISA application. When interviewed by the office, they stated that after the initial FISA surveillance of Page, the investigators had low confidence that Page was a witting agent of Russia. In fact, at the time of the 3rd renewal, Supervisory Special Agent 2 stated that the probability of Page being a witting agent was very low. Nevertheless, they signed the final renewal because, in his opinion, it was incumbent on the FBI to exhaust all resources to ensure that Page was not a Russian intelligence officer. In essence, it appears that Supervisory Special Agent 2 saw the final renewal of the Page FISA as a belt and suspenders approach to confirm that Page was not a Russian agent. For his part, Supervisory Special Agent 3 told us he would not have signed the renewal affidavits if he had been the agent responsible for certifying the accuracy of the government's assertions. The approach taken by Special Agent 2, an experienced agent, is concerning. A U.S. person is an agent of a foreign power if there is probable cause to believe that the person is knowingly engaged in clandestine intelligence activities on behalf of a foreign power or knowingly helping another person in such activities. This is an affirmative determination. FISA surveillance must be used for the purpose and in the ways specified in the statute rather than to prove that someone was not an agent of a foreign power. What the FBI knew from its intelligence collections as of early 2017. As the record reflects, as of early 2017, the FBI still did not possess any intelligence showing that anyone associated with the Trump campaign was in contact with Russian intelligence officers during the campaign. Indeed, based on declassified documents from 2017, the FBI's own records show that reports published by the New York Times in February and March 2017 concerning what 4 unarmed current and former U.S. intelligence officials claimed about Trump campaign personnel being in touch with any Russian intelligence officers was untrue. These unidentified sources reportedly stated that U.S. law enforcement and intelligence agencies intercepted communications of members of Trump's campaign and other Trump associates that showed repeated contacts with senior Russian intelligence officials in that year before the election. Former Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort had been one of the individuals picked up on the intercepted calls, and the intercepted communications between Trump associates and Russians had been initially captured by the NSA. However, official FBI documentation reflects that all three of these likely concerning claims of Trump-related contacts with Russian intelligence were untrue. Indeed, in a contemporaneous critique of the Times article prepared by Peter Strzok, who was steeped in the details of Crossfire Hurricane, all three of the above referenced allegations were explicitly refuted. Strzok's evaluation of the allegation included the following. The FBI had not seen any evidence of any individual affiliated with the Trump team in contact with Russian intelligence officers. The FBI had no information in its holding, nor had it received any information from other intelligence communities that Paul Manafort had been a party to a call with any Russian government official. And regarding the allegations that the NSA initially captured these communications between Trump campaign officials and Trump associates and the Russians, Strzok repeated that if such communications had been collected by the NSA, the FBI was not aware of that fact. On a second article published by the Times on March 1st, 2017, bearing the headline, Obama administration rushed to preserve intelligence of Russian election hacking, allegations were made that U.S. allies, including two named countries, had provided information describing meetings in European cities between Russian officials and other Russians close to the Russian President Putin and associates of Trump. The article also repeated the assertions set forth in its February 14, 2017 article. Again, a review of official FBI documentation shows that Strzok had reviewed and refuted these additional allegations in a second critique. With respect to the March 1st, 2017 allegations, Strzok noted that no information had been received from one of the named countries and that the only information received from the second named country, which was received in response to a specific request from the FBI, related to a woman of Russian descent reportedly having been in contact with former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. In the second critique, Strzok further noted with the respect that the information provided to the Times by the four unnamed former and current officials, the FBI, approximately 3 weeks after it was first reported, continued to be unaware of any information other than that provided by Christopher Steele in his dossier reports alleging contacts between Trump associates and senior Russian intelligence officials. Thus, the FBI has no intelligence about Trump or others associated with the Trump campaign being in contact with Russian intelligence officers during the campaign, at least of early 2017. Moreover, significant intelligence information that first became available to the FBI review in 2018 showed that the Russians had access to sensitive U.S. government information years earlier that would have allowed them to identify Steele's subsources. Indeed, an experienced FBI analyst assessed that as a result of their access to the information, Steele's subsources could have been compromised by the Russians at a point in time prior to the date of the first Steele dossier report. The review team initially briefed counterintelligence and cyber executive management about their findings during a conference call. Following the call, while driving home, Headquarters Analyst 3 was called by Acting Section Chief 2. Acting Section Chief 2 told Headquarters Analyst 3 that they appreciated the team's work, but no more memorandums were to be written. A meeting was then held with the Assistant Director, Prystapp, and others. During the meeting, the review team was told to be careful about what they were writing down because issues related to Steele were under intense scrutiny. 2 weeks later, The Deputy Assistant Director for Counterintelligence, Dina Corsi, met with the review team and directed them not to document any recommendations, context, or analysis in the memorandum they were preparing. The instructions, which Headquarters Analyst 3 described as highly unusual, concerned the team because analysis is what analysts do. Although the team did not fully adhere to that instruction because of the need to provide context to the team's finding, they did tone down their conclusion in the final memorandum. Headquarters Analyst 3 recalled that a separate briefing on the review was eventually provided by the team in the Deputy Director's conference room. Although Headquarters Analyst 3 could not recall if Deputy Director David Bodick attended the briefing, Headquarters Analyst 3 did know that Bodick was aware of the review itself. In the same time, for a period of time, an FBI OGC Attorney 1, was part of the review team and was present for the meeting with Corsi. He confirmed that the team was told not to write any more memoranda or analytical pieces and to provide their findings orally. OGC Attorney 1 remembered being shocked by the directive from Corsi. OGC Attorney 1's recollection was that Corsi was speaking for FBI leadership, but she did not say exactly who provided the directive. OGC Attorney 1 advised the office that what Corsi said was not right in any circumstance, but it was the most inappropriate operational or professional statement he had ever heard at the FBI. OCG Attorney 1 stated that the directive from Corsi was really, really shocking to him and that he was appalled by it. As a result of the incident, he ended up walking away from further participation in the review. OGC Attorney 1 said he felt guilty about leaving, but he felt he had to do it. The record thus reflects that at the time the FBI opened Crossfire Hurricane on July 31st, 2016, as noted above in the SSCI report, the Russians already knew about Steele's election investigation, and there is reason to believe that even earlier in time they had access to other highly sensitive information from which the identities of Steele's sources could have been compromised. Finally, in May 2017, about a month before the submission of the last page FISA renewal application, Drazok was debating whether to join Special Counsel Mueller's investigation. He texted that he was hesitating about joining, in part because of my gut sense and concern there's no big there. Although the there does not appear to have been explicitly identified, it may well have been a reference to the Russia-Trump collusion investigation. In any event, and more generally, the OIG found that as the investigation progressed and more information tended to undermine or weaken the assertion in the FISA applications, the FBI did not reassess the information supporting probable cause. The Steele dossier. Christopher Steele, FBI confidential human source. Beginning in 2010, Christopher Steele started providing information to the FBI on a range of subjects, including Russian oligarchs and corruption in international soccer competition. Steele had been introduced to his eventual FBI CHS handler, handling Agent 1, by former DOJ official Bruce Orr. In 2013, the FBI formally opened Steele as an FBI CHS, and handling Agent 1 would serve as Steele's primary handler over the course of his service as an FBI source. Steele would eventually be closed as an FBI source in November 2016 for disclosing his status as a CHS while providing information to the media regarding his work with Fusion GPS on behalf of the Clinton campaign in the DNC against Trump. Nevertheless, the FBI, using department official Bruce Orr as a conduit, continued to receive information from Steele despite his closure as a CHS. The FBI first received the Steele reports in July 2016. In July 2016, handling Agent 1 was serving as the FBI's assistant legal attaché ally in Rome, Italy. In early July 2016, Steele contacted Handling Agent 1 and requested an urgent meeting at Steele's office in London. On July 5th, Handling Agent 1 met with Steele in London and provided him with Report 2016-80 dated June 20th, 2016. This report detailed, among other things, salacious information about Trump's alleged sexual activities during trips to Moscow, and details of how the Kremlin purportedly had been feeding information to Trump's campaign regarding his political rivals.
The P-tape.
Steele informed Handling Agent 1...
That's the P-tape.
The P-tape?
Yeah, you don't know about the P-tape?
No, I don't actually. What is that?
So that what they're talking about specifically right there is how Trump likes to go have prostitutes pee on him.
Oh, okay.
And they called it the P-tape.
No, I actually have never even heard of that before.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Well, that's fun. I want to see that.
Well, it doesn't exist. That's the whole point.
Right. This report detailed, among other things, salacious information about Trump's alleged sexual activities during trips to Moscow and details of how the Kremlin purportedly had been feeding information to Trump's campaign. Steele told Handling Agent 1 that Fusion GPS had been hired by a law firm and that his ultimate client was senior Democrats supporting Clinton. Handling Agent 1's notes of this meeting reflect that HC was aware of Steele's reporting. HC Hillary Clinton. During an interview with the office, Handling Agent 1 was shown a copy of his notes from the July 5th, 2016 meeting. As previously noted, while Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection of Steele explicitly stating that HC referred to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no one else it could be. Steele claimed that prior to his July 5th meeting with Handler Agent 1, he and Chris Burrows, his co-principal at Orbis, had decided that the information collected by Steele had significant national security implications and therefore should be provided to the FBI, and Fusion GPS principal Glenn Simpson agreed. At the July 5th meeting, Steele informed Handling Agent 1 that he was working on additional reports for Fusion GPS as discussed in detail below. Following this meeting, Handling Agent 1 contacted the New York field office, ASAC1, at the New York field office for guidance about the information Steele had provided. In his interview with the office, Handling Agent 1 stated that his initial reaction to Steele's reporting was disbelief. Handling Agent 1 knew that Steele possessed strong feelings against the Russians and their threat to the world, and Steele felt that the possibility of a Trump-compromised presidency would pose a global problem. Furthermore, Steele explained to Handling Agent 1 that the information was gathered at the request of Simpson, who was working with an unidentified law firm in the United States for the purpose of acquiring information on Trump and his activities in Russia. In this HPSCI testimony, Handling Agent 1 told the committee that he assumed Steele's tasking was politically motivated. Notwithstanding his skepticism about the reporting, Handling Agent 1 deemed the allegation to be something he could not arbitrarily discount, particularly since Steele was his CHS and someone in whom he had faith. On July 19th, Steele sent Handling Agent 1 an additional report, 2016-94, detailing, among other things, an alleged meeting that Trump campaign foreign policy advisor Carter Page had in July 2016 with Igor Sechin, chairman of Russian energy conglomerate Rosneft, and another such meeting with Igor Divyakin, a senior official in the Russian presidential administration. This report alleged details of Page's conversations with Sechin regarding the lifting of U.S. sanctions and Page's conversations with Divyakin about Russia being in possession of compromising information on both candidates. On July 28th, Handling Agent 1 forwarded Steele's report 2016-80 and 94 to the New York field office ASAC1. These reports, including 4 additional reports subsequently received by Handling Agent 1 from Steele only reached the Crossfire Hurricane investigators at FBI headquarters on September 19th. Next up, the delay in the FBI's transmission of the Steele reports to the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. The office endeavored to account for nearly 75 days between when Handling Agent 1 received the initial report from Steele in London and when reports ultimately were passed to the Crossfire Hurricane team. As discussed more fully below, these issues remain unsolved and the office has not received a satisfactory explanation that would account for the unwarranted delay. So the FBI possessed the earliest Steele reporting claiming Russian efforts to assist the Trump campaign more than 3 weeks prior to the receipt of the information provided by the Australian diplomats concerning George Papadopoulos in the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation on July 31st. The office's investigation has revealed that, taken in its most favorable light to the FBI, the initial reports provided by Steele to Handling Agent 1 in London on July 5th and then later in July met an inexplicable FBI bureaucratic delay. As a consequence, the reports were not disseminated in a manner that would have allowed experienced FBI counterintelligence experts an early opportunity to examine the reports and subject them to appropriate analysis and scrutiny. The failure to act resulted in a gap of time of approximately 75 days from when Steele initially shared his first report with the FBI on July 5th and September 19th, when the Crossfire Hurricane investigators appear to have first received 6 of the Steele reports. Despite the lack of any corroboration of the report's sensational allegations, however, in short order, portions of 4 of the reports were included in the initial Carter Page FISA application without any further verification or corroboration of the allegations contained therein. Due to conflicting recollections of those involved, significant gaps exist in our understanding of how and why this delay occurred. As discussed above, after meeting Steele in London, Handling Agent 1 returned to Rome with Steele's first report, Report 2016-80. Handling Agent 1 told the office that he informed his immediate supervisor, Italy Legat 1, about the Steele's reporting, which led to a conversation about what to do with the report. Handling Agent 1 informed Italy Legat 1 that he intended to contact trusted colleagues in the New York field office for advice. In this interview with OIG, Steele stated that he recontacted Handling Agent 1 approximately 1 week after the initial meeting on July 5th to inquire if Handling Agent 1 was interested in receiving additional reports. Thereafter, Steve emailed Handling Agent 1 his second report, 2016-94. On July 13th, 1 week after receiving the initial report in London, Handling Agent 1 spoke with the New York field office ASAC 1 to inform him of the reporting and to ask for guidance. During the call, Handling Agent 1 summarized his July 5th meeting with Steele and Report 2016-80. New York field office ASAC 1 told the office that he was unsure of what to do about the Steele report, but that he verbally informed both his New York field office supervisor, criminal SAC Michael Harpster, and NYFO Chief Division Counsel 1 of the Steele reporting and requested their guidance. NYFO SAC 1 believed that by informing SAC Harpster, he was effectively placing the information in the right hands. According to him, the NYFO Chief Division Counsel 1 assigned an Assistant Division Counsel, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 to handle the matter. No follow-up activities appears to have occurred between the NYFO and Handling Agent 1 until NYFO ASAC 1 called Handling Agent 1 on July 28th, at which time he asked the Handling Agent 1 to send the Steele reports to him. He could not recall the reason for the 2-week delay, but his July 13th and July 28th calls with Handling Agent 1. For his part, Handling Agent 1 recalled that in the July 28th call, NYFO ASAC-1 advised him that FBI leadership, including an FBI headquarters official at the Executive Assistant Director EAD level, was now aware of the existence of the reports. That same day, Handling Agent 1 forwarded to NYFO ASAC-1 Steel Reports 2016-80 and 94. After a few hours after receiving the reports, NYFO ASAC-1 forwarded them to SAC Michael Harpster. Harpster initially told the office that he recalled receiving the reports from NYFO ASAC-1, but did not read them in order to avoid taint issues with respect to the Clinton Foundation matter that he was overseeing. Harpster recalled, however, that he immediately forwarded the reports to his supervisor, Assistant Director in Charge, ADIC, Diego Rodriguez. Harpster told the office that he had no other involvement with the Steele reports after he provided them to Rodriguez, and further, that he could not recall speaking to anyone else about the reporting. According to Rodriguez, he recalled that there may have been a conversation with Harpster on this topic. The office has found no record in FBI files to indicate that the reports were emailed to Rodriguez. A review of FBI records reflects that between July 27th and 29th, Harpster was visiting FBI headquarters shadowing executive management as part of a career development opportunity. Records also reflect that on the same day he received the Steele reports, Harpster met with several senior FBI officials at the headquarters. He, however, told the office that he could not remember receiving the Steele reports while at headquarters on July 28th. Nevertheless, email records reflect that Harpster, in fact, received the reports on July 28th. The email sent by the NYFO ASAC-1 contained the message, as discussed. FBI phone records also reflect multiple telephone calls between Harpster and the NYFO ASAC-1 on July 28th. The first call occurred prior to transmission of the reports, and other calls occurred following the email to Harpster attaching the reports. FBI phone records also reflect a July 28th call between Harpster and Rodriguez after the reports were sent to Harpster. Thus, the records substantially corroborate NYFO ASAC-1's version of events. In a second interview with the office, Harpster recollected that he sent the initial Steele reports to the Criminal Cyber Response and Services Branch Executive Assistant Director EAD Randy Coleman and the Associate Executive Assistant Director AEAD David DJ Johnson. Harpster also recalls that he met with Coleman and Johnson at headquarters on July 28th. During these meetings, it appeared that to Harpster that the FBI officials were already aware of the reports, and that EAD Coleman appeared to have engaged in previous conversation with the FBI higher-ups about the reports. During their interviews with the office, neither EAD Coleman nor AEAD Johnson could recall any conversation with Harpster about the Steele reports, and they did not recall receiving the reports from him. In addition to his meetings with Coleman and Johnson, Harpster was scheduled to spend the entire next day in an executive management shadowing exercise with Deputy Director McCabe. While Harpster was at FBI headquarters, others in the New York field office were conferring initially to determine what to do with the reports. On August 3rd, NYFO ASAC-1 held a meeting with the NYFO Chief Division Counsel 1 and NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1, as well as NYFO Clinton Foundation Case Agent 2, who at the time was overseeing the NYFO portion of the fraud and corruption allegations involving the Clinton Foundation. When interviewed by the office, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 advised that he had been asked to provide legal advice on whether the Steele reports, which he had not yet read, could be relevant to the Clinton Foundation investigation. NYFO Assistant Counsel 1 told the office that he was effectively serving as a taint attorney to avoid potential conflicts for the NYFO corruption team if it were to access Steele's reporting. Shortly after this meeting, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 had a discussion with Handling Agent 1 about the reports. On August 5th, 2016, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 received 2 steel reports from Handling Agent 1. On August 25th, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 had a discussion with Handling Agent 1 about steel's role as an FBI CHS. NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 ultimately concluded that the steel reports appeared to be related exclusively to Trump and were not relevant to the Clinton Foundation investigation. Moreover, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 concluded that the steel reports should be examined by FBI counterintelligence personnel. NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 subsequently met with NYFO's ASAC for counterintelligence, NYFO ASAC 2. NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 told the office that he did not provide copies of the steel reports to ASAC2 in this meeting, but that ASAC2 appeared to already be familiar with the reports. On August 29th, 2016, NYFO ASAC2 contacted Case Agent 1, one of the principal agents assigned to Crossfire Hurricane, stating, "We have a taint team in place up here. I am trying to get this reporting released to you so you guys can see it. Just debriefed today." On September 1st, NYFO ASAC2 connected NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 with Case Agent 1 and Supervisory Special Agent. In his email to Supervisory Special Agent 1, Case Agent 1, and NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1, NYFO ASAC2 explained, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 had some information that I believe may directly impact your Crossfire Hurricane investigation. I would like the Assistant Division Counsel 1 to contact your team and deconflict the reporting. On September 2nd, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel emailed Handling Agent 1, ASAC2, and ASAC1 stating, "I spoke to Supervisory Special Agent 1 briefly yesterday morning. The Special Agent 1 has an open matter that touches upon what the CHS provided to you. We decided that he should create a subfile in the matter to serve as a repository for the information the CHS provided to you. It is my understanding that he did this last night. However, Supervisory Special Agent 1 confirmed that Handling Agent 1 was unable to upload the reporting to the case file until September 13th. In his email of the same date to Handling Agent 1, NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1, and Special Agent 2, Supervisory Special Agent 1 notified Handler Agent 1 in Rome that he, Handling Agent 1, had been added to a case as a case participant to the restricted case file. Supervisory Special Agent 1 followed this with his apology for not getting to this to you earlier, but the initial email I sent almost 10 days ago had a hang fire and didn't go out. Also of note is the fact that on August 22nd, Glenn Simpson of Fusion GPS asked DOJ official Bruce Orr to call him. Approximately 1 hour later, Orr emailed Handling Agent 1 wanting to check in. Orr and Handling Agent 1 planned to speak by phone on August 24th. During the call, Orr inquired if the FBI was going to do anything with the information contained in the SEAL reports. Handling Agent 1 told Orr that a group at FBI headquarters was working on them. In multiple interviews with both the office and OIG, Supervisory Special Agent 1 stated that he was instructed to call NYFO Assistant Division Counsel 1 by Deputy Director McCabe following a briefing at FBI headquarters on August 25th. According to Supervisory Special Agent 1, McCabe directed him to reach out to the New York field office. In context, McCabe had attended a retirement party in New York City for ADIC Rodriguez the night before. When interviewed by the OIG, however, McCabe stated that he did not recall giving advice to the Supervisory Special Agent 1 to call the NYFO. Ultimately, FBI records reflect that it was not until September 19th that the Crossfire Hurricane team at the FBI headquarters actually received the first 6 steel reports. These reports were sent to Supervisory Special Agent 1 by Handling Agent 1 some 75 days after Handling Agent 1 received the initial report from Steele in London. The delayed dissemination with the FBI of the sensual information contained in the Steele reports is both perplexing and troubling. Indeed, the failure of recollection by FBI personnel concerning the matter certainly raises the question of whether the FBI had misgivings from the start about the provenance and reliability of the Steele reports. Nevertheless, within 2 days of their eventual receipt by the Crossfire Hurricane team, information from 4 of the Steele reports were being used to support probable cause in the initial FISA application on Carter Page. Next up, we got the September 23rd Yahoo News article. On September 23rd, Michael S. Koff published the article in Yahoo News titled, U.S. Intel Officials Probe Ties Between Trump Advisor and Kremlin. The article detailed Carter Page's alleged meetings in July 2016 with Igor Sechin, chairman of Russian energy conglomerate Rosneft, and Igor Devikin, a senior official in the Russian presidential administration. The article contained information that was nearly identical to Steele Report 2016-94. The information in the article allegedly comes from a well-placed Western intelligence source and has been confirmed by a senior U.S. law enforcement official. A review of communications between and amongst Crossfire Hurricane personnel revealed that senior investigators, including Case Agent 1 and Supervisory Special Agent 1, believed the Western intelligence source was Steele. That would make sense. Further, a review of the communications also had provided the information to the media believing justifiably that such an action would put the Page FISA application in jeopardy. As discussed in more detail below, until late in the process, several drafts of the Page FISA application contained a footnote that explicitly attributed the information in the Yahoo News article to Steele. Next up, the October meeting with Steele in Rome. On October 3rd, Special Agent 2, Acting Section Chief 1, and SIA Brian Auten traveled to Rome, Italy to meet with Handling Agent 1 and Steele. During this meeting, the interviewers informed Steele in sum the FBI might be willing to pay Steele in excess of $1 million if he could provide corroborating evidence of the allegations contained in his reporting. The FBI also admonished Steele about the need to have an exclusive reporting relationship with the FBI because by this time, the FBI had been made aware of the fact that Steele had also been providing his reports to the State Department through his acquaintance, State Department official Jonathan Weiner. In turn, Weiner had been providing the reports to, amongst others, then U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs Victoria Nuland, a confidant of former Secretary of State Clinton. A confidant of former Secretary of State Clinton. Notwithstanding these red flags, when interviewed by the office, neither Auten nor Special Agent 2 had any recollection of addressing the Yahoo News concerns with Steele. Further, both Auten and Special Agent 2 drafted summaries of the October 3rd meeting with Steele, and neither summary addressed concerns about the Yahoo News article or whether the issue had even been raised with Steele. Auten's summary provided the following pertinent facts. Steele had one primary subsource who traveled frequently in Russia. Most of the primary subsource's contacts appear to be unwitting of where their information was going. Steele's primary subsource had personal contact with Sergei Millian. Millian appeared to be source E, referenced in Report 2016-95, and was possibly source D in Report 2016-80. Steele provided the FBI with the names of 4 U.S. citizens who may have information regarding Russia and Trump. Charles Dolan, U.S. Person 1, U.S. Person 2, and Person 3. Steele reiterated that Russian presidential administration spokesman Dmitry Peskov was heavily involved in the Russia-Trump operation. This part, a little boring, but we're getting through it. The draft page FISA applications, Yahoo News. In late September 2016, OI Attorney 1 received a draft copy of the initial Carter Page FISA application from FBI OGC attorney Kevin Kleinsmith. This copy included information contained in the Steele report that first had been provided to Crossfire Hurricane teams on September 19th. On October 2nd, OI Attorney 1 emailed a revised draft FISA application to Case Agent 1, Alton, Supervisory Special Agent 1, OGC Attorneys Kleinsmith, and FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 and OI Unit Chief 1. Embedded in this draft FISA application was a question regarding the FBI's assessment of the Yahoo News article, in particular, whether Steele had been the source for the article. OI Unit Chief 1 told the office that prior to the draft being sent, he was so certain that Steele was the source of the Yahoo News leak that he included the information in a footnote of the draft application. Case Agent 1 responded to OI Attorney 1's email in sum that it was the FBI's assessment that the Yahoo News information had indeed come from Steele. Following the Rome trip, several additional drafts of the Page FISA application were circulated between the FBI and OI. Throughout these drafts, a footnote stated in sum that Source 1, Steele, had been the well-placed Western intelligence source referenced in the Yahoo News article, but that Steele had been admonished by the FBI and that going forward, Source 1 would have an exclusive relationship with the FBI. Notwithstanding this footnote, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Evans continued to have questions about Steele's decision to speak with the press about the same information that he provided the FBI. Evans wanted further clarification on whether Steele's decision to speak with the press indicated a potential bias. On October 14th, Special Agent 2 emailed OI Attorney 1 and stated that Steele had not previously mentioned the leak to Yahoo News and only acknowledged it when the FBI brought it up on October 4th. This email is directly contradictory to what both Alton and Special Agent 2 told the office during their interview, that the Yahoo News leak had not been raised with Steele. Despite being interviewed about this issue on two separate occasions by the office, Special Agent 2 did not provide a satisfactory response to explain the contradiction between his memory of the August 3rd meeting with Steele and his October 14th email to OI Attorney 1. The confusing nature of Special Agent 2's email was not lost on OI Attorney 1. Indeed, later on October 14th, OI Attorney 1 sent an email to his supervisor, OI Unit Chief 1, which stated in part, "I'm waiting to hear back from Case Agent 1, but my super keen investigative skills tell me, based on FBI's earlier comment that only mention of the leak is Source 1, has not mentioned the leak and only acknowledges it when the FBI brought it up on October 4th. They never asked and don't want to ask." On October 14th, OI Attorney 1 circulated a document titled Source 1 Footnote Update V2 and informed the recipients that the document lists the descriptions we provide in the application about Source 1. The last paragraph of the footnote provided the following. As discussed above, Source 1 was hired by a business associate in context, Glenn Simpson, to conduct research into candidate number 1's ties to Russia. Source 1 provided the result of his research to the business associate, and the FBI assesses that the business associate likely provided this information to the law firm that hired the business associate in the first place. Given that the information contained in the September 23rd news article generally matches the information about Page that Source 1 discovered during her research, the FBI assesses that source number 1's business associate or the law firm that hired the business associate likely provided this information to the press. Later that day, OI Attorney 1 circulated a new draft of the FISA application containing the Source 1 footnote he provided earlier. This version of the FISA application was then sent to the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, ODAG, for review. On October 17th, OI Unit Chief 1 circulated follow-up questions to the FBI that had come from ODAG's review of the updated draft application. One question centered on reconciling the disparity between the current source 1 footnote, now attributing the leak to Fusion GPS or the Clinton campaign's law firm, with the actual language of the article that the information in the article came directly from a well-placed Western intelligence source. Later that evening, Case Agent 1, Supervisory Special Agent 1, and others called OI Unit Chief 1 on the FBI's top secret link system, the FBI's voice chat platform. This call lasted approximately 16 minutes. Following the call, Supervisory Special Agent 1 emailed OI Unit Chief 1 and stated, in sum, that the FBI had addressed all open questions. OI Unit Chief 1 responded to Supervisory Special Agent 1's email and confirmed that all of the department's questions had been answered. In their interviews with the office, however, Supervisory Special Agent 1 and OI Unit Chief 1 had no recollection of what was said in the conversation that changed the FBI's assessment that Steele was the source for the Yahoo News article. This failure of recollection on an important issue for ODAG is troubling and made the office's potential prosecution of the matter untenable. Okay, so we got to go back to that. Special Agent 1 and OI Unit Chief 1 pretended they don't know what happened during that 60-minute phone call. But what most likely happened is someone on the call was like, just go with it. But it says that here, they don't know. They don't actually know what was said on the call. But it's probably something incriminating, and that's why these two people said they don't remember the call, because if they honestly said what happened in the call, it says here that they might be able to prosecute someone. On October 18th, OI Attorney 1 emailed Case Agent 1 and Kleinsmith an updated draft of the Page FISA application. The source 1 footnote now provided in part, and with new language in italics, the following. Okay, so they changed it after this phone call. They changed the footnote. Let's see what they changed it to. As discussed above, Source 1 was hired by a Russian associate to conduct research into Candidate 1's ties to Russia. Source 1 provided the results of his research to the business associate, and the FBI assesses that the business associate likely provided this information to the law firm that hired the business associate in the first place. Source 1 told the FBI that she only provides this information to the business associate, only provided this information to the business associate and the FBI, given that the information contained in the September 23rd news article generally matches the information about Page that Source 1 discovered during her research. The FBI assesses that Source Number 1's business associate or law firm that hired the business associate likely provided this information to the press. And then they added, I think that's what it said at the first. That's basically what it says up here. It's just the italics that they added. So what did they add that we just read? Oh, they added that Steele, the source, the FBI source, told the FBI that he only provided the information to the FBI and to the business associate. And then they also added at the end here, the FBI also assesses that whoever gave the information to the press stated that the information was provided by a well-placed Western intelligence source. The FBI does not believe that Source Number 1 directly provided this information to the press. So if the Steele guy didn't do it, then does that mean it was the Clinton Foundation? Because they were the ones that were paying him to get these sources in the first place. So maybe the FBI knows that, basically, and that's what that phone call was about. They're like, look, he didn't leak it. It was the Clinton Foundation that leaked it. So change the footnote a little bit. But they just don't want to say that publicly. They don't want to like have that written down somewhere. That's why it was over a phone call. And that could also be why these people, they said they had no memory of it. In fact, by this time, the FBI knew that the statement, source number 1 told the FBI that she only provided this information to the business associate, and the FBI in itself was not accurate because the FBI was aware that Steele had already provided the reports to the State Department. Footnote 18 of the final signed October 16th FISA application contained the identical language as included in the above October 18th draft. The office did not receive a satisfactory answer as to the question of why the FBI initially believed that Steele provided the information directly to Yahoo News, and then subsequently came to believe that Fusion GPS and or Clinton's campaign law firm provided the information to Yahoo News. The September 23rd article itself says that a well-placed Western intelligence source told Yahoo News about the intelligence reports, and one would conclude, assuming that the article is accurate, that the information came directly from the source and not from the law firm, a business associate, or other person. And in fact, Steele later admitted to the OIG that in September and October, he and others from Fusion GPS provided journalists, including Yahoo News, with allegations against Page. Why did the FBI's assessment change? No FBI or department employee was able to provide the office with an explanation as to why the analysis changed, nor do any of the individuals interviewed recall discussions about it. In his interview with the office, Auten had no recollection of who told him that Steele was not the source of the Yahoo News article, but Auten said his contemporaneous understanding at the time of the Rome meeting was that Handler Agent 1 had provided that information. Handling Agent 1, however, empathetically denied asking Steele about the Yahoo News article and stated that his role in October 2016 in the meeting was simply to make introductions. Given Steele's interaction with Yahoo News, the question about this potential bias raised by Evans and ODAG were completely justified. It seems questionable to surmise that the FBI's assessment of the Yahoo News article radically changed in order to protest the FISA application, in order to protect the FISA application. Again, not a single FBI director who participated in the October 3rd meeting with Steele, no other employees with whom we spoke who assisted in drafting the initial FISA application, nor OI Unit Chief 1 had any recollection of why the FBI's assessment changed. For his part, OI Attorney 1 told the office that he deferred to the FBI's assessment of the Yahoo News issue because the FBI were the owner of the facts. OI Attorney 1 also recalled that the FBI was constantly pressuring OI to advance the FISA. As mentioned above, OI Attorney 1 recalled Kleinsmith informing him that Director Comey wants to know what's going on, and that the deputy director asked who the FBI needed to speak with at the department to get this going. OI Attorney 1 opined that in hindsight, he should have been less deferential to the FBI given his concerns about the validity of the assessment. OI Unit Chief 1 told the office that in hindsight, the FBI's change in assessment regarding the Yahoo News was curious. OI Unit Chief 1 stated that at the time, the FBI's evolution on the assessment made sense to him. Nonetheless, OI Unit Chief 1 told the office that it would be troubling if the FBI never asked Steele about his role in the Yahoo News leak, which no one apparently ever did. That's fun. So I think this report is trying to say that the FBI probably was aware that Steele was the one that leaked it, but someone in the FBI pretended that they weren't aware, so that they could get this FISA, they could get the FISA stuff going, the FISA application, so that it would make the application stronger. And then everyone involved is pretending they don't remember even talking about it. The Steele reports are included in the Page FISA application. As discussed in greater detail below, 4 Steele reports, 80, 94, 95, 102, were relied on by the FBI to support probable cause in the initial Page FISA application, and 3 renewals. Before the receipt of the Steele reports, the FBI did not believe that there was sufficient probable cause to apply for a FISA warrant against Page. Although the FBI had reason to believe that the Steele reports were opposition research documents commissioned by a law firm that the candidate's campaign who hired the firm was aware of the Steele reports, there is nothing in the FBI record to show that this was a consideration or subject of prior debate to the use of the Steele information in the initial FISA application targeting Page. Moreover, not a single substantive allegation pulled from the Steele reports and used in the initial Page FISA application had ever been corroborated at the time of the FISA submission, or indeed, to our knowledge, has ever been corroborated by the FBI. The FBI obtained a total of 4 FISC orders targeting Page, which authorized intrusive electronic surveillance of Page and physical searches of certain items of his property from October 2016 to September 2017. Each of the FISA applications set forth for the FBI's basis for believing that Page was knowingly engaged in clandestine intelligence activities on behalf of Russia or knowingly helping others in such activities, and alleged based in part on the Steele reports that Page was part of a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between Trump's campaign and Russia. Page allegedly met in July 2016 with Igor Sechin, chairman of Russian energy conglomerate Rosneft, and Igor Devikin, a senior official in the Russian presidential administration. The Kremlin had for years gathered compromising information on Clinton, and Russia had leaked DNC emails to WikiLeaks, an idea concocted by Page and others. As discussed above, in late September 2016, OI Attorney 1 received a copy of a draft request to prepare a FISA application targeting Page from Kleinsmith. OI Attorney 1 informed the office that his subsequent primary responsibility was to wordsmith the application and to gather information regarding sources. In this regard, OI Attorney 1 primarily worked with Case Agent 1 and Kleinsmith. OI Attorney 1 also told the office that he was not aware of the fact that a previous draft application had been prepared by the FBI prior to the receipt of the Steele reports, which OGC determined lacked sufficient probable cause to move forward. As discussed above, with respect to the initial application, FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 told the office that she believed that the initial application was a close call, but needed more information to meet the probable cause standard. FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 stated that the inclusion of the Steele reporting allowed the FBI to clear the probable cause case hurdle in the Page FISA application, and therefore FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 approved the transmission of the request to OI. FBI OGC Unit Chief 1 informed the office in sum that she had no concerns with the inclusion of the Steele reporting in the Page FISA application. She, however, was not aware of what, if any, vetting had been done regarding the allegations prior to the submission of the initial lack of the FISC. She did have some recall that a lack of vetting of the reports was a concern. Finally, she told the office that there was also some concern that Steele had been hired by a law firm on behalf of the Clinton campaign and the DNC to conduct opposition research on Trump. Despite these concerns, the fact that Steele's information was being financed by the DNC and/or the Clinton campaign was not included in the affidavit's source description of Steele. The failure to provide this information to the FISC was a major omission, in that the information clearly had the potential to affect the analysis of any bias in Steele's reporting. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, yeah. That says it well there. So they did have concerns that Steele was being paid for by Clinton, but they didn't include that in the FISA warrant, when they for sure should have. With respect to the Steele report allegations in the initial FISA applications, OI Attorney 1 told the office that he did not think the FBI was initially concerned with corroborating Steele's reporting, although he recalled that at some point some unknown efforts had been made. Rather than corroborating the allegations, OI Attorney 1 recalled that the FBI's primary focus was on Steele's past reliability as an FBI CHS In his interview with the office, Case Agent 1 also noted the importance of Steele's past reliability as reason to include his reporting in the FISA application, but also stated in sum, it was essential for the FBI to corroborate the Steele reporting to include verification of Steele's alleged subsources. To that end, the office directly asked Case Agent 1 whether any of Steele's allegations contained in the initial FISA application had been corroborated. Case Agent 1 stated that he could not recall. Shockingly, Case Agent 1 told the office that the initial FISA application targeting Page was being done in the hope that the return would self-corroborate. In any event, over time, and as discussed in more detail now, the FBI did attempt to investigate, vet, and analyze the Steele reports, but ultimately was not able to confirm or corroborate any of the substantive allegations. Notwithstanding these obvious infirmities, the FBI and the department included these allegations in all 4-page FISA applications. Included in 2 applications after Steele's primary source, Igor Danchenko, had been identified, interviewed by the FBI, and was not able to provide corroboration for any of the allegations he provided to Steele. To that end, as discussed more fully below, OI Unit Chief 1 was aware that the primary subsources had been identified and interviewed by the FBI, but OI Unit Chief 1 only later learned that serious questions arose from those January 2017 interviews of Danchenko concerning the reliability of his information, as well as apparent contradictions with Steele's reports. In OI Unit Chief 1's opinion, he doubted that NSD would have supported subsequent renewals of the Page surveillance had the FBI made it fully aware of the disconnect between Steele's reporting and the FBI's interview of Danchenko. The FBI identifies Steele's primary source. Okay, cool. So it'll probably talk about the FBI's interview with Danchenko. This will be good. During the October 3rd Rome meeting, Steele informed FBI personnel that his reporting was primarily generated from a single subsource, who in turn relied on his own network of subsources to gather info. Steele stated that his primary subsource traveled freely in Russia and appeared to be well connected. Steele, however, would not provide the FBI with the name of his primary subsource. In late December, FBI determined that Danchenko, a US-based Russian national living in DC, was Steele's primary source. Notwithstanding this fact, the FBI and department did not connect in the final 2 FISA applications targeting Page the characterization of the primary subsource as being Russia-based. Okay, so the Steele dossier said that the source for all that info was from a Russia-based subsource, but it turns out it was actually a Russian that was living in DC. And the FBI knew this after their initial FISA application, but they still didn't include this information on the 2 renewals they did when they should have. But they might have lost the warrants or whatever if they did that. Igor Danchenko. From 2005 to 2010, Igor Danchenko worked as an analyst at the Brookings Institute in DC, where he focused primarily on Russian and Eurasian geopolitical and economic matters. Danchenko came to be employed at Brookings after writing to Brookings Senior Fellows, Brookings Fellow 1 and Fellow 2, while a student at University of Louisville. Through that connection, Danchenko was hired as a research assistant to Fellow 2. In approximately 2010, Brookings Fellow 1 introduced Danchenko to Christopher Steele. In 2011, Steele retained Danchenko as a contractor for his London-based firm, Orbis Business Intelligence. In his work for Orbis, Danchenko focused primarily on Russian and Eurasian business risk assessment and geopolitical analysis. As discussed above, beginning in June 2016, Steele, using information provided primarily by Danchenko, began to compile and draft the Steele reports containing unsubstantiated allegations of illicit ties between Trump and the Russian government. As discussed in more detail below, the January 2017 through October 2020 from January 2017 through October 2020, and as part of its efforts to determine the truth or falsity of specific information in the Steele reports, the FBI conducted multiple reviews of Danchenko regarding, among other things, the allegations that he provided to Steele that ultimately formed the core of the Steele reports. During these extensive interviews, Danchenko was unable to provide the FBI with corroborating evidence for any of the substantive allegations contained in the Steele reports. In fact, Danchenko claimed that the Ritz-Carlton allegations he provided to Steele were nothing more than rumor and speculation, and that most of the information he gathered for Steele was the product of casual conversation with people in his social circle, including those parts of the Steele reports used in the Page FISA application. Danchenko's employment at Danchenko Employer 1 and payments by Steele and others. During the course of its investigation, the office gathered evidence related to the unusual process through which Steele paid Danchenko over the course of his work for Orbis. A brief recitation of those facts is included below. As discussed above, Danchenko informed the FBI during his January 2017 interviews that in approximately 2011 he began conducting work for Steele's firm, Orbis. Danchenko described his work with Steele as a side project, in addition to his employment in the United States at a Virginia-based venture capital firm. In approximately 2014, Danchenko ceased working for the venture capital firm following the firm's bankruptcy. According to Danchenko, at the time of the bankruptcy, the firm was in the process of sponsoring Danchenko's visa application to remain in the United States. Following this development, Danchenko reached out to an acquaintance in the United States who operated Danchenko Employer 1, a Virginia-based information technology staffing firm. Danchenko stated in sum that he was seeking employment at Danchenko Employer 1 in order to extend his visa and remain in the U.S. Orbis, due to its United Kingdom-based registration, was unable to sponsor Danchenko in furtherance of his work visa application. According to Danchenko, the principal of Danchenko Employer 1 informed Danchenko that he would hire him on the condition that Danchenko would be compensated by an outside source. In essence, Danchenko Employer 1 would hire Danchenko to assist with his immigration status, but not fund his salary. Danchenko informed Steele about this agreement, and Steele agreed to employ Danchenko Employer 1 for the work that Danchenko was conducting on behalf of Orbis. Okay, so this guy Danchenko was working for Steele. He was working for the company Orbis, and working with Steele through that company. But he just said he was working for a different company that was US based so that he could keep his US visa. And then Orbis was paying Danchenko's salary through Employer 1. Very interesting. Put plainly, Danchenko Employer 1 was merely a front to allow Danchenko to continue his work on behalf of Orbis, while at the same time allowing him to secure a work visa through alleged employment with the US-based company. As relevant to this information, Danchenko Employer 1, Executive 1, an ethnic Russian, described Danchenko as someone who was boastful with low credibility and a person who liked to embellish his purported contracts with the Kremlin. Oh, that's fun. The office's investigation discovered that Orbis, through a separate New Jersey-based company, paid Danchenko Employer 1 for the work Danchenko performed on behalf of Orbis. In turn, Danchenko Employer 1 provided Danchenko with a salary funded by Orbis. By any measure, this was an extremely odd arrangement, given that Danchenko performed no work related to Danchenko Employer 1's primary business purpose, i.e., the staffing of information technology and engineering contractors. Nevertheless, Danchenko Employer 1 ultimately sponsored Danchenko's work visa to remain in the U.S. In sworn testimony that Steele provided in litigation in the UK concerning, among other things, the Steele reports, Steele stated that he paid his sources an average retainer of between $3,000 to $5,000 per month. Banking and other records also show that from January 2016 through January 2021, Danchenko received over 400 grand in wire transfers from European businesses, including from Orbis and other entities affiliated with Orbis. These money transfers were in addition to the money that Orbis sent through Danchenko Employer 1 to fund Danchenko's salary. Prior counter-espionage investigation of Danchenko and the FBI's failure to account for his possible motivations and allegiance. It looks like this source here in the Steele dossier, this Danchenko guy, is just a Russian spy. The prior counter-espionage investigation of Danchenko and the FBI's failure to account for his possible motivations and allegiance. Danchenko was a known entity to the FBI in 2016 when he was identified as Steele's primary subsource, December 2016. As publicly reported, he was the subject of an FBI counter-espionage investigation from 2009 to 2011. In late 2008, while employed by the Brookings Institute in D.C., Danchenko engaged two fellow employees, Brookings Researcher 1 and 2, at a happy hour about whether one of the employees might be willing or able in the future to provide classified information in exchange for money. Brookings Researcher 1 was a research fellow for an influential foreign policy advisor who was about to enter the Obama administration. According to Brookings Researcher 1, Danchenko believed that he, Brookings Researcher 1, might also enter the Obama administration with the foreign policy advisor and have access to classified information. During this exchange, Danchenko informed Brookings Researcher 1 that he, Danchenko, had access to people who would be willing to pay money for classified info. Rightly concerned, Brookings Researcher 1 informed a U.S. government contact at an appropriate government agency about this encounter, and the information was subsequently passed to the FBI. When interviewed by the FBI, Brookings Researcher 1 confirmed the details of their interaction with Danchenko. With respect to his interactions with Danchenko at Brookings, Brookings Researcher 1 described Danchenko as sketchy and suspicious. The second employee, Researcher 2, was also interviewed by the FBI. Researcher 2 did not specifically recollect the events in question. He did harbor suspicions that Danchenko was connected to Russian intelligence. His suspicions were based in part on the fact that Danchenko held multiple advanced degrees but continued working as a low-level research assistant at Brookings. The implicit assumption being that Brookings unwittingly provided Danchenko access to information of high value to the Russians. Based on the information provided by Researcher 1, the FBI's Baltimore field office initiated a preliminary espionage investigation into Danchenko. Two Baltimore field office agents led the investigation into Danchenko, Case Agent 1 and 2. Brian Auten, who was at the time an intelligence analyst, as opposed to a supervisory intelligence analyst, provided headquarters analytical support to the investigation. The FBI convened its investigation of Danchenko into a full investigation after learning that Danchenko had been identified as an associate of two other FBI espionage subjects and had previous contact with the Russian embassy and known Russian intelligence officers. In particular, the FBI learned that in September 2006, Danchenko informed one Russian intelligence officer that he had interest in entering the Russian diplomatic service. 4 days later, the intelligence officer contacted Danchenko and informed him that they could meet that day to work on the documents and then think about future plans. In October 2006, Danchenko contacted the intelligence officer so the documents can be placed in the following days, diplomatic mail pouch. As part of its investigation into Danchenko, the FBI also interviewed several people at Georgetown University who knew Danchenko. At the time, Danchenko was attempting to obtain another advanced degree. One person, a U.S. citizen who had recently interned at an intelligence agency, recalled that Danchenko asked her about her knowledge of Russian matters every time he encountered her. On one occasion, Danchenko inquired about the person's knowledge of a specific Russian military matter. That same person stated in sum that Danchenko informed her that he served in the Russian army and worked with rockets, but at the time worked on special matters. Danchenko also told this person that his Russian passport listed him as GRU, the Russian Military Intelligence Service, because of his language skills. Based on these encounters, the individual believed that Danchenko was working for a Russian intelligence service. Another Brookings colleague recalled that in 2008, Danchenko informed her that he, Danchenko, had been absent from work at Brookings because he had been in South Ossetia fighting Georgians. Danchenko also bragged to his colleague about vandalizing the Georgian embassy in Belarus. Further, as part of its espionage investigation, the FBI determined that Danchenko was an associate of two FBI counterintelligence subjects. In July 2010, the FBI initiated a FISA request on Danchenko, which was subsequently routed to OI in August. However, the investigation was closed in March 2011 after the FBI incorrectly concluded that Danchenko had left the country. Specifically, the FBI believed that Danchenko and his then wife traveled on a one-way ticket to London in September. The office's investigative efforts revealed that, in fact, Danchenko never boarded the flight to London, but unknown to the FBI, continued to reside in the Washington, D.C. area. Oh, that's funny. In 2012, after the counter-espionage investigation of Danchenko had been closed because he was thought to have left the country, Alton exchanged emails with Baltimore Special Agent 2 regarding Danchenko. Specifically, Alton advised Baltimore Special Agent 2 that Danchenko may not have left the U.S. as initially believed in September. FBI Baltimore apparently indicated that it would consider reopening the investigation, but never did. Thereafter, Alton contacted WFO about reopening a case, or alternatively, attempting to recruit him as a CHS. Austin, however, cautioned WFO to not get played back, meaning the Russian intelligence service could be using Danchenko as a double agent. During his interview with the office, Austin stated that he did not know what, if any, action WFO took with respect to this information. Ultimately, the case against Danchenko was never reopened by the Baltimore division and no recruitment effort was undertaken by WFO. The special counsel interviewed both Special Agent 1 and Baltimore Special Agent 2. Special Agent 1 believed that, based on his review of the case file, Danchenko was connected in some manner to Russian intelligence. Special Agent 1 believed that Danchenko was hiding in plain sight in the U.S. while frequently traveling to Europe to be debriefed by Russian intelligence. Special Agent 2 stated in sum, the counterintelligence case on him remained unresolved, and in her opinion, certainly a lot more investigation should have been conducted on Danchenko. Next up, Danchenko becomes a paid FBI CHS despite the unresolved counterespionage investigation. He was interviewed by FBI in 2017 following his identification in December 2016 as Steele's primary subsource. FBI materials reviewed by the office revealed that the primary purpose of the FBI's initial engagement with Danchenko in January was to recruit him as a paid CHS. If the recruitment was successful, the FBI planned to mine Danchenko for information that was corroborative of the damaging allegations about President-elect Trump in the Steele reports. Oh, so they were going to pay this guy to prove the information he said in the Steele reports about Trump. So that's why they originally interviewed him. The FBI initially interviewed Danchenko over the course of 3 days, January 24th through the 26th in 2017. These interviews were conducted pursuant to a grant of letter immunity provided by the department. These interviews were conducted primarily by Case Agent 1 in Auten. Danchenko was represented by counsel during the entirety of the interviews. So he had like a lawyer there the whole time. As Auten has stated, both in interviews with the office and as a trial witness in United States versus Danchenko, the game plan for the January interviews was to have Danchenko identify his sources for the allegations contained in the Steele reports and provide evidence to corroborate the allegations in the reports. As Auten testified in the case, during January 2017 interviews, Danchenko was not able to provide any corroborative evidence related to any substantive allegations contained in the Steele reports, and critically was unable to corroborate any of the FBI's assertions contained in the Carter Page FISA application. Nevertheless, following the January 2017 interviews, Crossfire Hurricane leadership reached out to WFO to begin the recruitment of Danchenko as an FBI CHS. SA Kevin Helson, assigned to a counterintelligence squad at WFO, was elected to serve as Danchenko's source handler. According to Helson, he was selected because he was a senior agent with knowledge of Russian matters. In early 2017, Helson prepared the Danchenko source opening documentation. In preparing those documents, he incorrectly noted that there was no derogatory information associated with Danchenko and that he had not been a prior subject on an FBI investigation, but he was. This was clearly not true, as there had previously been an unresolved Baltimore FBI counter-espionage investigation into Danchenko that was closed because they thought he left the country to Russia, but he didn't. The office was unable to determine that Helson became aware of the counter-espionage investigation shortly after completing the source opening documentation, but failed to revise the paperwork because of a purported belief that the prior case on Danchenko was based solely on hearsay. In a November 24, 2020 interview with the office, Helson was shown a spreadsheet listing Sentinel, the FBI's case management system, searches that he performed on March 7, 2017, mere days after completing the CHS opening documentation, in which he specifically queried the counter-espionage case file on Danchenko. Helson stated that he had no recollection as to why he searched certain serials in that case file, and he advised that he would not have thought Danchenko should be the main subject of that type of espionage case, since Danchenko, in Helson's view, was a foreign national without a security clearance. Whatever the reason for not locating and documenting the serious derogatory information, the record is clear. The FBI opened Danchenko as a CHS without ever resolving the Baltimore espionage matter or examining the file. And this is one of those things that they probably should have included in that FISA application to get the warrants for like the wiretaps, but they didn't include that. Despite having seen that Danchenko was identified in the opening serial of a counter-espionage investigation in Baltimore, Helson informed investigators that he was surprised to learn from Auten on March 24th, 2017, that Danchenko was indeed the main subject of that counter-espionage case. According to Helson, Auten informed him in sum that Danchenko had a long history with Russian intelligence officers, and they had previously hit someone for classified information. According to Helson, however, Auten advised him that the case against Danchenko was interesting but not a significant matter. Helson informed the office that he had a clear recollection of his conversation with Auten. Notably, Auten did not inform Helson that he had previously assisted in Baltimore investigation. Once Helson learned of this existence of the counter-espionage case against Danchenko, he failed at the time to take even the basic step of conferring with the case agents previously assigned to the matter. In fact, and as discussed in more detail below, Helson did not reach out to Baltimore Special Agent 2 until May 2019, when Danchenko was being evaluated by the FBI CHS Validation Management Unit, and the VMU raised serious concerns about the prior counter-espionage case. When the office asked Helson about his reaction to learning that Danchenko pitched a colleague for classified information, Helson stated, "It sounds like something Danchenko would do. That's how Danchenko works." That's funny. He's like, yep, yeah, it sounds like him. Helsing further stated in some that the fact Danchenko comes off as a Russian spy is describing his half the population of DC. In his interviews with the office, Helsing was essentially dismissive of the prior counter-espionage investigation on Danchenko. Yeah, he's dismissive because it makes him look better. He doesn't want to look bad and be like, whoops, my bad. Despite the unresolved counter-espionage case against Danchenko and Helsing's and others' apparent lack of curiosity regarding the matter, the FBI began operating Danchenko as a paid CHS in March 2017. As discussed below, the FBI and Helsing made no further efforts to examine the espionage case until the VMU exposed the security issues in May 2019. So they didn't even the VMU didn't even notice for 2 years. The VMU examines Danchenko's suitability as a source. The FBI's previous espionage investigation into Danchenko was raised in May 2019 in the context of a human source validation report, HSVR, on Danchenko prepared by the FBI's VMU. They raised several concerns related to Danchenko's past associations, behaviors, travel history, and the unresolved espionage case. In addition to the information contained in the prior espionage file, including Danchenko's fairly extensive contacts with known and suspected Russian intelligence officers, the HSVR detailed a February 2018 U.S. Customs and Border inspection of Danchenko when he re-entered the United States after being in the UK, in which a CPB officer discovered business cards for Russian diplomats residing in England. The HSVR also detailed several falsehoods and inconsistencies found in Danchenko's visa applications and immigration documents. One member of the VMU, with his extensive prior service as an Army counterintelligence officer in Europe, expressed grave concern about the counter-espionage case and was strongly of the opinion that Danchenko was connected to Russian intelligence in some way. In response to the concerns of Supervisory Analyst 1 and others in the VMU, Helsing reached out to the Boston Special Agent 2 for the first time, over 2 years after he initially learned of the counter-espionage case against Danchenko. Helsing informed the VMU and later the office that Baltimore Special Agent 2 stated in some that the investigation was premised on hearsay at best. However, when interviewed by the office on July 28, 2020, Baltimore Special Agent 2 expressed disbelief when she first learned that Danchenko had been signed up as an FBI source because, among other things, the FBI had not resolved the prior counter-espionage case. When informed that, Helsing stated to the VMU that Baltimore Special Agent 2 had characterized the predication of the counter-espionage case as hearsay at best. Baltimore Special Agent 2 was adamant that she would never have characterized Danchenko's direct pitch to Brooker's Researcher 1 for classified information as hearsay. To the contrary, Special Agent 2 stated that the information came directly from the individual who was the target of the pitch for classified information. In 2 subsequent interviews with the office, the Special Agent 2 again denied ever telling Helsing that the counter-espionage case against Danchenko was predicated on hearsay at best. Special Agent 2 confirmed to the office that the Danchenko counter-espionage case would have continued if he had not left the country, as the FBI mistakenly believed he had. When shown Helsing's source opening documentation that contained the no DROG entry, Baltimore Special Agent 2 agreed that the entry was clearly incorrect. The VMU's recommendation to WFO and Helsing. After HSVC and Danchenko recommended that he be allowed to remain open as a CSS, but recommended that several steps be taken to mitigate the VMU's substantial concerns about Danchenko. As an initial matter, when asked why the VMU recommended that Danchenko be allowed to remain open, Given the concerns noted above, several individuals who participated in the HSVR stated the VMU lacked the institutional ability to do anything more than make recommendations to mitigate CHS issues. One supervisor in the VMU noted that it rarely recommended closure of sources out of a general fear that the field offices would largely be unreceptive to important recommendations designed to enhance source handling issues if the VMU recommended closure of a source. In addition to the serious concern about the prior unresolved counterespionage investigation, the VMU also highlighted numerous problematic areas that warranted attention. For example, Danchenko's background and employment history had noted inconsistencies and omissions that assessed motivations for providing information to the FBI had changed. His immigration applications omitted certain derogatory information and contained inconsistencies and falsehoods, and despite his concerns for his personal safety, he traveled frequently to Russia before becoming a CHS. Danchenko also demonstrated knowledge of tradecraft and made contradictory statements, and much of the information he provided appeared to be hearsay that he was unable, despite requests, to validate. The VMU recommended several steps to mitigate these areas, such as administering a polygraph, further controls on his reporting, and additional evaluation, but these did not occur. Instead, Helson and VFO ignored nearly all of the VMU's recommendations and continued to operate Danchenko as a CHF until WFO ordered to close Danchenko in October 2020. In total, the FBI paid Danchenko approximately $200,000 over 3.5 years that Danchenko was a CHS. FBI counterintelligence personnel at WFO and in the counterintelligence division at FBI headquarters opposed efforts to close Danchenko and delayed doing so. Moreover, the office learned that the FBI proposed making continued future payments to him totaling more than $300,000 while the office was actively investigating this matter, which would have been an additional $220,000. It would have been in addition to the original $220,000 he already received. It is extremely concerning that the FBI failed to deal with the prior unresolved counter-espionage case, given Danchenko's known contacts with Russian intelligence officers and his documented prior pits for classified information. The Crossfire Hurricane team's failure to properly consider and address the espionage case prior to opening Danchenko as a CHS it is difficult to explain, particularly given their awareness that Danchenko was the linchpin to the uncorroborated allegations contained in the Steele reports. Despite the FBI's awareness of significant issues relating to conflicts between what Danchenko had reported to the FBI in January 2017 and thereafter as a paid CHS, and what Steele as a long-term paid CHS of the FBI had stated in the company intelligence reports he provided to the FBI and others, Danchenko's troubling history regarding a prior unresolved espionage matter and CHS validation reports that raised various red flags concerning Danchenko, the counterintelligence executive managers at the WFO and FBI headquarters resisted efforts to have Danchenko closed as a source. Instead, management supported continued payments to him, requiring FBI headquarters approval, a sizable amount of money, and insisted that Danchenko was very valuable to the FBI. Interviews conducted by the office revealed, however, that the assistant directors for counterintelligence in WFO and FBI headquarters, as well as the FBI's executive assistant director for national security, made clear they were not even able to accurately describe the value or contributions of Danchenko that would justify keeping him open, much less than making hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments to him. Indeed, the assistant director for counterintelligence at FBI headquarters thought Danchenko was being paid for information he was providing that corroborated the Steele dossier reporting, which, of course, was not the case because Danchenko never produced any such evidence. By ignoring the significance of Danchenko's prior status as a subject of a counter-espionage investigation, failing to resolve the conflict between that history and his role as primary subsource for the steel reporting, and failing to follow through on VMU's recommendations for continued operation of Danchenko as a CHS, Helson and the Counterintelligence Division missed another opportunity to make any needed course corrections to Crossfire Hurricane and in the use of Danchenko as a CHS. Danchenko's relationship with Charles Dolan. When interviewed by the FBI in June 2017, Danchenko didn't disclose the role a U.S.-based individual named Charles Dolan played in the reporting Danchenko provided for inclusion in the Steele reports. In particular, Danchenko denied that Dolan provided any specific information contained in the Steele reports. However, Dolan acknowledged to the office that he provided information to Danchenko related to Paul Manafort's firing as Trump's campaign manager. Dolan further admitted to the office that this allegation, which appears in the Steele Report 2016-105, was fabricated. As discussed in a previous section during the October 3, 2016 Roe meeting, Steele provided the FBI with the names of 4 U.S.-based individuals who might have information on Trump's connections to Russia. 3 of the names provided by Steele were Washington, D.C.-based individuals Charles Dolan, U.S. Person 1, and U.S. Person 2. An FBI report of September 18th and 19th, 2007 interview of Steele cryptically mentioned that Danchenko had drinks with Dolan, but the reports included no further information. In the same interview, however, Steele also stated that Dolan could have been the American political figure associated with Donald Trump and his campaign, referenced in the following paragraph of Steele Report 2016-105. Speaking separately, also in late August 2016, an American political figure associated with Donald Trump and his campaign outlined the reasons behind Paul Manafort's recent demise. She or he said it was true that the Ukraine corruption revelations had played a part in this, but also several senior players close to Trump had wanted Manafort out, primary to loosen his control on strategy and policy formulation. One particular importance in this regard was Manafort's predecessor as campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, who hated Manafort personally and remained close to Trump, with whom he discussed the presidential campaign on a regular basis. The following section discusses in greater detail Dolan's role in the Steele reporting and his relationship with Danchenko. Charles Dolan is a public relations professional who in 2016 was employed by a DC-based public relations firm called K Global. In addition to his work as a public relations professional, Dolan had previously served as executive director of the Democratic Governors Association, Virginia chairman of former President Clinton's 1992 and 1996 presidential campaigns, and an advisor to Hillary Clinton's 2008 campaign. Moreover, beginning in 1997, President Clinton appointed Dolan for 2 4-year terms on the State Department U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy. With respect to the 2016 Clinton campaign, Dolan described himself as a door-to-door guy in New Hampshire who did not hold any significant position. And it looks like he has connections to the Kremlin. This guy, Dolan's connections to the Kremlin. In his role as a public relations professional, Dolan spent much of his career interacting with Eurasian clients with a particular focus on Russia. For example, from approximately 1999 to 2004 or 5, Dolan was employed by global public relation firm Ketchum Inc., where he assisted with Ketchum's representation of the Russian Federation. Part of Dolan's responsibility on the Russian Federation account consisted of, among other things, monitoring current policy discussions of U.S.-based think tanks and reporting back to the Russian government. Dolan also assisted in media consulting and press operations over the 2006 G8 summit held in St. Petersburg, Russia. As a senior member of Ketchum's Russian Federation term, Dolan frequently interacted with Russian government officials, including Most importantly, Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the Russian presidential administration, and Alex Pavlov, deputy press secretary of the presidential administration. Peskov has often been described in media reports as Russian President Putin's right-hand man. As discussed more below, both Peskov and Pavlov would subsequently feature prominently in the Steele reports. Additionally, Dolan maintained a relationship with Sergei Kislyak, who served as Russian ambassador to the United States from 2008 to 2017, and Mikhail Kalugin, the head of the Russian embassy's economic section in D.C. from 2010 to 2016. Both Kislyak and Kalugin would also feature prominently in the Steele reports. Dolan is introduced to Danchenko. In March 2016, Brookings Fellow 1 introduced Dolan to Danchenko in connection with the potential business opportunity. Specifically, Danchenko reached out to the Fellow 1 in an attempt to broker business between U.S.-based public relations firm and his longtime friend Olga Galkina, an executive at a Cyprus-based computer firm named Service.com. Danchenko would later inform the FBI that Galkina served as a source of information for allegations contained in the Steele reports. Brookings Fellow 1 subsequently connected Danchenko and Dolan to discuss a possible business venture between Dolan and Servers.com. In March 2016, Danchenko brokered a meeting between Dolan and his firm K Global and Galkina to discuss a potential business arrangement between K Global and Servers.com, the latter of which was attempting to enter the U.S. market. Dolan was joined at this meeting by a Washington-based lobbyist, U.S. Person 2, with whom Dolan had previously worked and who Steele would later name along with Dolan as a possible source for information on the Trump-Russia connections. Dolan and K Global would ultimately enter a contractual relationship with Service.com as discussed in detail below. Dolan traveled to Cyprus on 2 occasions in the summer 2016 to meet with Galkina, Alexev Gubarov, the principal of Service.com, and other executives. As a result of this collaboration, Dolan and Danchenko continued to communicate through the spring of 2016. In late April, Dolan and Danchenko engaged in separate discussions regarding a potential business collab between K Global and Orbis. For example, on April 29, 2016, Danchenko sent an email to Dolan indicating that Danchenko had passed a letter to Christopher Steele on behalf of Dolan. Specifically, the email sent to Dolan stated that Danchenko had forwarded your letter to Steele and Steele's business partner, Christopher Burrows. The email continued, "I'll make sure you gentlemen meet when they are in Washington or when you are in London." That same day, Danchenko sent an email to Dolan outlining certain work that Danchenko was conducting for Orbis. The email attached an Orbis report titled Intelligence Briefing Note Compromat in Node Nadzar in the Russian Banking Sector. Beginning in early 2015, a DC-based lawyer and acquaintance of Dolan, U.S. Person 1, informed Dolan that he was planning a business conference in October in Moscow. The conference, titled Inside the Kremlin, was sponsored by the Young President's Organization and was designed to introduce senior international business executives to potential investment opportunities in Russia. To that end, the conference was to include individuals who could provide insight into the economic, political, diplomatic, and cultural aspects of the Russian Federation. The conference was to be held at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Moscow. U.S. Person 1 enlisted Dolan to participate in the YPO conference because of Dolan's access to senior Russian government officials and his ability to provide analysis of the approaching 2016 election. In April 2016, Dolan asked Danchenko to assist him and U.S. Person 1 with the conference, which Danchenko agreed to. Dolan believed Danchenko's language skills and his supposed contracts in the Russian government would be of assistance to the conference. Dolan subsequently asked and received permission from U.S. Person 1 to enlist Danchenko to assist with logistics, provide translation services, and press on various on various relevant topics at the YPO conference. In preparation for the YPO conference, Dolan and U.S. Person 1 planned to travel to Moscow in June 2016 to view the Ritz-Carlton and other potential sites for the conference, the June planning trip. At the same time, Danchenko informs Dolan that he would be present in Moscow in June on other business. On April 30th, Dolan sent an email to a US-based acquaintance and stated in part, waiting on confirmation for meetings with the Kremlin. If all goes well, I will probably leave on the 9th and stop in London to meet with these intelligence guys. Another potential project, but nothing certain, and leave on the 10th for Moscow and stay for the week. In his interviews with the office, Dolan denied meeting with Steele. Travel records confirm that Dolan did not travel to London prior to the June planning trip. In fact, the office was not able to find any definitive evidence to indicate that Dolan ever met with Steele. To further prepare for the YPO conference in May, July, and October, Dolan and U.S. Person 1 attended at least 3 meetings in the Russian embassy in D.C. and communicated with Russian embassy staff, including Ambassador Sergei Kislyak and the head of the economic section, Mikhail Kalugin. As noted above, both Kislyak and Kalugin would feature prominently in the Steele reports. Danchenko was not present at any of these meetings. In anticipation of the June planning trip to Moscow, Dolan attempted to communicate with Press Secretary Peskov and Deputy Press Secretary Pavlov, as well as former Russian President and then Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev. Dolan had previously attended several lunches with Medvedev, where he, Dolan, served as an advisor to the Valde Club in connection with his work at Ketchum. The Valde Club is a Moscow-based think tank that is closely associated with Putin and is viewed by many as a vehicle for Russian propaganda. In May 2016, Dolan reached out to Medvedev's press secretary to have him speak at the conference. When interviewed by the FBI in September 2017, Steele noted that his primary subsource, Danchenko, had subsources who had access to Peskov. In particular, Steele stated that information in the reports involving Peskov stemmed from a friend of his primary subsource. Later in the interview, Steele informed the FBI that his primary subsource had a subsource who had contact with Pavlov and had conversation with him about Peskov. Steele told the FBI that this unidentified source was close to then Russian Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev, and Dolan claimed to have met him on several occasions. Steele also stated that his primary subsource, Danchenko, would meet Pavlov for drinks when he, the primary subsource, traveled to Russia. However, as discussed more fully below, the official found no information to indicate Danchenko maintained a relationship with Pavlov. On June 10th, but before traveling abroad, Dolan sent an email to a U.S.-based acquaintance reflecting that Dolan and Danchenko become colleagues. Dolan stated in part, "On Monday night, I fly to Moscow and will meet with Danchenko, who's working with me. He also works with a group of former MI6 guys in London who do intelligence for business. Send me your questions. I'll pass them along on to Igor. He owes me, as his visa is being held up, and I am having a word with the ambassador." Shortly thereafter, Dolan sent another email to the US-based acquaintance. In describing Danchenko, Dolan stated, "He is too young for KGB, but I think he worked for FSB, since he told me he spent 2 years in Iran. And when I first met him, he knew more about me than I did." Winking emoticon. Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, or FSB, is the principal security agency of Russia and principal successor agency to the KGB. So Dolan is saying that Danchenko is FSB, which is like the new KGB. When interviewed by the office, Dolan stated that he was speculating about Danchenko's connections to Russian intelligence and that he was half joking and half serious. Dolan was scheduled to be in Moscow for the June planning trip from June 13th to 18th, 2016. In connection with the June planning trip, Dolan decided to first travel to Cyprus to meet with executives from Service.com. Dolan departed D.C. on June 9th and arrived in Moscow on the 10th, departing for Cyprus later that afternoon. While in Cyprus, Dolan met with Galkina, Gubarev, and the other executives at Service.com. Dolan then left Cyprus on the 13th and flew back to Moscow. During the June planning trip, Dolan and U.S. Person 1 stayed at the Ritz-Carlton in Moscow. On June 14th, Danchenko, who as noted above was already present in Moscow, met Dolan for lunch at a restaurant. Dolan and Danchenko took a photograph together in front of the Kremlin, which was later posted by Danchenko on Facebook. According to Dolan, this was the only time he encountered Danchenko on that trip, and Danchenko did not stay at the Ritz. While in Moscow, Dolan and U.S. Person 1 participated in meeting with the German National General Manager of the Ritz and at least one female hotel staff member to discuss the logistics of the conference, a lunch with the general manager and 3 hotel staff members who assisted in the preparations, and a tour of the hotel. Dolan told the office that during the June planning trip, he met with 2 deputies from the Russian Presidential Administration press office, Dmitry Peskov's office. According to Dolan, Danchenko was not present at any events at the Ritz-Carlton during the June planning trip and was not present for his meetings with the press office. As discussed in the detail below, the general manager of the hotel would later appear in the Steele reports. On July 15th, Dolan emailed an acquaintance from Moscow, "I'm in Russia making plans to be adopted in the event this madman Trump gets elected." And then 2 days later, he returns back to D.C. Trump's alleged salacious sexual activity at the Ritz-Carlton, Moscow appears in the Steele report. On June 7th, 2016, Danchenko flew from Moscow to London and met with Christopher Steele on the following day. 3 days later, in the Steele Report 2016-80, dated June 20th, 2016, an allegation appeared that described salacious sexual activity that Trump allegedly had participated in while a guest at the hotel. The allegation stated in part, according to source D, where they had been present, Trump's perverted conduct in Moscow included hiring the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton, where he knew President and Mrs. Obama, whom he hated, had stayed on one of their official trips to Russia, defiling the bed where they had slept by employing a number of prostitutes to perform golden showers in front of him. The hotel was known to be under FSB control with microphones and concealed cameras in all the main rooms to record anything they wanted to. The Ritz-Carlton episode involving Trump reported above was confirmed by source E, a senior Western member of staff at the hotel who said that they and several of the staff were aware of it at the time and subsequently believed it happened in 2013. Source E provided an introduction for a company ethic Russian operative to source F, a female staffer at the hotel when Trump had stayed there, who also confirmed the story. Certain of the information in the June 20th, 2016 Steele report reflected facts that Dolan learned during the June planning trip to Moscow. For example, while at the Ritz-Carlton, Dolan received a tour of the hotel, possibly the presidential suite, and met with a senior Western member of staff and contacts the general manager and other staff of the Ritz-Carlton. As noted, Danchenko did not stay at the Ritz, but had lunch with Dolan during the June planning trip at some other location. Notably, when interviewed by the office, U.S. Person 1 recalled he and Dolan took a tour of the presidential suite. Following this initial interview with the office, Dolan called U.S. Person 1, and U.S. Person 1 confirmed that he and Dolan had in fact taken a tour of the presidential suite. During the tour, a hotel staff member told the participants that Trump had previously been a guest in the suite. According to U.S. Person 1, the staff member informed them that Donald Trump had stayed in the suite but did not mention any sexual or salacious activity. When interviewed by the office, Dolan's recollection about taking a tour of the suite was inconsistent with his recollection vacillated over the course of several interviews. Dolan stated in some that it was possible that he, Dolan, told Danchenko about the presidential suite and Trump, but he had no specific recollection of doing so. He was adamant he never told Danchenko about any sexual activity that occurred there. The office also interviewed the then general manager of the Ritz. The general manager, a German who does not speak Russian, was described in the Steele report as a senior Western member of staff at the hotel and identified as Source E. He did not recognize the photograph of Danchenko he was shown by the officer. He also denied having knowledge of the Ritz-Carlton allegations concerning Trump at any time prior to their being reported in the media. As such, the general manager adamantly denied discussing such allegations with or hearing them from Danchenko or anyone else. Further, the office obtained records from the Ritz that revealed that Trump was a guest at the hotel but did not stay in the presidential suite. Oh, so that's interesting. So he didn't even stay in that suite. When interviewed by the FBI in January 2017, Danchenko claimed that he had sourced this information in part while staying at the Ritz during the June planning trip. While Danchenko initially told the FBI that he had been a guest at the Ritz during the trip, in a later interview he acknowledged that he had visited but not stayed at the hotel. He also claimed that he inquired about the Ritz allegations with hotel staff who did not deny their validity. Finally, Danchenko told the FBI that he reported the names of these hotel staff members to Christopher Steele. In his September 2017 interview, Steele also told the FBI that Source E and F were employees at the Ritz, with whom his primary sub-source, Danchenko, personally met. Thus, it seems apparent that Danchenko provided the general manager's information to Steele. Danchenko also told the FBI that Source D, another purported source of the Ritz allegations, could be referring to Sergei Milian. In a subsequent May 2017 FBI interview, Danchenko again confirmed that he had spoken with hotel management about the allegations. In that interview, he stated Source E was probably one of the hotel managers. When interviewed in September 2017, Christopher Steele stated that Source D was in fact Sergei Milian, an individual who was in direct contact with his primary subsource Danchenko. However, given that Danchenko repeatedly told the FBI that the first and only time he allegedly communicated with someone he thought was Milian was late July 2016, when he received an anonymous call from a male with a Russian accent, it could have been impossible for Milian to have been source of the Ritz allegations and other information to Danchenko in June 2016. Thus, Danchenko's statement to the FBI about having no previous contact with Milian were false, or Danchenko's statements to Steele about Source D were false, or Steve's statement to the FBI was false. So they got some discrepancies here. They don't know who's telling the truth or who's lying, but someone is. The office found the general manager's statement that he never met Danchenko to be credible, especially in light of his well-spoken, thoughtful demeanor and his confidence in his recollections. Based on the above analysis, the only person who met with both Danchenko and the Ritz general manager and the other managers during the trip was Dolan. The same Steele report, 2016-80, that contained the Ritz allegations also contained the following allegation. Continuing on this theme, Source G, a senior Kremlin official, confined that the Clinton dossier was controlled exclusively by senior Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov on the direct instructions of Putin. The dossier had not been made available as yet, inter alia, to any foreigners, including Trump and his inner circle. However, Putin's intentions with regard to the dossier and future dissemination remained unclear. So that was an excerpt from the Steele dossier. When interviewed by the FBI, Steele identified Source G as Alexei Pavlov, the deputy press secretary for the Russian presidential administration. Steele stated in sum that this information was collected by his primary subsource Danchenko during a trip to Russia, which, given the date of the report, would coincide with a June 2016 trip and Dolan's June planning trip at that Ritz. The FBI appears to have never addressed this particular allegation with Danchenko or explored whether Danchenko maintained a relationship with Pavlov. The office has not seen any independent evidence to indicate that Danchenko had a relationship with Pavlov. As discussed above, Dolan did have a relationship with Pavlov. Leading up to the June planning trip, Dolan attempted to contact Pavlov on several occasions. Dolan, however, stated that he could not recall if he connected with Pavlov prior to or during the trip. In light of these facts, there appears to be a real likelihood that Dolan was the actual source of much of the Ritz-Carlton and Pavlov's information contained in the Steele reports. Dolan returns to Cyprus in July 2016. Following the June planning trip, Dolan returned to Washington, D.C., where he continued to communicate with both Danchenko and Galkina. In July 2016, Dolan returned to Cyprus to meet with Galkina, Gubarev, and other executives at Service.com. Curiously, Steele was in Cyprus at the time Dolan was meeting with Galkina and others in Cyprus. During this July trip and continuing through the fall of 2016, Dolan and Galkina communicated regularly via phone, email, social media. In several of the communications, they discussed their political views, support for Clinton, and Galkina's future employment. For example, during the July 2016 meetings in Cyprus, Dolan gave Galkina an autobiography of Clinton, which he signed and inscribed with a handwritten message to my good friend Olga, a great Democrat. On July 13, 2016, Galkina sent a message to a Russia-based associate and stated that Dolan had written a letter to Dmitry Peskov, the Russian press secretary, in support of Galkina's candidacy for a position in the Russian presidential administration. In his interview with The Office, Dolan did not recall the specific position Galkina was referring to and noted that it was possible that he reached out to Peskov on behalf of Galkina, but had no specific recollection of doing so. On July 22nd, Dolan sent an email to Galkina and informed her that he would be attending a reception for Hillary Clinton. Shortly thereafter, Galkina responded, "Tell her, please, Clinton has a big fan in city name Cyprus. Can I please ask you to sign for me her anything?" In August 2016, Galkina sent a message to a Russia-based associate describing Dolan as an advisor to Hillary Clinton. Galkina further commented regarding what might have happened if Clintons were to win the U.S. presidential election starting in Russia. "When Dolan takes me off to the State Department to handle issues of the former USSR, then we'll see who is looking good and who is not." In September, Galkina made a similar comment in a message to the same associate, stating in Russian that Dolan would take me to the State Department if Hillary wins. On October 15th, 2016, Galkina communicated with a Russia-based journalist and stated that because of her Galkina acquaintance with Chuck Dolan and several citizens from the Russian presidential administration, Galkina knew something and can tell a little about it by voice. On November 7th, the day before the election, Galkina emailed Dolan in English and stated, "I am preparing you some information on former USSR UIC countries. Igor Danchenko possibly told you about that. Tomorrow your country is having a great day, so as a big Hillary fan, I wish her and all her supporters to have a victory day. Hope that her book will have one more autograph on it. Thank you for your help and support." When initially interviewed by The Office, Dolan stated that Galkina was the last person with whom he would ever discuss U.S. politics. However, in a subsequent interview, when confronted with emails and social media messages with Galkina evincing communications about Clinton and the election, Dolan admitted that he had some discussions with her about the election in support for Clinton. However, in an August 2017 FBI interview, Galkina stated in sum that she discussed some of the information contained in the Steele reports with Dolan. Despite Galkina's identification of Dolan as someone with whom she discussed the Steele reports, and the fact that Dolan resided in the Washington, D.C. area, the FBI failed to interview Dolan about Galkina's statements concerning the reports. Next up, Dolan is a source for certain information in a Steele report. At least one allegation contained in a Steele report dated August 22nd, report 2016-105, reflected information that Danchenko, collected directly from Charles Dolan. In particular, that report detailed the August 2016 resignation of Trump's campaign manager Manafort and his allegedly strained relationship with Corey Lewandowski. The allegation in the Steele report stated, okay, we got more of these Steele reports here. Close associate of Trump explains reasoning behind Manafort's recent resignation. Ukraine revelations played part, but others wanted Manafort out for various reasons, especially Lewandowski, who remains influential. Speaking separately, also in late August 16, an American political figure associated with Donald Trump and his campaign outlined the reasons behind Manafort's recent demise. They said it was true that the Ukraine corruption revelations had played a part in this, but also several senior players close to Trump had wanted Manafort out to loosen his control on strategy and policy formulation. Of particular importance in this regard was Manafort's predecessor as a campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, who hated Manafort personally and remained close to Trump, with whom he discussed the presidential campaign on a regular basis. This Steele report contained information that Danchenko had gathered directly from Dolan in response to a specific request. In particular, on August 19, 2016, Danchenko emailed Dolan to solicit any thought, rumor, or allegation about Paul Manafort. In the email, Danchenko also informed Dolan that he was working on a project against Trump. Could you please ask someone to comment on Paul Manafort's resignation and anything on Trump campaign off the record? Any thought, rumor, allegation? I'm working on a related project against Trump. I asked US Person 2 3 months ago, but he didn't say much, although shared a couple of valuable insights. Thanks a lot, Igor. Danchenko references Person 2, a Republican lobbyist and acquaintance of Dolan, who was present at the meeting between Dolan and Galkina in March 2016 regarding the proposed business venture between K Global and Service.com. In connection with the voluntary interview by the by the office, US Person 2 provided an email which appears to be referenced by Danchenko above, which stated in part, I have a question about Viktor Yanukovych and Dmitry Firtash, former Ukrainian president and former gas oligarch respectively, and some Russian oligarchs. The relationship is mentioned, for example, here, internet address, some link to a source. My question is, my friend in England, in context Steele, my friends in England, in context Steele, have heard that a number of oligarchs, including Oleg Deripaska, Suleiman Karimov, and Dmitry Firtash, made certain investments in the U.S. real estate, maybe other sectors, in that then they made various loans, goodwill payments, etc., coincidentally in the summer of 2008, just in the run-up to the election, where Mr. Manafort and also Richard Davis were working on the Republican candidate. Was that the case? What were they trying to achieve? Can these payments, if existed, be viewed as political contributions? I understand it's a sensitive question. I'll be happy to discuss it or other, perhaps more general things over a coffee at any time. At my end, I'll be happy to share insights on Russia FSU. Thanks a lot. Kind regards, Igor. When interviewed by the FBI, Steele stated that his initial entree into U.S. election-related material dealt with Paul Manafort's connection to Russian and Ukrainian oligarchs. In particular, Steele told the FBI that Manafort owed significant money to these oligarchs and several other Russians. At this time, Steele was working on a different client, Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska, often referred to as Putin's oligarch in media reporting on a separate litigation-related issue. This information comports with Danchenko's inquiries to U.S. Person 2 in April 2016. As mentioned above, Person 2's name was provided by Steele during his October 16 interview with the FBI as an individual who would have information regarding Trump's connection to Russia. In any event, on August 19th, Dolan replied to Danchenko, stating in part, let me dig around on Manafort. Pretty sure the new team wanted him gone ASAP and used today's New York Times story to drive a stake in his heart. And then on August 20, Dolan emailed Danchenko the following. Hi, Igor. I had a drink with a GOP friend of mine who knows some of the players and got some of what is in the article, which provides even more details. She also told me that Corey Lewandowski, who hates Manafort and still speaks to Trump regularly, played a role. He's said to be doing a happy dance over it. I think the bottom line is that in addition to the Ukrainian revelations, a number of people wanted Manafort gone. It is a very sharp elbows crowd. Dolan attached to the email a link to a political news article that discussed Manafort's resignation as Trump's campaign manager. Later that day, Danchenko replied to Dolan, expressing his appreciation for the interview and stating that their goals clearly coincided with regard to Danchenko's evidence to gather derogatory information about Trump. Dear Chuck, thank you for this. Any additional insights will be much appreciated. It is an important project for me, and our goals clearly coincide. I've been following the Russia trail in Trump's campaign. It is there, so what you read in the news is hardly an exaggeration. Some things are less dramatic, while others are more than they seem. Dolan replied to Danchenko with the following: thanks, I'll let you know if I hear anything else. Dolan provided this information regarding Manafort to Danchenko 2 days before it appeared in the August 22nd Steele report. As reflected above, the information provided by Dolan was substantially the same as the information contained in the Steele report. In particular, Dolan claimed to have received the information from a GOP friend, whom the Steele report describes as a close associate as Trump. In his email, Dolan referred to Ukrainian revelations about Manafort, which the Steele report also refers to as the Ukrainian corruption revelations. Dolan's email stated that a number of people wanted Manafort gone, and the Steele report similarly stated that several senior players close to Trump had wanted Manafort out, and Dolan's email stated that Corey Lewandowski, who hates Manafort and still speaks to Trump regularly, played a role in Manafort's departure, and the Steele report similarly stated that Manafort's departure was due to Corey Lewandowski, who hated Manafort personally and remained close to Trump. When interviewed by The Office, Dolan later acknowledged that he never met with the GOP friend in relation to the information that he passed to Danchenko, but rather fabricated the fact of the meeting in his communications with Danchenko. Dolan instead obtained the information about Manafort from public news sources. That's funny. So he just made it up. According to Dolan, he was not aware at the time of the specifics of Danchenko's project against Trump, or that Danchenko's reporting would later appear in the Steele reports. Dolan agreed that the information about Manafort contained in Steele report 2016-105 appeared to be based on the information he provided to Danchenko. Dolan, however, denied that he had knowingly provided any additional information to Danchenko that appeared in the Steele reports, but acknowledged that it was possible that he could have been an unwitting source for the reports. Nevertheless, as discussed below, Dolan appears to have had access to substantially similar information to that which would later appear in other Steele reports as well. Next up, the Collusion allegations and the Steele report. So it's the report 2016-111. For example, in connection with the YPO conference, Dolan and U.S. Person 1 met with Russian Ambassador Sergei Kislyak and Russian diplomat Collusion, the head of the Russian Embassy's economic section in Washington. These meetings took place in May, July, and October. According to Dolan, Danchenko was not present at these meetings. Following the meeting on May 31st, a member of Collusion's staff, Maria Antonova, sent an email to Dolan and U.S. Person 1 telling them that, among other things, Collusion would be returned to Moscow in September and would be replaced by another diplomat, Andrei Bondarev. Specifically, Antonova wrote, Collusion assumes that the right contact point at the MFA could be Mr. Bondary, who is the deputy head of economic section at the ministry's Department of North America. Andrei will be replacing Mikhail here as the head of economic office this September, so it may be useful to start working with him now. Though we need to double check first whether he will be in Moscow during your visit. We will get back to you when we have a reply. Danchenko was not a recipient of the email. On August 19th, Collusion sent an email to Dolan and others. The email stated in part, Dear colleagues and friends, after 6 years of foreign service in Washington, it feels very timely now to bid farewell and go back home to Moscow for embarking on my new endeavors. Let me also take this opportunity to introduce you to the new head of Economic Office Counsel, Mr. Andrei Bondarev. Many of you remember that Mr. Bondarev, since his previous appointments at the embassy a couple of years ago, he is a talented diplomat and economist with impressive experience in American studies. I'm glad to leave you in such good company and have no doubts that you will find common ground very soon. Again, Danchenko was not a recipient of this email. A Steele report dated September 4th, 2016, it's report 111, contained the following allegation. Speaking separately to the same compatriot, a senior Russian MFA official reported that his prophylactic measure, a leading Russian diplomat, Mikhail Kalugin, had been withdrawn from Washington on short notice because Moscow feared his heavy involvement in the U.S. election operation, including the so-called veterans pension ruse reported previously, would be exposed in the media there. His replacement, Andrei Bondarev, however, was clean in this regard. The allegation bore substantial similarities to information that Dolan received in May and August from the Russian embassy staffer Maria Antonova and Kalugin himself. Insofar as Dolan was aware that Kalugin was being replaced by Bondarev, further records obtained by the office revealed that Dolan reached out to Danchenko on September 13th, the day prior to the date of the Steele report. On the day of that call, Danchenko was initially in Russia but later traveled to London. When interviewed by the FBI in January 2017, Danchenko stated that he had known Kalugin since 2014. Danchenko purported to learn the information about Kalugin's departure from Kalugin himself when the diplomat was allegedly assisting Danchenko in obtaining a new Russian passport. Danchenko further stated that Kalugin described his replacement as a bright young guy. Danchenko also stated that his conversation with Kalugin took place in the late spring 2016, which also happened to be the same time in which Dolan received the email from embassy staffer Maria Antonova indicating that Kalugin was being replaced in the ordinary course. A review of Danchenko's phone records, emails, and social media accounts do not indicate that he maintained a relationship with Kalugin. Moreover, during the January 2017 interviews, Danchenko provided the FBI with a business card for Kalugin. The business card contained a handwritten cell phone number on the card. When interviewed by the office, Dolan identified the handwriting on the business card as his own. When Steele was interviewed by FBI in September 2017, he stated in sum that Danchenko told him that Danchenko had learned of the Kalugin information after bumping into Kalugin on a Moscow street in August 2016, which was the same time that Dolan received the email. However, the office's investigation has revealed that Danchenko was present in the United States during the entire month of August. So Danchenko actually got that information from Dolan, but told Christopher Steele that he got it straight from the source in Moscow. Steele further told the FBI that the information contained in Report 2016-111 was derived from his primary subsources, Danchenko's direct contact with multiple subsources. These subsources include Alexei Pavlov, a senior Ministry of Foreign Affairs personnel, and two other unidentified individuals. Steele did not identify the other two. However, as noted above, Dolan maintained a relationship with Pavlov, had attempted to reach out to Pavlov in connection with the conference, and had met with two deputies from the press office during the June planning trip. Again, the office found no evidence showing Danchenko met directly with Pavlov or had previously maintained a relationship with Pavlov. Indeed, in the months leading up to the conference, it was Dolan, not Danchenko, who had reached out to Pavlov on behalf of both YPO and Olga Gatkina. Dolan informed the office that he would be surprised if Gatkina had any contacts at the Kremlin. When initially interviewed by the office, Dolan stated in sum that he was unsure if he told Danchenko about Kalugin being replaced by Bondarev, but that he had no specific recollection of doing so. In a later interview, Dolan stated in sum that he believes there was a low probability that he mentioned the departure to Danchenko, but that he could not completely rule out the possibility. Nevertheless, on February 9, 2018, Dolan sent the following email to 3 US-based acquaintances. Dear boy, you must pay attention. Unlike your pal, the short-lived National Security Advisor General Flynn, I can remember meeting with Mr. Collusion several times and would be happy to come forward with details to the FBI and others. There are several other points in the dossier that are true. Let me know if you need additional clarification. Dolan attached to the email a BBC News article titled Trump-Russia Dossier Key Claim Verified. In the article, BBC journalist Paul Wood stated that sources I know and trust have told me the U.S. government identified Callaghan as a spy while he was still at the embassy. In this email, Dolan appears to volunteer that he possesses inside information on the Steele Report allegations concerning Callaghan, as well as other information pertaining to the veracity of additional Steele Report allegations. Next up, the Ivanov allegation contained in Steele Report 2016-111. An additional allegation appeared in the report as the Callaghan allegation concerned the firing of Ivanov, the then chief of staff of the Russian presidential administration. It says, Putin had been receiving conflicting advice on interfering from three separate and expert groups. On one side, there had been the Russian ambassador to the U.S., Sergei Kislyak, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with an independent and informal network run by presidential foreign policy advisor Yuri Ushakov. It's Kislyak's predecessor in Washington, who had urged caution amid the potential negative impact on Russia from the operations. On the other side was former PA head Sergei Ivanov, backed by Russian Trump intelligence, who had advised Putin that the pro-Trump, anti-Clinton operations would be both effective and plausibly deniable with little blowback. The first groups had been proven right, and this had been the catalyst in Putin's decision to sack Ivanov unexpectedly as PA head in August. His successor, Anton Vaino, had been selected for the job partly because he had not been involved in the U.S. presidential election operation. This allegation coincided with the information that Dolan had received from Galkina regarding changes in the Russian presidential administration in the weeks prior to the issuance of Steele Report 2016-111. In particular, on August 12th, the same day that Ivanov was reportedly fired, Galkina sent a Facebook message to Dolan stating, Russian presidential administration is making significant changes right now. Danchenko was not copied on this message. Minutes later, Dolan and Galkina spoke for approximately 10 minutes. On September 13th, the day prior to the date of the Steele report containing the Ivanov allegation, Dolan called Danchenko. As discussed above, at the time of this call, Danchenko was in Russia. When interviewed by the FBI in January 2017, the FBI asked Danchenko about the sourcing of this allegation. Danchenko stated that he learned about the allegation involving Ivanov from Galkina and two other friends. According to the FBI's interview report, Danchenko did not identify the two other friends, nor did he mention Dolan in connection with the allegation. The FBI interview report does not state whether Danchenko was asked to provide names. When interviewed, Steele stated in September 2017, Steele stated the information in this report was derived from Danchenko's direct contact with multiple subsources, including Pavlov. When interviewed by The Office, Dolan initially stated that he never discussed Russian politics with Galkina. When confronted with the Facebook exchange regarding the shakeup, Dolan stated that it was possible that he'd spoken to him about Ivanov being fired, but again, he had no specific recollection of doing so. Next up, the YPO conference, October 2016. On September 30th, U.S. Person 1 sent Dolan the final draft agenda for the conference. Dolan replied, thanks, we'll send to Peskov. Thereafter, in October, Dolan and Danchenko made their way to Moscow for the conference. During the January 2017 interview, Danchenko informed the FBI that he did not collect any information for Steele during that YPO conference. Steele, however, told the FBI that, in fact, two reports, 130 and 132, were comprised of information that Danchenko purported to gather during the conference. In any event, the conference featured several Russian government officials, including Osachev, a member of the Russian Duma Parliament, and Mikhail Kalugin, a member of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and was the former Russian embassy guy in Washington. Andrei Bondarev, another member of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and as discussed above, the diplomat who replaced Callaghan in Washington, was listed as a point of contact for the conference. Dolan informed the office that during the conference he sat next to Kosachev. A Steele report dated October 20th, Report 136, less than 2 weeks after the conference, contained the following allegation. The Kremlin insider went on to identify leading pro-Putin Duma figure Konstantin Kosachev, head of the Foreign Relations Committee, as an important figure in the Trump campaign Kremlin liaison operation. Kosachev, also plausibly deniable being part of the Russian legislature rather than executive, had facilitated the contact in Prague and by implication may have attended the meetings with Cohen there in August. During the January 2017 interviews, Danchenko stated the information in the Steele reports related to Cohen and Prague came from Galkina. This is consistent with what Steele informed the FBI during his September interview. However, as discussed more below, when interviewed by the FBI in August, Galkina denied knowing anything about the Cohen meeting in Prague. Indeed, the FBI found no evidence that Cohen had met Russian officials in Prague. Dolan's contact with Danchenko following the conference. Upon returning from the conference in October, Dolan and Danchenko continued to communicate. On October 8th, Danchenko traveled from Moscow to London to meet with Steele. On October 9th, Danchenko asked Dolan, who was still in Moscow, to purchase medication for him from a Russian pharmacy. Dolan agreed that he would collect the medicine and deliver it to Danchenko when Dolan returned to D.C. Thereafter, on October 18th, Danchenko and Dolan met at K Global's office in Washington for Danchenko to secure the medicine. The day following this meeting at K Global, 2 Steele reports were generated, 135 and 136. These reports alleged, among other things, Cohen was heavily engaged in covering up Trump's ties to Russia and specifically to contain further scandals involving Manafort and Page. As discussed above, this report, 136, also contains reference to Kosachev. In the January 2017 interview, Danchenko attributed this information to Galkina. Again, Galkina told the FBI she was not aware of Cohen's alleged meeting in Prague. Later on November 3rd, Dolan and Danchenko met for lunch in D.C. After that, on New Year's 2017, they met in a park in Arlington, Virginia. When asked about the circumstances of this meeting, Dolan informed the office in sum that he was looking at Facebook and he noticed Danchenko had posted a picture with his daughter in the park. Dolan stated that since the park was close to his house, he decided to drive over to meet Danchenko. On the evening of January 10th, BuzzFeed becomes the first media outlet to publish the Steele reports. On the morning of January 11th, Dolan called Danchenko. Dolan stated that he called Danchenko because he had suspicions that Danchenko was behind the Steele reports based on the fact that, among other things, he learned it was a London operation, and he knew that Danchenko did due diligence work for Orbis, which was based in London. Dolan also thought Galkina might have been a source for Danchenko given her employment at Service.com. During the call, Danchenko told Dolan in sum that he did not know who was behind the reports, but that he would let Dolan know if he came across any information. According to Dolan, the January 11, 2017 call was the last time he had contact with Danchenko. On January 13th, Dolan emailed a US-based acquaintance the following. I've been interviewed by the Washington Post and the London Times 3 times over the last 2 days over the MI6 dossier on Trump, and I know the Russian agent who made the report. He used to work for me. My client in Cyprus has been accused of being the party that organized the hacking. Presently speaking with the barrister in London who's filing a brief against former British intelligence officer Christopher Steele, has been unmasked as the man behind an explosive dossier about U.S. President-elect Donald Trump. Also, In conversation with former British ambassador who knows Steele. Quite right. Oh, what a boring life. At the time the email was sent, Danchenko was not publicly known to be a source for Steele. When asked by the office why he referred to Danchenko as a Russian agent, Dolan initially said that he was being facetious, but then also elaborated that he had suspicions about Danchenko's ties to Russian intelligence. The FBI's failure to investigate Charles Dolan's role as a possible source for Steele reports. Information from 4 Steele reports, Report 80, 94, 95, and 102, was included in the 4 FISA applications targeting page. As discussed, the FBI was not able to corroborate a single substantive allegation in the Steele reports. Nonetheless, the Steele reports would form the foundation for the narrative that the U.S. presidential campaign was actively engaged in a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation with a foreign adversary. Danchenko was the primary source of information for this narrative that was weaved throughout the Steele reports. Indeed, as noted earlier, in his own words to an acquaintance, Danchenko stated that he corrected some 80% of the raw intel and performed half the analysis for the Chris Steele dossier. Accordingly, Danchenko's relationship with Dolan and Dolan's proximity to key figures and events that appear in the Steele report should have been an ample basis to, at a minimum, interview Dolan. However, as discussed below, Dolan was never interviewed despite the suggestion from both Steele and Galkina that Dolan could have information related to the Steele reports and the detailed analysis undertaken by 2 FBI personnel assigned to the Mueller team. Danchenko's hesitancy to speak to the FBI about Charles Dolan. Danchenko did not mention Dolan to the FBI during the January 2017 interviews, despite revealing his participation in the conference in October 2016. Further, in a June 15th interview with Housen, which is part focused on Dolan, Danchenko only revealed that he was present with Dolan during the conference in October 2016. Notably, Danchenko did not inform the FBI that he met Dolan in Moscow later during the June planning trip, a material omission given the fact that, according to Steele, Danchenko was collecting information for Steele during that trip. In a June 2017 interview, Danchenko was also asked if he had spoken to Dolan regarding any allegations contained in the Steele reports. Danchenko denied that Dolan provided any specific information related to the Steele reports. In particular, when Housen mentioned Dolan's name during a conversation about individuals who may have contributed to the Steele reports, the following exchange in part occurred. So it's between Housen and Danchenko. Housen, because obviously I don't think you're the only Danchenko, Housen person that has been contributing. You may have said one, and this is the other thing we are trying to figure out. Housen, do you know Chuck Dolan? Danchenko, do I know Chuck Dolan? Yeah. How long have you known him? I've known Chuck for, I don't know, a couple of years maybe. A couple of years? Yeah, but I've known of him for like 12 years. Okay. 11 years, because he'd always come to Russia and Russian UI when he worked for Ketchum. Okay. In like 2006, 2007. So that was how far back? Yeah, and that was with Ketchum? When, okay, Russia organized the G20 and he worked with Ketchum on Russian power. Housen, that would make sense. Danchenko, but he's a very nice guy. Yes. Danchenko, yeah. He likes Russia. I don't think he would be in any way be involved, but he's UI, what I would think would be easily played. Maybe he's a bit naive in his liking of Russia. Okay, so you had never talked to Chuck about anything that showed up in the dossier, right? No, you don't think so? No, we talked about, related issues perhaps, but no, nothing specific. In a later part of the conversation, Danchenko informed Helson that Dolan had conducted business with Olga Galkina and Service.com, and that Dolan maintained a professional friendship with Peskov, the Russian PA press secretary. In his FBI reporting document detailing his interview, Helson observed that Danchenko was hesitant about acknowledging his association with Dolan. Indeed, when interviewed by OIG in October 2018, Helson stated that in the course of his meetings with Danchenko, when I brought up Charles Dolan, it was very gray, not complete. Following the June 15th, 2017 interview, Helson raised Dolan's name on several other occasions. For example, in an interview on October, Danchenko provided the names of several individuals, including Dolan, who concerned Danchenko because of their relationship with the Russian government. Danchenko characterized Dolan as having too many dubious connections to Russian government officials, including Peskov and Pavlov. Additionally, in December 2018, Danchenko stated that Dolan had shared emails about Manafort's ties to Russia and Ukraine. He also stated that U.S. Person 2 was someone who may have known about Danchenko's work on the Steele reports because Dolan would have confided in U.S. Person 2 about Danchenko. Helson documented the content of this meeting in an FBI report, documenting, however, Danchenko provided no further information or context about Dolan or U.S. Person 2. The FBI's failure to interview Dolan, as discussed above, Dolan first came to the attention of Crossfire Hurricane investigators during Steele's October 2016 interview in Rome. Following that meeting, the Crossfire Hurricane personnel prepared a background report on Dolan. Steele again raised Dolan during a September 2017 interview with the FBI, where he indicated that at least one allegation in this reporting was sourced to Dolan. Notwithstanding Steele's October 2016 statements about Dolan, the FBI did not question Danchenko during the January 2017 interview about Dolan or any of the other U.S. citizens that Steele suggested might have information about Trump and Russia. Next up, the FBI learns of Dolan's relationship with Olga Galkina. In January 2017 interviews, Danchenko informed the FBI that Galkina was a source for several of the allegations contained in the Steele reports, as testimony in the Danchenko trial detailed. Following this revelation, in the spring of 2017, the FBI began to review its database for information related to Galkina. From its review, the FBI learned, among other things, that Galkina maintained a relationship with Dolan. Galkina met with Dolan, Danchenko, and others in D.C. in March 2016 to discuss a business relationship between Service.com and K Global. Beginning in the fall of 2017, Mueller Analyst 1, whose assignment was to find corroborating information for the Steele reporting, drafted a lengthy memorandum outlining the FBI's holdings on Galkina as they related to the Steele reports. Dolan featured prominently in this memorandum because of his connections to, among others, Galkina, Danchenko, and Peskov, and his work for Service.com. Based on the information detailed above, in the late spring and early summer 2017, the FBI began to investigate what, if any, role Dolan played vis-a-vis the Steele reports. To that end, on June 12th, Auten, who at that time was a member of the Mueller Special Counsel team, sent an email to Helson, another Mueller team member, stating in part, some thoughts. I'm not sure Danchenko has ever mentioned his connections with Dolan. I'm positive Danchenko never mentioned that he'd done limiting SIC consulting for Service.com, putting Dolan in touch, i.e. putting Dolan in touch. As Dolan is tied to Peskov in presidential administration press communications, who is to say that he versus Galkina is the true subsource for Peskov and PA-related reporting in Steele? Can we run Dolan through on a trib open source to see if he's done any oppositional political research, etc.? The path of information could have been Kremlin, Galkina, Danchenko, Steele, or Kremlin, Dolan, Galkina, Danchenko, Steele, or Kremlin, Dolan, Danchenko, Steele. 3 days later, on June 15th, Helson became the first FBI employee to ask Danchenko about his relationship with Dolan, despite the fact that Crossfire Hurricane team was aware of Dolan's potential connections to the Steele reports as far back as October 2016, and their direct interactions with Danchenko since January 2017. Helson requests to interview Dolan. Given Danchenko's reluctance to speak about Dolan, and information learned from the Mueller Special Counsel team, Helson conducted an interview of Dolan. Helson concluded that an interview of Dolan was a logical investigative step. However, Helson raised this prospect with the Mueller Special Counsel team. He was explicitly told not to interview Dolan. Helson expressed confidence that Auten was the individual who told Helson to hold off on interviewing Dolan. When interviewed by the office, Auten did not have recollection of telling Helson not to interview Dolan. During a July 27, 2021 interview with the office, Helson stated he aggressively pushed the Dolan information to the Mueller Special Counsel team but received very little feedback. Helson believed that the Mueller Special Counsel attorney, Andrew Weissman, and a female attorney he was unfamiliar with were present for at least one briefing Helson provided to the Mueller team in which he shared information regarding Dolan. Helson also stated in some that Dolan should have been further investigated in connection with the Steele reports or at a minimum interviewed based on the information that was available to the FBI at the time. In December 2017, Helson shared his concerns about Dolan with Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 and Mueller Analyst 1, both part of the Mueller Special Counsel team. For example, on December 21st, 2017, an FBI link chat with Mueller Analyst 1, Helson wrote, "I really don't like that guy Dolan," and that he, Helson, was fighting to get them Mueller team interested in what I have here, referring to Dolan. In the same chat, Helson informed Mueller Analyst 1 that he would keep talking to him, Danchenko, about Charles Dolan. On January 9th, 2018, Helson sent a message to Mueller Analyst 1 stating, "What a little triangle the three of them have, Danchenko, Galkina, and Dolan." Finally, on January 17th, 2018, after reviewing Mueller Analyst 1's memorandum on Galkina, Helson wrote to Mueller Analyst 1, "It really makes Dolan look like he should be investigated." Indeed, as Helson would later state on the OIG. There is an individual we kind of were watching pop up a lot, and that's Chuck Dolan, formerly with Ketchum Group. He's in the same circles. I'm like, are you sure? I mean, because it would be classic potential tradecraft to be like, if you can get information corroborated by one, you contribute to one and mask exactly where you got it from. Is it because I don't think anyone's interviewed him? Because at the time, I had suggested interviewing Dolan, Mueller Special Counsel, like, no, we don't want to talk to him yet. So I never, when they said stay away, I was like, okay, I don't want to, because I was concerned. I was like, is Dolan the source? And think there's actual, like when I talked with Danchenko about him, he initially was reluctant to bring Dolan up. Then he seemed fond of him in a way. So Dolan was in the same events, that YPO conference, and were like, does Dolan go to London? Does he talk to Chris Steele? I'm like, is that a question I have flagged? It's like, when it gets quiet and Dolan is, from what I understand, Dolan doesn't want to be talking at this point. So I want to strike that at some point and say, cross that off my list. Here's what I would really like to talk about, or at least interview him, Dolan. That would be the only one that I would think would be a source that could have contributed to the dossier and have attributed to Galkina, because he's there too. And it would be, there's more sources to it that actually there are. Chris Steele hasn't come off of any of them at this point. I mean, I don't want to. That's just a theory that I nonetheless, as disclosed. Oh, and then it cuts off of him speaking. Nonetheless, as discussed below, a case was never opened on Dolan, and Dolan was never interviewed. Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 and Mueller Analyst 1 investigate the relationship between Dolan, Danchenko, and Galkina. Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 was assigned to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation in April 2017. Shortly thereafter, Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 transitioned to the Mueller Special Counsel team. Special Agent 1 was assigned in part the task of validating the Steele reports, i.e. to verify the reporting, or alternatively, determining that the reports wasn't accurate. The report was not accurate. Beginning in July 2017, Special Agent 1 worked closely with Mueller Analyst 1. As discussed above, Mueller Analyst 1 joined the investigation in July 2017 and was responsible for reviewing FBI's databases for information related to Galkina. During that process, Mueller's Supervisory Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 discovered, as described in testimony in the Danchenko trial, that Dolan was connected to both Danchenko and Galkina and had extensive ties to the Kremlin and Russian officials, including Peskov. Mueller Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 also conducted open source searches which corroborated certain information contained in the FBI's databases. FBI interviews Olga Galkina. In August 2017, Mueller Special Agent 1, Otten, and a Russian-speaking agent, WFO Special Agent 1, traveled to Cyprus to interview Galkina. Special Agent 1 testified that the purpose of the interview was to determine if Galkina provided Danchenko information contained in the Steele reports, and if so, what her motive was. During the Cyprus interview, which was conducted over 2 days, Mueller's Supervisory Special Agent 1 stated that Galkina appeared to be forthcoming on most questions posed except when asked about Dolan. Galkina informed Special Agent 1 she did not want to speak about Dolan. On the second day of the interview, she stated in sum that she had spoken with 2 individuals about information that would later appear in the Steele reports. One of the individuals Galkina passed information to was Danchenko, but she refused to identify the other individual. Later in the interview, Special Agent 1 again presses Galkina about Dolan. This time, Special Agent 1 directly asked Galkina if Dolan had a connection to the information contained in the Steele reports and whether Dolan was the second unidentified individual. Before answering, Galkina asked Special Agent 1 to remove the agent's sunglasses from her face so that Galkina could look the special agent in the eyes. Galkina then confirmed to Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 that Dolan was the second unidentified individual with whom she had discussed Steele report information. She also stated that Dolan was a big Democratic supporter. As discussed above, in October 2016, Galkina would later inform a friend that because of her acquaintance with Dolan and several citizens from the Russian presidential administration, Galkina knew something and can tell a little about it by voice. Mueller Supervisory Agent 1 and Mueller Analyst 1 pushed to open a case on Charles Dolan. Armed with the information provided by Galkina, Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 returned to the U.S. and began to further investigate Galkina and Dolan's involvement, if any, with the Steele reports as discussed above. Beginning in July 2017, Mueller Analyst 1 assisted Mueller Special Agent 1 in vetting the Steele reports. As part of the work, Analyst 1 began researching Galkina's relationship with individuals possibly connected to the reports, including Danchenko and Dolan, and then they began drafting a memorandum to memorialize her findings. At about late August 2017, Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 briefed various members of the Mueller Special Counsel about Dolan's relationship with Danchenko and Galkina. Those present in the briefing included Otten, Supervisory Special Agent 2, which was Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 supervisor, and Jenny Ray, a prosecutor on the Mueller Special Counsel team, who at the time was leading the Special Counsel's investigation into Russian efforts to influence the presidential election, colloquially known as Team R. Following the meeting, Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 believed that the team was supportive of continuing to investigate Charles Dolan and what connections, if any, he had to the Steele reports. On September 2017, Special Agent 1 drafted a case opening document for Dolan. The opening document detailed, among other things, Dolan's connections to Danchenko and Galkina, Dolan's connections to the Democratic Party, connections to the Kremlin, and also summarized Danchenko's June conversation with Helsin about Dolan. Nevertheless, on September 7th, Alton instructed Analyst 1 to cease all research and analysis related to Dolan. Later that day, Special Agent 2 informed Analyst 1 that she was being transferred from Team R to the Mueller team investigating Paul Manafort, colloquially known as Team M. In her interview with The Office, Analyst 1 recalled that she asked Special Agent 2 for permission to continue researching Dolan before being moved to Team N, but her request was denied. Nevertheless, as discussed more below, following her transfer, Analyst 1 continued to refine her memorandum regarding Galkina's connections to, among others, Danchenko and Dolan. In September 2017, Special Agent 1 participated in a 2-day interview of Christopher Steele, in which Steele admitted that Dolan had drinks with Danchenko and was responsible for at least one of the allegations in the Steele reports. Manafort's resignation as Trump campaign manager. See reports regarding Manafort's resignation as Trump's campaign manager. Mueller Special Agent 1 stated that they did not probe Steele further about Charles Dolan because the FBI did not want to show their hand to Steele. On September 22nd, Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 attended a meeting with Special Agent 2, Alton, and Attorney Ray to discuss the recently completed interview of Steele. At various times in September 2017, Analyst 1 recalled that Ray opined in sum that there was no longer a need to investigate the Steele reports because reports were not within the scope of the Mueller Special Counsel mandate. Alton told The Office he recalled that in September 2017, Deputy Assistant Director David Archie informed the team that they should cease work on attempting to corroborate the Steele reports. This directive, given by the Mueller investigation leadership, is somewhat surprising given that Director Mueller's broad mandate was to investigate, among other things, Russian election interference in the 2016 election, parameters that would seem to include the Steele reports. Indeed, as Mueller Analyst 1 noted in her interview with The Office, the Mueller Special Counsel team continued to investigate cases involving non-Russian persons and entities. Thus, Analyst 1 disagreed with the contention that Dolan fell outside of the Mueller mandate. In her interview with The Office, Mueller Supervisor Special Agent 1 stated that while she did not recall the outside the mandate justification for the denial of the Dolan case opening, it would surprise her if that was the reason provided by Mueller team leadership. This purported position also is curious given that the Steele reports underpinned in a significant way the probable cause contained in the Page FISA applications. Special Agent 1 also recalled that Attorney Ray, while initially favorable to investigating Dolan, gradually soured on the idea. In a meeting on October 17th, Special Agent 2 informed Special Agent 1, Analyst 1, and Alton that Dolan fell outside the Mueller's investigation mandate. The investigators had too much work and too few resources to focus on Dolan, and WFO could task Danchenko regarding Dolan. In fact, Analyst 1 explicitly states that Mueller investigation leadership directed Mueller Analyst 1 and Special Agent 1 to dedicate no resources to Dolan. Nevertheless, Special Agent 2 stated that work on Dolan could be continued, although it was likely that a case opening on Dolan would be approved. Ultimately, Special Agent 2 informed Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1 that her request to open a case on Dolan had been denied and that it was a higher-level decision. Special Agent 2 directed Special Agent 1 to delete the case opening. Despite related inquiries, neither Special Agent 1 or Analyst 1 were ever provided a specific rationale for the denial of the case opening. Agent 1 never learned who ultimately denied the case. In a December 21st, 2017 message, Mueller Analyst 1 and Helsin discussed the case opening on Dolan. In one message, Mueller Analyst 1 stated, "Yeah, it isn't good what executive management decides to do with it. It's beyond my pay grade. I've made arguments in person, that's all I can do, and serialize the relationship." During an interview with the office, Special Agent 2 said it was an oversight not to open on Dolan and that Dolan should have been at least interviewed. It should be noted that in his interview with the office, often stated that he was supportive of opening an investigation on Dolan. This was corroborated by both Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1. Mueller's supervisory Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 expressed concerns about the appearance of political bias in the decision not to open on Dolan. In her interview with the office, Special Agent 1 recalled that Analyst 1 discussed whether the discussion not to open on Dolan was politically motivated. Given Dolan's connections to the Democratic Party, Special Agent 1 stated that she did not believe the decision not to open on Dolan was political, but that she did worry about the optics of the decision. Given Dolan was a prominent Democrat, Special Agent 1 further stated that she did not witness any explicit political bias during her work with the Mueller Special Counsel team. Nonetheless, Agent 1 believed that the decision to open on Dolan would eventually be reviewed by the OIG. When interviewed by the office, Analyst 1 did not speculate that the decision not to open on Dolan was politically motivated. Analyst 1 speculated that the information on Dolan ran counter to the narrative that the Mueller Special Counsel investigators were cultivating, given that Dolan was a former Democrat. However, Analyst 1 was unable to provide the office with evidence to support that belief. Like Special Agent 1, Analyst 1 believed that the decision not to investigate Dolan would eventually be reviewed by the OIG. Mueller Analyst 1 informed the office that she uploaded her Galkina memorandum on 3 separate case files on the FBI Sentinel system to ensure that OIG would have access to the document. The FBI's failure to investigate Dolan. In sum, save for efforts by Alton Helson, Special Agent 1, and Analyst 1, the FBI's failure to complete logical investigative steps concerning what role Dolan played in the Steele reports was troubling. The office has determined Dolan was a source for at least one of the Steele reports and was one of only 3 U.S. persons named by Steele who had information about the reports. If the FBI had learned nothing more from Dolan, Steele's statements alone would have been an ample basis to interview Dolan. Moreover, Mueller Supervisory Special Agent 1, Mueller Analyst 1, and others had uncovered significant info about Dolan independent of what the office unearthed. That potential connection to him to the Steele reports, this was information that plainly warranted further investigation. In summary, the evidence possessed by the FBI and later elicited during the Danchenko trial shows that Dolan maintained a relationship with Danchenko, Steele's primary subsource for the reports. Dolan maintained relationships with various government officials, including Peskov, Pavlov, both of whom feature prominently in the Steele reports. Dolan was present in Moscow in June 2016, met with the general manager of the Moscow Ritz, toured the premise, including the presidential suite, and had at least one meeting with Danchenko in Moscow. Dolan was present in Moscow with Danchenko in October 2016. During the time frame Danchenko was gathering information for the Steele reports, Dolan maintained a relationship with Galkina, allegedly another subsource for Danchenko, and met with Galkina in Cyprus on 2 occasions. Dolan performed work for Galkina's former employer, who would later appear in the Steele reports. Galkina admitted to the FBI that she provided Dolan with information that eventually would be in the Steele reports, and Dolan was a prominent longtime Democrat who vocally supported Clinton. The FBI interviewed hundreds of individuals through the course of the Crossfire Hurricane and Mueller Special Counsel, and yet they did not interview Dolan or other 2 U.S. persons identified by Steele as early as October 2016. The office reported Dolan on several occasions, and he denied being a source of information for the reports. Save for the Manafort campaign-related allegation he provided to Danchenko in August 2016, an allegation he acknowledged to the office that he fabricated. Although both Steele and Galkina suggested that Dolan may have information related to the Steele reports, our investigation was not able to prove that Dolan was the actual source for any additional allegations set forth in the Steele reports. That said, in light of foregoing, there does not appear to be an objectively sound reason for the decision that was made not to interview him. Sergey Millian. A particularly disturbing example of the unsupported narratives regarding Trump and Russia created and by Fusion GPS and Steele, involving a Belarusian American named Sergey Millian at the time of his purported involvement in Trump-related matters. Sergey was a New York-based real estate broker who from 2006 to 2016 served as president of the Russian-American Chamber of Commerce. In the course of his employment, Millian had occasion to be involved in some relatively minor listings of Trump Organization properties. Danchenko claimed to have sourced several of the most serious allegations in the Steele reports to Milan, including allegations of ongoing conspiracy between Trump campaign and Russian officials. Several of these allegations were included on the page 5 FISA applications. In particular, and perhaps most importantly, Steele Report 95 stated, speaking in confidence to a compatriot in late July 2016, Source E, an ethnic Russian close associate of Republican U.S. presidential candidate Trump, admitted that there was a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between them and the Russian leadership. This was managed on the Trump side by the Republican candidate's campaign manager Paul Manafort, and was using foreign policy advisor Carter Page and others as intermediaries. The two sides had a mutual interest in defeating Democrat presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, whom President Putin apparently both hated and feared. During several interviews with the FBI, Danchenko said he believed Source E in the report referred to, at least in part, Millian. According to Steele, Danchenko was the only one communicating with Millian, and Steele stated that Danchenko had direct contacts with Millian in New York City and Charleston, South Carolina. On the other hand, Danchenko told the FBI that although Steele believed that he had met with Millian, he never did. Further, Danchenko did not connect Steele in his mistaken belief that Danchenko had met directly with Millian. As explained in greater detail below, the spectacular claim obtained in Steele Report 95 of a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between the Trump campaign and Russian leadership is based entirely on a purported anonymous telephone call Danchenko said he received from someone he had never spoken to before. In particular, the information about the conspiracy was conveyed to him by an anonymous caller who Danchenko told Crossfire Hurricane investigators he believed might have been Millian, based on his comparison of the caller's voice to a known YouTube video featuring Millian. Yet this unvetted, completely uncorroborated allegation was included in the page FISA applications, both before and after the FBI learned its provenance from Danchenko himself. Danchenko's statements to the FBI regarding Millian. When interviewed by the FBI in January 2017, Danchenko was twice asked to review Steele Report number 95 and explain where the information came from concerning a well-developed conspiracy between Trump and Russia and the roles played by Manafort and Page. Danchenko told the FBI that Source E information sounded as though it were from a call he had received in July 2016 from someone who believed to be Millian, and Danchenko describes the following strange event. He tells the FBI that in June or July 2016, he communicated with Bogdanovsky, a US-based Russian national employee of RIA Novosti, a Russian state-run media outlet, about reaching out to Millian, who Danchenko had never met or spoken with. Bogdanovsky indicated that his colleague at RIA Novosti, Dmitry Zolodorev, had a relationship with Millian and had previously interviewed Millian about Trump. Bogdanovsky ultimately provided Danchenko with Millian's contact info. Thereafter, Danchenko told the FBI that he reached out to Millian via email twice but did not receive a response back. Danchenko did not provide the FBI with copies of these emails, despite requests to provide any communications with Millian. Danchenko told the FBI that in late July 2016, after receiving no email from Millian, Danchenko, received a 10 to 15 minute phone call from an anonymous individual he believed to be Millian. During the phone call, the caller did not identify himself and informed Danchenko about Trump and the Kremlin, communications, and the ongoing relationship between the two, and Manafort and Page. The unidentified caller supposedly said that while there was nothing bad about the exchange of information between Trump and the Kremlin, the information could be good for Russia and damaging to Trump, although deniable. Danchenko said that he and the person he believed to be Millian agreed to meet at a bar in New York City in late July. Danchenko also told the FBI he traveled to New York, but that Millian or the person who believed to be Millian never showed up. As discussed in detail below, Danchenko's versions of events regarding his trip to New York conflict with the relevant record. Nevertheless, Danchenko did admit to the FBI that he never met with Millian in person. Danchenko knew that Steele mistakenly thought they had met on several occasions, and Danchenko intentionally did not correct him on that point. Instead, Danchenko told the FBI that the damaging allegations contained in Steele Report 95 stemmed from a single telephone call from the anonymous individual he believed to be Millian. The office did not find any evidence that would explain why Millian, a Trump supporter, would call a complete stranger and provide damaging information about Trump. In any event, Danchenko was not able to produce phone records or any other evidence to corroborate his call, despite requests by the FBI to do so, nor does it appear that the FBI records that Crossfire Hurricane personnel pulled and reviewed Danchenko's toll records in an attempt to corroborate his statements regarding an anonymous call. Danchenko surmised during one interview that the purported call may have been received on an encrypted phone app. Although a review of his email messages to Millian reflected he made no mention of having or using any phone apps consistent with his inability to keep his narrative straight, Danchenko also later told the FBI that he had a couple of calls with Millian. He also told the FBI that Source D in Steele Report 80 relating to the Ritz-Carlton scandal against Trump could be referring to Millian. Danchenko's efforts to partially attribute the Ritz allegations to Millian support the notion that he fabricated his interaction with Millian. Danchenko told the FBI that the information he obtained from Millian came from a single anonymous phone call that took place in late July 2016 and was the only time that he communicated with him. Given that the Steele report containing those sexual allegations was dated June 20th, over a month prior to Danchenko's alleged call with Millian, the above described Source D Millian allegation concerning the Ritz is highly probable of the fact that there was never such a phone call between Danchenko and Millian. It would have been impossible for Millian to confirm the Ritz allegations to Danchenko in June 2016, as Danchenko reportedly informed the FBI for the first time he allegedly communicated with Millian was late July. Steele's statements to the FBI about Millian. On September 18th and 19th, 2017, FBI personnel from the Mueller Special Counsel investigation interviewed Steele. Steele stated that Danchenko had collected election-related material in the United States for Orbis. As part of that undertaking, Danchenko informed Steele that he met in person with Millian on 2 or 3 occasions in New York and perhaps Charleston. However, Danchenko informed the FBI that he had not in fact met with Millian ever, but did not correct Steele on that misimpression. The evidence obtained by the office shows that Danchenko never received a phone call or any information from Millian, and Danchenko never made arrangements to meet with Millian in New York. Rather, the evidence demonstrates Danchenko fabricated these facts regarding Millian. A review of the emails sent by Danchenko to Millian in the summer of 2016 support this conclusion. The same email Danchenko failed to provide the FBI when interviewed regarding Millian. Those emails are described below. Danchenko first came to the attention of Millian on May 26, 2016, when Russian journalist Dmitry Zolodorev emailed Millian the following: Sergey, hello. I hope all is well with you and your SIC are once again in America. It is my recollection you told me that you either have or will have news. Will it be convenient if I call sometime next week? In addition, my colleagues have an acquaintance, Danchenko, who works here in consulting. Through them, he requested I find out if it's okay to get in touch with you. If I understood correctly, it is about Trump and Russia. Can I give him your email, phone, or just email? Later that day, Millian replied to Zoldorev that he was leaving for Asia and would call him soon, but does not mention Danchenko. On July 21st, Danchenko, who appears to have acquired Millian's email address from Zoldorev, sent Millian the following message. Colleagues from RIA Novosti gave me your contact info. You spoke to Zoldorev about Trump and his trips to Russia. I wanted to ask you, what projects was he looking into? Or were these just image-building trips for beauty contests? There have been a lot of speculations for a month now on this topic. It would be interesting to chat about this topic. It's confidential, of course. I don't have any relationship to media, though of course I do have acquaintances here. In any case, would you be interested, if and when possible, to chat with you by phone or meet for coffee, beer in Washington or in New York? Well, I will be next week. I myself am in Washington. It is also possible by email in Russian or in English. I sent to you a request to LinkedIn. There my work is clear. Millian did not respond. In fact, Millian was traveling in Asia at the time Danchenko sent this email and did not return to New York until July 27th. Notably, Millian had suspended his cell phone service effective until July 14th prior to his travel and didn't reconnect the service until August 8th. On July 26th, Millian emailed Zoldorev the following: Dmitry, on Friday I'm returning from Asia. An email came from Igor. Who is that? What sort of person? Zoldorev responded, Sergey, hello. Do you remember I said that a friend or my colleague wanted to get acquainted with you? You gave permission to give your email. The way I understand it, this is who this is. He and I are not personally acquainted, though he is, it seems, in my LinkedIn. As I don't know what he wanted to talk about, if I remember correctly, he works at some think tank in Washington. And then Millian did not respond. On August 18th, more than 2 weeks after Danchenko purportedly received the anonymous call and allegedly agreed to meet with Millian, Danchenko again emailed Millian, stating in part, Hello, Sergey. I wrote you several weeks ago. We are contacts on LinkedIn. Danchenko then described a real estate deal in Russia and inquired about Millian's interest in the transaction. He closed the email by stating, Right call, my contact info is below. This email, which postdated the alleged last July call from Millian, clearly reflected that Danchenko had not in fact spoken with Millian and did not believe he had done so. Specifically, Danchenko's email did not mention a possible call from Millian and did not discuss plans to meet in New York with Millian. Yeah, this Danchenko guy's just made up a bunch of shit. On August 24th, it is crazy, Danchenko emailed Zoldorev stating in part, Bogdanovsky recommended that I get in touch with Millian. I've read your interviews with him, but for some reason Sergey doesn't respond. I already both asked him about Trump and also proposed a project in Russia. What is your relationship with him like? Would you be able to ask him to reply? I could call or write on LinkedIn, but until he responds, I would not like to pester him. By the way, you and I are also contacts there. This August 24th email to Zolodorev again made it clear that Danchenko had not spoke to Millian. Again, Danchenko's email did not mention a call and didn't talk about the meeting in New York. Later that day, Zolodorev responded in part, Igor, hello. Sergey Millian asked me a couple of weeks ago who Igor Danchenko is. I had told him earlier, but he apparently forgot. At that time, he wrote to me from South Korea. The thing is that, based on his own words, now spends more time in Asia than in America. Tried to write him once again. I simply know that he is constantly traveling and could actually have forgotten. The emails quoted above are further evidence that Millian did not call or respond to an email with Danchenko. In addition, in July 2020, Senate Judiciary Committee released a heavily redacted report on Danchenko's January 2017 interview with the FBI. In the report, Danchenko is only interviewed as Steele's primary subsource. When the redacted interview was released, Millian had been publicly reported to be a source for certain info in the Steele reports, including the information purportedly collected in late July, alleging that Trump and his campaign were engaged in a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation with Russian officials. The redacted and anonymized interview also indicated that the primary subsource, Danchenko, had received contact information for Source 6, i.e. Millian, from a journalist who had previously interviewed Millian, i.e. Zoldorev. Following the release of the interview, Millian began to email Zoldorev, attempting to uncover the identity of Steele's primary subsource. In late July 2020, Danchenko was identified by name in press reporting as Steele's primary subsource. On July 19, 2020, Millian emailed Zoldorev, stating in part, "I believe they've already found Steele's source. Do you remember such a person, Igor?" And then a day later, Millian sent another email to Zoldorev stating, "I've been informed that Boganovsky traveled to New York with Danchenko at the end of 2016. Danchenko supposedly to meet with me, but the meeting didn't take place. Can you inquire with Boganovsky whether he remembers something from that trip and whether they touched upon my name in conversation, as well as for what reason Danchenko was traveling to New York?" Steele, it seems, made Danchenko the fall guy, but Danchenko himself made several statements that were difficult to understand. For example, about the phone call with me. Did he tell Boganovsky that he communicated with me by phone, and on what topic? Thank you. This will clarify a lot for me personally. It's a convoluted story. These 2020 emails between Millian and Zoldorev again point to the fact that Danchenko did not receive a call from Millian. The office also reviewed phone records for both Danchenko and Millian and revealed no communication between the two, and they were able to identify nearly every call received by Danchenko, and none of them even had a duration close to 10 to 15 minutes. Moreover, Millian's primary cellular telephone number was suspended at the time that Danchenko allegedly received the call. Furthermore, the contention that Danchenko may have received an anonymous call from someone he believed to be Millian on an internet-based application was not supported by the evidence obtained by the office. Indeed, at no time did Danchenko inform Millian that he could be contacted on an internet-based application, to say nothing of a particular application Millian should use. Rather, the evidence did show that when Danchenko wanted to communicate on the app, he explicitly communicated that to his contacts and identified the application to use. With respect to the purported meeting with Millian in New York, the evidence obtained by the office revealed Danchenko had planned to travel to New York prior to even reaching out to Millian. Indeed, the evidence revealed that Danchenko's trip to New York was a sightseeing excursion with his daughter. In order to credit Danchenko's version of events, one would have to accept that Danchenko and his daughter planned to meet an unidentified individual at an unidentified bar in a city of 8 million people at night. Finally, the office interviewed Millian. Millian unequivocally stated that he never met with or spoke with Danchenko. When asked if he provided information reflected in the Steele reports, Millian stated that did not happen. 100%. He stated he received threats to his and his family's safety because of his alleged role in the Steele reports. Fusion GPS implicates Sergey Millian. As discussed above, the office found no evidence Millian was a source for any of the allegations in the Steele reports. Given this fact, the office endeavored to determine the genesis of Millian's implication in the Steele reports, in particular, what caused Danchenko to reach out to Millian. Among other things, the office reviewed records obtained from Fusion GPS and the public statements of Fusion GPS principals Glenn Simpson and Peter Fritz. Specifically, Fusion GPS records demonstrate that Nellie Orr first identified Millian as having connections to Trump. Orr was a Russian-language contractor employed by Fusion GPS when the wife of department official Bruce Orr, and the wife of Bruce Orr, on April 22nd, Nellie Orr prepared a report for Fusion GPS that set forth in part Millian's connections to Trump. The report was prepared just 10 days after Fusion GPS was retained by Perkins Coie to conduct opposition research on Trump, and prior to Steele being retained by Fusion GPS. Notably, on April 13th, 2016, approximately 1 week prior to Orr's report, RIA Novosti published an interview with Millian that was conducted by Zoldorev. In that interview, Millian describes his alleged real estate connections to Trump and spoke positively about Trump's candidacy. Millian was interviewed by IRA Novosti several more times over the course of the summer and all of 2016. On May 7th, Nellie Orr compiled another report discussing, among other things, Millian. All told, Orr prepared at least 12 reports that discussed Millian. Orr's reports included Millian's views on how a potential Trump presidency might affect U.S.-Russia relations. Notably, Orr included internet leaks in the report to several YouTube videos from 2012 featuring Millian. As discussed above, Danchenko told the FBI that the anonymous caller sounded like Millian based on a YouTube video that he had previously watched. The reports prepared by Orr and others at Fusion GPS were ultimately provided to Crossfire Hurricane's investigators by Orr's husband, Bruce Orr. As discussed above, Fusion GPS approached Steele in May 2016. Prior to his retention, Glenn Simpson met with Steele at Heathrow Airport in London and pit Steele on the opposition research project. 1 week later, Danchenko contacted IRA Novosti journalists seeking Millian's contact info. The timing of Danchenko's request on the heels of Steele's meeting with Simpson in London strongly supports the inference that Fusion GPS directed Steele to pursue Millian. Indeed, by the time of Steele's meeting with Simpson, Nellie Orr had already identified Millian's alleged connections to Trump. In addition to Orr, other Fusion GPS employees also appear to have worked on research pertaining to Millian. While the vast majority of internal Fusion GPS emails were withheld from the office based on privilege claims by the Clinton campaign or the DNC, the privilege log revealed that Fusion GPS employees regularly emailed about Millian, often attaching what appears to be draft memoranda about Millian or forwarding news articles concerning him. For example, on July 1st, Fusion GPS employee Jake Berkowitz emailed a draft memo entitled Sergey Millian. Several weeks later, July 13th, he forwarded the same document to Glenn Simpson. At the same time the research on Millian was being conducted, Fusion GPS was promoting Millian to the press as a key intermediary between Trump and Russia. For example, on June 27th, Fusion GPS principal Peter Fritz sent an email to Franklin Foer, a reporter at Slate magazine, with subject line, "We think." The email stated, "This dude is key." It's a link to Sergey Millian. He is clearly KGB. That Minsk SIC State Linguistic University is something of a giveaway. If you are downtown, come by. Fusion GPS's research on Millian appeared to increase substantially in late July 2016. In fact, between July 25th and July 28th, Fusion GPS employees exchanged several dozen internal emails pertaining to Millian. during this time, Glenn Simpson was in contact with ABC News producer Matthew Mosk about Millian. Notably, emails showed that Mosk had been communicating with Millian since at least July 13th. During the course of this correspondence, Mosk learned that Millian was abroad but planned to return to the U.S. in late July. On July 26, Mosk emailed Millian. It's been pretty juicy so far. On July 26, Mosk emailed Millian the following. Hello, Sergey. I'm ready to see if you might have any photographs of Donald Trump or Donnie Jr. visiting Russia from your firm's work with the Trump Organization. We very much would like to be able to illustrate his past travels to and business interests in Russia. Later that day, Millian replied that he had a photograph with Trump that had been taken in Miami. In reply, Mosk asked Millian if he would be willing to do an interview with ABC News about his experiences with Trump and proposed to conduct the interview in New York. Millian indicated that he would be available to conduct an interview in New York on the weekend or next week. While making arrangements with Millian, Mosk emailed Simpson and informed Simpson that he, Mosk, was making arrangements to interview Millian on camera and that he and Simpson should chat. Millian ultimately was interviewed by Brian Ross of ABC News on July 29th. Damn, it's an hour-long interview.
Well, let's get going. Running out of time.
We're not going to watch that, but maybe we will in a future episode. For reasons unknown to the office, ABC News did not air the interview in its entirety until January 2017, after the Steele reports became public. Nevertheless, Fusion GPS continued to send Mosk information about Millian, including Fusion GPS's comprehensive report on Millian dated June 30th, 2016. On September 13th, Mosk emailed Simpson and Berkowitz and asked, "What's the most official thing we have showing Millian tied to Trump that would make it hard for the Trump org to disavow Millian?" Berkowitz responded with a screenshot of Millian's Trump gold donor card that Millian had posted on his Instagram page. Throughout the fall of 2016, Fusion GPS continued to communicate with the media about Millian and Trump. Fusion GPS attempts to tie Millian to Alpha Bank. As discussed below, throughout the summer and fall of 2016, Fusion GPS was promoting to the media an alleged allegation of secret computer server communications between the Trump campaign and the Russian-based Alpha Bank. In an attempt to tie Millian to the Alpha Bank allegations, Fusion GPS saw assistance of Perkins Coie attorney Michael Sussman. In turn, Sussman contacted technology executive Rodney Joff.
That's pretty Sussman.
It's very Sussman, bro.
That's very Sussman.
To determine if Millian had any ties to Alpha Bank. On August 20th, Joff emailed the following technology executive, Tech Company 2, Executive 1, and 2 academic researchers, University 1, Researcher 1, and University 1, Researcher 2, a document titled Bird's Nest 1 PDF that contained known associates of Trump, including an attached Bird Nest 1 document with a description of Millian along with his past mailing address, various emails, websites, IP addresses that were associated with Millian. Joff described the documents as the result of significant investigative efforts of IOR's professional team and informed Tech Company 2 Executive 1, University 1 Researcher, and University 1 Researcher 2 that other than Paul Manafort, Millian is seen as the most likely intermediary between Trump and Russia. Joff also specifically called the group's attention to the RussianAmericanChamber.com website. On September 22nd, Sussman emailed Joff an attached document containing IP location information for RussianAmericanChamber.com. The body of the email was redacted by Perkins Coie based on privilege claims by the Clinton campaign. On the evening of September 26, Joff emailed Sussman a message containing the subject line as requested. The body of this email was also redacted by Perkins Coie based on privilege claims by the Clinton campaign. Sussman and Joff exchanged additional emails withheld for privilege later that night and into the early morning hours of September 27th. Further, on September 27th, Fritz and Simpson emailed Million's website, the Russian-American Chamber of Commerce, IP lookup info to Eric Lichtblau at New York Times. As discussed below, during the fall of 2016, Fusion GPS was pressuring Lichtblau to write a story about the Trump Alpha Bank allegations. In the email, Fritz pointed out that Alpha was the website service provider for Million's website. However, the office determined that the relevant IP does not indicate that Alpha Bank is the service provider, but rather Alpha Telecom, a Lebanese-based telecom company, which appears to have no affiliation with Alpha Bank. The FBI's conduct concerning Million. From 2007 to 2011, Million served as an FBI CHS. During that time, Million reported on matters related to Belarus and Russia. Following, among other things, Danchenko's revelations concerning Million, in August 2017, FBI agents attached to the Mueller Special Counsel team began investigating Million to determine what, if any, involvement he had in relation to the Russian government's efforts to influence the presidential election. On January 17, 2019, the FBI closed its case on Million, noting that the investigation found no confirmation that Million was directed to engage in activities related to Russian government efforts to interfere with the election. In their interviews with the office, both Otten and Helson expressed skepticism about Danchenko's alleged interaction with Million. It does not appear, however, that the Crossfire Hurricane investigators made any effort to corroborate Danchenko's version of events. For example, it does not appear that the FBI examined either Danchenko or Million's phone records, nor does it appear that the FBI questioned Danchenko about the implausibility of the meeting he supposedly planned with Million in New York. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, nobody from the FBI questioned Danchenko about the incongruity between Million's vocal support for Trump and his alleged statements to Danchenko. Again, in order to credit Danchenko's narrative, one would have to accept that Million called Danchenko an individual he did not know and provided him with damaging information on Trump during a 10 to 15 minute phone call. In sum, the evidence obtained by the office simply does not support Danchenko's version of events. Nevertheless, despite the obvious infirmities in Danchenko's narrative, the information allegedly provided by Million remained in the Page FISA application through the final renewal in June 2017. The FBI's failure to disclose to OI and include in the Page FISA applications Page's role as a source for another government agency. In addition to the inclusion of highly questionable information in the Page FISA applications, the FBI also failed to include highly relevant info in those applications. As disclosed in the OIG review, one of the serious errors in the four-page FISA applications was the failure to report that Page had been approved as an operational contact for at least one other government agency, OGA. During the period from 2008 to 2013, the record reflects that the Crossfire Hurricane investigators had been made aware of this relationship months prior to submission of the final Page FISA application in October. In the course of the investigation, the OIG also discovered evidence that prior to the submission of the fourth and final Page FISA application, the issue of Page's relationship with the OGA was raised with the FBI's OGC by the FBI affiant on that application. In particular, Supervisor Special Agent 2 sought clarification from Kevin Kleinsmith, the OGC attorney who spoke with the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, on what, if any, relationship Page had with the OGA. Kleinsmith inquired of the other agency, received a response stating that Page did in fact have a relationship with it during a relevant time period, altered that response to reflect the opposite, and sent the altered document to the affiant, which then relied on it, making representations to the FISC. After discovering the misconduct, OIG timely informed the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI of the matter pursuant to the Inspector General Act of 1978, Further information about Kleinsmith activities is set forth below. FBI attorney Kevin Kleinsmith. From 2015 to 2019, he was employed by the FBI's OGC as an assistant general counsel in the National Security and Cyber Law Branch. Among other duties, he assisted FBI agents in preparing FISA application and worked directly with attorneys in OI. In the late summer and fall of 2016, Kleinsmith was assigned to provide legal support to FBI personnel working on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. In this role, Kleinsmith interacted with an OGA on issues of importance to the Crossfire Hurricane effort. In addition, Kleinsmith provided support to the Crossfire Hurricane investigators who worked with OI to prepare the FISA application seeking authority to conduct surveillance on Page. On August 17th, months prior to the October 21st approval of the initial FISA application targeting Page, the OGA provided the Crossfire Hurricane investigators a memorandum, the August 17th memorandum, advising that Page had been approved as an operational contact for the OGA from 2008 to 2013. The memorandum described the reporting Page had provided to the OGA, including detailing his prior contacts with certain Russian intelligence officers. As discussed in greater detail below, Kleinsmith would later claim to the OIG that he did not recall reviewing the memorandum and that he did not have access to it in FBI OGC office space. Although technically true that the document was not located in OGC space, the document was located at FBI headquarters and available upon request to the Crossfire Hurricane personnel, including Kleinsmith. The first 3-page FISA application made no reference to Page's prior relationship with the OGA. However, before the FBI's submission of the final FISA application, Page himself publicly stated that he had assisted named government entities in the past during the preparation of the final FISA application. The affiant on the proposed application, Special Agent 2, asked Kleinsmith to ask whether Page had ever been a source for the OGA. On June 15, 2017, Kleinsmith sent an email to a liaison from the OGA, and they're calling him OGA Liaison 1, stating, "We need some clarification on Page. There's an indication that he may be a source. This is a fact we need to disclose in our next FISA renewal. To that end, can we get 2 items from you? Source check, is Page a source in any capacity? If he is, what is a digraph source or whatever type of source he is?" The OGA Liaison 1 responded to the email that same day with pertinent OGA documents. That list includes a reference to the August 17th memorandum the OGA had previously provided to the Crossfire Hurricane team. The liaison also wrote that the OGA uses the digraph to show that the encrypted individual is a U.S. person. We encrypt the U.S. persons when they provide reporting to us. My recollection is that Page was or is digraph, but the documents will explain the details. If you need a formal definition of the FISA, please let me know and we'll work up some language and get it cleared for use. Kleinsmith responded that same day to Liaison 1 stating, "Thanks so much for the info. We're digging into the documents now, but I think the definition of the digraph answers our questions." At the time of the exchange between Kleinsmith and Liaison 1, Supervisory Special Agent 2 was on leave, so Kleinsmith forwarded the liaison's email to 2 other Crossfire Hurricane investigators, Special Agent 3 and Supervisory Special Agent 4. Notably, before forwarding the email, Kleinsmith removed his initial email to OGA Liaison 1 that inquired about Page's status as a source. That same day, Special Agent 4 emailed Kleinsmith and OI Unit Chief 1, informing OI Unit Chief 1 that she, Supervisory Special Agent 4, would pull these documents for you tomorrow. In a subsequent reply to Kleinsmith, Special Agent 4 suggested that Unit Chief 1 may have previously been aware of Page's relationship with the OGA. Later that evening, notwithstanding the information he received from OGA Liaison 1, Kleinsmith told Unit Chief 1 that Page was not a source, but rather a U.S. subsource of a source. Kleinsmith also sent an email to Attorney 1, the attorney working on the Page FISA renewal, and requested a time to talk the following day. The next day, Kleinsmith and Attorney 1 spoke for about 30 minutes. After the call, Kleinsmith forwarded to Attorney 1 the June 15th email from OGA Liaison 1. Once again, Kleinsmith omitted the initial email he sent to the liaison that inquired about Page's status as a source. When interviewed by the OIG, OI Attorney 1 did not recall the substance of his telephone call with Kleinsmith. However, documents reviewed by the office reflect that OI Attorney 1 replied to Kleinsmith's forward of Liaison 1's email and stated, "Thanks, I think we are good and no need to carry any further." Copying Case Agent 1, Kleinsmith replied, "Music to my ears." The office has found no evidence to indicate that Case Agent 1 went back to look at the OGA documents after he received Attorney 1's guidance on the issue from Kleinsmith. On June 19th, Special Agent 2, who had returned from leave, exchanged a series of messages with Kleinsmith regarding Page. Special Agent 2, do we have any update on the OGA CHS that is Page request? Also Case Agent 1. Kleinsmith replies, and to continue. Also, Case Agent 1 said Attorney 1 is not so optimistic. Kleinsmith, CHS, you are referring to Page? Yes, he is cleared to fly. Kleinsmith, digraph equals mask, USPER, masked USPER. Special Agent 2, so he was, and the relationship officially ended. Kleinsmith, so essentially the real source was using Page as a steal-like subsource. Carter Page was never a source. Special Agent 2, you mean the OGA officer? Kleinsmith, right. Whomever granted the reporting from the documents, it was just a liaison with Page, which resulted in reporting. Eventually, they closed it out as unhelpful. So in discussion with Attorney 1, he agreed we do not need to address it in the FISA. Attorney 1 is always EOR in drafting these special FISA applications. Special Agent 2, so Page was a digraph, or Page was a subsource of the digraph. Kleinsmith, it's SIC sounds like a subsource of the digraph. Kleinsmith, and yes, the OGA confirmed explicitly he was never a source. Special Agent 2, interesting. Kleinsmith, but like interesting good, right? I mean, at least we don't have to have a terrible footnote. Special Agent 2, sure, just interesting. They say not a source. We thought otherwise based on the writing. I will reread. Kleinsmith, at most, it's another person being the CHS and you talking to the other person. Agent 2, got it, thank you. Do we have that in writing? Kleinsmith, on TS, I'll forward. As reflected above, Kleinsmith told Supervisory Special Agent 2 that Page was never a source and that the OGA confirmed explicitly he was never a source. When Special Agent 2 asked if Kleinsmith had it in writing, Kleinsmith responded that he did and would forward the email that the OGA provided. Immediately after the messages between Kleinsmith and Special Agent 2, Kleinsmith forwarded to Special Agent 2 a version of the OGA Liaison 1's June 15th email containing alterations that Kleinsmith had made. The altered email from the liaison reads as follows. My recollection is that Page was or is digraph and not a source, but the documents will explain the details. If you need a formal definition for the FISA, please let me know and we'll work up some language and get it cleared for use. Kleinsmith had altered the original June 15th email from the liaison by adding words and not a source to the email, thus making it appear the OGA liaison would had written in the email that Page was not a source for the OGA. Relying on the altered email, Special Agent 2 signed the application that was submitted to the FISC on June 29th, 2017. The final FISA application did not include Page's history or status with the OGA. The office investigators, like the OIG investigators, confirmed the OGA with OGA Liaison 1 that she had no recollection of ever having told Kleinsmith that Page was not a source for the OGA. CHS meetings with Papadopoulos, Page, and a third Trump campaign member. The Yahoo News article about Page and Page's offer to be interviewed. In addition to opening Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI opened or had opened investigations of 4 individuals associated with the Trump campaign. FBI CHSs or undercover employees, UCEs, met with 2 of those individuals, Papadopoulos and Page, as well as with a senior Trump campaign foreign policy official, and recorded many of these meetings. Many of the omissions and much of the misleading information found in the Page FISA applications described by the OIG deserve additional emphasis in this report based on the office's review of the transcripts and careful review of the actual recorded conversations themselves. Indeed, listening to the recordings and reviewing the transcripts was essentially important when considering against the backdrop of an unauthorized disclosure made by Yahoo News about the federal investigation into Page and Page's subsequent offer to be interviewed by the FBI. The FBI's engagement with CHS-1 in first consensus recording of Carter Page on August 20th. Approximately 10 days after the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was opened on Page, Case Agent 1 worked to arrange a meeting with CHS-1, a long-term counterintelligence source who the FBI had paid a substantial amount of money over many years. WFO closed CH1 for cause in January 2011 for displaying aggressiveness toward handling agents as a result of what he perceived as not enough compensation for the exhibiting questionable allegiance to the intelligence targets with which CHS-1 maintained contact. Nevertheless, Case Agent 1 reopened CHS-1 within 2 months of the CHS's closing and continued to serve as his/her handling agent through the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Case Agent 1 had served as CHS-1's handling agent for most of the 5-year period before Crossfire Hurricane. When the FBI approached CHS-1 in August to determine whether she knew Papadopoulos, CHS-1 said that they were not familiar with Papadopoulos. However, they asked Case Agent 1 and 2 other FBI employees who were present if the FBI had any interest in Carter Page, with whom CHS-1 had met a month earlier in July 2016. The FBI learned that Page had been invited to attend a July 2016 meeting focused on intelligence and global security affairs. Page's attendance at the overseas event occurred just days after his visit to Russia, where he had delivered a commencement address at the new economic school in Moscow. Given the circumstances and familiar that CHS-1 had with Page from the recent meeting together at the overseas seminar, the FBI believed CHS-1 could initiate contact with Page without arousing suspicion. CHS-1 contacted Page at the behest of the FBI, and a meeting was arranged for August 20th, which CH1 recorded. The primary purpose of the meeting and 3 additional recorded meetings with Page was to assist in determining whether Page had information relevant to the allegation that predicated the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane information. The first meeting between Page and CHS-1 took place as scheduled on August 20th. Before the meeting, the FBI briefed CHS-1 on the information received from Foreign Government 1 that predicated the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. Because Page and CHS-1 were acquainted from their July meeting, they discussed a number of topics during their August engagement. CHS-1 said that he had once known Manafort, the Trump campaign manager who had resigned the previous day. Page told CHS-1 that he had actually literally never met Manafort, never said one word to him, When Page added that he had sent Manafort a couple of emails, the CHS interrupted him and said, and he, Manafort, never responded probably. Page then replied, never responded one word. Since that time, Page has repeatedly stated that despite allegations to the contrary, he never met or corresponded with Manafort while they worked on the campaign. Later in the conversation, Page told CHS1 that I was never from the beginning a Manafort fan. Page also said that he believed Manafort might be in some trouble, but didn't provide any more information about it. Page's statements about Manafort, especially about their having no relationship, seriously undercut the reports from Steele subsequently received by the Crossfire Hurricane investigations that alleged that Page was engaged in a conspiracy with Manafort, the Trump campaign, and the Russians. Importantly, FBI records reflect that the Crossfire Hurricane investigators apparently failed to determine at that time whether Page's statements to CHS1 had a basis in fact. Had they done so, investigators would have found that Page had previously sent Manafort one direct email message and copied him on two other messages, none of which Manafort appears to have answered. This documentary evidence provides significant corroboration of Page's statements about Manafort and should have raised at the time when the FBI was assessing the Steele reporting serious concerns about the reliability of an important piece of that reporting. In addition to discussing Manafort, Page and CHS1 also discussed three other topics. First, Page was asked about a possible October surprise being planned by the Trump campaign. CHS1 referenced an October surprise from an earlier presidential election, and Page responded that he wanted to know the definition of an October surprise because there's a different October surprise in this year, but although maybe some similarities. Toward the end of their meeting, Page was bluntly asked, "What is the October surprise you are planning?" The recording reflects that this was followed by someone laughing. Page responded, "Well, I want to have the conspiracy theory about the next email dump with these 33,000, In reply, CHS1 asked, "Well, the Russians have all that, don't they?" And Page stated, "I don't know." Second, Page discussed with and confirmed for CHS1 certain recent media reports regarding Page's business relationships with Russia. Nevertheless, during the meeting and all subsequent recorded meetings with CHS1, Page either implicitly or explicitly denied that those relationships were with the Russian government. Additionally, during all of his meetings with CHS1, Page never provided any information, evidence, documentation indicating knowledge of any relationship between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. Rather, in this meeting, and on several occasions during the subsequent meetings, Page told CHS1 that Trump wanted improved relations between the United States and Russia and Russian President Putin. At no time did Page discuss anything about the campaign working in concert with the Russian government. Third, CHS1 initiated a discussion with Page about Papadopoulos, asserting that someone in Redacted said there's a guy in London, Papadopoulos, who's talking about the Trump campaign relations with the Russians, alluding to the information passed to the FBI by Australia that FBI officials stated formed the basis for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Page, however, did not confirm or even address CHS1's insinuation of a relationship between the Trump campaign and Russia. Rather, Page was somewhat dismissive of Papadopoulos' youth and described him as having gotten in some hot water over comments he made about British Prime Minister David Cameron, owing Trump an apology. Again, Page did not display any knowledge of an illicit relationship between the Trump campaign and Russia. Finally, when CHS1 again tried to elicit information on the subject, stating, "So this fellow Papadopoulos is just a young guy who's saying things that he shouldn't say, or what?" Page responded by simply stating, "No, he's a fine guy." Again, Page did not state or display any knowledge of an existing relationship between the campaign and Russia, despite CHS-1's baited statements designed to elicit such information from Page. Page's recorded statements were significant because this was the first time Crossfire Hurricane investigators had an opportunity to obtain direct evidence that might corroborate or alternatively raise questions about the allegations passed on by Australia. In this first recorded conversation, Page did not corroborate this information. 5 days later, a briefing concerning this first recording of Page was held at FBI headquarters for Deputy Director McCabe, Assisting Director Prystep, General Counsel Baker, Section Chief Strazork, Deputy General Counsel Anderson, and other FBI personnel. In addition to a discussion of the meeting, excerpts from the recorded meeting were played at the briefing. The receipts of the first Steele reports, publication of the Yahoo News article naming Page, and Page's expressed willingness to be interviewed by the FBI. There was no additional meetings between Page and CHS-1 until 2 months later. In the interim, on September 9th, FBI personnel conducted the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and received documents that were represented to be intelligence-type products authored by former British intelligence official Christopher Steele. These documents were part of what has become known collectively as the Steele dossier, while other sections of this report discuss in detail Steele and his reporting. 2 allegations relating to Page are relevant to this section. In particular, one allegation stated that there was a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between them, the Trump campaign, and the Russian leadership that was managed on the Trump side by Paul Manafort, who was using foreign policy advisor Carter Page and others as intermediaries. In that role, Page purportedly served as a liaison or go-between for Trump campaign chairman Manafort and Russian officials working with the Trump campaign. This allegation was in stark contrast to and in direct conflict with what CHS-1 had recorded Page saying in August, somewhat inexplicitly in subsequent meetings before CHS-1 and Page. CHS-1 never attempted to re-engage Page on the subject of his relationship with Manafort. Moreover, prior to submitting the initial FISA application to the FISC in October 2016, the Crossfire Hurricane investigators apparently never sought to obtain Page's email or phone records, whether from Page himself or otherwise, to verify or disprove Page's statements about his lack of a relationship with Manafort. As a result, at no time either before or during the electronic surveillance of Page did the FBI resolve the glaring conflict between Page's unequivocal statement regarding Manafort and the critical assertion in the Steele reports that Page served as one of Manafort's liaisons to the Russians. The second Page-related allegation in the Steele reporting was a claim that in July 2016, while in Moscow to deliver a speech to the new economics school, Page had met secretly with Putin's ally and chief executive officer of Rosneft, Igor Sechin, and also with Kremlin Internal Affairs Officer Igor Dvyekin. In late September, the allegations concerning Page's meeting with Sechin and Dvyekin first made their way into the public domain with the publication of an article in Yahoo News authored by Michael Isikoff. In the article, Mr. Isikoff wrote that Page, an American businessman who had been identified as a foreign policy advisor to then presidential candidate Trump, was the subject of an investigation being conducted by U.S. intelligence officials. The officials reportedly were trying to determine if Page was having private communications with senior Russian officials. The article went on to refer to a congressional source and said that Page's talks with Russian officials close to Putin were being monitored and investigated, and that a senior U.S. law enforcement official did not dispute that characterization, stating, "It's on our radar screen. It's being looked at. The article credited a well-placed Western intelligence source as identifying Sechin and Devikin, both of whom were alleged to be close to Putin, as individuals with whom Page had met while in Moscow. 2 days after the Yahoo News article, Page sent a letter to FBI Director Comey. In the letter, Page requested that the FBI promptly end its inquiry into his recent trip to Russia. Page alluded to the fact that he had previously been interviewed by the FBI and volunteered to speak to any member of the FBI in the interest of helping them put these outrageous allegations about him to rest. Page denied what he termed completely false media reports, stating for the record, "I have not met this year with any sanctioned official of Russia." Page also publicly stated that he had interacted with members of the U.S. intelligence community, including the FBI and CIA, for decades. The FBI, however, did not take Page up on the offer to be interviewed, and indeed the Crossfire Hurricane investigators were prohibited by FBI senior executives from approaching Page until former Director Comey finalized an interview in March 2017. Almost 6 months after Page's written offer. In this regard, FBI records reflect the following relevant messages. On October 13th, 1 week before the initial Page FISA application was submitted to Crossfire Hurricane investigators, Case Agent 1, a principal source of information for the FISA application, and Special Agent 2 had the following exchange. Case Agent 1: "It looks like management doesn't want us to do an interview right now." Special Agent 2: "Of course not, that would make too much sense." Case Agent 1: "Yeah, exactly. We were told by Supervisory Special Agent 1 that management wants to see what we get from his meeting with CHS Monday and what we see in the FISA." Shortly thereafter, the following exchange occurred between Special Agent 2 and Supervisory Special Agent 1. Special Agent 2: "Yeah, Case Agent 1 says no appetite to interview Page either. That SSE stupid." Supervisory Special Agent 1: "Yeah, dude, I don't know why we are even here." It is clear from the message exchanges that there was frustration on the part of Crossfire Hurricane investigators over their inability to conduct a timely interview of Page. It is Supervisory Special Agent 3 to Special Agent 3: "I bet you one cocktail of choice the approval does not come today." Case Agent 1 to Supervisory Special Agent 3: "Do you think this happens today?" Supervisory Special Agent 3 to Case Agent 1: "I already bet Special Agent 3's first name, Special Agent 3, one cocktail of choice, the DD sits on it." Case Agent 1 to Supervisory Special Agent 3: "Question, what's the holdup with the DD?" And Supervisory Special Agent 3 responds, "It's the political sensitivities and the whole timing of everything." And then we have more messages with different people. So it's Case Agent 1 to Chicago Agent 1. "We are all set to interview Page this morning, but apparently we need DD to do it now." Oh, great. Here's another message. Case Agent 1 to Chicago Agent 1. So this is Support Operations Specialist 1 to Case Agent 1. "Who is the holdup, McCabe?" Case Agent 1 responds, "I'm wondering if it's McCabe or if it's Prystep holding off telling McCabe." DD is good with it, waiting to hear from the big guy, and we're going to head out. "We've been told to follow the letter that he sent to Comey. We can't mention any names today. Just waiting for the director to approve. They're in Boston together, so we anticipate it to be within the hour." Support Operations Specialist 1 responds, "So there's just no word from the director? Is that literally all you guys are waiting for?" We got more messages. This is Support Operations Specialist 2, Case Agent 1. "It's a normal investigative step. Who cares what the politics are? If thy SIC don't want to look political, Stop trying not to look political. And then here we have a message between Case Agent 1 and support. Oh, okay. Also clear from the messages sent by Case Agent 1, Special Agent 2, and their supervisor on the investigation, Supervisory Special Agent 1, that the timing and circumstances of the interview were not left to the individuals conducting and supervising the investigation, but rather the decision on those issues were effectively being made by the director and deputy director of the FBI. In this regard, according to McCabe, Director Comey was getting daily briefings on this stuff regularly, and the director was intimately involved with the team that was working on the case. We observed that Page's letter to Comey was received by the FBI less than 1 week following the Crossfire Hurricane's investigative team's receipt of the startling but uncorroborated Steele reports. As noted above, these reports included, among a number of other allegations, specific claims that Page was serving as an intermediary between Manafort and Russian leadership, and that Page had met with both Sechin and Devikin while traveling to Russia in July 2016. As to the former, as detailed above, Page had already been recorded on August 20th, 2016, informing CHS-1 that he had no relationship between Manafort and, indeed, had never even spoken with him. As to the latter claim, Page would be recorded on October 17th, 2016, informing CHS-1 that he had not met with Sechin as reported by Steele and was completely unfamiliar with Devikin. During the same time frame, and is set forth in greater detail below, the Crossfire Hurricane investigative team was working with OI to secure authorization from the FISC for a FISA warrant on Page. An interview of Page at that time, for which he had volunteered, would have undoubtedly been beneficial to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. As noted, Page had previously been interviewed by the FBI multiple times unrelated to his work on the Trump campaign, and there was no indication on his part, no indication of any reticence on his part to speak openly and at length with the FBI. Indeed, an interview with Page would have enabled the FBI to explore whatever topics were deemed relevant to the investigation, including but not limited to the following: Page's assessment of Papadopoulos, whose statements to the Australian diplomats had served as the predication for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation; Page's relationship with Manafort, Sechin, Devikin, and other persons of interest; an evaluation of any in-person denials made by Page of the allegations contained in the Yahoo News article; and explore with Page any contacts that he knew or suspected between individuals working on the campaign and any Russian officials. Because he was familiar with Russia, the FBI might have been better able to assess the credibility of the media reporting on Trump's alleged relationship with Russian officials. An interview with Page also would have enabled the FBI to better assess the reliability of CHS-1. Finally, if the Crossfire Hurricane investigators believed that Page was not being candid, they could have asked Page to submit a voluntary polygraph exam and to produce relevant records. Although there may have been some concern that interviewing Page would affect the FBI's ability to secure a FISA warrant, Page had already denied the allegation in the Yahoo News article and the Steele reports, which he was not even aware at the time. In this letter to Director Comey, Page again denied the allegations in a September 26, 2016 Washington Post article calling them garbage. As previously noted, it's garbage, it's trash. As previously noted and discussed in more detail below, in a recorded conversation with CHS-1 on October 17th, 4 days before the FISA surveillance application was approved, Page denied meeting with Sechin and Devikin. All of Page's denials were characterized by the FBI in an initial FISA application, as discussed below, as not credible. If Page had further denied the allegations in an interview, those denials too could have been included in the application. Moreover, again, they also may have succeeded in getting Page to agree to take a voluntary polygraph exam on unresolved issues and areas of concern. Nevertheless, senior FBI management made the decision not to interview Page and instead continued to move forward on the FISA surveillance targeting Page. Notably, once Comey authorized an interview of Page to go forward in March 2017, Page sat for 5 voluntary interviews and fully cooperated, even going as far to bring his own PowerPoint presentation on one of the interviews. In those interviews, consistent with representation he had made to CHS-1 in recorded conversations, Page denied meeting with Sechin and Devikin. Additionally, and also consistent with what he said to CHS-1, Page denied ever meeting with or speaking to Manafort. Although the office recognizes the benefit of hindsight in reviewing investigative decision-making, the failure to promptly conduct a voluntary interview of Page, contemporaneous with the request for such an interview, was a missed opportunity to further assess on a timely basis in a different light the actual value of Papadopoulos' information provided by Australia. It was also a missed opportunity to test the reliability of claims about Page contained in the Steele reports. Other investigative deficiencies with respect to Page in the office's assessment are discussed below further. Next up, we have the second recording of Page made by CHS-1. On October 17th, CHS-1 and Page had a second meeting, which was also recorded by CHS-1. Regarding the allegation in the Steele reporting that Page had met with Sechin and Devikin, Page expressively denied that he met with either one and described the reporting on the matter as lies planted in the media by Senator Harry Reid and the Clinton campaign team in Brooklyn. Additionally, Page stated, "The core lie is that I met with these sanctioned Russian officials, several of which I never even met in my entire life." Later in the conversation, Page also advised CHS-1 that Rosneft, Sechin's company, had denied that a meeting between Page and Sechin had taken place. Finally, Page referred to a story regarding an interview Trump campaign manager Kellyanne Conway conducted with CNN, during which, according to Page, she said that Page is not allowed to talk to the Russians he was never authorized. In relating the story, Page told CHS-1, "I told everyone in the campaign, I never actually talked to these people, so it's just kind of, complete lies." CHS-1 and Page also discussed Page's alleged meeting with Devikin. Early in the meeting, neither Page nor CHS-1 could even recall his name, with Page wondering whether he may have shaken the hand of some unknown person who may have been Devikin. After a speech at the new economic school in Moscow, with respect to Devikin, the following exchange occurred. CHS-1, and there's another one who worked for, Page, there's another guy, CHS-1, Putin. Page, I've never heard of, he's like in the inner circle. CHS-1, what's his name again? Page, I can't even remember, it's so outrageous. CHS-1, yeah, right. He's in the inner circle. He works in the Kremlin or something. Page, but he's, he's not someone, again, I was asking, I wanted to double check, I wanted to make sure that the graduation, I called up the people that were, when I was a commencement speaker, did I happen to shake hands with the guy? Like, this guy is just completely, they didn't even know of him because he's like, it's like an example, a senior director on the NSC, right? They're not household names. Later in the meeting, CHS-1, not Page, recalled Devikin's name, and the following exchange took place, in which Page denied ever having heard of him. CHS-1, the guy that we were trying to think of earlier, is Devikin. Oh yeah, right. Never heard of him until CHS-1. I never heard of him either. Page, the Russian guys at the university who are kind of ins and outs live in Moscow, right? CHS-1, they don't know him either, no? Page, haven't heard of him, he's kind of, again, senior director on NSC. Later in the conversation, in response to an inquiry as to whether Page would be attending the upcoming presidential debate in Nevada, Page advised that he was taking a break from the campaign. When CHS1 asked, "Oh, you're not in touch with the campaign?" Page responded, I told them I need to fight out against these FBI investigations, and it's not appropriate for me to be making statements if I'm officially affiliated with the campaign. At the end of the meeting, CHS1 and Page discussed the possible establishment of a think tank to be located in London focused on Russians' relations with the West, a topic they briefly discussed in the first meeting. After telling CHS1 that he liked the idea, Page said, "The only big question, obviously, like most things is, funding for it." In response, CHS1 stated that, "I would imagine that you could probably find funds." Returning to the topic a little later, Page said, "Well, the only interesting question," CH1's name deleted, "on your point is, I don't want to say they'd be an open checkbook, but the Russians would definitely," at which time CHS1 interrupted saying they would fund it. Page then responded, A few hours after this meeting, Supervisory Special Agent 1 contacted Strzok to provide a summary, which they received from Case Agent 1. In that exchange, Special Agent 1 informed Strzok that Page did not deny knowing Sechin and outright denied knowing Devikin. As an initial matter, Page denied meeting with either of them. The actual allegations set forth in the Steele report and contained on the initial Page FISA, Supervisory Special Agent 1, however, accurately relayed Page's outright denial that he did not know Devikin. Minutes later, Special Agent 1 cut and pasted this message to Strzok and sent it to both Brian Alton and Section Chief Moffa. Thus, as of August 17th, a principal source of information for the FISA Case Agent 1, the two most senior analysts on Crossfire Hurricane, Moffa and Alton, and the Deputy Assistant Director of the Counterintelligence Division, Strzok, were all made aware of the fact that Page explicitly denied knowing Devikin, and should have been made aware that Page denied meeting with either individual. Nonetheless, Page's exculpatory statements were not included in the initial FISA application signed just 4 days later. Crossfire Hurricane investigators submit the initial FISA application on October 21st. 4 days after the second recorded meeting with Page, the department submitted its initial Page FISA application. The court granted it that same day. Unbeknownst to the court at the time, the application contained numerous significant defects, many of which were identified by the OIG. In support of the application, the FBI made several assertions that directly conflicted with explicit statements made by Page in the two conversations with CHS1. One assertion was the FBI's assessment that Page was still likely involved with the Trump campaign, despite the facts that Page told the CHS1 that he was taking a break from the campaign. Campaign officials by then had publicly distanced themselves from Page and his purported contacts with the Russians, and the campaign manager had publicly stated that Page was not part of the campaign she was running. The FISA application attributed this assessment to the fact that because Page was one of the campaign's first foreign policy advisors and had established relationships with other members of the campaign, this would enable him to have continued access to these advisors, and he would attempt to exert influence on foreign policy matters, regardless of any formal role he played in the campaign. This assertion was supported by actual evidence that such continued involvement in the campaign was occurring. Additionally, notwithstanding Page's explicit denials to CHS1 and Director Comey of meeting with either Sechin or Devikin in July 2016, an uncorroborated claim that has been included in the Steele reports and publicized in the Yahoo News article, the FISA application mischaracterized and misrepresented Page's words and actions regarding the subject matter. In particular, the FISA application stated that during his meeting with CHS-1, Page did not provide any details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, and he made vague statements that minimalized his activities. This assertion, however, seriously misrepresents Page's recorded statements set forth above. Finally, even though Page told CHS-1 that he was taking a break from the Trump campaign, the FISA application implies that the opposite was true. It said a page of Page's discussion on October 17th. During the meeting with CHS-1, Page said that he was no longer officially affiliated with the campaign, but added that he may be appearing in a television interview within the next week when he travels to the UK. According to Page, the interview will be discussing the potential change in foreign policy as it pertains to Russia and Syria if Trump wins. Accordingly, although Page claimed that he is no longer officially affiliated with the campaign, the FBI assesses that Page continues to coordinate with the Russian government or perhaps others in efforts to influence the presidential election. The Crossfire Hurricane personnel assessed, without citing any particular fact or explaining the basis for the assessment, that this discussion of a possible television interview was somehow evidence that Page was continuing to coordinate with the Russian government and perhaps others in an effort to influence the U.S. presidential election. In support, the application asserted that Page's discussion with CHS-1 during the October 17, 2016 meeting about the possibility of him doing an interview with the British television personality on the implications of a Trump campaign victory on the relationship of the United States with Russia and Syria, believed his statement to CHS-1 that he was taking a break from the campaign. The third recording of Page. 2 months after the initial Page FISA surveillance warrant was authorized, the CH1 and Page had a third meeting on December 15th. The meeting covered a number of topics. At the outset of the meeting, CH1 initiated a general discussion of the potential Russian think tank in London. After CH1 discussed a possible partnership with a particular US-based entity in establishing the think tank, Page advised CHS-1 that he had been kind of talking with the New Economic School a little bit, and they were actually quite positive. Page went on to note that they've got a lot of support internally. When CHS-1 asked whether the support was from the faculty or from the government, Page responded, from the government, yeah, high level. Later, Page and CHS-1 had a more general discussion regarding logistics of such a think tank, discussing issues such as funding and location. When CHS-1 noted that you said last time we met that you thought you had the funding lined up. You said the Russians are giving you a blank check. Page responded, well, I don't know that I went that far. I thought there was some support of, certainly this trip proved it, but I think, having an institutional base, they said, well, come back to us with a proposal. So, and they, again, the very high level Russians were quite supportive of a particular type of entity. Nevertheless, Page later noted during the conversation that some people have warned me, be careful with having too much Russian connection for obvious reasons. Finally, Page and CHS-1 discussed logistical information about possibly setting up the think tank in London, potentially to be sponsored by a UK entity. During the meeting, Page also told CHS-1 that according to the press, Page was under FBI investigation. Page made the statement in response to an inquiry regarding Page's next trip to Moscow. Page said that he had been invited to Christmas parties at Russian energy companies Gazprom and Rosneft, but had told them, I've got enough investigation going on. CHS-1 then asked Page who was investigating him, and in response, Page said, oh, the FBI. Well, that's what the press says. No one has contacted me. CHS-1's misinterpretation of Crossfire Hurricane investigators of her conversation with Page regarding Page's alleged meeting with Sechin. Approximately 1 week after the December meeting between Page and CHS-1, Case Agent 1 had a message exchange with Supervisory Special Agent 1. Case Agent 1 advised Supervisory Special Agent 1 that CHS-1 had reached out to Case Agent 1 that day and advised Case Agent 1 that CHS-1 had just remembered that Page told CHS-1 that he, Page, had met with Sechin on Page's most recent trip to Russia. When Special Agent 1 expressed what appeared to be skepticism about CHS-1's claim, Case Agent 1 responded that CHS-1 stated that they had remembered Page's statement after reading Sechin's name in the paper. In a message exchange 2 days later with the Crossfire Hurricane analyst, Analyst 1, Case Agent advised Analyst 1 that he was trying to determine when Page advised CHS-1 of this purported meeting, while also expressing skepticism that such a meeting had occurred. Case Agent 1 speculated with Analyst 1 that Page may exaggerate things about his meetings. Analyst 1 concurred with Case Agent 1, additionally speculating that there would be no benefit for Sechin in meeting with Page. Nonetheless, neither Case Agent 1 nor Analyst 1 appear to have considered the possibility that exaggeration regarding the purported Page-Sechin meeting may have not come from Page, but rather from CHS-1, whose account of the statement by Page, at least according to Case Agent 1, could have been corroborated or disproven by simply listening to the December 15th recording. This was an especially important point for investigators to resolve since, as mentioned above, during his October 17th meeting with CHS-1, Page had explicitly denied having met with Sechin in July. If it were true that Page had now told CHS-1 that he had met with Sechin during his most recent trip to Moscow, such information would have been significant in bolstering suspicion that Page and his relationship with the Russians, and also arguably would have given more credibility to the earlier Steele report's assertion that Page had met with Sechin in July 2016. A review of the December recorded meeting clearly shows that Page made no such statements. Although there was a brief discussion by the two about Secretary of State nominee Rex Tillerson's relationship with Sechin, and the accusation made by Senator Harry Reid that Page had purportedly met with Sechin, which was referenced in a recent Washington Post column by Josh Rogin, Page never advised CHS-1 that he had met with Sechin on a recent post-election trip to Russia. As noted above, Special Agent 1 told Case Agent 1 that they needed to listen to the audio of the recording. If in fact the Crossfire Hurricane investigators listened to the recording, they either missed this fact or elected not to make it known to the OI lawyers with whom they were working on the Page FISA application. In either event, CHS-1's misstatement of an important fact was significant in this information provided to the FBI by CHS-1. Again, according to Case Agent 1 regarding his conversation with Page, was used in all 4 of the Page FISA applications. The first renewal of the Page FISA warrant surveillance order. Less than a month after the third recorded meeting between Trump and CHS-1, the FBI received authorization from the SISC to continue its surveillance of Page for an additional 90 days. The renewal application, like the application to initiate the surveillance, included misrepresentations and mischaracterizations of the recorded conversations. Additionally, the same errors that were contained in the first FISA application were repeated in the renewal application. As noted in the OIG review, the failure to correct these errors in the first FISA renewal application was repeated in the second and third renewal applications. Specifically, the OIG noted that the first renewal application omitted information the FBI had received from persons who previously had professional interactions with Steele and who in part questioned both his judgment and his pursuit of individuals with political risk but no intelligence value. Moreover, as noted later in the OIG review, another significant error in the renewal applications was the omission of a recorded statement made to a second FBI CHS-2 by Papadopoulos. In the recorded conversation, Papadopoulos expressly denies any knowledge of the Trump campaign's involvement in the circumstances surrounding the hack of the DNC computers. In addition to these defects, the first renewal application included mischaracterizations about the details of the December 15th meeting between Page and CHS1. In particular, it mischaracterized the nature of their discussion concerning the creation of a potential think tank focusing on Russian relations with the West. An objective reading of the transcript and review of the recordings of the two conversations between Page and CHS1 on this subject in both the October 17th meeting and December meeting reflect that, although the two engaged in a discussion about the possibility of establishing such an entity, neither discussed the specific details that would be required for such a project to move forward. Further, although they generally discussed the possible location of the think tank and possible sources of funding, the renewal application asserted that, according to more recent reporting from CHS1, in the December meeting, the CHS1 asked Page for additional info regarding the financials for the proposed think tank. According to CHS1, Page initially attempted to distance the think tank from Russian funding. When CHS1 reminded Page of his previous statement regarding the open checkbook, Page did not refute this previous comment and provided some reassurance to CHS1 about the likelihood of Russian financial support. That assertion, based on the language in the application, perhaps was premised on information provided to the Crossfire Hurricane investigators by CHS1 rather than the actual words spoken by Page as captured in CHS1's recordings of the meetings. As provided to the FISC, however, the assertion is an inaccurate representation of the conversation. As noted above, when CHS1 stated to Page, "You said the Russians are giving you a blank check," Page immediately responded, "Well, I don't know I went that far. I thought there was some support." The actual language used by Page is inconsistent with CHS1's assertion to Page that Page had been promised a blank check by the Russians. The assertion in the FISA application was, at a minimum, incomplete. The first renewal application also stated that the FBI assessed that Page's attempts to downplay Russian funding may have been an attempt by him to soften his connection to Russia, or may have been the result of an instruction from the Russians not to discuss any possible Russian financial involvement. There is nothing in the actual conversation between the two men that would give rise to such an assessment. A fair and objective reading of the actual conversation indicates that the source of funding by the Russians was undetermined, and, as also noted above, according to Page, subject to Page submitting a written proposal, and as previously noted, Page also mentioned that some people have warned me, be careful with having too much Russian connections for obvious reasons. Instead of including Page's verbatim statements regarding Russian funding in the application, FISA application makes assertions about funding that are at odds with what Page actually told CHS1 as reflected in the recording of the meeting. Moreover, the renewal application was submitted to the FISC only 3 weeks after Case Agent 1's conversation with Supervisory Special Agent 1 and Analyst 1 regarding CHS1's misstatement that Page had advised CHS1 that he had met with Sechin during a post-election trip to Russia. Because of their skepticism about this claim by CHS1, this issue should have been brought to the attention of the OI's attorney working on the application, as well as the FISC. However, the office found no evidence that it was appropriately addressed. In a number of instances, the Page FISA application relied on assessments to address what otherwise appeared to be plainly exculpatory statements by Page. Because of the sensitive and classified nature of those portions of one or more of the FISA applications, review of those assessments is set forth in the classified appendix. The fourth recording. Okay, so there was 4. I thought there was 3. On January 25th, 2017, less than 2 weeks after the first renewal of the FISA surveillance order, CHS-1 met with and recorded Page for the fourth and final time. Importantly, on January 10th, BuzzFeed News had published the contents of the Steele reports. The next day, Wall Street Journal identified former British MI6 intelligence officer Christopher Steele as the author of the reports. Unsurprisingly, the reports were a topic of conversation as Page and CH1 began their fourth meeting. In response to Page's inquiry as to whether CHS1 knew Steele, the MI6 guy, CHS responded, "No, I never did. I never met him." Page then speculated that former MI6 director Richard Dearlove, who had attended the same July 2016 gathering that Page and CHS1 had attended, must have known Steele. CHS1 responded, "Yeah, Dearlove would know him. I mean, Dearlove knew everybody in 6, and 6 is a small organization." CHS1 went on to state that Steele certainly produced language electrifying memoranda, didn't he? Page responded, "Well, I mean, it's just so false that where do you begin?" This exchange contained yet another denial by Page of the allegations made about him in the Steele reports, but this specific denial was never brought to the attention of the FISC in the second and third renewal applications of the Page FISA surveillance. During this fourth recorded conversation, Page complains about being under surveillance by the FBI, comparing his plight to that faced by MLK Jr., who had been under FBI surveillance just during the time that J. Edgar Hoover served as FBI director. Page informed CHS1 that both he and King were under surveillance for exercising their constitutional rights of freedom of speech and freedom of expression. That's amazing. So the guy that was getting wrongfully investigated by the FBI is like complaining about it to an FBI informant, and he doesn't realize it. Later, CHS1 again turned the conversation to a discussion of the establishment of the possible think tank focused on relations between Russia and the West and the finances related to such an endeavor. CHS1 told Page, "And I think that if you could bring some Russian money to the table, I might be able to help you get some US money." Page says, "That could be useful, Shortly thereafter, CHS1 raised the think tank issue again, and the following exchange occurred. "I think the real issue is you have to deal with the decision whether you want to create a think tank. And, once you make that decision, then we could talk about money and personnel, but you should take your time and think carefully." Page says, "Here's the problem with me taking the time, and this is why I'm kind of anxious, and this is my conversation last month in Moscow. The momentum is building. The Cold War, sort of, like UI, it's people trying to show that they're not un-American." Later in the conversation, Page indicated to CHS1 that he believed the Russians were fully on board, but the question is, the who's, what, whys, whens, and hows, CHS1 and Page then discussed possible dollar amounts for starting it, with each discussing finding sponsors to share in the cost. Page initially suggested $1 million, and CHS1 suggested she did not think that he or she, CHS1, could raise even $1 million, but said to Page, if they, referring to the Russians, could come up with $1 million, and you could tell them that you could keep the doors open for a year with that, and then I could try to find whatever I can get to add to it. A short time later, not hearing any firm commitment from Page regarding the establishment of the think tank, CHS1 stated, "I'm just sort of blue skying here. I'm not trying to, persuade you really to do this." The various discussions between Page and CHS1 regarding the creation of the think tank occurred over the course of their 4 conversations. The first occurred briefly in their first meeting, with more extensive discussions occurring in their third follow-up meeting, or on the 3 follow-up meetings. However, none of the conversations advanced the establishment of the think tank from the aspirational to the concrete. The FBI's original language referring to the initial discussion between Page and CHS-1 regarding the think tank and the possibility of Russian funding did not change in its first 3 FISA applications, the original plus the 2 renewals. However, some additional language regarding the issue was added to the final renewal application. In that application, the FBI wrote, based on more recent information developed through its ongoing investigation of Page, the FBI now assesses that Page is no longer interested in establishing a think tank, likely due to lack of funding. Later in their January 25th conversation, Page again advised CHS-1 that the stories about him in Russia were false. Page stated that the false evidence isn't the fault of the Bureau. There's been lots of reports the Bureau sort of pushed back on this, and the fact that they never contacted me says something as well. Finally, Page told CHS-1 the following regarding the allegations against him. You know, what a complete lie, what a complete sham, CHS-1, but you know, Page, and this is the big fraud. If you look at the narrative that was defined all around using government resources based on completely false evidence, and again, false evidence is a crime, Page subsequently told CHS-1, let's see where this all started. This all started based on complete utter lies, right? The second and third renewals of the Page FISA surveillance. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators saw a second renewal of the FISA authorization, which was granted in April 2017, while there was only one additional recorded conversation between Page and CHS-1 during the time between the first renewal of the FISA warrant and the second application for a renewal. There were several significant events that occurred in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation during that time. These include the 5 interviews that the FBI conducted with Page in March 2017. As noted above, these interviews occurred nearly 6 months after Page wrote to Director Comey volunteering to be interviewed. Additionally, in late January, the FBI conducted a 3-day interview of Steele's primary subsource, Danchenko, who Steele relied heavily upon to gather information for inclusion in the Steele reports. Finally, as discussed below, during that same approximate time period, the FBI made a series of recordings and conversations between a second CHS-2, and Papadopoulos. The recordings were made in an effort to capture relevant information about the Australian communication that was the basis for opening Crossfire Hurricane. At the expiration of the second FISA renewal authority, the Crossfire Hurricane investigators sought and were granted a third renewal of authority to conduct additional FISA surveillance of Page. As noted previously, however, the Crossfire Hurricane investigators did not correct the errors, omissions, and misrepresentations that were contained in both the original application and the first FISA renewal at the time they submitted the second and third renewal applications. Moreover, additional significant problems were identified by the OIG and also in a later investigation conducted by the FBI's Inspection Division in the second and third renewal applications. One of the most significant problems relates to Page's recorded statements telling CHS that I never met with Sechin or Devikin. The public statements to the same effect in his statements to the FBI during the 5 interviews, when compared to information provided to the FISC in the 3 renewal applications. Because of the sensitive and classified nature of these portions of one or more of the FISA renewal applications, review of this issue is necessarily contained in the classified appendix to this report. So that part is classified. I have some of, I do think I have some of the classified stuff here. I'll probably take a look at it on a different day. I mean, a lot of it is redacted. And I'm actually having a good time. This is way better than the Big Beautiful Bill. It's way more fun to read.
I mean, you're reading the official narrative to Russiagate.
Oh yeah. It's pretty good. Recording of a high-level Trump campaign foreign policy advisor by CHS-1 on September 1st, 2016. In addition to the 4 recordings with Page, CHS-1 also recorded a breakfast meeting they had in early September with the high-level Trump campaign foreign policy advisor. They're calling him Trump Senior Foreign Policy Advisor 1, who was not a subject of the FBI's investigation. As CHS-1 had a background in policy development through their work in several presidential administrations and campaigns, it was not unusual for them to request a meeting with this Trump policy advisor. A prospective meeting between the two had been discussed beforehand during CH1's first meeting with Page, who encouraged him to have such a meeting. And this meeting occurred approximately 10 days after the CHS1's first meeting with Page. FBI records reflect that prior to the meeting, there had been discussions among FBI personnel about sensitivities surrounding meetings with high-level campaign figures and the need to ensure the conversation would remain focused on topics relevant to the main purpose of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, namely wherever there was evidence of collusion between Russian officials and the Trump campaign. The discussions covered the possibility that the conversations between the CHS-1 and the foreign policy advisor might digress into campaign strategy and tactics. The FBI personnel involved in the discussions expressing concern that such topics were to be avoided if at all possible. We note that Crossfire Hurricane investigators properly recognized that other sensitive topics unrelated to the investigation might come up in the conversation, given the informant's background and the position of the Trump advisor. Although there were a number of topics covered, the Trump policy advisor and the informant that were unrelated to the investigation, they also discussed several matters that were directly relevant. At one point during the conversation, CHS-1, while referencing her prior experience in presidential campaigns, stated, "We were accused of having an October surprise. What do you guys got going? You have WikiLeaks out there?" The advisor, "We have a lot hanging over our head. September 13, State Department has to produce those emails. That's a big deal." CHS-1, "You can do something with that?" Advisor, "Absolutely." This portion of the conversation appears to have been intended to elicit information from Trump's Senior Foreign Policy Advisor 1 about any knowledge the advisor had regarding WikiLeaks disclosures of DNC-related emails and the Russians. Trump's Senior Foreign Policy Advisor, however, did not touch on WikiLeaks in their response to CHS-1's question, instead focusing on a then upcoming public release of former Secretary Clinton's emails by the State Department. The Trump advisor told the informant that the campaign could absolutely make use of those soon-to-be-released documents. His response to the informant's question about the WikiLeaks issue was not mentioned in any of the FISA applications, even though the WikiLeaks disclosure, believed to have been facilitated by Russian intelligence agents services, intrusions into the DNC computers, were mentioned in all 4 FISA applications. Later in their conversation, CHS-1 and the Trump advisor briefly discussed WikiLeaks founder Assange and then discussed possible Russian influence on the election. The following exchange took place. CHS-1, "The front page of New York Times is about Julian Assange. What can you do to offset their worry about Russian influence in the Trump campaign?" The advisor responds, "To the average voter, it's a non-starter. In this city, it's a big deal. In New York, big deal. From the perspective of the average voter, there is no connection about Russian influence. We need to raise the level of abstraction to discuss the security of a voter interaction. It is up to each state to provide security, make sure every state has secured its system." CHS-1, "What I'm concerned with is the impression that Russia has a hand in what we are doing. Carter Page, for example, he made a speech in Moscow I know you're familiar with, and there was a tilt in the speech that was alarming. Advisor, it's important to you and me, but not the campaign, except to say no interference in our electoral process. Although this portion of the recorded conversation covered topics which were of interest to the investigation, i.e., Julian Assange, Russian influence, Page's speech in Russia, there was nothing said or discussed by the policy advisor regarding any of these issues that would evidence any type of assistance being provided by the Russians to the Trump campaign. In fact, even though these issues were raised, the advisor did not engage on the prompts or baited statements by the informant to spark conversation of Russian assistance in the campaign. However, even though this recorded conversation was with a senior foreign policy advisor to the campaign, and the tenor of the conversation between the informant and the advisor provided no indication of assistance being provided to the Trump campaign by the Russians, there is also no mention of this meeting nor of anything said by Trump's senior foreign policy advisor at the meeting in any of the Page FISA applications. Indeed, based on our collection of pertinent FBI records, the actual results of this meeting do not appear to have been memorialized by the FBI in the FBI FD 302 or other substantive report. Next up, we have recordings of George Papadopoulos by FBI ICEs and CHS-1. In addition to its recordings of meetings between CHS-1 and Page, CHS-1 and the Trump senior campaign foreign policy advisor, the Crossfire Hurricane's investigator, also used the CHS-1 to record 2 meetings with the Trump campaign foreign policy advisor, Papadopoulos, whose statements to the Australian diplomats formed the predication cited in the FBI opening communication for the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Papadopoulos had been announced as a Trump campaign foreign policy advisor at the time as Page in late March 2016. Subsequent to their initial meeting with Page on August 20th, CH1, whose experience and credentials regarding foreign policy and presidential campaigns are noted above, arranged for Papadopoulos to visit them in September to discuss the possibility of Papadopoulos writing a research paper on oil, gas, and energy-related issues, these fields having been noted as areas of Papadopoulos' expertise when he was announced as one of the Trump campaign's foreign policy advisors. Additionally, in connection with CH1's 2 meetings with Papadopoulos, 2 FBI undercover employees, UCE1 and UCE2, also met and had a total of 3 conversations with Papadopoulos in September 2016, 2 of which were recorded. 2 of these meetings occurred in a foreign country, and the other occurred while Papadopoulos was going to meet with CHS1. When interviewed by the office, UCE1 was certain that nothing of substantive value was said to him or /her by Papadopoulos. According to UCE1, unprompted, Papadopoulos identified himself as a Trump campaign advisor, and almost immediately they began talking and showing them a picture of Trump and himself. He also told UCE1 that he was traveling to meet an individual who UCE1 subsequently learned was CHS1. UCE1 and Papadopoulos had a general conversation about the media reports involving Trump and Russia, with UCE1 recalling that Papadopoulos laughed off such reports. UCE1 recalled that Papadopoulos made no mention of Russian interference efforts during their conversation. UCE1 later met with the Crossfire Hurricane investigators and briefed them on the conversations they had with Papadopoulos. They did not write a report regarding the encounter with Papadopoulos, explaining that it was common in UCE1's experience that a case agent would be briefed on the details of meetings, and the case agent was then responsible for writing the report. UCE1 advised that they had never seen any write-up or report of the meeting with Papadopoulos. On September 14th, Papadopoulos first met with UCE2, who was posing as an assistant to CHS1. During their conversation, which UCE2 recorded, Papadopoulos provided them with biographical type information as well as background information concerning his role in the Trump campaign. Papadopoulos also bragged that since his initial selection as a campaign advisor, his position in the campaign shifted higher due to campaign management changes. He was with Trump all the time, he was famous, and his name was now global. One exchange was of particular significance regarding Russia. Papadopoulos, the only thing I can't do is any business in Russia right now. Russia has become like a hectic country with the campaign and all the other things. UCE2, what UI on campaign? Papadopoulos, Putin says he likes Trump. Trump says he likes Putin. Oh yeah, and that's a problem? It shouldn't be, but if I do business, I will give you an example. I was supposed to speak at the largest energy conference in Russia later this month. It is so difficult in the US politically right now, so I can do any country except Russia. Why is it a problem if you want to build bridges to Russia? Why give Trump a hard time about it? As you said, he wants to build bridges. The media is saying he's bad. What's important is to deal with Russia. Have you ever been to Russia? No. The following day, September 15th, Papadopoulos met twice with CHS1. During the first part of their conversation, which was recorded, they discussed a variety of topics, including a proposal that CHS1 made to pay Papadopoulos $3,000 to write a research paper on oil and energy involving Cyprus, Turkey, Greece, Russia, and Syria. After advising Papadopoulos that they had met with the Trump's campaign's senior foreign policy advisor, CHS1 discussed their admiration for Trump's realistic view of Russia. The two then discussed other world affairs involving China, North Korea, and Japan. Following those discussions, the conversation moved to the campaign when, in an apparent reference to the WikiLeaks disclosures of DNC emails, CHS1 asked Papadopoulos, do they have more? In response, Papadopoulos said, public statements of Assange has stated that get ready for October, whatever that means, no one knows, but later in the conversation, in an apparent reference to an October surprise, the following exchange occurred. CHS1, we were fighting to death about those surprises in 1980. Papadopoulos laughing. Hillary is not that bad, but hopefully for her it is a catastrophe along those lines, and it likely will. CHPS. Yeah. Papadopoulos, you know, a lot of dirt has come out on the Clinton Foundation. CHS1, do you think that's when it will happen? Papadopoulos, it could be that. It could be about her health. Yeah, that's right. It could be about our health. Could be about our health. CHS1 released that story, so Papadopoulos, but it could be, you know, she falsified information. Her doctors, they colluded with the campaign. You know, who knows when it may be, but that CEO of the Clinton Foundation just yesterday released a statement that yes, we did provide access for high bidders to the State Department. She's just digging a grave for herself. Her grave? Yeah, that's why I think UI and the CEO of the Clinton Foundation came out with a statement that yes, we're indirectly guilty of providing access to the State Department for high-level donors to our foundation. Later in the conversation, CHS1 and Papadopoulos discussed what Papadopoulos described as an invitation from the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to speak in Russia, which she turned down because it's just too sensitive. Advisor on the campaign trail, especially with what is going on with Paul Manafort. So, I mean, the man lost his job essentially over media allegations, whether they were warranted or unwarranted. Papadopoulos also mentioned another reason for him not going to Russia and discussed Page. Papadopoulos, So the last thing they needed at that time was, oh, now he's going. Carter Page, I think, was in Russia, though. The entire Trump campaign is in Moscow within 2 weeks of each other. And now Mr. Trump is talking about how he adores his relationship with Putin. So that's the last thing we want to have happen. CHS1, Carter is still maintaining relations with the Russians. Papadopoulos, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know what Carter has told you or what another Trump foreign policy advisor has told you, but Carter has never actually met Trump. I know he hasn't actually advised him on Russia. He might be advising him indirectly through another Trump advisor, but the media made a whole fuss about that's not the reality. In a short time later, Papadopoulos described Page as a very nice guy and very smart. At no time during this conversation did Papadopoulos mention anything about any support being provided by Russia to the Trump campaign, even when the discussion turned to Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. None of the statements made by Papadopoulos during his first meeting, including the aforementioned subjects of Assange, WikiLeaks, Page, and the prospects of some October surprise, were referenced in the FISA applications. Later that day, however, in the second meeting between CHS1 and Papadopoulos, there was an explicit discussion about the allegation which predicated the opening of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. The Crossfire Hurricane investigative team's interpretation of that conversation, as included in the initial or subsequent Page FISA application, is unsettling. Shortly after the meeting began, the two engaged in a discussion about the recent publication of DNC emails by WikiLeaks. I was going to ask you, did you guys have any idea that about the DNC leaks? Papadopoulos, no. CHS1, because I thought that was really a significant thing. Papadopoulos, and no one has proven that the Russians actually did the hacking. After briefly discussing the possibility of other countries being involved in the DNC computer intrusion, the discussion continued. CHS1, so actually what you're saying to me is that you didn't feel like the campaign was able to benefit at all from what the Russians could help with? Papadopoulos, what do you mean? CHS1, well, I think this is a time when, given Hillary's weakness and given her strengths, that help from a third party like WikiLeaks, for example, or some other third party like the Russians could be incredibly helpful. It makes all the difference. Papadopoulos, well, as a campaign, of course, we don't advocate for this type of activity because at the end of the day, it's illegal. First and foremost, it compromises the U.S. national security. And third, it sets a very bad precedence. CHS1, yeah. Papadopoulos, so the campaign does not advocate for this, does not support what is happening. The indirect consequences are out of our hands. CHS1, yep. Papadopoulos, that's how the best way I can. For example, our campaign is not engaged or reaching out to WikiLeaks or to the whoever it is to tell them, please work with us, collaborate, because no one does that. CHS1, yeah. Papadopoulos, unless there's something going on that I don't know, which I don't, because I don't think anybody would risk their life of potentially going to prison over doing something like that. Because at the end of the day, it's an illegal activity. Espionage is a treason. CHS1, yeah, well, particularly involvement with American elections. Papadopoulos, especially if somebody is collaborating with the X group that no one yet knows who they are, then, that's why it became a very big issue when Mr. Trump said, Russia, if you're listening, do you remember? And that we had to retract it because, of course, he didn't mean for them to actively engage in espionage, but the media took it and ran with it. Finally, toward the end of their conversation, CHS1 broached the subject one more time with Papadopoulos. Well, I'm happy to hear from you that that there has been no interference in the campaign from outside groups like WikiLeaks. Papadopoulos, no, And to run a shop like that, of course it's illegal. No one's looking to obviously get in trouble like that. And, as far as I understand, no one's collaborating, that there's been no collusion and it's going to remain that way. In this conversation, Papadopoulos clearly stated at several points that he was not aware of the Trump campaign working or collaborating with the Russians. He stated 3 times that such activity would be illegal. The statements directly contradicted the underlying premise of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, namely that a member or members of the Trump campaign might be or were colluding with the Russians regarding the release of information detrimental to the Clinton campaign. These were direct, explicit denials by Papadopoulos of his otherwise vague statements to the Australian diplomats about Russian assistance to the campaign. Statements that Australia conveyed may have come from public sources. As previously described, these statements were used to predicate Crossfire Hurricane, the active investigation of unknown members of a presidential campaign. Significantly, these explicit recorded denials of Trump campaign involvement with the Russians came after the initial meeting between Page and CHS-1 on August 20th and after the September 1st meeting with the CHS-1 and the Trump policy advisor, both of which were recorded at the direction of the FBI and were in the possession of the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. In this conversation with CHS-1, Papadopoulos clearly said that such assistance from the Russians would be illegal. This was arguably the most significant info the FBI had gathered after approximately 6 weeks of investigation to evaluate the information it had received from Australia, yet the FBI chose to discount the info and assessed it to mean the opposite of what was explicitly said. As reflected in the OIG review, the FBI chose to adopt an interpretation of Papadopoulos' denials of any knowledge of the Trump campaign's involvement with Russia in connection with DNC computer intrusion and publication of certain emails as being weird, rote, canned, and rehearsed. They described Papadopoulos as having a free-flowing conversation with the CHS that changed to almost a canned response. Other comments made to the OIG by Crossfire Hurricane investigators included that the perceived changing tone in the conversation may have been an indication that Papadopoulos had been coached by legal advisors to provide certain responses, notwithstanding the lack of any actual evidence to support such a conclusion. In interviews conducted by the office, 2 Crossfire Hurricane investigators gave similar responses to what they previously told the OIG. One agent stated that Papadopoulos' emphatic response to CHS-1's statement of a possible connection between the Trump campaign and the Russians were curious, so much so that there was a consensus view that Papadopoulos' response may have been rehearsed and was not authentic. Another investigator briefed several FBI execs regarding the issue, including Deputy Director McCabe, Assistant Director Prystep, General Counsel Baker, and Section Chief Muffa, and the Deputy Director Special Counsel Lisa Page, noting that the general consensus of the group after the briefing was that one of the statements made by Papadopoulos in his meeting with CHS-1, which would normally be considered exculpatory, was instead assessed as an outlier and intentionally scripted by him to give a false impression. Our investigators listened very carefully to this recording and did not detect any change in his tone of voice when he made these statements, as the investigator's interpretation of his actual words was the exact opposite of what was said, and given how critical these words were to the objective assessment of the relationship between the Trump campaign and Russia, the entire exchange between Papadopoulos and CH1 should have been brought to the attention of the OI attorneys working with the Crossfire Hurricane personnel on the Page FISA application. The FBI failed to do so at the time, and as a consequence of the FISC also was not advised of the exculpatory statements. Indeed, these statements were only brought to the attention of the FISC more than 2 years later on July 12th. 2018. When the department submitted a filing with the court pursuant to the requirements of Rule 13, Rules of Procedure for the United States Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, as promulgated under Title 50 United States Code. Importantly, these exculpatory statements were made by Papadopoulos more than a month before the initial Page FISA application was submitted to the FISC. Thus, at the time Papadopoulos made the recorded statements, the Crossfire Hurricane's investigators were actively involved, or soon to be involved, in drafting an updated application asserting that there was probable cause to believe Page was an agent of a foreign power. Further, one Crossfire Hurricane investigator told the OIG that discussions of the September 15th meeting with CHS-1 and Papadopoulos and the interpretation of Papadopoulos' denials of cooperation with the Russians remained a topic of conversation for days afterward, yet the FBI failed to apprise OI and therefore the FISC of these significant statements. Finally, with respect to Papadopoulos' denial of any knowledge of a relationship between Russians and the Trump campaign, it does not appear that the FBI gave any serious thought to simply interviewing him to resolve the discrepancy between his ambiguous statements to CHS-1 and what the Australian officials had reported concerning a suggestion regarding possible Russian assistance to the Trump campaign. Thus, an opportunity to potentially resolve any underlying national security concern early on was missed. And that was just the first Papadopoulos recording. So this is recordings of Papadopoulos by CHS-2. In addition to the recorded meeting with CHS-1 and the FBI UCEs during the trip to meet with CHS-1, he also had numerous conversations which were recorded at the FBI's direction with the second CHS. CHS-2 was a longtime acquaintance of Papadopoulos from the first recorded conversation, which occurred October 23, 2016, until their last conversation, which occurred May 6, 2017. CHS-2 made a total of 23 separate recordings for the FBI. CHS-2 challenged Papadopoulos with approximately 200 prompts or baited statements, which elicited approximately 174 clearly exculpatory statements from Papadopoulos. While their recorded conversations totaled 120 hours, covering a wide variety of topics, many of which did not relate to the investigation, there was a number of conversations that were particularly relevant. Indeed, over the course of their recordings, Papadopoulos repeatedly denied that the Trump campaign and Russia had some type of relationship. However, as with the statements Papadopoulos made in his monitored conversations with CHS-1, none of the statements to CHS-2 regarded his lack of knowledge of assistance from the Russians to the Trump campaign were included in the succeeding Page FISA renewal applications. On October 29th, 2016, in a conversation with CHS-2 that occurred approximately 1 week after the initiation of the FISA surveillance on Carter Page and 10 days before the election, Papadopoulos and CHS had the following exchanges. CHS-2: do you think Russia is playing a big game in this election? No. Why not? Why would they? Don't you think they have special interests? I do not think so. That's bullshit or something expletive. You don't think they hacked the DNC? Who hacked the DNC then? It could be the Chinese, could be Iranians, it could be Bernie supporters, could be Anon. You don't think anyone from the Trump campaign hacked her emails? No. You don't think anyone from the Trump campaign had anything to do with this shit over at the DNC? No, I know that for a fact. How do you know that for a fact? Because I have been working with them the last 9 months. That's how I know. And all this stuff has been stuff has been happening over the last 4 months. But you don't think anyone would have done it like undercover or anything like that? You know, when I was in Redacted, and he was like a big advisor, asked me the same question. I told him absolutely not. And he actually was probably going in and tell the CIA or something if I had told him something else. I assume that's why he was asking, and I told him absolutely not. There's absolutely no reason. First of all, it's illegal, to do that. No one would put their life at risk or going to jail for the next 50 years to hack some shit that may mean nothing. Later in the conversation, Papadopoulos addressed the topic again in response to CHS2's inquiries. Papadopoulos, first of all, it's illegal to do that. No one in their right mind would. CHS2, do you think maybe Russia would have done it because they could get away with it? Papadopoulos, any foreign government. CHS2, they can get away with it? Yeah, any foreign government. The language used by Papadopoulos in his conversation with CHS2 is consistent with the language he used with his conversations with CHS1 6 weeks earlier. As noted above, Papadopoulos told CHS2 that he told CHS1, who he did not identify to CHS2, the same thing as he was telling CHS2 regarding allegations about the Trump campaign in Russia. Despite these denials by Papadopoulos in two different CHSs at two different times and places as captured and memorialized on recording devices at the direction of the FBI, no information from either recorded conversation was brought to the attention of the FISC in the applications for the page FISA renewals. Notably, these statements were made by Papadopoulos not just to an individual who he was meeting for the first time, CHS1, but also, as the Crossfire Hurricane investigators well knew, to an individual with whom he had been well acquainted over a long period of time, CHS2. In another conversation between CHS2 and Papadopoulos, which occurred on January 25th, 2 weeks after BuzzFeed released the Steele reports, and amid media speculation that Millian, a person Papadopoulos had met with whom he corresponded, was the source for some of the allegations in the Steele reports, Papadopoulos expressed concerns about Millian to CHS2. In this regard, the following relevant comments were recorded. Papadopoulos, I think Millian was trying to get me to say a Trump person was trying to do business on the side with the Russians. That is what I think. I'm not part of the government. I've never been to Russia in my life. CHS2, have you done anything to help? Papadopoulos, I'm telling you, I done nothing. Papadopoulos denied to CHS2 of working with the Russians. Working with the Russians was not mentioned in the FBI's second or third renewal application for FISA warrants on page. As noted above, certain denials made by Papadopoulos in FBI interviews were mentioned in a footnote, but the Crossfire Hurricane team reported that it believed Papadopoulos was misleading in those interviews. This denial from Papadopoulos in this conversation with CHS2 occurred prior to those two renewal applications being submitted to the FISC, was also omitted from any discussion in that referenced footnote. In a third conversation which took place on March 20th, 2017, Papadopoulos and CHS briefly discussed media reporting regarding an FBI investigation of the Trump campaign and possible contacts with Russia during the 2016 presidential election. The fact of the investigation had been publicly reported that day in congressional testimony given by then FBI Director Comey. This March 20th conversation including the relevant exchanges. Papadopoulos, they are doing an investigation, huh? CHS2, did you see Comey's press? Papadopoulos, if they were trying to prove that people in the campaign were sitting with Russians colluding, what shit are they even talking about, What does that even mean, colluding? That means they were sitting in a room together plotting, which is the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. CHS2, is it though? Papadopoulos, I think so. I highly doubt someone would be doing that. First of all, it would be suicide. You know what I think it's going to end up happening? I think that it would be some of those guys were talking about, but you know, some shit like that. I do not know. What do you think? I think everyone's fucked, maybe? I don't know. Expletive. I think everyone's redacted. Oh, that's the CHS2. I think everyone's redacted. I think everyone's fucked. Papadopoulos, no, even the congressman who's like focusing the committee today, Adam Schiff, because I was watching him after breakfast and he's like, if people met with him or are doing business in Russia, that's not a crime. The crime that we are looking into is if there was like collusion, but like I said, that would be fucking nuts. I don't believe it. CHS2, you think anyone involved would have been dumb enough to leave a paper trail? Papadopoulos, well, like I said, I don't think it would just be insane. I just don't think anybody would be that psychotic unless they have like medical problems. So yeah, it's just saying this conversation's talking about the heightened attention to these matters because of the FBI director's public confirmation of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. And then in a fourth conversation on March 31st, they get back together. CHS2 says, do you think the Russians will come and kill you if you said something? The Russian mafia? Papadopoulos, I have nothing to do with the Russians. CHS2, if Russia meddled in our elections, what else are they controlling about us? This just makes America look weak. Papadopoulos, I still don't believe that they did. So in here, it's just saying again that that exchange wasn't included in the FISA renewal, and it illustrates Papadopoulos' denials that he, or to his knowledge, anyone in the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. These statements of Papadopoulos to two individuals with whom he talked openly and believed he could trust undermined the legitimate concerns raised by the Australian reporting, and which resulted in the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. Along with Page's statements in meetings with CHS1 on multiple occasions were deliberately ignored and dismissed by the FBI, preventing other entities such as the OI and the FISC from being able to adequately scrutinize FBI's FISA submissions. Next up, other aspects of the Page FISA applications, multiple levels of subsources. Much of the probable cause is based on layers of subsource reporting. The first surveillance application said of a key informant Steele that Source 1 maintains a network of subsources who, in many cases, utilize their own subsources. The source reporting on this, which was provided by the FBI as Source 1, is derived primarily from a redacted who uses a network of subsources. Thus, neither source number 1 nor the redacted had direct access to the information. In other words, much of the information came through at least 3 people before it reached the FBI. Referring to Steele's subsources, Supervisory Intelligence Analyst Brian Aughton stated that he did not have a good handle on how those subsources worked. He went on to say that by late January 2017, we knew we had a 3-layer problem. Moreover, once Danchenko had been interviewed, Crossfire Hurricane investigators knew that Danchenko was not operating a network of subsources, but rather would talk to people in his social circle about issues and then would report what he learned to Christopher Steele. Reliability of subsources. One of source number 1's subsources reported that there was a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation. This was quoted twice in the initiation and was at the heart of the factual information. The subsource said the conspiracy was between the assessed to be individuals involved in Candidate 1's campaign and the Russian leadership. This was managed by Candidate 1's then campaign manager, who was using Foreign Policy Advisor Carter Page as an intermediary. There is no discussion in the FISA application of reliability of subsources who provided this information, and the FBI has no evidence that corroborates it. Role of campaign manager. Although the campaign manager was reported to be managing the cooperation with Russia, the application included no other information such as info about suspicious Russian contacts with the manager, to support the statement. Based on our review, the FBI has no substantive evidence that corroborated this allegation. Involvement in criminal activity. The Page FISA initiation approaches the issue of Page's involvement in criminal activity in a manner consistent with FISA's legislative history. As the activities discussed herein involve Page aiding, abetting, or conspiring with Russian government officials and elements of the Russian intelligence service in clandestine intelligence activities, the FBI submits that there is probable cause to believe that such activities involve or are about to involve violations of criminal statutes of the United States. So that was a quote from the FISA warrant application. In applying the higher standard of criminal involvement to Page, the application did not discuss the standard or explain how it was met beyond what is stated above. Prosecution decisions. In light of the foregoing, the special counsel carefully reviewed and analyzed the evidence related to Kleinsmith and the altered email, statements made to the FBI regarding the Steele reports, the receipt and dissemination of the Steele reports, the Yahoo News article, the use of the Steele reports in the FISA applications targeting Page, Danchenko, including the legality of his visa arrangement and the FBI's handling of the prior counter-espionage investigation of him, the recordings of Page, Papadopoulos, and others, the certification of the Page FISA applications. In determining whether the actions of individuals or entities warranted criminal prosecution, the special counsel adhered to the principles of federal prosecution. Kevin Kleinsmith. Not only was the altered email itself a falsified document, the statement Kleinsmith made in the altered email in the message to Supervisory Special Agent 2 that Page was not a source was also fake. In fact, Page had been a source for the OGA and had provided direct reporting to the OGA in the past. When interviewed by the OIG, and as later confirmed when interviewed by our investigators, OGA Liaison 1 described Page as a source under the FBI's terminology and said that the reason she offered in the email to assist in providing language for the FISA application was because she was telling Kleinsmith that, using the FBI's terminology, Page had been a source for the OGA. As the liaison told the OIG, it was incorrect to describe Page as a subsource. The liaison also stated that she saw no basis for Kleinsmith to have concluded that Page never had a direct relationship with the OGA. In addition, the liaison said that she did not recall having any telephone discussions with Kleinsmith on this issue. When interviewed by the office, the liaison confirmed the accuracy of the information that she provided to the OIG. The alteration made by Kleinsmith also was unquestionably material to the final Page FISA application, as several individuals involved in the application process explained in interviews with the office. Page's status as should have been disclosed to the FISC because it bore on whether there was probable cause to believe that he was acting as an agent of a foreign power. OI Attorney 1 stated that it would have been a significant fact if Page had a relationship with OGA that overlapped in time with his interactions with known Russian intelligence officers that were described in the FISA applications. As was the case here, because it would raise the issue of whether Page had those interactions with the intent to assist the U.S. government, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Stuart Evans stated that a FISA target's relationship with an OGA is typically included in an application, and he believed that the information about Page's prior relationship with the OGA should have been disclosed because it goes to the question of where the person's loyalties lie. Indeed, Kleinsmith knew that if Page had been a source with the OGA, the information would need to be disclosed in the FISA application. He acknowledged as much in the original email, stating, "This is a fact that we need to disclose in our next FISA renewal." Later, when interviewed by OIG, he stated that there was a big concern from both NSDOI and the FBI that we had been targeting a source because that should never happen without us knowing about it. He added that if it were true, they would need to provide the information to the court because such information would drastically change the way that we would handle the FISA application. Supervisory Special Agent 2 also described the importance of knowing Page's prior relationship with the OGA. According to Special Agent 2, if Page was being tasked by another agency, especially if he was being tasked to engage Russia, then it would absolutely be relevant for the court to know, and could also seriously impact the predication of our entire investigation, which focused on Page's close and continuous contact with Russian-linked individuals. When interviewed by our office, Supervisory Special Agent 2 echoed the information he provided to the OIG. To that end, Kleinsmith was the person that Special Agent 2 relied on to resolve the issue of whether Page had been a source for the OGA in the past. Kleinsmith's statement to the Special Agent 2 that the OGA had said explicitly that Page had never been a source was the confirmation that he needed. According to Special Agent 2, the language that Kleinsmith inserted into the liaison's email, that Page was not a source, was the most important part of the email to him. Special Agent 2 stated that if they say Page is not a source, then we're good. And further stated that if the email from the liaison had not contained the words "not a source," then for him the issue would have remained unsolved, and that he would have to seek further clarification. As the Special Agent 2 told the OIG, if you take out and "not a source," it doesn't really answer the question. And they also stated that even a verbal statement from the OGA liaison would not have resolved the issue for him. As discussed above, OIG subsequently conducted a review of the FISA application targeting Page and discovered Kleinsmith's conduct of altering the email. When confronted with the altered email by the OIG, Kleinsmith initially stated that he was not certain how the alteration occurred, but subsequently acknowledged that he made the change. The seriousness of Kleinsmith's conduct is highlighted by the FISC's reiteration of the fact that the government has a heightened duty of candor to the FISC in ex parte proceedings. The FISC expects the government to comply with this heightened duty of candor in ex parte proceedings at all times. Candor is fundamental to this court's effective operation. In submissions dated October 25, 2019 and November 27, 2019, the department provided FISC with notice of Kleinsmith's conduct and the failure to disclose Page's prior relationship with the OGA. On August 19, 2020, the office charged Kleinsmith in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia with the felony offense of making false statements. On that same date, in the case known as United States v. Kevin Kleinsmith, Kleinsmith waived indictment and pleaded guilty to a one-count criminal information. On January 29, 2021, Kleinsmith was sentenced to a term of 12 months probation. Finally, it appears likely that political or personal bias contributed at least to some extent to Kleinsmith's conduct in this matter. As mentioned in the OIG review, Kleinsmith had also been investigated by the FBI's Office for Professional Responsibility and ultimately suspended for improper political messages to other FBI employees. On the day after the 2016 presidential election, Kleinsmith wrote, "I am so stressed about what I could have done differently." In a later exchange with another FBI colleague, Kleinsmith was asked Is it making you rethink your commitment to the Trump administration? Kleinsmith replied, "Hell no, viva la resistance." Statements made to the FBI regarding the Steele reporting. As an initial matter, despite multiple requests for his counsel, Christopher Steele refused to be voluntarily interviewed by the office. Steele was hired by Fusion GPS to essentially conduct opposition research against then-candidate Trump during the election. While many may find this practice unseemly, political opposition research is a firmly entrenched feature of U.S. elections and existed in one form or another since the founding of the nation. Nonetheless, the office examined evidence to determine if anyone knowingly passed false information to the government, including the FBI, State Department, or to members of Congress. In his 2 interviews with the FBI Crossfire Hurricane's investigators and the Mueller investigators from October 2016 to September 2017, Steele provided the FBI with his understanding of how the allegations contained in his reportings were gathered, which, according to Steele, was almost exclusively through the efforts of Danchenko. During those interviews, Steele told the FBI about, among other things, his understanding of Danchenko's subsources, the location of those subsources, and the time period in which Danchenko purported to collect the information. As discussed above, a significant amount of the information Steele provided to the FBI conflicts with what Danchenko would later tell the FBI. For instance, with respect to the Collusion allegations in Report 111, Steele told the FBI that Danchenko learned of Collusion being recalled to Moscow after he randomly bumped into Collusion on a street in Moscow. Danchenko informed the FBI that he learned of the Collusion allegations while assisting him with renewing his Russian passport. Danchenko also told the FBI that he did not provide Steele with the Kremlin's rationale for the recall, i.e., Collusion's involvement in Russian efforts to interfere with the U.S. presidential election. By way of another example, Steele told the FBI that Danchenko had personally met with alleged Steele report source Sergei Milian on at least 2 occasions. During the interviews with the FBI, Danchenko denied telling Steele that he had met with Milian in person. Danchenko was adamant about only receiving an anonymous call from a Russian male who sounded like Milian. These are just 2 examples in which Steele's recollection of events differed significantly from those of Danchenko. The office attempted to reconcile these conflicting versions, but was largely unsuccessful. Untangling the web of allegations proves difficult given that the office was unable to interview either Steele or Danchenko. Both of them said that they destroyed all notes on the matter. Danchenko deleted most, if not all, of his emails, and Danchenko's alleged subsources, with the notable exception of Dolan, were all domiciled overseas. Thus, while the office examined the feasibility of false statements charges against any participants in the creation of the Steele dossier, there was insufficient definitive evidence to warrant bringing such charges. The FBI's receipt and dissemination of the Steele reports. The winding and disjointed path the Steele reports traveled to arrive at the FBI headquarters is certainly concerning. The office was never provided a satisfactory explanation of why the Steele reports took 75 days to reach the Crossfire Hurricane investigators. FBI records were insufficient to establish who came into contact with the reports before September 19th, to say nothing of the motivations of those individuals in deciding to advance or hold the reports. Despite repeated interviews and good faith attempts to refresh recollections, the path of the Steele reports is littered with failed memories and inconsistent versions of events. The evidence gathered was not sufficient to prove at trial that any FBI personnel intentionally violated any criminal statutes in relation to the transmittal of the Steele reports, nor was there sufficient evidence to establish that any FBI personnel intentionally lied during the interviews. Next up, we got the Yahoo News article. As noted, on September 23, 2016, Michael Isikoff published an article in Yahoo News titled, U.S. Intel Officials Probe Ties Between Trump Advisor and Kremlin. The article detailed Page's alleged meetings with Sechin and Devikin and contained info that was nearly identical to the Steele Report 94. The information in the article allegedly came from a well-placed Western intelligence source and had been confirmed by a senior U.S. law enforcement official. The FBI's initial assessment of the article, which was ultimately confirmed by Steele, was that Steele had leaked the information to Yahoo News. Understandably, following a review of the initial draft FISA application targeting page, senior personnel in OI and ODAG raised concerns that the Yahoo News leak revealed a potential significant bias on Steele's part. OI was initially told that the FBI's assessment was that the information in the Yahoo News article had come from Steele. Again, part of the FBI's work during its October 2016 interview of Steele in Rome was to determine if Steele had been the source of the leak to Yahoo News. Following the October Rome trip, several drafts of the Page FISA applications were circulated that contained a footnote reflecting that Steele had in fact been the source of information in the Yahoo News article. Upon review of these drafts, Department and OI leadership continued to press the FBI on whether Steele harbored a bias given his willingness to speak with the press. Thereafter, on October 14th, the Crossfire Hurricane investigator emailed an OI attorney stating that Steele had not previously mentioned the leak to Yahoo News and only acknowledged it when the FBI brought it up. This is despite the fact that when interviewed by the special counsel, every FBI participant in the Rome meeting could not recall the issue of the Yahoo News leak being discussed with Steele. Alton, for his part, had a vague recollection that one participant in the meeting may have spoken with Steele about the issue prior to the meeting with Crossfire Hurricane personnel, a contention that participant adamantly denied. Nevertheless, the next draft of the Page FISA application contained a footnote stating that the FBI assessed that Steele provided the Yahoo News information to his business associate, who in turn passed it on to the law firm that hired the business associate. Understandably, department leadership had trouble squaring this assessment with the plain reading of the Yahoo News article, which stated that a well-placed Western intelligence source, in context Steele, had provided the information to Yahoo. On October 17th, 2016, the FBI conducted a link call over top secret servers with OI to discuss the issue, and the FBI purported to resolve all the questions raised by department leadership. During their respective interviews with the special counsel, not a single participant in that call could recollect the rationale for the changed assessment. Ultimately, the footnote on the final application submitted to the FISC reflected that Steele had not been responsible for the leak to Yahoo. The office was left to answer the obvious question: how did the FBI's assessment change from the rational assessment that Steele leaked the info to Yahoo to the unfounded assessment that Steele was not responsible for the leak? Unfortunately, this question remains unanswered. Despite repeated interviews and attempts to refresh recollections, we were left with what investigators and analysts stated were failed memories and, as a consequence, inconsistent versions of events. The office, however, struggles to credit the failed reconciliation of those whom the office interviewed, given the import of the information to the ODAG and senior officials in NSD. In any event, given the depth of contemporaneous documentary evidence reflecting the events in question, the available evidence was insufficient to definitively establish that any of the participants intentionally submitted false info, provided false statements, or violated the civil rights of Page. Again, the office was unable to establish that any government officials acted with the criminal intent to violate the law, as opposed to mere negligence or recklessness. Nevertheless, the FBI's conduct concerning the Yahoo News issue is extremely troubling. Again, the office is left to speculate that the FBI's unfounded assessment of the Yahoo News information was driven by the pressure emanating from the FBI's headquarters executives to commence FISA surveillance of Page. Indeed, OI Attorney 1's contemporaneous email to OI Unit Chief 1 noting that Crossfire Hurricane investigators never asked, didn't want to ask about the Yahoo News leak encapsulates the office findings in this matter. The use of the Steele reports in the Page FISA applications. The pressure on Crossfire Hurricane investigators to commence FISA surveillance coverage of Page was palpable in the late summer and early fall of 2016. As discussed above, multiple FBI and department employees described the unusual interest of high-level FBI execs in the Page FISA application. The inclusion of the unvetted Steele reports in the Page FISA applications is problematic for the FBI, but the issue for the special counsel was whether it constituted a provable federal crime. At the time of the initial application, not a single substantive allegation contained in the Steele reports 80, 94, 95, and 102 had been corroborated in any meaningful way by the FBI. The allegations in those reports and used in the initial FISA application were not mere ancillary facts that supported substantiated allegations. Rather, they contained extremely serious and indeed shocking allegations to the effect that the Kremlin was supplying the Trump campaign with compromising info on Hillary. Page, an advisor to Trump, was actively engaging with Russian officials to discuss the lifting of sanctions against Russia as well as sharing of compromising info on Hillary. Page was serving as an intermediary between Trump campaign manager Manafort and Russian officials in what the Steele reports described as a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation, and Russia had released hacked DNC emails to WikiLeaks, an idea allegedly conceived of by Page. Again, at the time these serious allegations were put into the Page FISA application, the FBI had not corroborated any of these claims. The Crossfire Hurricane team received the Steele reports on September 19th, approximately 2 days after the uncorroborated info from the Steele reports was asserted into the request for the FISA surveillance of Page. The special counsel's interviews of the relevant players in the drafting of the Page FISA have all acknowledged that minimal efforts had been undertaken at that point to corroborate the Steele reporting. Rather, to a person, the FBI and department personnel have all stated that the Steele reporting was deemed reliable based on Steele's prior history as an FBI CHS, as well as his past employment with the British intelligence services. While undoubtedly the past performance of a source is an important factor in determining the reliability of information, surely establishing probable cause to accuse a U.S. person, to say nothing of a U.S. presidential campaign advisor, with colluding with a foreign adversary requires at minimum some degree of independent corroboration. Notably, one of the most damning allegations contained in the Steele reporting was ever corroborated. Not one of the damning allegations contained in the Steele report was ever corroborated. Not the salacious allegations of events at the Ritz-Carlton in Moscow, not the allegation of there being a well-developed conspiracy between Trump and Russia, not the allegations of secret meetings with Page and certain Russians, and not the allegation of Page serving as Manafort's conduit for information between Russia and Trump's campaign. This is true even after the FBI had offered $1 million for such corroboration, and after Danchenko was signed up as an FBI CHS and paid more than $200,000 for info on other matters. In addition, Helson told the office that, as reflected in reports he had written on March 1st and March 16th, 2017, that there had been no corroboration of what Danchenko alleged about the Steele reporting during his 3-day interview with the FBI. Moreover, Auten told the offices that, to his best recollection, when they checked with another U.S. intel agency on matters relating to the Steele reporting, they received no corroborating information back. As one longtime counterintelligence expert at the agency told the office, the dossier contained unverified allegations from subsources who allegedly provided the information that the government could not obtain despite its vast intelligence resources and paying millions of dollars for intelligence. Indeed, after the Steele, despite its vast intelligence resources and paying millions of dollars for intelligence, indeed, after the Steele dossier was leaked and became public, that expert's reaction was to ask the FBI, "You didn't use that, right?" The Crossfire Hurricane investigator said out loud what others may have been thinking. The initial FISA application targeting Page was being done in the hope that the returns would self-corroborate. Here, the pressure from FBI leadership to commence surveillance of Page, coupled with the FBI's previous unsuccessful attempts to advance the application against Page, provided the Crossfire Hurricane investigators with ample motive to include the unvetted Steele reports in the FISA application. Although the evidence assembled by the office may have been sufficient to meet a negligence standard, in order to prove a criminal violation of Page's civil rights, the government would be required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more persons acted intentionally to violate his rights. What, in our judgment, would be the admissible evidence in such a prosecution did not meet that standard. In addition, in order to prove a false statement charge, such a prosecution would have to rest largely on what was a provable affirmative false statement, but rather on material omission. Given the claimed inability of the principal actors to recall the details, and the lack of evidence as to who was responsible for info that was included or withheld in the FISA application, the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt could not be met. Accordingly, the office did not seek criminal charges against any FBI or department personnel in relation to the inclusion of the Steele reports in the 4-page FISA applications presented to the FISC. Next up, Igor Danchenko. In November 2021, a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia returned an indictment charging Danchenko with 5 counts of making false statements to the FBI. The false statements were made during Danchenko's time as an FBI CHS related to his role as Steele's primary subsource for the reports. The indictment alleged that Danchenko stated falsely that he never communicated with Dolan about any allegations contained in the Steele reports. The documentary evidence clearly shows that Dolan was the source for at least one allegation in the Steele report. Specifically, the information concerned Manafort's resignation as Trump's campaign manager. An allegation Dolan told Danchenko that he sourced from a GOP friend, but he told our investigators was something he made up. The allegation regarding Dolan formed the basis of count 1 of the indictment. Second, the indictment alleged that Danchenko falsely stated that he received an anonymous phone call from Millian, and that Danchenko and Millian agreed to meet in New York, but that was all fake. Following a 1-week trial and before the case went to jury, the court dismissed count 1 of the indictment pursuant to Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 29. The court held that Danchenko's statement to the FBI regarding Dolan, i.e. that he, Danchenko, never talked to Dolan about anything that showed up in the dossier, was literally true because, in fact, the information about Manafort was exchanged over email rather than in a verbal conversation. The court denied Danchenko's Rule 29 motion to dismiss related to the remaining counts of the indictment. Following 2 days of deliberation, the jury concluded that the case had not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In determining whether to bring criminal charges against Danchenko, the office expected to be able to introduce additional evidence against Danchenko that supported the charged crimes. Thus, prior to trial, the office moved in Lamine to introduce certain evidence as direct evidence of the charged crimes. The office moved to admit the evidence as other act evidence pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence to prove Danchenko's motive, intent, plan, and absence of mistake or accident. In particular, the office sought permission to introduce evidence of Danchenko's uncharged false statements to the FBI regarding his purported receipt of information reflecting Trump's alleged salacious sexual activity at the Ritz in Moscow. In particular, the office planned to call a witness, the German National General Manager, identified in the Steele Report 80 as Source E. The office expected General Manager would testify that he had no recollection of speaking with Danchenko and had no knowledge of the allegations set forth in the Steele Report before it appeared in the media, and never discussed such allegations with Danchenko or any staff member at the hotel. Danchenko's uncharged false statements to the FBI reflecting the fact that he never informed friends, associates, or sources that he worked for Orbis or Steele, in that you, the FBI, are the first people he's told. In fact, the evidence revealed that Danchenko on multiple occasions communicated and emailed with, among others, Dolan regarding his work for Steele and Orbis, thus potentially opening the door to the receipt and dissemination of Russian disinformation. And Danchenko's email to a former employer in which Danchenko advised the employer to fabricate sources of information, specifically on February 24, 2016, just months before he began collecting information for the Steele reports. The employer asked Danchenko to review a report that the employee's company had prepared. Danchenko emailed the employer with certain recommendations to improve the report. One of the recommendations was the following: emphasize sources, make them bold of capitalized SIC. The more sources, the better. If you lack them, use oneself as a source, location redacted, Washington-based businessman or whatever, to save the situation and make it look a little better. Danchenko's advice that he attached multiple sources to information and obscure one's role as a source for information was consistent with Danchenko's alleged false statements in which he denied or fabricated the roles of sources in the Steele reports. However, the court revealed that the evidence described above was inadmissible at trial. The prosecution was forced to then proceed without the benefit of what it believed in good faith was powerful admissible evidence. The legality of Danchenko's visa arrangements. So the office consulted with attorneys to determine if his visa was obtained through fraudulent pretenses. Given the office's view on the unusual circumstances of which an individual lists a U.S.-based employer as a sponsor of the visa application, Danchenko, employer 1, but is in actuality employed by a foreign entity, Orbis, and merely paid by the sponsoring entity for work done on behalf of the foreign employer. The USCIS informed the office that this arrangement was legal, The office has reviewed the evidence of Danchenko's circuitous payment stream to determine if Orbis, Danchenko Employer 1, or other entities engaged in money laundering in violation of U.S. code. Given the apparent legality of Danchenko's visa arrangement, however, the office determined that no specified unlawful activity could be proven. The FBI's handling of the prior counter-espionage investigation of Danchenko. The failure of the FBI to assess properly the prior counter-espionage investigation of Danchenko is incomprehensible. The investigation related to Danchenko's pitching a person he thought perhaps was going into the Obama administration for classified info. Although the conduct of certain FBI employees was at best negligent with respect to the prior investigation of Danchenko and his subsequent use as a CHS, we did not find any evidence that FBI personnel acted with specific intent, which the statute requires, to permit knowingly false information received by Danchenko to continue to be used in the FISA applications, so there was no prosecution. The recordings of Page, Papadopoulos, and others. The office carefully reviewed and analyzed the evidence related to, among other things, the FBI's handling of the recordings made by the CHS and UCEs, the conduct of the CHSs and UCEs in making those recordings, and the FBI's failure to include key exculpatory material from those recordings in the Page FISA applications. As discussed more fully below, in determining whether the actions of individuals and entities warranted criminal prosecution, the office adhered to the previously delineating principles of federal prosecutions. CH1's recordings of Page. As discussed throughout this report, one of the key allegations contained in the Steele reporting, and which would later underpin the Page FISA applications, was the existence of a well-developed conspiracy of cooperation between the Trump campaign and Russian leadership. This alleged conspiracy purported was managed by campaign manager Paul Manafort using Page and others as intermediaries with the Russians. On its face, this was a shocking and serious allegation of collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. However, as discussed in detail above, during the first recorded meeting between Page and CHS-1, Page never once indicated that he maintained a relationship with Manafort. In fact, Page explicitly denied having ever met or spoken with him. Page said he had sent a couple of emails to Manafort. He noted that Manafort did not respond. These assertions made by Page could have easily been corroborated through basic investigation steps and legal process, but were never undertaken. Moreover, as discussed above, the Page FISA application also relied on uncorroborated allegations from the Steele reports that Page had met with Igor Sechin and Devikin in July 2016 to discuss the removal of certain sanctions against the Russian government. In this meeting with in his recorded meetings with CHS-1, however, Page denied meeting with Sechin or Devikin, and further denied even knowing who Devikin was. Following the release of the Yahoo News article containing the same allegations, Page made similar denials in his letter to Director Comey and volunteered to be interviewed. Despite the reported exculpatory statements made by Page and the denials contained in his letter to Comey, the FBI submitted its initial Page FISA application containing the uncorroborated Steele report allegations discussed above. The application inaccurately stated that Page did not provide any specific details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, and he made vague statements that minimized his activities. In fact, the only fair reading of Page's statements to CHS-1 regarding Manafort is that Page explicitly denied meeting or speaking with Manafort about any subject, to say nothing of the allegations regarding collusion with the Russian government. In the same vein, the only fair reading of Page's statements to CHS-1 regarding Seachin and Divikin is that Page explicitly denied meeting with either individual, and in fact had never even heard of Divikin. These multiple denials to CHS-1 were not included in the initial Page FISA application or renewals. Further, during the pendency of the Page FISA renewals, the FBI attained additional info that would have cast further doubt on allegations contained in the application, included but not limited to Page's denial of the allegations during multiple interviews, and the FBI's interview of Steele's primary subsource, Danchenko, which, as discussed more fully below, casts further doubt on the nature of any alleged relationship between the Trump campaign and Russian government. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators did not correct their errors, omissions, and misrepresentations that were contained in the initial Page FISA application and subsequent renewals. When interviewed by the office, one of the Crossfire Hurricane investigators stated without further explanation that he assessed Page's statements to CHS-1 to be evasive. Similarly, when interviewed by the OIG, the investigator stated that Page minimalized. He kind of vacillated on some things, so that was my assessment of what he said. Again, a fair reading of the transcripts of the recorded meetings between Page and CHS-1 reveal that Page was, if nothing else, explicit in his denials regarding Manafort, Seachin, and Divikin. Based on a review of all the evidence, the office concluded that the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, while aware of Page's explicit denials regarding the allegations, appear to have chosen to cloak these explicit denials in unsupported statements to not endanger the viability of the Page FISA applications. While the evidence assembled by the office may have been sufficient to meet a negligent standard, in order to prove a criminal violation of Page's civil rights, the governor would be required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more persons acted intentionally to violate these rights. What in our judgment would be the admissible evidence in such a prosecution did not meet that standard. In addition, in order to prove a false statement or a perjury charge, a prosecution would have to rest largely on not what was a provable affirmative false statement, but rather on material omission. Given, among other things, the reliance by the investigators on their professional assessments, the claimed inability to recall the details of important conversations, the lack of evidence as to who was responsible for information that was included or withheld in the FISA application, and the inability to prove intent, the office concluded that the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt could not be met. Accordingly, the office did not seek criminal charges against any FBI or department personnel in relation to the Page exculpatory material without being withheld from the Page FISA applications. Recordings of George Papadopoulos. The FBI also recorded meetings between Papadopoulos and FBI CHSs and UCEs. During these meetings, Papadopoulos denied Russian assistance to the Trump campaign, even after the CHS-1 repeatedly attempted to leak WikiLeaks disclosures of DNC's emails to the campaign and assertions set forth on the Page FISA applications. In fact, when asked directly if the campaign had advanced knowledge about the WikiLeaks disclosures, Papadopoulos said no. He stated that the campaign would not advocate for this type of activity because it's illegal and compromises U.S. national security. He also stated that this type of activity is espionage, which is treason. Papadopoulos also made repeated denials about the campaign's involvement with the WikiLeaks disclosure to a second CHS. These statements, some of which were made before the initial Page FISA application, were not included in that application or any subsequent renewals. More importantly, these statements did not cause anyone in the FBI to question the initial predication for Crossfire Hurricane. namely Papadopoulos' alleged statements to the Australian diplomats regarding Russia's offer of assistance to the Trump campaign. Similar to the Page exculpatory statements, the Crossfire Hurricane investigators chose not to credit Papadopoulos' statements and assessed them to be weird, rote, canned, rehearsed, and without citing any evidence, the product of legal coaching. When interviewed by the office, one investigator repeated that assessment, noting that Papadopoulos' statements were curious, rehearsed, and therefore not authentic. Likewise, when interviewed by the office, another investigator recalled briefing FBI executives about the statements, including McCabe, and noted that the statements were deemed to be scripted to give a false impression. For the same reason stated with respect to Page, the evidence assembled by the office in relation to the exclusion of the Papadopoulos statements in the Page FISA application may have been sufficient to meet a negligence standard, but was insufficient to bring criminal charges. The conduct of CHS1, as discussed above, CHS1 Page and Page had the third of what would eventually be 4 recorded meetings. In that meeting, CHS1 and Page discussed the potential formation of a London-based think tank focusing on Russia's relations with the West. Although the two discussed Secretary of State nominee Tex Tillerson's relationship with Sechin, and also briefly discussed a Washington Post column mentioning Page's purported relationships with Sechin, the subject of Page meeting Sechin and Devikin was not raised during this meeting. Nevertheless, a few days later, CHS1 informed Case Agent 1 that Page, in fact, had told CHS1 that he had met with Sechin on his most recent trip to Russia. According to Case Agent 1, CHS1 purported to recall this information after reading about Sechin in the newspaper. A review of the transcript of this meeting and careful listening to the entire recording revealed no such statement made by Page. In reviewing the transcript or listening to the recorded conversations appear to have been a basic step that Case Agent 1 did not take. The office examined whether CHS1 made an intentional false statement to the FBI when he provided this info, but was unable to establish that they intentionally lied to the FBI. Certification of the FISA applications. The office also assessed whether there were any criminal violations in the certifications made by senior government officials as part of the FISA applications. The certification addresses the foreign intelligence purpose of the application, such as the purpose of obtaining information necessary to protect against clandestine intelligence activities by an intelligence service or network of a foreign power or by any agent of a foreign power, or information with respect to a foreign power or foreign territory that is necessary to the national defense or scrutiny of the U.S. or the conduct of the foreign affairs of the U.S., the officials must also certify that the foreign intelligence sought cannot be obtained by normal investigative techniques and explain the basis for that certification. The certification of a FISA application does not cover the accuracy of the information in the application itself that is addressed by a sworn statement from an FBI agent. Their certifications met the requirements of FISA. Our investigation did not reveal that any certifier lacked a reasonable basis for believing that the assertions as to the purpose of the application were true. The examples and explanations provided in the certification strongly supported the assertions that a significant purpose of the applications was to obtain foreign intelligence information. The certifiers also certified that the foreign intelligence sought could not be obtained by normal investigative techniques. The certifications listed other techniques that might be used to investigate Page, and our investigation did not find any certifier lacked a reasonable basis for believing that the assertions about the use of investigative techniques were true. The certifications explained the basis for the statements logically and in a manner that was relevant to the Page applications. The AlphaBank and Yotaphone allegations. Factual background, AlphaBank, introduction. The investigation identified evidence that certain individuals and entities sought to support the Clinton campaign by promoting allegations related to Trump and his campaign. The office determined if any of these entities or individuals violated federal criminal statutes. In particular, we examined the validity of the allegations and whether these individuals conspired with the Clinton campaign to provide false or misleading info. First, the office identified certain statements that Michael Sussman made to the FBI and CIA that the investigation revealed were false. Sussman was a partner at Perkins Coie, the law firm that served as counsel to the Clinton campaign. A grand jury found probable cause to believe that Sussman lied to an FBI official and returned a one-count indictment charging him with making a materially false statement. As set forth in the indictment, less than 2 months before the election, Sussman met with the FBI General Counsel Baker. Sussman provided Baker with data and white papers that allegedly demonstrated a covert communications channel between Trump and Alpha Bank, a Russian-based bank. The indictment alleged that Sussman lied in that meeting, falsely stating to Baker that he was not providing information to the FBI on behalf of any client. Instead, the office's investigation revealed that Sussman had assembled and conveyed all the allegations to the FBI on behalf of 2 clients, Rodney Joffe and an executive at Tech Company One, and the Clinton campaign. After a 2-week trial, a jury found that the case against Sussman had not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Second, the office's investigation uncovered evidence of numerous actions by individuals and entities with ties to the Clinton campaign to promote the Alpha Bank allegations to the intelligence community and the government. The office also uncovered evidence that individuals and entities with ties to the Clinton campaign promoted allegations that Trump or his associates were using in the vicinity of the White House and other locations 1 or more telephones from the Russian mobile telephone provider Utafone. The office considered the validity of the allegations and evaluated whether the conduct of these individuals or entities constituted a federal offense and whether admissible evidence would be sufficient to obtain a conviction for such an offense. Ultimately, the office concluded that our evidence was not sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. The office also examined the FBI's actions in relation to the Alpha Bank and Utafone allegations. The investigation assessed whether any FBI or federal employee conspired with others to promote the allegations in order to benefit the Clinton campaign in a way that would constitute a federal offense. The office's investigation did not establish sufficient evidence that any FBI official or employee knowingly or intentionally participated in a conspiracy with others to promote the allegations, to falsify government records, to obstruct justice, or to cause the FBI to open an investigation into them as part of such a conspiracy. Sussman's attorney-client relationship with the Clinton campaign and Joffe. As part of its investigation, the office obtained billing records from Perkins Coie related to the firm's representation of various individuals and entities, including the Clinton campaign, at Company One and Rodney Joffe. The records reflect that Sussman reputedly billed the Clinton campaign for his work on the Alpha Bank allegations and compiling and disseminating these allegations. Sussman and Joffe also met and communicated with Mark Elias, another partner of Perkins Coie, who was then serving as general counsel to the Clinton campaign. By way of background, in April 2015, the Clinton campaign engaged Perkins Coie and Elias to provide legal counseling and representation of the Clinton campaign in connection to its legal affairs, including the Federal Election Commission and other regulatory requirements and general organizational and compliance matters. A few months later, the DNC and Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee engaged Perkins Coie to provide legal advice in connection with the Federal Election Commission and other regulatory requirements and general organization and compliance matters. After these engagements in the spring of 2016, Perkins Coie engaged Fusion GPS on behalf of the Clinton campaign. Fusion GPS was a Washington, D.C. based consulting firm that provided research and strategic intelligence services to clients, including corporations and law firms, as set forth in the letter memorializing that engagement. The purpose was for Fusion to support Perkins Coie's legal advice to clients on defamation, libel, and similar laws in which accuracy is an essential legal element. Elias explained that Perkins Coie hired Fusion for research and investigative services to assist Elias and Perkins Coie in representing the Clinton campaign. As part of those services, Fusion provided research and other services that were used to, among other things, promote the Alpha Bank allegations to the media and the FBI. The Alpha Bank allegations. Actions by Sussman, Perkins Coie, and Joff to promote the allegations. The office's investigation revealed that in late July or early August 2016, Sussman, Joff, and agents of the Clinton campaign together assembled and disseminated the Alpha Bank allegations and other derogatory information about Trump and his associates to the media and then to the FBI. Generally speaking, the Alpha Bank allegations pertain to assertions that a secret email server located in Pennsylvania was configured to allow email communications between Alpha Bank and the Trump organization through a Tor exit node at a Spectrum Health, a U.S.-based healthcare company located in Michigan. Beginning in the summer of 2016, Joff worked with Sussman, Fusion GPS, a number of cyber researchers, and employees at multiple internet companies to assemble data on white papers. In connection with these efforts, Joff used his access to non-public or proprietary internet data. Joff also enlisted the assistance of researchers at a U.S.-based university, University One, who were receiving and analyzing large amounts of internet data in connection with the pending federal government cybersecurity research contract. Joff tasked these researchers to mine data to establish a connection between Trump and Russia. In late July and early August, Joff commenced a project in coordination with Sussman and Perkins Coie to support an interference and narrative tying Trump to Russia. For example, records show that on 3 days in August 2016, Joff had meetings or conference calls with Sussman and Elias. At about the same time, Joff began tasking his own employees and associates to mine and assemble internet data that would support an interference or narrative. Joff expressly stated in emails that a purpose of this effort was to please certain VIPs, apparently referring to Sussman, Elias, and the Clinton campaign. Among others whom Joff called was an executive of another technology company, Tech Company 3 Executive 1. Joff had an ownership interest in the company and instructed the company's executive to search data maintained by his company and other affiliated companies for information concerning the online activities of Trump and his associates. Joff told the executive that he was working with the person at a firm in D.C. with close ties to the Clinton campaign and the Democratic Party. Joff also provided the tech company executive a document containing the physical address, email, IP address, email domains, and other personal information associated with various Trump associates, including information about some spouses and family members. The Trump associates list. The Tech Company 3 Executive 1 was highly uncomfortable with this task. Still, according to the executive, he and others complied with the instructions because Joff was a powerful figure at these companies. The companies thereafter embarked on a data analysis and opposition research project concerning Trump and his associates, which they codenamed Crimson Rhino. As part of the project, the executive and his associates drafted a report that they provided to Joff. The report's preliminary result was that the researchers observed no connection that clearly indicated direct communication between said individuals and Russia. that would imply money transfers from Russia to the U.S. within the last 90 days. Jeff also tasked others, including an employee of Tech Company 1, Employee 1, to use resources at his company to conduct opposition research about Trump. According to Tech Company 1 Employee 1, one of the services that Tech Company 1 provided was access to domain name system information. As part of these services, Tech Company 1 stored approximately 150 billion DNS transfers per day, which was approximately 5 terabytes of data. Although Tech Company 1 Employee 1 acknowledged that Tech Company 1 did not conduct political research as part of its business operations. During the 2016 campaign, Joff asked Tech Company 1 Employee 1 to run searches of Tech Company 1's DNS data logs related to the Alpha Bank allegations. According to Tech Company 1 Employee 1, this included creating scripts to pull data related to various domain and IP addresses, including the domain trumpemail.com and various domains that included the phrase alpha in them. Employee 1 could not recall conducting any other searches of Tech Company 1's DNS data for political projects or related in any way to specific political organizations, but Employee 1 never asked Joff about the purpose of the project or whether these searches were on behalf of a political campaign. Employee 1 had stated in some substance that he did not ask because he did not want to know. Joff similarly tasked Tech Company 2 Executive 1 and researchers with conducting opposition research regarding Trump. For instance, Joff emailed these researchers the same Trump associates list that he had previously provided to Tech Company 3 Executive 1. Among those whom Joff and Tech Company 2 Executive 1 enlisted were researchers at University 1 who were assigned to a then-pending federal cybersecurity contract with the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. At the time, Joff was negotiating an agreement between Tech Company 1 and University 1 to sell large amounts of internet data to the university for use under the DARPA contract. The intended purpose of this agreement and of University 1's sensitive work with DARPA was to gather and analyze internet data to the university for use under the DARPA contract. The intended purpose of this agreement and of University 1's sensitive work with DARPA was to gather and analyze internet metadata and detect malicious cyber attacks. Both Joff and Tech Company 2 Executive 1 worked with two of these University 1 researchers, University 1 Researcher 1 and University 1 Researcher 2, to mine internet data to conduct opposition research. As part of these efforts, Sussman and Elias began facilitating collaboration and information shared by Joff, Fusion GPS, and the Clinton campaign. For example, email records that reflect in August, Sussman began exchanging emails with personnel from Fusion and Elias containing the subject line, connecting you all by email, and then the emails are redacted. Later that month, Joff also began communicating with Fusion GPS personnel. Email records offered at the Sussman trial and described in further detail below reflect that in the ensuing months, Fusion GPS employees communicated with news reporters regarding Alpha Bank allegations and urged them to publish articles. Sussman took additional steps to integrate the Alpha Bank-related allegations into the Clinton campaign's opposition research efforts. For example, in the summer of 2016, Sussman met in Perkins Coie offices with Fusion personnel and with Christopher Steele, whose dossier-related activities are described above. Fusion had at the time retained Steele to conduct opposition research. Sussman and Steele have each testified separately about the meeting, and their accounts differ as to what occurred. Although Sussman testified before Congress that the purpose of the meeting was to vet Steele for the Clinton campaign, given Sussman's knowledge of national security matters, Sussman never acknowledged accusing discussing the Alpha Bank allegations. with Steele and has maintained that the contents of their meeting are privileged. In contrast, Steele testified under oath in a British legal proceeding that during the meeting, Sussman told him about the Alpha Bank allegations. Steele further testified that after the meeting, Fusion personnel tasked Steele to research and produce intelligence reports about Alpha Bank, which they did. According to government records and public information, Steele also later provided the substance of the Alpha Bank allegations to State Department personnel, and Fusion GPS and Steele provided info to Bruce Orr, an official at the department. Emails, billing records, and testimonial evidence offered at trial show that during approximately the same time and before approaching the FBI about these matters, Sussman provided the Alpha Bank allegations to Eric Lichtblau, a reporter for the New York Times. Law firm records reflect that after providing the Alpha Bank allegations to the media, Sussman apprised Elias of his efforts, who in turn appears to have communicated with the Clinton campaign's senior leadership concerning these issues. Emails and billing records further show that during the same time, Sussman and Joff worked together to draft a white paper which summarized the Alpha Bank allegations and which provided to the FBI during a September 19th meeting with James Baker. Sussman billed significant time drafting this paper to the Clinton campaign. In addition, and as described in further detail below, Joff also solicited input on this white paper from the University One researchers. Sussman incorporated at least one of the aforementioned researchers in his effort to disseminate the Alpha Bank allegations to the media for the benefit of the Clinton campaign. For example, emails reflect that on September 17th, 2 days before his meeting with the FBI, Sussman emailed University One researcher 2 stating that we have a mutual acquaintance, in context apparently referring to Joff. Soon thereafter, Sussman spoke with University One researcher 2. During their conversation, Sussman told them that the data underlying the Alpha Bank allegations had been lawfully collected, thus reflecting Sussman's apparent knowledge concerning the data's origins. Researcher 2 also said that Joff asked him to speak with the media about the Alpha Bank allegations, which he did. Actions by Tech Company 2, Executive 1, and others, in additional actions by Joff. The office gathered emails and communications between Joff, employees of various internet companies, and the other researchers regarding the use of internet data related to the Trump campaign. Amongst the internet data Joff and his associates obtained was DNS internet traffic pertaining to Spectrum Health, Trump Tower, Trump's Central Park West apartment building, and the executive office of the president. For example, Tech Company 2 Executive 1 referenced the Trump associates that Joff had provided. Regarding this whole project, my opinion is that from DNS all we could gain, even in the best case, is an inference. I have not the slightest doubt that illegal money and relationship exist between pro-Russian and pro-Trump, meaning actual people very close to Trump, if not himself. But even if we found what Rodney asked us to find in DNS, we don't see the money flow, and we don't see the content of some message saying, "Send me the money here." I could fill out a sales form on 2 websites, faking the other company's email address in each form and cause them to appear to communicate with each other in DNS. And other ways I can think of, and I feel sure University One Researcher 2 can think of. If Rodney can take the inference we gain through this team exercise and cause someone to apply more useful tools for useful information, observation, or study or questioning, then work to develop even an interference may be worthwhile. This is how I understand the task, because Rodney didn't tell me more context or specific things. What Cyber Researcher 1 has been digging up is going to wind up being significant. It's not just the case that you can rest assured that Hillary's opposition research or whatever professional governments and investigative journalists are also digging up. They just don't all come up with the same thing or interpret them the same way. If you find any benefit in what he has done or is doing, you need to say so to encourage him, because we are both killing ourselves here every day for weeks. Trump advisor domains have been using. These include all from Rodney's PDF, the Trump Associates list, plus more from Cyber Researcher One's work. The above email reflects the fact that Joff's tasking likely triggered or affected the research efforts that ultimately culminated in Sussman's meeting with Baker. Joff's response states that the task is indeed broad, and that the ability to provide evidence of anything that shows an attempt to behave badly would make the VIPs happy. According to Joff, the VIPs were looking for a true story that could make use of the basis for a closer examination, and any interactions between Trump and Alpha Bank would be a jackpot. Joff proceeded to disseminate the Alpha Bank allegations despite having previously expressed and received from other expressions of serious doubts and differing views about their strength. Purposely crafting a written analysis to conceal the weakness of the allegations. For example, on August 21st, Joff urged the researchers to push forward with additional research concerning Trump, which he stated would give the base of a very useful narrative. Later in the same email, Joff expressed his own disbelief that the TrumpEmail.com domain Later in the same email, Joff expressed his own belief that the TrumpEmail.com domain was a red herring, noting that the host for that domain is a legitimate, valid customer relationship management company. Joff therefore concluded that we can't ignore it, together with others that seem to be part of the marketing world. On August 22nd, University One Researcher One expressed his view that Joff's research project was flawed, stating that, let's SIC for a moment, think of the best case scenario where we are able to show somehow that DNS, MX, or otherwise communication exists between Trump and Russia. How do we plan to defend against the criticism that this is not spoofed UDP traffic we are observing? There is no answer to that. Let's assume again that they are not smart enough to refute our best case scenario. Rodney, do you realize that we will have to expose every trick we have in our bag to even make a very weak association? Let's all reflect upon that for a moment. Sorry folks, but unless we get combined NetFlow and DNS traffic collected at critical points between suspect organizations, we cannot technically make any claims that would fly public scrutiny. This is not a typical attribution problem when the two parties, defenders versus attackers, are clearly separated. In this case, we will have not only the Trump folks trying to shoot this down, but all the privacy freaks trying to come up with a crazy conspiracy theory on how we obtain the data. Sorry to say, we are nowhere close coming with a plan to attack this problem that will fly in the public domain. The only thing that drives us at this point is that we just do not like Trump. This will not fly in the eyes of public scrutiny. Folks, I'm afraid we have tunnel vision. Time to regroup. Wow, you said it pretty well. On September 14th, Joff solicited the views of the researchers on the white paper and asked these DNS experts to consider the paper not using their expertise but conducting the review as if they were not experts. Please read as if you have no prior knowledge or involvement and you were handed this document as a security expert, not a DNS expert, and were asked, is this plausible as an explanation? Do not be able to say that it is without doubt fact, but no merely be plausible. Do not spend more than a short while on this. If you spend more than an hour, you have failed the assignment, hopefully less. University One Researcher One replied, endorsing Joff's approach. A DNS expert would poke several holes in this hypothesis. That being said, I do not think even top security researchers can refute your statements. Nice. University One Researcher One explained to our investigators that he endorsed Joff's approach of downplaying the paper's weakness because Joff was important to the success of the then pending DARPA contract with University One, and University One Researcher One therefore felt pressure to please him. Apart from the email, however, Researcher One consistently maintained that the Alpha Bank data did not support any definitive conclusions. The following morning, Researcher 2 responded to Joff by disputing one of the paper's key findings, stating that Tor exit nodes by definition route traffic for all users since they do not know the origin of the traffic. To say that the Tor exit is exclusively used by Alpha Bank goes too far. Executive 1 responded to Joff, stating in part that the paper's conclusion was plausible in the narrow scope defined by Joff, and noted in part that if the white paper intends to say that there are communications between at least Alpha Bank and Trump, which are being intentionally hidden by Alpha Bank and Trump, I absolutely believe this is the case. Researcher 2 replied on the same date, stating that he believes there was a threshold of probable cause for criminal and other federal violations. On September 16th, Executive 1 emailed these researchers discussing, among other things, the draft white paper's allegation that this was a Tor Extrum node at Spectrum Health that Alpha Bank had used to communicate with the Trump organization. Tech Company 2 Executive 1 initially noted that Researcher 2 had given his adversaries every courtesy, and that if everyone in America were as measured, fair, and careful, what concerns could we ever have? Executive 1 continued that she had no reason to think that Alpha Bank has a VPN somehow through mail.trump/email.com. That would suggest we are dealing with masterminds of the internet. Executive 1 added that she firmly believed that there were communications between the Trump organization and Alpha Bank, and that she did not care in the least whether I'm right or wrong about the VPN from Alpha Bank, Tor from Alpha Bank, or just SMTP artifact pointing to a three-way connection. Rodney has carefully crafted a message that could work to accomplish the goals. Weakening the message in any way, in my opinion, would be a mistake. Notably, Tor publishes a comprehensive list of exit nodes dating back to February 2010. FBI experts FBI experts we engaged examined this data for dates between February 2010 and September 2021. No instances of IP addresses in the range of, right here, the ones assigned to Spectrum Health, were ever indexed as Tor exit nodes. The FBI advised that historical Tor exit node data conclusively disproves this white paper allegation in its entirety, and furthermore, the construction of the Tor network makes the described arrangement impossible. Even if true or indeed possible, using the Tor network in the alleged manner will result in a worse anonymization and security than simply using Tor in its default configuration. The experts explained that it would instead amount to a static proxy with a known endpoint that could be more easily correlated with traffic to the relatively small number of guard nodes, allowing the identification or the true source IP much more easily than using a randomly selected exit node for each connection as the system is designed to do. It is entirely likely that one or more users at some time connect to both Spectrum Health and Alpha Bank using Tor and may have even come through the same exit node, but this in no way indicates any kind of correlation given the deliberately random nature of Tor routing. Sussman's meeting with the FBI. The night before he met with Baker, Sussman sent the following text to Baker's personal phone. Jim, it's Michael Sussman. I have something time sensitive I need to discuss. Do you have availability for a short meeting tomorrow? I'm coming on my own, not on behalf of a client or a company. I want to help the Bureau. Thanks. Baker responded, okay, I'll find time. What might work for you? Sussman replied, anytime but lunchtime, you name it. The next day they met for about 30 minutes alone. Baker explained that Sussman said during the meeting that he had information regarding a surreptitious fictitious communications channel between Alpha Bank and the Trump organization that he had stated, "I'm not here on behalf of any particular client." Baker said he was 100% confident that Sussman made the statement during the meeting. Because Baker considered Sussman a friend and colleague, Baker believed that the statement was truthful. Baker also stated that Sussman provided him with thumb drives containing data of white papers that explained the covert channel. Baker also noted that Sussman said the major news organizations were aware of the Alpha Bank allegations and were intent on publishing about the issue relatively soon. As a result, Baker considered this to be an urgent matter because if news organizations published the allegations, the secret communication channel would likely disappear. Thus, soon after he met with Sussman, Baker spoke with Assistant Director for Counterintelligence Prystapp and Deputy General Counsel Anderson, who handled counterintelligence and cyber matters. Baker believed that Prystapp and Anderson needed to be made aware of the allegations because they involved a Russian bank purportedly making an effort to communicate with the Trump organization. This seemed to Baker on its face to be a potential national security threat. Baker relayed to Prystapp and Anderson the details of his meeting, including Sussman's specific representations that he was not there on behalf of any client, and a general explanation of the Alpha Bank allegations. Both Prystapp and Anderson took contemporaneous notes. Prystapp wrote in his FBI notebook that Sussman said, "Not doing this for a client." Okay, so here we have some of the notes from the meeting. This is kind of the first time we've seen this, and damn, I could barely read this. Similarly, Anderson took the following notes, which stated in part, "No specific client but group of cyber academics talked with him about research." Despite their notes, neither Prystapp nor Anderson remembered receiving this information from Baker. Baker also recalled that he briefed Comey and Deputy Director Andrew McCabe about the Alpha Bank allegations. The FBI's Alpha Bank investigation. Following his meeting and briefings of FBI leadership, Baker recalled that he gave either Prystapp or Strzok the white papers and thumb drives. The materials then made their way to the Cyber Division. At trial, an FBI cyber agent 1, testified that the agent and his supervisor, cyber agent 2, were tasked to take custody of the Alpha Bank materials and to obtain signatures for the accompanying chain of custody form. A review of that form showed that Baker relinquished custody of the materials to Strzok, who then provided the materials to Eric Spohr, the Deputy Assistant Director of the Cyber Division. According to the form, Spohr thereafter transferred custody to Cyber Agent 2. Cyber Agent 1 testified that he was able to get signatures from Baker and Spohr for the form, but Strzok was unable and someone else obtained his signature. The Cyber Division's review of the Alpha Bank allegations. Following the receipt of the materials, Cyber Agent 2 asked Agent 1 to review the data provided on the thumb drives along with the white papers and identifying whether there were any cyber equities such as an allegation of hacking. Cyber Agent 2 also tasked Agent 1 to review the data and compare it to the white paper and provide an assessment as to whether the data supported the white paper's findings. The white paper that Agent 1 reviewed, titled White Paper 1, Auditable V3, contained an initial section titled Findings that stated, "The Trump organization is using a very unusually configured secret email server in Pennsylvania for current and ongoing email communications with Alpha Bank Moscow and with Alpha Bank Moscow through another unusually configured server, a Tor exit node at Spectrum Health in Michigan. These servers are configured for direct communications between the Trump organization and Alpha Bank to the exclusion of all other systems. The only plausible explanation for the server config is that it shows the Trump organization and Alpha Bank to be using multiple sophisticated layers of protection in order to obfuscate their considerable recent email traffic." The white paper stated that the secret email server domain was 1.trump.email.com was hosted by a Pennsylvania-based company, Listrack, which is a reasonably well-known customer relationship management company that provides large-scale distribution of marketing emails, usually sending emails to thousands of recipients hundreds of times a day. Within a day of receiving the Alpha Bank materials, Cyber Agent 1 and Agent 2 drafted a report of their analysis. The summary stated that they had assessed there is no cyber division equity in the report and that the research conducted in the report reveals some questionable investigative steps taken and conclusions drawn. The report acknowledged that there was no allegation of hacking, and so there was no reason for the cyber division to investigate further. The report also said that it appears abnormal that a presidential candidate who wanted to conduct secret correspondence with the Russian government would name his secret server mail1.trump-email.com, use a domain trumpemail.com registered to his own organization, and then communicate directly to the Russian bank's IP address. Cyber Agent 1 testified that both he and Agent 2 did not agree with the conclusion in the white paper and assessed that the authors of the white paper jumped to conclusions that were not supported by the data. The methodology was questionable, and the conclusion drawn did not ring true at all. In interviews with the office, both the agents said that they were proud of their work because they had both come to the same conclusion despite having very different political views. The opening of the FBI investigation. After the Cyber Division's review, FBI leadership referred to the matter to a squad in the Chicago field office responsible for investigating Eurasian counterintelligence and cyber matters. The investigation was referred to a Chicago field office agent, Chicago Agent 1, who had worked on both the FBI's mid-year examination investigation, the investigation related to Hillary Clinton's email server, and Crossfire Hurricane. Chicago Agent 1 was joined by a new FBI agent, Agent 2. Agent 2 was Chicago Agent 1's trainee and was the co-case agent and primary lead for the Alpha Bank investigation. Agent 1 and 2 opened full investigations into the network communications between a US-based server and a Russian Alpha Bank organization. A full investigation, as described above in Section 3B2, may be opened if there is an articulable factual basis for the investigation that reasonably indicates that an activity constituting a federal crime or a threat to national security may be occurring. According to the case agents and other records obtained during the investigation, it was FBI leadership who decided to open a full investigation. 2 days after the meeting between Baker and Sussman, Special Agent 1, their Crossfire Hurricane supervisor, reached out to Chicago Agent 1. Supervisor Special Agent 1 told Chicago Agent 1 that people on the 7th floor, to include director, are fired up about the server. Special Agent 1 further stated that if the investigation had not been opened, he would have reached out to Chicago Agent 1's supervisor because Prize Step says it's not an option, we must do it. Chicago Agent 1 responded that the case team was opening a CI case today. Still, the team was already skeptical of the allegations. Chicago Agent 1 noted that the team was leaning towards this being a false server not attributed to the Trump organization, but they would run it down. Chicago Agent 1 and 2 memorialized the opening of the investigation in an EC. Chicago Agent 1 and 2 later acknowledged that there were certain errors in this document. Of most importance to the office was the representation made as to the source of the white papers. The EC stated that the Department of Justice provided the FBI with a white paper that was produced by an anonymous third party. According to both Chicago Agent 1 and 2, this representation was an error, and both recalled that they understood the allegations were presented to the FBI's general counsel by an anonymous source. The close hold on Sussman's identity as a source. In evaluating the FBI's early actions related to the Alpha Bank investigation, one issue that the office identified was the decision that by the FBI to put a close hold on Sussman's identity as the source of allegations and to prevent its disclosure to the Alpha Bank case team. A close hold is when the FBI leadership protects specific information, such as the identity of a source, and prevents the field or investigative team from learning that information. The investigation revealed that multiple members of the Alpha Bank case team were frustrated and concerned that they were prevented from interviewing the source of the allegations. Accordingly, the office attempted to determine whether Baker or other senior FBI officials may have protected Sussman's identity improperly to further the Alpha Bank allegations against Trump for political reasons or to mask Sussman's ties to the DNC and Clinton campaign. During Baker's testimony at the Sussman trial, and although not remembering having done so, Baker speculated that he may have attempted to protect Sussman's identity and limit disclosure to only a few senior FBI execs. According to Baker, if he did so, it was because he considered Sussman to be a source who had in their possession very sensitive information that he was willing to give to the FBI, but again, Baker testified he did not recall whether he had refused to provide any specific FBI personnel or who he would have instructed to put a close hold in place. Cyber Agent 1 testified that when he was obtaining Baker's signature on the chain of custody, he could not distinctly recall what the conversation was, but that he was frustrated that Baker did not tell him who had provided the thumb drives. Agent 2 told the office that he and Agent 1 considered filing a whistleblower claim about Baker's failure to provide the information, but ultimately decided they would not because the data provided was not formal evidence in a criminal proceeding. The FBI headquarters program manager for the Alpha Bank case team, Headquarters Supervisor Special Agent 3, noted that FBI leadership, including Strzok, instructed him not to identify the source to the team. Headquarters Supervisory Special Agent 3 further explained that he believed that the investigative team did not need to interview the source as a first step and instead should focus on the data and log files to make a determination. The office's investigation showed that the Alpha Bank investigative team made multiple requests to learn the identity of the source. Approximately a week after the FBI received the Alpha Bank allegations, Chicago Agent 1 sent Supervisor Special Agent 1 a message requesting that the team interview the source of the white paper. About a week later, Chicago Agent 1 and his supervisor again made a request to leadership to interview the source of the allegations. As Chicago Agent 1 explained, this was important to the case because the team wanted the investigation because this was important to the case team because the investigation had found that the allegations were unsubstantiated and the team wanted to confirm their findings. Ultimately, the case team never learned that Sussman was the source of the allegations, nor that he was connected in any way to the DNC and the Clinton campaign. The FBI's investigation ultimately concluded that it was unable to substantiate any of the allegations in the white paper that Sussman provided to Baker. FBI Chicago assesses Alpha Bank and Trump Organization-related servers almost certainly did not communicate intentionally or covertly based on the results of an internal examination of Alpha Bank servers by Redacted and subsequent preventative steps employed by the companies. FBI Chicago has high confidence in this assessment, which is based on a highly reliable, sensitive source with excellent access and corroborates FBI's investigative activity conducted to date. In coming to that conclusion, the investigators took a number of steps. First, they conducted open source research on mail.trump/email.com domain that was identified in the white paper. They learned that the domain was registered to a company called Central Dynamics Sendin, and that the server was housed at a company named Listrack, located in Pennsylvania. As a result, the FBI reached out to both those companies to request data and log files from each company and to conduct interviews as well. Both the companies were compliant with these requests and provided log files and data that was analyzed by FBI. Ultimately, the data and files provided nothing to substantiate the allegations. In addition, the FBI reached out to Mandiant, a cybersecurity firm that was hired by Alpha Bank, to conduct an internal investigation and forensic analysis into the allegations. Mandiant provided the FBI with its findings, which too concluded that there was no evidence to support the allegations. In early October, an agent detailed to the National Computer Forensics and Training Alliance, Cyber Agent 3, contacted the Cyber Division at FBI headquarters because he had received 2 IP addresses from an anonymous source who wanted the info provided to the FBI. According to Cyber Agent 3, the anonymous source told them the information related to a New York Times story involving the upcoming election. Cyber Agent 3 was then put in contact with Chicago Agent 2. Agent 3 recalled that Agent 2 was dismissive of the information, and Cyber Agent 3 interpreted Chicago Agent 2's response as if the investigative team was already aware of the information. Chicago Agent 2 explained that the case team performed open source checks on these 2 IP addresses that resulted in identifying 1 IP address associated with Alpha Bank and 1 IP address associated with the home in Moscow. The office's investigation revealed that the anonymous source who provided the 2 IP addresses to Cyber Agent 3 was in fact Joff. The most likely reason Joff decided to provide the 2 IPs to the FBI agent anonymously was to create the appearance of corroboration. One plausible theory that the office considered was that Joff and others were attempting to promote the allegations in such a way that the allegations appeared to be from multiple independent sources. At this time, Joff himself was an FBI CHS, but in this instance, Joff decided to provide the Alpha Bank allegations and the 2 IP addresses to Cyber Agent 3 instead of his FBI handler, with instructions to keep his identity protected. Joff's unwillingness to voluntarily meet with our investigators left unanswered his actual motive for providing some information to the FBI through Sussman and the 2 IP addresses through Cyber Agent 3, and in both instances to remain anonymous. Finally, the Alpha Bank investigators received information in early October from a separate CHS regarding the Alpha Bank allegations. Agent 2 explained that, according to the handler, the CHS had access to the white paper and had made an initial assessment that the allegations were credible, but that data appeared incomplete. The CHS also explained that she had been contracted by University One Researcher 2, one of the white paper authors, in the correspondence from Chicago Agent 2. There is an indication that the FBI was interested in speaking with University One Researcher 2, however, that never occurred. In January 2017, the FBI closed the Alpha Bank investigation, and they were unable to substantiate any of the allegations. Actions by Fusion GPS to promote the Alpha Bank allegations. The special counsel's investigation also uncovered numerous communications in which Fusion GPS leadership and other personnel sought to discuss, advance, and disseminate the Alpha Bank allegations. In April 2016, Perkins Coie engaged Fusion GPS in connection with the election. As part of Fusion GPS's work on behalf of Perkins Coie and the Clinton campaign, it collected, organized, and promoted opposition research on Trump's ties to Russia. Most notably, as described here by Fusion GPS retained Steele, who compiled the information and reports that became known as the Steele dossier. Fusion GPS also drafted one of the white papers that Sussman provided to Baker at their September 19, 2016 meeting. That white paper provided an overview of the parent company of Alpha Bank and described ties to Russian government officials and certain U.S. persons and entities. Following Sussman's promotion of the Alpha Bank allegations to the FBI, Fusion GPS continued to promote these allegations. For instance, on October 18th, 2 weeks before news stories would appear, Mark Hasenball of Reuters emailed Fusion GPS co-founder Peter Fritsch stating in part, "Anything new Ruski Donald-wise?" To which Fritsch responded, "Do the frickin' Alpha Bank secret comm story, it's hugely important. Forget the WikiLeaks sideshow." The reporter replied that the issue with the story was the inability of his cyber expert colleagues to confirm that some of the important data was authentic. Later on that day, Fritz replied, "It's everyone's problem. Call University 1 Researcher 2 at University 1. On October 22nd, Franklin Foer, a reporter for Slate magazine, emailed Researcher 2 at his University 1 email address asking for assistance on the Alpha Bank Trump story. A few days later, Fritz forwarded to Foer a tweet stating that the U.S. Senate Majority Leader had talked with top NatSec officials who say that the FBI director possesses explosive information about Trump's ties to Russia. Fritz's email stated, "Time to hurry." Foer replied, "Here's the first 250 words," and included in the email a partial draft of an article about Alpha Bank and Trump on which Foer was working for Fritz's review. The reporter published an article shortly thereafter. On October 31st, media outlets published articles regarding the Alpha Bank allegations and the existence of an FBI investigation. As previously noted, within hours of these articles, the Clinton campaign issued tweets and public statements concerning the existence of a secret communications channel involving the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. Actions by the Clinton campaign to promote the Alpha Bank allegations. On October 31st, 1 week before the election, multiple media outlets reported that the FBI had received and was investigating the allegations between Trump Organization and Alpha Bank. For example, Slate published an article that discussed at length the allegation that Sussman provided to the FBI. Also on that day, the New York Times published an article titled, "Investigating Donald Trump, FBI Sees No Clear Link to Russia." The article discussed information in the possession of the FBI about what cyber experts said appeared to be a mysterious computer back channel between the Trump Organization and the Alpha Bank. The article further reported that the FBI had spent weeks examining computer data showing an odd stream of activity to a Trump Organization server, and that the newspaper had been provided computer logs that evidenced this activity. The article also noted that at the time of the article, the FBI had not found any conclusive or direct link between Trump and the Russian government, and that Hillary supporters pushed for these investigations. As noted above, in the months prior to the publication of these articles, Sussman had communicated with the media and provided them with the Alpha Bank data and allegations. Sussman also kept Elias apprised of his efforts. Elias in turn communicated with the Clinton campaign's leadership about potential media coverage of the issue. For example, emails reflect that on September 1st, Sussman met with the reporter who published the New York Times article, Eric Lechblau. Sussman billed his time for the meeting to the Clinton campaign under the broader billing description, "Confidential Meetings Regarding Confidential Projects." Emails further reflect that on September 12th, just 1 week prior to Sussman's meeting with Baker, Sussman and Elias communicated about Sussman's efforts to share the Alpha Bank allegations with the New York Times. In addition, on September 15th, Elias provided an update to the Clinton campaign regarding the Alpha Bank allegations in the not yet published New York Times article, sending an email to Jake Sullivan, Robbie Mook, John Podesta, and Jennifer Pagliari, which he billed to the Clinton campaign as email correspondence. On the same day that these articles were published, the Clinton campaign posted a tweet through Clinton's Twitter account, which stated, "Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a cover server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-based bank." The tweet included a statement from Clinton campaign advisor Jake Sullivan, which made reference to the media coverage article and stated, in relevant part, that the allegations in the article could be the most direct link yet between Trump and Moscow, that the secret hotline may be the key to unlocking the mystery of Trump's ties to Russia, and that we can only assume that federal authorities will now explore this connection between Trump and Russia as part of their existing probe into Russia's meddling in our elections. During the Sussman trial, both Elias and Mook said that the HFA campaign did not authorize Sussman to take the Alpha Bank allegation to the FBI. According to Elias and Mook, the campaign did not trust the FBI due to Comey's announcement related to the FBI's mid-year exam investigation regarding Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server during her time as Secretary of State. Mook also explained that top Clinton campaign officials were aware of the Alpha Bank allegations and favored providing the allegations to the media. Mook noted that he had discussed the allegations with Clinton, who approved the dissemination of them to the media. Mook testified that the campaign did so before questions and potential doubts about the accuracy and reliability of the allegations had been resolved and without knowing the exact origins of the data. Although the campaign could not substantiate the allegations, they stated that they considered them concerning and wanted the media to vet the allegations because of concerns about Trump's association with Russia. Sullivan and Elias raised Trump's July 2016 Russia If You're Listening statement as one reason for the Clinton campaign's concern about Trump's ties to Russia. Sussman's meeting with the CIA. The office also gathered info related to a post-election meeting with Sussman and the CIA on February 9, 2017. Sussman provided an updated set of allegations, including the Alpha Bank data and additional allegations relating to Trump, to the CIA. The office examined Sussman's interactions with various CIA employees, including how they were able to secure a meeting and what occurred during that meeting and what materials he provided. The investigation revealed that in December 2016, Sussman reached out to the CIA and requested a meeting related to the allegations against Trump. The general counsel did not take the meeting and suggested to Sussman that he provide the allegations to the FBI. Sussman, however, ignored that suggestion and continued to pursue a meeting. On January 31st, 2017, Sussman met with a retired CIA employee 1. During the meeting, Sussman told CIA employee 1, retired CIA employee 1, that he had a client who wanted to provide information to the CIA about Trump. Sussman explained that his client is an engineer with a number of patents and was unsure whether his client would reveal his identity. Sussman further noted that the client did not want to provide this information to the FBI because the client did not trust the FBI and did not believe that the FBI had the resources to deal with the allegations. The retired CIA also recalled Sussman's statement that should the CIA not investigate the allegations, he would provide them to the New York Times. Following the meeting, retired CIA employee drafted a memorandum describing the meeting and sent it to active CIA officers, who then scheduled a meeting with Sussman for February. In the next meeting, Sussman made a substantially similar statement to the one he had made to Baker regarding the source of the allegations. Sussman asserted that he was not representing a particular client or conveying the above allegations. Sussman, however, was in fact continuing to represent at least Joff, a matter Sussman subsequently acknowledged under oath in December 2017 testimony before Congress without identifying the client by name. Sussman provided a similar set of allegations to the CIA that he provided to the FBI. Sussman provided the CIA with an updated version of the Alpha Bank allegations and a new set of allegations that supposedly demonstrated that Trump or his associates were using in the vicinity of the White House and other locations one or more telephones from the Russian mobile telephone provider Yotafone. The office's investigation revealed that these additional allegations relied in part on the DNS traffic data that Joff and others had assembled pertaining to the Trump Tower, Trump's New York City apartment, the EOP, and Spectrum Health. Sussman provided data to the CIA that he said reflected suspicious DNS lookups by these entities of domains affiliated with Yotafone. Sussman further stated that these lookups demonstrated that Trump or his associates were using a Yotafone in the vicinity of the White House. The FBI DNS experts with whom we worked with identified certain data and information that cast doubt upon several assertions, interferences, and allegations contained in the above quoted white papers about the Yotafone allegations. The presentation and Yotafone related materials that Sussman provided to the CIA, in particular, data files obtained from Tech Company 2, as part of the office's investigation, reflect DNS queries run by Tech Company 2 personnel that Yotafone lookups were far from rare in the United States and were not unique to or disproportionately prevalent on Trump-related networks. Particularly within the data produced by Tech Company 2, queries from the United States IP addresses accounted for approximately 4% of all Yotafone queries. Queries from Russia accounted for 20%, and queries from the Trump-associated IP addresses accounted for less than 0.01%. Data files obtained by Tech Company 1, Tech Company 2, and University 1 reflect that Yotafone-related lookups involving IP addresses assigned to the EOP began long before November or December, and therefore seriously undermine the inference set forth in the white paper that such lookups likely reflected the presence of a Trump transition team member who's using the Yotafone in the EOP. In particular, this data reflects that approximately 371 such lookups involving Yotafone domains and EOP IP addresses occurred prior to the election, and at least one instance as early as 2014. Two CIA employees, Employee 2 and 3, prepared a memorandum summarizing the meeting they had with Sussman in February. The final version included Sussman's representation that he was not representing any particular client. In their interviews with the office, both CIA employees specifically recalled Sussman stating he was not representing a particular client. During the meeting, Sussman provided 2 thumb drives and 4 paper documents that supported the allegations. The CIA analyzed the allegations and data that was provided and prepared a report to reflect its findings. The report explained that the analysis was done to examine whether the materials provided demonstrated technical plausibility of the following. Do linkages exist to any Russian foreign intelligence service? Is there a link to the Alpha Bank? Are the provided documents data based upon open source tools activities? And is the provided information technically conceivable? The CIA concluded that the materials that Sussman provided were neither technically plausible nor did they withstand technical scrutiny, and further, that none of the materials showed any link between Trump and Russia. The report also noted that one of the thumb drives contained hidden data, which included Tech Company 2 Executive 1's name and email address. Accordingly, Sussman's conduct supports the inference that his representations to both the FBI and CIA that he was not there on behalf of a client reflects attempts to conceal the role of certain clients, namely the Clinton campaign and Joff. Such evidence also further supports inference that Sussman's false statements to 2 different agencies were not a mistake or a misunderstanding, but rather a deliberate effort to conceal the involvement of specific clients in his delivery of data and documents to the FBI and CIA. Sussman's congressional testimony. On December 18, 2017, Sussman testified under oath before the HPSCI and addressed his role in providing the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations to the FBI and CIA. Here's a part of the exchange. So, question. Did you have any other meetings with any other administration officials regarding the information you conveyed to the FBI and CIA? Was there anyone else you contacted that worked for the government? Sussman, not that I recall. Okay, so those are the only two. Now I want to ask you, what was the information about? The information was about communications or potential communications with persons unknown in Russia and persons unknown associated with the Trump organization. Information that was given to you by a client? Yes. So the information was not given to you by any other source but the client you represented? Absolutely. That's fair. So let me ask you this question. When you decided to engage the two principals, one Mr. Baker in September and the General Counsel of the CIA in December, you were doing that on your own violation based on information another client provided to you. Is that correct? No. So what was? So did your client direct you to have those conversations? Yes. Okay. And your client also was witting of you going to in February to disclose the information that individuals had provided you? Yes. Back to the FBI, you obviously had a conversation or you had a meeting at the FBI with Mr. Baker. Was there anybody else in the room with you? No. Okay. As you mentioned that your client directed you to have these engagements with the FBI and to disseminate the information that client provided you, is that correct? Well, I apologize for the double negative. It's not correct. When you say that my client directed me, we had a conversation, as lawyers do with their clients, about client needs and objective and the best course to take for a client. And so it may have been a decision that we came to together. I mean, I don't want to imply that I was sort of directed to do something against my better judgment or that we were in any sort of conflict, but this was, I think it's most accurate to say it was done on behalf of my client. Sussman's congressional testimony concealed and obscured the origins of the political nature of his work on the Alpha Bank allegations. Sussman's testimony was also misleading in that it conveyed the impression to Congress that Sussman's only client for the Alpha Bank allegations was Joff, when in fact he was billing the work to the Clinton campaign. Indeed, during points in the testimony not quoted above, Sussman was specifically asked if Fusion GPS was his client in these matters. Sussman's answer failed to disclose that Fusion in fact had drafted one of the white papers that Sussman gave the FBI. Sussman also failed to mention that the only client billed for Sussman's pre-election work on those allegations was the Clinton campaign. Perkins Coie's statements to the media. On October 4th, 2018, Perkins Coie stated to multiple media outlets that when Sussman met with the FBI General Counsel on behalf of a client, it was not connected to the firm's representation of Hillary Clinton campaign, the DNC, or any political law group client. The following week, John Devaney, the managing partner of Perkins Coie, wrote to the editor of the Wall Street Journal and stated, Mr. Sussman's meeting with the FBI General was on behalf of a client with no connection to either the Clinton campaign, the DNC, or other political law group client. The office interviewed Perkins Coie leadership, including Mr. Devaney, regarding the knowledge of Sussman's promotion of the Alpha Bank allegations and his billing entries related to the Clinton campaign. Each of the Perkins Coie employees denied knowing that Sussman had in fact billed all of his time related to the Alpha Bank allegations to the Clinton campaign. Sussman could have easily corrected Perkins Coie's mistaken belief that Sussman's work on the Alpha Bank allegations was not connected to the firm's representation of the Hillary Clinton campaign, the DNC, or any political law group client. He chose not to. providing the Alpha Bank and Unitaphone allegations to Congress. The office identified documents reflecting that in March and April 2017, during the months after Sussman provided the Alpha Bank and Unitaphone allegations to the CIA, the offices of at least 2 U.S. senators received similar materials. On March-December 2017, Senator Jack Reed and Mark Warner wrote to Director Comey urging the FBI to conduct an investigation into reports that a server belonging to the Trump Organization was communicating with servers belonging to a major Russian bank and the Spectrum Health Organization in Michigan during the 2016 election. In support of its request, the letter attached an untitled white paper of unknown authorship. The paper included a summary of the allegations, which was similar in substance to the materials that Sussman had provided to the FBI and CIA. About a month later, Senator Reed sent a second letter to Comey about the Unitaphone allegations. Like the first letter, this one attached a white paper of unknown authorship. The paper stated that a small number of Unitaphones are sold globally and a very small number in the dozens presently operate in the United States. The paper noted that a group of internet technical experts had discovered a pattern of Unitaphone-like activity occurring within the Trump Organization and the Spectrum Health networks, which it correlated with Trump campaign and transition team visits to Michigan. The data also purportedly showed that Unitaphone-like activity continued at the Trump Organization until December 15th, when the same activity began within the EOP, from which the experts inferred that the person or persons using the device in the Trump campaign were part of the transition team that began working within the EOP. The paper concluded that, given the broad concerns about the Trump campaign's connection to Russia, the existence and activity of the Unitaphones as described here stands out as an extraordinary oddity that warrants investigation. Finally, on May 8th, a staffer to Senator Reed sent a follow-up memorandum to the FBI's Office of Congressional Affairs. It noted that the source of the analysts insists on remaining anonymous but is represented by an attorney. It went on to say that the source is willing, through counsel, to have extensive technical discussions with the Bureau's technical staff to explain the DNS records and the analysis that has been conducted. The memorandum also noted that Senator Reed continued to request that the FBI pursue the allegations and that the source's attorney was Michael Sussman. Because, however, either the FBI or CIA or both had already examined these allegations, the FBI did not take further investigative steps. The office did not determine how or from whom Senator Reed and Warner received the above described materials. An executive at Research Executive 1, appears to have learned about the allegation from Senator Reed's office and therefore conducted work on these issues in coordination and consultation with Senator Reed's staff. Research Executive 1 was a former FBI analyst and Hill staffer and the founder of Research Organization 1. Research Executive 1's activities are further described below. Tech Company 1's connections to the DNC and Clinton campaign. The office's investigation also identified evidence that the Clinton campaign and DNC maintained or sought contemporaneous relationships with Tech Company 1 personnel, and used or considered using Tech Company 1 products and services at around the same time as Joff's efforts to promote the Alpha Bank and Unitaphone allegations. The campaign and the DNC considered Tech Company 1 a possible source of data, including telephone metadata, where there was a number of communications regarding Tech Company 1 data. The office examined this info in considering whether the campaign or the DNC maintained broader relationships with Tech Company 1 that might have led or contributed to Joff's Alpha Bank and Unitaphone activities. Although the office identified multiple instances in which the campaign or the DNC maintained or communicated with Tech Company 1 and its employees, we did not identify evidence establishing that any such activities originated with Joff or related to the Alpha Bank or Unitaphone allegations. Joff was not copied or addressed on these communications, and the office did not identify evidence of his awareness of these discussions. We also are not aware of any evidence that the campaign or DNC used this data to conduct opposition research or otherwise target Trump and his associates. The office also considered whether any conduct related to Tech Company 1 constituted an illegal campaign contribution to the Clinton campaign by Tech Company 1 or other related criminal statutes. The office did not identify any criminal charges. Other post-election efforts to continue researching and disseminating the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations. In addition to the above efforts of the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations to the FBI, CIA, Congress, and office identified other efforts to generate and disseminate research and other materials relevant to these allegations during the post-election period. These activities include continued efforts by employees of Tech Company 1 and 2, including Tech Company Executive 1, to gather data and info concerning Trump, Russia, and other topics, and effort by Research Executive 1 to conduct research and analysis through a nonprofit organization that Research Executive 1 created in 2017 with the assistance of former HFA Chairman John Podesta, former GPS founder Glenn Simpson, and others. Continued efforts through JOF-affiliated companies. Documents and other records that the office gathered from private entities reflect that during or around the same time period as the aforementioned letters from Senator Reid and afterwards, JOF was continuing to use Tech Company 1 resources and personnel to discuss research issues relating to Trump and Russia, including the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations. For example, emails and other evidence reflect that in early 2017 and afterwards, JOF tasked Tech Company 1 Employee 1 to run searches over Tech Company 1's DNS traffic to gather additional information concerning the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations. In particular, according to Tech Company 1 Employee 1, at or around the time of Trump's inauguration, Employee 1 had been running queries for JOF relating to Trump, including ones concerning Alpha Bank, Utaphone, and the EOP. JOF and Employee 1 intended to continue running certain of these queries after Trump's inauguration. Soon after the inauguration, however, Tech Company 1 Employee 1 and JOF noticed that Company 1's access to the EOP's DNS traffic had ceased. Tech Company 1 Employee 1 and JOF never learned why they no longer had access to the EOP's DNS data, but it was clear that Tech Company 5, the contractor that handled the EOP's DNS traffic and the company for which Tech Company 1 maintained the EOP's DNS server, was no longer handling the data. The office was unable to determine the reason such data access ceased. During the time period, JOF also continued to direct Tech Company 1 Employee 1 to run Trump-related searches over Tech Company 1's data and emails related to the aforementioned end of Tech Company 1's access to EOP data. For example, on February 14, 2017, 5 days after Sussman's meeting with the CIA, JOF emailed Tech Company 1 Employee 1 with the subject line, "For obvious reasons," and stated in the email, "Could you please run a search going back from February 1st to this moment or later, smiley face, searching for all activity, just not R code 0 for wildcard IOTA in recursive, thanks." That same day, Employee 1 uploaded data responsive to Joe's request to a file transfer site and emailed JOF February 1st, 114 uploaded to the site. Note that these contain everything, including TLD queries. On the following day, Employee 1 says, or JOF replied, "Tech Company Employee 1, looks like no activity for EOP, right? Odd. Could you redo all of Jan so we can see when it disappeared?" Later that day, Tech Company Employee 1 responded to JOF, "Yeah, I only looked at a couple hours on the first day, but I noticed the same thing. Most of the recursive traffic was coming from Komodo address. I think we need to look at overall EOP volumes since January 20th to see if there has been significant volume changes." On February 16, 2017, Employee 1 emailed JOF analyzing location information for 3 IP addresses that Tech Company 1 Employee 1 had found communicating with Yotaphone IP addresses between January 6th and January 19th. Tech Company 1 Employee 1 stated in part, the resolver addressed in the queries is the address that is dedicated to Tech Company 5 and was used for EOP traffic. Only the first client address maps to EOP. The others are Haifa, Israel, Madison, Wisconsin, and Amazon Workspace. The timestamps on the records are a bit confusing as well. 2 queries from the 2 different locations for the exact queue name as the exact same second in 2 different nodes, Chicago and Frankfurt, may be an error in processing, but still odd. As of approximately 5 months later, Tech Company 1 Employee 1 was continuing to run Trump-related searches over Tech Company 1's DNS traffic. In particular, on July 18, 2018, Employee 1 emailed Joff, I have 4 jobs that look specifically for Trump data. And then here it just labels the jobs. In sum, it appears that efforts to gather and mine data concerning Trump from Tech Company 1's DNS data continued for many months after the election. Efforts by Research Executive 1 and others. The office also gathered info reflecting that soon after the election, a number of individuals with ties to the Clinton campaign or Democratic politics met, organized, and executed additional efforts through which they intended to ensure that research and dissemination of materials concerning election interference, including Trump's possible illicit ties to Russia, would continue. These efforts included continued work regarding the Alpha Bank and Yotaphone allegations as described in further detail below. Participants in these activities continued to provide materials to the FBI in an effort to trigger further representations of Trump's ties to Russia. In the days immediately after the election, former Clinton campaign chair Podesta began speaking with associates about a specific potential research project, namely to create a non-profit organization that would conduct research regarding election interference and would assist the U.S. government and the media in gathering information on this issue. Podesta spoke and met with Glenn Simpson, Research Executive 1, and others regarding his idea. Podesta told investigators that he was unaware at the time or at any time prior to October 17, 2017, that Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS had carried out opposition work on the Steele dossier and related matters on behalf of Podesta's prior employee, the Clinton campaign. According to Podesta, he knew during the campaign that Perkins Coie was conducting opposition research for the campaign, but did not know who had been actually conducting that research until October 2017, when he learned specifically that Fusion GPS had been paid by both the campaign and the DNC. In approximately the late 2016 time period, former U.S. Senator Tom Daschle brokered an introduction between Podesta and Research Executive 1, who previously had worked as an FBI analyst, as a Senate Armed Service Committee staffer in a private firm founded by Daschle, the Daschle Group. By that time, Research Executive 1 had founded and was running Research Organization 1, which conducted research for private clients. Podesta assisted Research Executive 1 by helping him contact and vet numerous potential donors on the West Coast who would ultimately fund Research Executive 1's research on election interference. Also, at around this time, Glenn Simpson called Research Executive 1 and sought their assistance on Podesta's proposed election interference project. Research Executive 1 and Simpson initially met for coffee in D.C. in December 2016. Simpson briefed the executive on the work he had been doing concerning Trump's purported ties to Russia and expressed concerns for his safety. According to Research Executive 1, Simpson did not maintain, and Research Executive 1 did not know at this time, that Simpson had been doing work for the Perkins Coie or Clinton campaign. In January 2017, Simpson and Research Executive 1 again met to discuss the potential research project. Also in January, as a result of these discussions, Executive 1 formed Research Organization 2, a nonprofit that would continue researching election interference issues, including Trump's potential ties to Russia. Following its formation, Research Organization 2 entered into a contract with Fusion GPS and hired a number of specialists to assist. But Research Organization 2 also maintained a contract with Steele's firm, Orbis Business Intelligence, aka Walshingham Partners. As noted above, among the research that Research Organization 2 conducted and provided to the FBI was an analysis of the Alpha Bank allegations. According to Executive 1, he first became aware of these allegations when Senator Reid's office contacted him in 2017. Executive 1 learned from a staffer for Senator Reid, Reid Staffer 2, whom Research Executive knew from his time on the Senate staff, that there was a particular client who used the name Max and was behind the allegations. Executive 1 also learned that Reid had requested further info from the FBI about its efforts to investigate this matter, but because multiple senators were reportedly frustrated that, in their view, the FBI was not investigating the Alpha Bank allegations, Research Executive 1 agreed to research the issue through Research Organization 2. In conducting work on the Alpha Bank matter, Research Executive 1 isolated Fusion GPS from the project for reasons unknown. As a result of receiving this information from Senate Armed Services Committee, Executive 1 met in early 2017 with Suzanne Sussman at Perkin Coy's office. Sussman discussed the allegations, including media reports concerning them. According to Research Executive 1, Sussman did not identify his client by name, but stated that he was dealing with the government on the issue, that he was persuaded by the data, and that he was frustrated by the FBI's dismissal. Sussman also described to Executive 1 his interaction with the media and his frustration with their coverage on it. Later that year, Executive 1 again met with Sussman at Perkins Coie regarding the Alpha Bank allegations. Sussman's client, Joff, was also present at this meeting. During their discussion, Sussman and Joff stated that they believed the FBI had sent the Alpha Bank allegations to the wrong investigative team. Researching Executive 1 was told that Joff was part of a multi-million-dollar program that collected DNS data, which was the source of the data underlying the allegations. During the same time period, Research Executive 1 had assembled an investigative team to examine the allegations, including a number of DNS experts who had previously worked for multiple U.S. agencies. Executive 1's team tested Joff's data and conducted their own analysis. The team was skeptical of Alpha Bank data and found no evidence of a secret channel, but Research Executive 1 said it was something. Executive 1 also learned of Utaphone allegations from Sussman. Executive 1's team did some, but not a lot of work on these allegations. Executive 1 told our investigator that he was totally skeptical of the Utaphone assertion. Executive 1 understood that EOP's computer network was run by Homeland Security, which contracted out the services to an unknown vendor with access to the data that formed the basis of the Utaphone allegations. Meeting between DARPA and University 1. In connection with this consideration of the Alpha Bank issue, the office also gathered information about meetings between certain and aforementioned University 1 employees and staff members of both the Senate Armed Service Committee and HSPCI. During one of the meetings, participants discussed the Alpha Bank allegations, including the possibility that researchers under DARPA's Enhanced Attribution Program might assist HPSCI in investigating the allegations. The office considered whether these activities might be relevant to a prosecution for contract fraud or abuse of government resources. In early October 2018, a representative of the Senate Armed Services Committee requested via University 1's Government Affairs representative that researchers affiliated with the EA program provide a briefing to committee staff members in Washington, D.C. Personnel at University 1 agreed to facilitate such a briefing. In October 2018, another University One researcher and a DARPA program manager traveled to DC to provide the briefing. Upon their arrival, University One Researcher 3 and DARPA Program Manager 1 met with Reed Staffer 2 and another committee staffer in the Russell Senate office building. At the meeting, which lasted only a short time, University One Researcher 3 and DARPA Program Master provided a broad, brief overview of the EA program, which they understood to be the purpose of the meeting. At the conclusion of the meeting, which had been cut short due to scheduling conflicts, Reed Staffer 2 indicated to Researcher 3 that he would like to schedule a follow-up with University One researchers in attendance so that the committee staff could receive a more comprehensive briefing of the program. Next month, Researcher 3 and Researcher 2 traveled to DC to provide a second briefing for staffers for the Senate Armed Services Committee. Researcher 2 recalled that the night before the meeting he spoke with Joff, who told him that after the Senate briefing there was going to be another meeting Joff wanted him to attend. Joff told Researcher 2 there would be someone to meet him and take him to this other meeting. The November 2018 meeting occurred at the Hart Senate office building with Staffer 2 and 2 staffers present. At the meeting, Researcher 3 and Researcher 2 gave an unclassified presentation regarding the EA program and the history of DNS. Following the meeting in the Senate space, Staffer 2 informed University Researcher 3 and Researcher 2 that some other people were interested in speaking with them. Researcher 3 and Researcher 2 agreed to meet with these other people who turned out to be HPSCI staffers, but the meeting needed to be quick due to University One Researcher 3's schedule. Reed Staffer 2 then brought them into the secure space of the HPSCI. Before meeting, Researcher 3 told Staffer 2 that Researcher 2 did not possess a security clearance, to which Staffer 2 stated that the meeting would be unclassified. After arriving in the secure conference room, Staffer 2 introduced Researcher 3 and Researcher 2 to several HPSCI staffers. During the meeting, Researcher 3 and 2 began to provide a similar presentation to which they had given to the Senate staffers. Soon after the start of the presentation, the committee staffers cut Researcher 3 off and showed him and Researcher 2 a news article about Trump, Russia, and Alpha Bank that Researcher 3 had not seen previously. The staffers asked Researcher 3 to read the article and said they wanted University One's help with the matter, and Reed Staffer 2 said University One Researcher 3 could make it easier. Researcher 3 responded by saying that it would be inappropriate for a public university to do that, and he suggested they contact DARPA. Researcher 3 told investigators that Reed Staffer 2 then said, "We are now in charge," and one of the HPSCI staffers said that their boss, Adam Schiff, would soon take over leadership. Researcher 3 took the comment as a mild threat. Researcher 3 then said he dragged University One Researcher 2 out of the meeting. Researcher 2 similarly recalled that Researcher 3 had quickly ended the meeting. Researcher 3 told investigators that he told University 2, "Don't touch this with a 10-foot pole, stay away from this." Researcher 3 had no recollection of Researcher 2 mentioning the work and research he already had done at University 1 regarding the Alpha Bank allegations. Researcher 3 recalled that he informed DARPA Program Manager 1 of this request from the HPSCI staffers, including his objections to the nature of the request. Researcher 3 recalls that DARPA Program Master 1 listened but did not react to the information. When interviewed by the office, DARPA Program Manager 1 denied learning of the Alpha Bank allegations other than through media reports. DARPA Program Manager 1 maintained that he was unaware of any role that University One personnel played in the Alpha Bank allegations. the relevant Trump Organization email domain in Utaphone data. This subsection first describes what our investigation found with respect to the allegation that there was a covert communications channel between Trump and Alpha Bank. It includes the information we obtained from interviews of Listrak and signed-in employees, and then turns to the allegations that there was an unusual Russian phone operating on the Trump Organization network. In an executive office of the president, we tasked subject matter experts from the FBI's cyber technical analysts in operations section to evaluate both of these allegations. With respect to the allegation that there was a covert channel of communication between the Trump Organization and Alpha Bank, FBI subject matter experts conducted technical analysis and made assessments of the passive DNS data and information that was provided to the FBI and CIA white papers. We also interviewed employees at the two contractors involved in managing the TrumpEmail.com domain. Send-in and Listrak. Send-in a customer relationship manager or marketing service provider registered the domain on behalf of the Trump Organization in 2009. The IP addresses associated with the domain is and was operated by Listrak, a subcontractor of Send-in. Listrak provides marketing automation services, including sending bulk email. Listrak personnel stated that the Trump Organization's IP address was one of the numerous addresses assigned to a cluster of 4 to 8 physical servers that handled all output email for thousands of Listrak clients. Specifically, Listrak informed to us that the IP address and domain used for the Trump administration were configured to only send outbound email. Moreover, Listrak explained that, as is customary for such services, no one in the Trump Organization had direct technical or system administrator access to the servers. Indeed, the very notion of a Trump server is a misnomer in that the servers involved did not belong to and were not controlled by the Trump Organization. To the contrary, the servers belonged to and were controlled by Listrak at all times. Listrak further stated that it had never had, during this time period, a dedicated server, physical or virtual, to handle Trump Organization communications. Rather, the server that hosted the Trump Organization housed thousands of clients, and that each server sent millions of emails out to clients. Send-in personnel told us that the Trump administration's contact with Send-in for digital and email marketing ended in 2015, but the domain name continued to be registered and pointed to the same IP address. Moreover, after Send-in's contract with the Trump Organization expired in 2015, Send-in continued to use the IP address to send emails out on behalf of the Send-in clients. However, there was no data provided at the time, nor is such currently available, that shows which clients were sending email from the IP address during the May through September 2016 time period examined in the white paper. Send-in, however, maintained technical control of the domain until March 2017. Similarly, Listrak maintained complete technical control of its servers during the same May through September 2016 time period. Because the Trump Organization had no access to the servers or any systems, Listrak personnel told us that the only way any alleged covert communication channel could have existed is if Listrak employees deliberately modified their mission-critical servers with non-standard software or configurations. But they pointed out that making such changes would risk the integrity, reliability, or availability of their systems. Moreover, Listrak told us that changing its servers to accommodate incoming messages would completely alter the core structure of its business operations, which is primarily to send outgoing mass marketing emails. Employees responsible for the design and administration of these servers categorically stated that this did not happen, and it would be impossible for it to have happened without the knowledge and without affecting other clients' account functions and operations. In addition to investigating the actual ownership and control of the IP address, the office tasked FBI cyber experts with analyzing the technical claims made in the white paper. This endeavor included their examination of the list of email addresses and send times for all emails sent from this Listrack email server from May through September, which is the time period the white paper purportedly examined. The FBI experts also conducted a review of the historical Tor exit node data. An analysis done by the FBI experts revealed that the data provided by Sussman to the FBI and used to support Joff and the cyber researchers claim that a very unusual distribution of source IP addresses was making queries for mail 1.trump/email.com was incomplete. Specifically, the FBI experts determined that there had been a substantial amount of email traffic from the IP address that resulted in a significantly larger volume of DNS queries for the Trump email domain than what Joff, University 1 Researcher 2, and the cyber researchers reported in the white paper or included on the thumb drives accompanying it. The FBI experts reviewed all of the outbound email transmissions, including addresses and send times for all emails on the Listrack server from May through September, and determined there was a total of 134,000 email messages sent, with the majority sent on May 24th and June 23rd. The recipients included a wide range of commercial email servers, including Google and Yahoo, as well as corporate email accounts for multiple corporations. Similarly, the FBI experts told us that the collection of passive DNS data used to support the claims they made in the white paper was also significantly incomplete. They explained that given the documented email transmissions from IP addressed here, during the covered period, the representative sampling of passive DNS would have necessarily included a much larger volume and distribution of queries from source IP addresses across the internet. In light of this, they stated that the passive DNS data that Joff and his cyber researchers compiled and that Sussman passed on to the FBI was significantly incomplete and included no A-record hostname to IP address resolutions corresponding to the outgoing messages from the IP addresses. Without further information from those who compiled the white paper data, the FBI experts stated that it is impossible to determine whether the absence of additional A-record resolutions is due to the visibility afforded by the passive DNS operator, the result of the specific queries that the compiling analysts used to query the dataset, or intentional filtering applied by analysts after retrieval. The FBI experts also examined the white paper's claim that a particular Spectrum Health IP address is a Tor exit node used exclusively by AlphaBank. AlphaBank communications enter a Tor node somewhere in the world, and those communications exit presumably untraceable at Spectrum Health. However, the FBI experts assisting us noted that Tor publishes a comprehensive list of exit nodes dating back to February 22nd, 2010. The FBI examined this data for dates between 2022 and February 22nd, 2010 and September 1st, 2021. No instances of IP addresses in the range were ever indexed as Tor exit nodes. The experts who examined this issue for us stated that historical Tor exit node data conclusively disproves this white paper's allegation in its entirety. Moreover, the experts further explained that the construction of the Tor network makes the arrangement described in the white paper impossible. Indeed, they added that even if true or possible, using Tor network in the manner alleged in the white paper would result in worse anonymization and security than simply using Tor in its default config. Rather than allowing for clandestine communication, the setup described in the white paper would create a static proxy with a known endpoint that could be more easily traced with traffic to the relatively small number of guard nodes which would allow for the identification of the true source IP much more easily than using a randomly selected exit node. In simple terms, the FBI experts told us that using a Tor exit node in the manner described by the white paper would make a secret communication channel much easier to find, not harder. And they further noted that although it is entirely likely that one or more of the users at some time connected to both Spectrum Health and Alpha Bank using Tor, and may have even come through the same exit node, the possibility in no way indicates any kind of correlation because of the deliberately random nature of Tor routing. We also asked the same FBI experts to review the white paper on Utaphones that Sussman provided to another government agency on behalf of Joff. The white paper stated that there was an unusual Russian phone that was operating on Trump Organization networks and in the executive office of the president. Its claims were based primarily on DNS resolution requests from the domains clientuta.ru and ymaxclientuta.ru from July 23, 2016 to January 15, 2017 from Trump-affiliated networks, coupled with the assertion that such Utaphone resolutions request activity was rare in the U.S. However, the FBI experts examined the historical DNS query data for the uta.ru domains for the same time period and analyzed in the time period as that analyzed in the white paper. Indeed, they examined data from the white paper researchers also had access to. In doing so, the FBI experts determined, contrary to the claims set forth in the white paper, the DNS query data actually indicated that resolution requests for these domains were not at all rare from US-based IP addresses as compared to other countries. The experts observed that DNS query data used to support the white paper claims was deliberately filtered to select only those organizations in the United States with ties to Trump. In sum, as a result of our investigation, the FBI experts advised us that actual data and information on Yotaphone's resolution requests directly undermine or refuted several conclusions and inferences included in the Utaphone white paper. Prosecution decisions. We identified evidence that certain individuals and entities promoted Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations to the intelligence community. We examined the validity of the allegations, conducted technical analysis, and assessed the data and information that was provided to the FBI and CIA. We examined this evidence in considering whether the activities by these individuals and entities, as well as government officials, violated any criminal statutes in order. In particular, the investigation examined whether these individuals and entities either on their own provided or conspired with others to provide false or misleading information to the intelligence community. First, and as noted above, we identified certain statements that Sussman made to the FBI and CIA that the investigation revealed were false. Given the seriousness of the false statements and its effect on the FBI's investigation, a federal grand jury found probable cause to believe that Sussman had lied to the FBI and charged him with making a false statement to the Bureau. Ultimately, after a 2-week trial, a jury acquitted Sussman of the false statement charge. We also considered whether any criminal actions were taken by other persons or entities in furtherance of Sussman's false statements to the FBI. The evidence gathered in this investigation did not establish that any actions were taken. Second, our investigation uncovered evidence of actions taken by individuals and entities with ties to the Clinton campaign to promote the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations to the intelligence community and Congress. We evaluated whether any of these individuals made false statements and whether admissible evidence would be sufficient to obtain a conviction for such an offense. We also considered whether actions taken by certain persons could have implicated federal election law. We concluded that the evidence was not sufficient to obtain a conviction. We examined as well whether the actions and conduct of Sussman and various other persons in advancing the Alpha Bank and Utaphone allegations established a conspiracy to defraud the U.S. Ultimately, we concluded that our evidence was not sufficient to obtain a conviction. We did not obtain enough evidence likely to meet the government's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that individuals acted willfully, i.e., with general knowledge of the illegality of their conduct. We faced significant obstacles in obtaining evidence. Many of the individuals and entities involved invoked multiple privileges, including the attorney-client and Fifth Amendment privileges. Third, we examined the FBI's actions in response to the Alpha Bank and Unifone allegations. We assessed whether any FBI or federal official conspired with any of the persons in promoting the Alpha Bank allegations to damage the Trump campaign and benefit the Clinton campaign. Our investigation did not find any evidence that any FBI official or employee knowingly or intentionally participated in some type of conspiracy. Certain FBI officials, however, declined to be interviewed on the matter, and others professed a lack of recollection of it. Finally, we considered the conduct of third parties and other government officials regarding actions taken following the election that involved the continued promotion of the Alpha Bank and Yotaphone allegations to law enforcement and other government bodies. We did not, however, develop sufficient evidence to charge false statements or conspiracy crimes in connection with any intentional misrepresentations in this regard, because it was unclear in numerous instances when particular data searches involved in the alleged activity at the EOP were run, and when specific data files came into possession of the relevant persons. In addition, because of the protections of attorney-client privileges and other impediments, we were unable to determine with certainty who authored each of the white papers. Accordingly, we did not charge any individuals with knowingly providing false information to the government. Observations. In making the observations that follow, we are mindful of the benefits hindsight provides and the hazards of possibly learning being unfair to individuals who were called upon to make decisions under real pressure and in unprecedented circumstances. That said, the objective facts that the FBI's handling of important aspects of the Crossfire Hurricane matter were seriously deficient. Some FBI employees who were interviewed by our investigators advised that they had significant reservations about aspects of Crossfire Hurricane and tried to convey their misgivings to their superiors. Others had doubts about the investigation but did not voice their concern. In some cases, nothing was said because of a sense that there had to be more compelling information in the possession of those closest to the decision-making center of the case than had been made known to them. And there were still other current and former employees who maintained that they did the best they could to take reasonable investigative steps and acted within the FBI's various policies, procedures, and guidelines. As the more complete record now shows, there are specific areas of Crossfire Hurricane activity in which the FBI badly underperformed and failed not only in its duties to the public, but also in preventing the severe reputational harm that has befallen the FBI as a consequence of Crossfire Hurricane. Importantly, had the Crossfire Hurricane actors faithfully followed their own principles regarding objectivity and integrity, there were clear opportunities to have avoided the mistakes and to have prevented the damage resulting from their embrace of seriously flawed information that they failed to analyze and assess properly. As described in Section 4, both the OIG and FBI's Inspection Division had reviewed aspects of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation into possible collusion between Trump and Russia and the Trump campaign and the FISA applications targeting Carter Page. The OIG also conducted a more limited audit of the accuracy of 29 FISA applications that were not connected to Crossfire Hurricane. In 2020, the Department and the FBI provided the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board 19 of the 29 applications reviewed by the OIG. The PCLOB is an independent agency within the executive branch that was established by the 9/11 Commission. The board's primary mission is to ensure that federal efforts to prevent terrorism are balanced with protecting privacy and civil liberties. The 19 applications were directed at counterterrorism targets, and Adam Klein, the former chairman of the PCLOB, reviewed the 19 applications. Following the OIG's review and audit, both the Attorney General and FISC directed that a number of changes be made. Otherwise, commentators have also recommended numerous changes. The FISA reform proposals put forth by various individuals and groups, there is division between those that would make all or many FISA surveillances more difficult or prohibit certain types of surveillance altogether, and those that focus more specifically on the issues raised by the page applications. In making our observations, the office considered but did not include proposals that would curtail the scope or reach of FISA or the FBI's investigative activities. We are concerned about the impact of such proposals in a time of aggressive and hostile terrorist groups and foreign powers. The FBI's priorities include protecting the United States against national security threats. Inevitably, that involves pursuing some targets in investigations that end up yielding few results. The OIG review of the September 11th attacks noted that the FBI failed to use the FISA statute fully, and that in its investigation of Zacharias Masarai, a potential 19th hijacker, the deficiencies included a narrow and conservative interpretation of FISA. More recently, for reasons that may include the COVID pandemic, the impact of the page FISA applications, or changes in government priorities, the number of FISC orders using certain FISA authorities reportedly has declined sharply over a recent 4-year period. Former Assistant Attorney General David Criss has said that in amending FISA, you're doing surgery on a very complicated thing. He went on to say that may sound trivial, but it's actually very important for national security. Moreover, if amendments are not approached from a long-term perspective, I worry that in the not-too-distant future, we may find ourselves on the other end of the familiar national security pendulum swing, reviewing a new Inspector General or other report, this time criticizing the Justice Department for the proliferation of red tape or other restrictions on the failure to stop an attack or other grave hostile attacks committed against our national security. Senator Graham expressed the same thought. I'd hate to lose the ability of the FISA court to operate at a time probably when we need it the most. Thus, we first discussed the prior review that the OIG conducted of the FBI's handling of the Robert Hansen investigation, focusing on problems that appeared both in the investigation and Crossfire Hurricane. Then we turned to measures to assist in the full and complete consideration of politically sensitive investigations and make FISA applications more understandable and complete for the officials and judges who review them. We conclude with a discussion of bias and improper motivation and suggest one possible FBI reform for consideration by the department. We do not try to review all of the many changes that have already been made, but rather seek to build on them. The OIG's prior evaluation of systematic problems in the FBI's counterintelligence program, Robert Hansen. Robert Hansen was the most damaging spy in FBI history. For more than 20 years, while he was assigned to the FBI's counterintelligence program, Hansen betrayed the U.S. and gave the KGB enormous amounts of sensitive info, including identities of human sources, some of whom were subsequently executed by the Soviet Union. The OIG conducted an extensive review of the FBI's failure to deter and detect Hansen as a mole and concluded that Hansen did not escape detection because he was a master spy or was extraordinarily clever and crafty, but rather because of long-standing systematic problems in the FBI's counterintelligence program. For many years, the FBI focused on a specific CIA employee as a potential mole, although its initial focus may have been reasonable. As time went on, the FBI should have seriously questioned questions its conclusion that the CIA suspect was a KGB spy and considered opening different lines of investigation. The squad responsible for the case was so committed to the belief that the CIA suspect was a mole that it lost a measure of objectivity. While FBI management pressured for the investigation to be completed, it did not question the factual premise underlying it. One of the OIG's recommendations for the FBI's counterintelligence program in the Hassan matter was that supervisors must guard against excessively referring to line personnel and must ensure that the department is properly briefed on the strengths and weakness of potential espionage prosecutions. A more cooperative relationship between the Counterintelligence Division and the department, the OIG explained later, would make it more likely case agents' analytical and investigative judgments in counterespionage cases will be adequately scrutinized. Other recommendations similarly concerned greater involvement for department attorneys, including a larger oversight role in ensuring the accuracy and fairness of factual assertions in FISA applications, and direct access to the case and the source information relied on the application. When considering Crossfire Hurricane, some of the OIG's recommendations continue to be relevant, particularly by analogy. Numerous reports state that Russia was trying to influence the election, but there was also the prevailing view of the media, and it's widely accepted throughout open sources reporting at the time Russia was to blame for the unlawful intrusion into the DNC servers. One of the chief errors from the start of Crossfire Hurricane was the poor analysis the FBI brought to bear on the critical pieces of information that it had gathered, as well as over-reliance on flawed, incomplete human intelligence that only later was found to be plainly unreliable. In July 2016, the FBI received the most damaging of the Steele reports, but mysteriously and unfortunately, these reports did not appear to have made their way to the Counterintelligence Division for analysis until after mid-September. Later in July, Australia provided the information from Papadopoulos to U.S. authorities. The FBI appears to have formulated a hypothesis that the Trump campaign or someone associated with it was working with Russians. Neither the Crossfire Hurricane opening EC nor those responsible for the investigation in the Counterintelligence Division or upper management, however, appear to have recognized the crucial need to analyze and then assess the actual ambiguities in Papadopoulos' statement to the Australian diplomats. Instead, the FBI immediately opened a full investigation that clearly had the ability to affect an upcoming election. Executive management of the FBI and its counterintelligence division appeared to have taken the paragraph 5 information at face value and opening the matter as evidence by the opening EC citing the paragraph 5 information as essentially the sole basis for opening a full investigation on unnamed members of an ongoing presidential campaign. Then when the Steele reporting finally was received by Crossfire Hurricane personnel in September, it was immediately exploited with no verification of its sensational allegations and used in support of its initial request for FISA authority. The Steele reporting would eventually fall apart, but not before it had been continuously adopted by the FBI as a supportive of its underlying theory regarding collusion. The Intelligence Committee's analytical standards say that analysts must perform their function with objectivity and employ reasonable techniques and practical mechanisms that reveal and mitigate bias. In the Hansen investigation, the squad responsible for the case was so committed to the belief that the CIA suspect was a mole that it lost a measure of objectivity and failed to give adequate consideration to other possibilities. The SSCI Russia report observed that the FBI's analysis should endeavor to check assumptions underpinning FBI operations, to apply the rigor of intelligence analysis to assessments and confidential human sources, and create a culture where questioning previously held assumptions is acceptable and encouraged. The office concurs with this recommendation. Apart from analytical integrity and seeking a FISA authority in Crossfire Hurricane, investigators withheld key pieces of information from the OI attorneys. The OI attorneys are responsible for ensuring the accuracy and fairness of the information presented to the FISC, an impossible task without being provided with relevant information. Both the OIG's review and this review highlight the omissions, errors, and misstatements by FBI personnel, including the withholding of significant exculpatory statements that should not have occurred had the Crossfire Hurricane investigators considered and treated the department lawyers as full partners. Rather, Crossfire Hurricane reflects a struggle by OI to obtain straightforward answers about Steele's possible bias and leaks to the media and Page's relationship with another government agency. Nor was OI told about the significant differences between the Steele reports and the statements Danchenko made to the FBI. On the follow-up hands-in-progress review, the OIG quoted a department official as saying that the department still had the occasional fight with the FBI to get full access to information, particularly information pertinent to the reliability of sources relied on in the FISA applications. The Crossfire Hurricane investigation shows that, regrettably, these struggles for accuracy and transparency were still occurring in 2016. Moreover, it is certainly to be hoped that with the new post-Page requirements of the Sensitive Investigations Memorandum, the new guidelines governing the FBI's use of human services and other significant policy changes, there will not be a recurrence of the serious errors identified by the OIG Inspection Division and our investigators, absent continual reinforcement by FBI leadership of the need for integrity, accuracy, and objectivity in following these requirements. However, such is not a certainty. FBI investigations, the New York Counterintelligence Investigation. When the New York Field Office opened a counterintelligence investigation of Page in April 2016, at a time when he was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign, the investigation likely should have been treated as a sensitive investigative matter because of Page's role in the campaign. The Attorney General has since addressed this issue in a desirable, though slightly different way. The Attorney General must approve any investigation of a senior presidential campaign staff member or advisor. A footnote that explains that this includes any person who has been publicly announced by a campaign as a staffer or member of an official campaign advisory committee group. Predication of Crossfire Hurricane. The FBI opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation as a full investigation to determine whether individuals associated with the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. As described in Section 3, the standard for opening a full investigation is an articulable factual basis for the investigation and reasonably indicates that an activity constituting a federal crime or a threat to the national security is or may be concerning, and the investigation may obtain information relating to that activity. The information that the FBI learned in July 2016 was that a Trump campaign advisor had suggested to the Australian diplomats that the campaign had received some kind of suggestion from Russia that it could assist the campaign. The OIG review found that the FBI met the requirements of the AGG DOM because the articulable factual basis standard for opening the investigation is a low one, and the information from Australia, at least when considered along with what was known about Russia's efforts to interfere with the 2016 U.S. elections, met that standard. We are not confident, however, that this is the case. Our investigation gathered evidence that showed a number of those closest to the investigation believed that the standard arguably had not been met. For example, both Supervisory Special Agent 1 and UK Alat 1 described the predication for the investigation as thin. Even Strzok, who both drafted and approved the opening EC, said that there's nothing to this, so we have to run it to ground. Strzok's view would seem to dictate the opening of this matter as an assessment or at most as a preliminary investigation. In any event, there are a number of other reasons to be concerned about the predication of Crossfire Hurricane. Apart from the need to meet the standard in AGG DOM for opening a full investigation, Executive Order 12,333 requires the use of at least intrusive collection techniques feasible. FBI policy says that when First Amendment rights are at stake, which they clearly were in a major party political campaign, the choice and use of investigative methods should be focused in a manner that minimizes potential infringements of those rights. Moreover, the FBI will apply best judgment necessary to achieve an objective. To assist FBI agents with their judgments, decision making, and the need to employ the least intrusive means, the DIOJ includes precautions when opening and conducting investigations in order to, among other things, encourage careful evaluation of facts and circumstances, as well as to assess risk before proceeding with any investigative activity. In implementing these standards, the FBI could have taken one or more of the following steps. Under the least intrusive standard, rather than opening an investigation, the FBI should have focused, at least in the beginning, on Papadopoulos, the alleged source of the information. But on the other hand, they went with the paragraph 5 info. Under FBI's guidelines, the investigation could have opened more appropriately as an assessment or preliminary investigations. FBI investigations opened as preliminary investigations, short of full investigations, include time limits and a narrow range of authorized techniques to mitigate risk and avoid necessary intrusion. And then, if it's appropriate, the lower level investigation activity may be escalated. In the subsequent investigation of Page under the Crossfire Hurricane umbrella, the FBI could have used additional, less intrusive techniques before seeking authority to conduct electronic surveillance under FISA. The paucity of information collected on key aspects of Page's activities would support this approach. Regardless of an investigator's preference for any of these steps, there are now additional requirements that apply to the opening of an investigation like Crossfire Hurricane. The Sensitive Investigation Memorandum requires the Attorney General to approve the opening of an investigation. So another investigation like Crossfire Hurricane should require a concurring decision by the department rather than any one component or entity seems appropriate. We believe that the proposal described below in E for an identified department official shall challenge all stages of a publicly sensitive investigation would be another valuable way of addressing concerns about the opening, continuation, and intrusiveness of an investigation like Crossfire Hurricane. Opening of individual investigations. The FBI opened full investigations of Papadopoulos, Page, Flynn, and Manafort in August 2016 as part of Crossfire Hurricane. In addition to the requirements of the AGG DOM and the DIOG, the approval requirements of the Sensitive Investigations Memorandum would now apply to these. The proposal in Section 5E would also potentially apply to them. Compartmentation. Unlike most FBI investigations, which are managed from FBI field offices, Crossfire Hurricane was managed from the headquarters. The information it collected was not shared with or available to others in the FBI, including the Directorate of Intelligence. The OIG review says that because the information investigated related to an ongoing presidential campaign, Crossfire Hurricane case file was designated as prohibited, meaning that access to the file was restricted and viewable only to those assigned to work on the investigation. Agents and analysts used covert investigative techniques to ensure information about the investigation remained known only to the team and FBI department officials. Moreover, at least at times, even those participating in the investigation had limited information available. Supervisory Agent 3, who was tasked to supervise the Crossfire Hurricane investigators as a successor to the Supervisory Agent Special Agent 1, stated, contributing to the difficulties was how compartmentalized the investigation was, specifically the lack of information sharing between the intelligence analyst and the operational component. Even as the team lead, I only had access to limited information, and from the start of my temporary duty, I did not have a clear picture of everything going on in the investigation. I was managing day-to-day operations of the case without having complete information. The investigation's compartmentation and its unusual structure as a headquarters investigation may have limited the amount of oversight it received. In the past, NSA's collection of the international communications of U.S. citizens and groups was also highly compartmented. A Senate committee chaired by Senator Frank Church investigated this activity. It reported, in 1969, NSA formalized the watchlist program under the code name Minaret. The program applied not only to foreign influence on domestic dissent, but also to American groups and individuals whose activities may result in civil disturbances or otherwise subvert the national security of the U.S. At the same time, NSA instructed its personnel to restrict the knowledge that NSA was collecting such information and to keep its names off the disseminated product. The report found that the NSA placed more restrictive security controls on Minaret material than it placed on other highly classified foreign intercepts in order to conceal its involvement in activities which were beyond its regular mission. In possible contrast to the FBI, the CIA may not have compartmented some of the information that it had. The office learned at one point from Director Brennan that there was no effort at the CIA to restrict information because it was potentially embarrassing for Clinton. Obama just wanted the right people involved. In combination, an unusual compartmented investigation bearing on politics will always involve risk, especially when it's the subject of significant media attention. In any event, in opening and conducting a sensitive investigation, the FBI should consider ways to balance the need for secrecy against the need to have a full and informed evaluation of the case. Leaks can cause great harm, but so can a failure to understand the information collected or to take appropriate investigative steps. Interaction with the Trump campaign. On August 11, 2016, the FBI met with CHS-1, who, as described earlier, was a long-standing FBI source. CHS-1 has decided not to join the Trump campaign, but told the FBI she was willing to refrain from notifying the campaign about the decision. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators were pleased or relieved that the source did not want to join the campaign, but as to whether the FBI encouraged or directed the source to avoid notifying the campaign, the OIG review is less clear. Not notifying the campaign, of course, could in and of itself affect the campaign's staffing decisions or other activities. On September 1st, CHS-1 met with the high-level Trump campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation. This meeting, consensually monitored, the OIG notes that FBI and department policy does not require the FBI obtain department approval to consensually monitor this conversation. Also in September, CHS-1 met with Papadopoulos. The OIG review says that the OGC unit chief told the OIG that because the operation targeted Papadopoulos individually and wasn't directed at anything related to the campaign, she thought it was appropriate. If the purpose of the CHS-1's meeting with Papadopoulos was not to find out if the campaign or anyone on its behalf was conspiring or colluding with Russia. It's hard to know what the purpose was. Defensive briefings. The OIG review discusses the FBI decision not to give candidate Trump or his campaign a defensive briefing concerning the allegations that the Crossfire Hurricane team was investigating. The review does not discuss whether the decision was consistent with other decisions that the FBI has made about defensive briefings for political candidates. There are, of course, numerous investigations over the years that involve presidential and congressional candidates or campaigns, including allegations of foreign contributions, improper foreign influence, or other activities. Each one has unique facts. In 2020, the department declassified some documents related to a 2015 investigation of possible illegal campaign contributions. In that instance, the FBI provided a defensive briefing to the Clinton campaign. Some have argued that the decisions to provide a defensive briefing in that investigation, but not in the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, were inconsistent. President Obama may also have thought that a defensive briefing for the Trump campaign was desirable, but his views may not have related to Crossfire Hurricane. As described in Section 3, the FBI has now established a board, the FIDBB, to address defensive briefings. The Attorney General has directed the FBI to promulgate procedures on the subject, and the Attorney General has imposed additional specific requirements in connection with politically sensitive FISA applications. These requirements, particularly the last one, require a serious consideration of the need for a defensive briefing, and we support them. FISA issues, clarity of applications. In 2020, the FBI and department provided 19 complete FISA applications to the PCLOB for review. Adam Klein, the chairman, commented that the applications present the reader with a great deal of factual information. This information, however, is sometimes repetitive, and the organization does not necessarily facilitate critical analysis. The applications recite many facts related to the target's potential involvement with terrorism, but each fact's relative importance emerges only after very close reading. Overall, these applications provide a great deal of relevant information and generally aim to highlight potential question marks for the court. However, their clarity and organization could be improved. Former Chairman Klein has also written that steps to improve the clarity of applications would help drafters think rigorously about which facts are essential to probable cause, which are merely supportive, and why the surveillance is necessary in the first place. Similarly, the FBI's public strategy says that it will improve data collection, accessibility, and analysis to better understand, anticipate, and mitigate threats. Although the PCLOB did not review the application for surveillance of Page, as the applications did not involve terrorism, some of the white paper's observations are relevant. Transparency of sourcing information. In the Page applications, much of the probable cause information was based on multiple layers of unverified subsourcing. Whenever that's the case, there's a greater possibility for bias or exaggerations to proliferate, even under ideal circumstances. We appreciate and support the effort of the department's OI attorneys made, which may have prevented even larger problems. To describing the sourcing of the Page applications, in any application, the description of the sourcing information is of fundamental importance and should be as transparent as possible. It should include the FBI's insight or lack thereof into the reliability of each layer. This is even more the case where what is described is the central contention of this application. In addition, the source and subsource information might have been easier to understand and been seen as having more importance if it had been described in the text of the application rather in the footnote. Although former Assistant Attorney General Chris correctly notes that the FISC reads the footnotes and that the government's disclosures enabled the court to take Steele's information with a grain of salt, we see no reason not to lay out sourcing information as clearly as possible. Information from Congress, that a member of Congress is concerned about the activities of a political opponent or someone in another political party, or may have written to the Attorney General or the Director of the FBI about those activities, would rarely seem relevant to a discussion of probable cause unless the member provides specific and credible info that is not available from other sources. Masking of information. In a FISA application, it is clearly important to protect the identity of sources. This is typically done by giving them a number rather than providing a name. It also may be important to minimize the minimize or mask private or derogatory information about someone who is not the target of the application. The broader use of minimized identities, such as describing someone as candidate number 1 or attributing a news report to an unidentified news organization, may not conceal much and may instead make understanding the application more difficult. It may also, even unintentionally, encourage the reader to think that because one possible step to ensure legality has been taken over others have been to. To ensure legality has been taken, others have been to. In fact, whether information is minimized or masked has no effect on whether the information itself is accurate and supports a probable cause finding. Use of news reports. Former NSA General Counsel Stuart Barker has argued the FBI to avoid use in media source reports in FISA applications. The FBI has little knowledge of the reliability of the sources used by reporters, and reliance on press accounts risks shortcutting the process of establishing probable cause. If the FBI uses a media source, it should disclose the name of the source and any credible claims of bias that have been leveled against the news outlet. It might also disclose what, if any, efforts it has taken to verify the allegations. Need to share important information. In January 2017, the FBI interviewed Danchenko, Steele's primary subsource. Danchenko said that Steele misstated or exaggerated the subsource's statements in multiple sections of the reporting. NSD, but not OI, was present at the interview. Because the interview involved an important subsource used in a FISA application, OI should, at a minimum, have been informed of what the subsource said. Completeness of applications. The OIG review concluded that FBI personnel did not give appropriate attention to facts that cut against probable cause. The FBI has addressed this issue by requiring that both an agent and a supervisor must affirm that OI has been apprised of all information that might reasonably call into question the accuracy of the information in the application or otherwise raise doubts about the requested probable cause findings or the theory of the case. The FBI has also pledged that it will adhere to the rule of law through attention to detail. Finally, the Attorney General has directed both the FBI and OI to conduct completeness reviews. Implementation of the reviews may be difficult, and FBI CHS may have recorded dozens or hundreds of hours of conversations with the target or others engaged in related activities. For example, in the released transcripts of conversations among an FBI CHS, George Papadopoulos, and others, there is clearly a large amount of extraneous information, and it may not always be clear what is being discussed. Moreover, no one may have listened to all the recordings, and there may not be available transcripts. The FBI may also have a large volume of other raw records related to an investigation. Any of these factors may make it hard to identify information that raises doubts about the requested probable cause findings or the theory of the cause. One possible way to implement the new requirement, at least in part, may be by asking on the FISA verification form or elsewhere if the FBI is aware of particular kinds of derogatory information about the target. An example might be whether the FBI has information about financial transactions between the target and others associated with a foreign power. If the FBI is not aware of such information, the government may tell the FISC that the FBI either has no such information or that, if it may have such information, it is choosing not to include it. The FISC could then consider the absence of such incriminated information in its assessment of whether the target is an agent of a foreign power. Moreover, in the circumstances where the FBI has unreviewed data relating to an investigation or data that is still being evaluated, OI may want to consider whether the FISA application should disclose the fact to the FISC, reliance on prior FISA applications. When the Page FISA applications were renewed, reviewing officials may have placed too much reliance on the prior authorization by the Attorney General and the FISC. Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein noted that at the time when the Page renewal application came to him, many different department officials had approved the prior applications and 3 different judges had found probable cause. At least some of the requirements found in the Supplemental Reform Memorandum apply to both initiations and renewals of FISA surveillances. In addition, some kind of red teaming in case with partisan risk might help here. Timely renewal requests. Deputy Assistant Attorney General Evans has observed that the FBI should submit a request to renew FISA authority approximately 45 days before its expiration. In practice, renewal requests often come over from the FBI to OI a week and a half before the expiration. If the request came earlier, there would be more time for the robust back and forth needed to develop the applications. Implementing this proposal would require a significant commitment by department and FBI leadership. Even if the FBI is not timely in submitting a renewal request, OI may be able to begin acquiring needed information by requesting it from the FBI or elsewhere and asking to meet on a case 45 days before it expires. This may be worth the effort involved for a sensitive and important surveillance. Bias or improper motivation. The OIG review of Crossfire Hurricane says that we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the FBI's decision to seek FISA authority on Carter Page. It also says that while we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of international misconduct on the part of the FBI personnel, we also did not receive satisfactory explanations for the errors or problems we identified. David Chris has cataloged statements in the OIG review like those above and discussed the tension between the statements about the lack of evident bias and lack of explanation for the problems found. In this report, we have referred to the possible impact of confirmation bias on Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Confirmation bias is widely understood as a phenomenon describing how information is processed by individuals and groups. It stands for the general proposition that there is a common human tendency, mostly unintentional, for people to accept information and evidence that is consistent with what they believe to be true while ignoring or rejecting info that challenges those beliefs. In short, people tend to give more credence to info that supports what they already believe. The effects of confirmation bias can be amplified in groups operating in situations of high stress and under time pressures. Throughout the duration of Crossfire Hurricane, facts and circumstances that were inconsistent with the premise that Trump and/or persons associated with the Trump campaign were involved in a collusive or controversial relationship with the Russian government were ignored or simply assessed away. Indeed, as set forth in sections IVA 2 and 3, from even before the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, some of those most directly involved in the subsequent investigations had expressed their open disdain for Trump, asked about when they would open an investigation into Trump, asserted they would prevent Trump from becoming president. As discussed throughout this report, our investigation revealed that the stated basis for opening a full investigation to determine whether individuals associated with Trump coordinated with Russia was seriously flawed. Again, the FBI's failure to critically analyze information that ran counter to the narrative of a Trump-Russia collusive relationship exhibited throughout Hurricane Crossfire is extremely troublesome. The evidence of the FBI's confirmation bias in this matter includes, at a minimum, the following info that was simply ignored or in some fashion rationalized away. The Australian diplomats told Crossfire Hurricane investigators that Papadopoulos never stated that he had any direct contact with the Russians, nor did he provide any information about an offer of assistance. There was a complete lack of information from the intelligence community that corroborated the hypothesis upon which the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was predicated. The FBI generally ignored the sufficient exculpatory info provided by Carter Page, George Papadopoulos, and Trump Senior Foreign Policy Advisor 1 during recorded conversations with informants. The FBI failed to pursue investigative leads that were inconsistent with their theory of the case. Page's recorded denials of having any relationship with Paul Manafort, a fact about which there was available evidence. The FBI failed to take Page up on the written offer he made to Director Comey to be interviewed, and instead opted to seek FISA surveillance of Page. The FBI was willing to make use of the completely unvetted and uncorroborated Steele reporting in multiple FISA applications targeting a U.S. citizen, even after the Crossfire Hurricane investigators had determined that there were major conflicts between the reporting of Steele and his primary subsource, Danchenko, conflicts the FBI incredibly failed to resolve. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators did not even ask Steele about his role in providing info to Michael Isikoff, as contained in the December 23, 2016 Yahoo News article, information that essentially accused Carter Page of colluding with the Russians, and thereafter the same investigators demonstrated a willingness to contort the plain language of the article to suggest it was not Steele but Steele's employers who had given the information to Isikoff. The FBI ignored the fact that at no time before, during, or after Crossfire Hurricane were investigators able to corroborate a single substantive allegation in the Steele dossier reporting. There was a complete failure on the part of the FBI to examine, never mind resolve, the serious counter-espionage issues surrounding Steele's preliminary subsource Igor Danchenko. The FBI leadership essentially disregarded the Clinton plan intelligence, which it received at almost the exact same time as the Australian Paragraph 5 info. This was despite the fact that at precisely the same time as the Clinton plan was received, the Clinton campaign made public statements tying the DNC computer hack to Russian attempts to help Trump get elected. The FBI was receiving the Clinton campaign-funded Steele reports, and the Clinton campaign-funded Alpha Bank allegations were being prepared for delivery for the media and the FBI. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators essentially ignored information they had received as early as October 2016 regarding Charles Dolan, a longtime Democratic operative with ties to the Clintons who also possessed significant ties to Russian government figures who would appear in the Steele reporting, and never interviewed him. The Crossfire Hurricane investigators provided only partial and in some instances misleading info to department attorneys working on the Page FISA applications, while withholding other highly relevant information from those attorneys and the FISC that might cast real doubt on their probable cause assertions. Finally, the results of the OIG's audit of 29 applications also established significant problems in the Page FISA applications, problems that point to bias and other factors. Following the audit, the department and the FBI notified the FISC that the 29 applications contained a total of 209 errors, 4 of which they deemed to be material. We noted that because the audit did not look for omitted information, a major issue with the Page applications, the results of the audit and the review of the Page application are not directly comparable. Nonetheless, at least on the surface, the difference is notable. In the 4-page applications, there were a total of 17 material errors and omissions, far more than the 4 material errors found in the larger group of 29 non-page applications. Given the foregoing and viewing the facts in a light most favorable to the Crossfire Hurricane investigators, it seems highly likely that, at a minimum, confirmation bias played a significant role in the FBI's acceptance of extraordinarily serious allegations derived from uncorroborated information that had not been subjected to the typical exacting analysis employed by the FBI and other members of the intelligence community. In short, it is the office's assessment that the FBI discounted or willfully ignored material information that did not support the narrative of a conclusive relationship between Trump and Russia. Similarly, the FBI Inspection Division report says that the investigators repeatedly ignored or explained away evidence contrary to the theory the Trump campaign conspired with Russia. It appeared that there was a pattern of assuming nefarious intent. An objective and honest assessment of these strands of info should have caused the FBI to question not only the predication for Crossfire Hurricane, but also to reflect on whether the FBI was being manipulated for political or other purposes. Unfortunately, it did not. Possible FBI reform. One possible way to provide additional scrutiny of political sensitivity investigations would be to identify in advance an official who was responsible for challenging the steps taken in the investigation. Stuart Baker proposes having a career position for a nonpartisan FBI agent or lawyer to challenge the FISA application in every other stage of the investigation. This would be done in investigations that pose partisan risk. In Baker's view, the Attorney General, through the Supplemental Reform Memorandum, has already taken a good step in this direction by requiring that politically sensitive surveillance and search applications be reviewed by a special agent from a field office not involved in the investigation. Similarly, Adam Klein said that DOJ and FBI leaders should consider whether a regularized practice of internal red teaming in the most sensitive cases, whether within the FBI or in collaboration with attorneys at the National Security Division, could serve as an effective check on confirmation bias without unduly delaying time-sensitive applications. As a way to ensure full consideration of the issues in applications that may present very difficult and vitally important issues, we recommend that the department seriously consider Baker's proposal for an official to challenge both the politically sensitive FISA application and other stages of the investigation. Nothing, former Attorney General Levy warned, can more weaken the quality of life or more imperil the realization of goals we all hold dear than our failure to make clear by words and deed that our law is not the instrument of partisan purpose. There we go. That's the Durham Report, top to bottom. I believe this is the only full independent source on the Durham Report. When I post the video, I'll look into it a little more and double check that. But who else would read this? This took forever. So I guess to try to just sum it up really quickly, the Clinton Foundation tried to push like a fraudulent investigation on Trump with a lot of like unfounded claims and like pressured people in the FBI to really look into it. And the FBI kind of did because of like confirmation bias and because maybe they didn't like Trump, some of the people in the FBI. And obviously there's like so much more to the story. But it is kind of it's kind of funny how Clinton tried to say that Trump colluded with Russia, but one of the main sources in the Steele dossier was literally like a Russian spy. So that's kind of funny. And there is more to this story. There's a reason I didn't want to cover this Russiagate story for so long, because I knew it was going to take forever, and we're honestly not even done. This is just like the groundwork. So we do have another declassified document. A lot of it is redacted, but I do believe this Durham report does reference this document a couple times, so we'll have to check this out in another video. And then there's also a new whistleblower in the news that says he was in the room when Obama was made aware of the case against Donald Trump. So we got to go over that stuff too. That's pretty new. And so we'll probably do that on the channel soon. So expect an update on that. And I guess tell me your thoughts on this. Tell me if you think like the FBI really lost the faith and like trust of the American public for this, or if you think maybe it'll kind of make them stronger because of these like pretty much basically a scandal. You think they'll come out on top, or if the American public can just really not trust them anymore. I kind of think that it will make the FBI better in the long run. They just have to learn from their mistakes here. And it looks like with the Durham Report, this is a really good first step in doing so. Other hot takes is I would have liked to see more convictions for the people who perpetrated this like false investigation. But I do understand it's hard to prove a lot of the stuff. A lot of the FBI officials just, gave the I do not recall answer. So it's hard to get like real information on a lot of that stuff. So I get why there wasn't as many convictions, but I would have liked to see more. As for maybe the craziest thing in this document that I read, it probably would be that the Clinton Foundation paid Christopher Steele, who Christopher Steele is based in the UK, so he is a foreign asset. They paid him to dig up information on Trump. His main source was a Russian asset. And so, like, you want to talk about, like, espionage, there's a good case there for it. Paying off, like, foreign entities to dig up dirt on your political candidates is very shady, in my opinion. So I think in my opinion, that is probably the worst thing in this Durham report, in the Russiagate investigation, in the Russiagate scandal. In my opinion, I think that is the worst part. But also, you could make an argument for a lot of the other stuff. So I guess comment me your favorite part. Let me know what you think. Keep an eye out on the channel. We're going to have more updates to Russiagate. We're not even done. This is just like the groundwork. Now we are officially able to actually talk about Russiagate on the channel. If you like this kind of stuff, you want to see more of it, definitely subscribe. We've read a couple other bills. Like we read the Big Beautiful bill in like an executive order, but this is definitely the most detailed thing that we've read on the channel. But we're going to do more stuff like this in the future. So if you like that stuff, check out the channel. And we're always covering current events and conspiracies as well. Every Wednesday, we'll do a full-length podcast episode. That's what this was today. And then throughout the week, if there's any major stories worth covering in the news, we'll cover those as well with like a shorter video. So if you like that stuff, subscribe to the channel and have a great day.